At the final concert with thousands of people, you were accused of holding back and ruthlessly kicked out of the group by your companions. Faced with the double blow of being released by the company and abandoned by your companions, you chose to end your 3-year group career with one of your original songs. You picked up the microphone, looked somewhat confused at the tens of thousands of people at the concert, then awkwardly chuckled. I didn't expect to receive this news at the concert. It really surprised me. Actually, I wanted to take a good rest a long time ago, but I was always too embarrassed to say it. You smiled at Yi Chen beside you. You have always been working hard, and I don't want to hold you back anymore. Yi Chen was stunned for a moment, looking at the person in front of him with a complex expression. In fact, terminating the contract with you was also his idea. He was somewhat unwilling. Why was he always the one who put in the most effort? While you could just stand by and take half the money? He negotiated with the company for a long time privately, saying that you were delaying his earnings, and of course, the company agreed. Originally, the company also had this idea. As the contracts of the two of you were about to expire, they planned to automatically terminate the contract with you. However, he forgot that he was not initially pushed out by the company, and you were still the lead singer, always helping him move forward. In the beginning, the money wasn't much, and you took good care of Yi Chen. Later, as the two of you gained fame, because of your relationship, several endorsements were lost, which made Yi Chen uncomfortable. Later, as you gradually became marginalized in the company, Yi Chen was appointed as the lead singer, and it was at this time that Yi Chen proposed the idea of going solo. He believed that if he was alone, he could definitely fly higher and go further. After weighing the pros and cons, the company also agreed to Yi Chen's request. As you lightly hugged Yi Chen, with a hint of warmth on your face, since things have developed to this point, I can have a perfect ending. At the same time, I hope you can fly higher and go further. Your relaxed and carefree attitude actually made Yi Chen feel a little embarrassed. You didn't think there was anything wrong, since others think they are dragging each other down. There is no need to stay here with a straight face. At this moment, Yi Chen also let out a long sigh, feeling somewhat relieved and somewhat melancholic. In the future, all of the company's resources will be inclined towards him, and he no longer needs to split the profits with you, and he can also get many endorsements without being hindered by your opposition. Later, Yi Chen proposed, Su-gu, since this is the last performance, let's sing a song for everyone, as a final farewell to the fans. You hesitated for a moment, but then nodded in agreement. Let's sing one of my own songs. Remember when we first formed the group? I invited you with a song, from beginning to end. It's good to gather and good to part. With that, you adjusted the microphone, chuckled, and looked at Yi Chen in front of you. You don't mind, right? Of course not. Su-gu, which song do you want to sing? You chuckled and said, let's go with a new song this time. Can I borrow your guitar? Yi Chen's heart trembled as he handed over the guitar. Su Chen tuned in and scratched lightly, remembering the spring many years ago. I hadn't cut my long hair back then. No credit cards and no her. A home without 24-hour hot water. The low and magnetic voice along with the sound of the microphone continuously spread throughout the room. And in that instant, the entire concert was quiet. New song? Never heard of it? Yi Chen, who was standing next to him, also trembled violently, and for a moment, his eyes were slightly red. These lyrics by Su Chen are like singing about himself at this point in time. It made Yi Chen couldn't help but think back to when the two had just started singing. When did you, yourself, change? But I was so happy back then. Only a broken acoustic guitar though. On the streets, under the bridges, in the fields, singing the song that no one has ever heard. Su Chen's voice gradually rose to a high pitch. It was as if the whole field was completely set on fire. All of them stood up in that instant, and this song was like a spoonful of hot oil, poured on top of a wood fire, and the flames ran high in that instant. Everyone in the concert couldn't help but start waving their hands. If ever, I'm old and unsupported. Su Chen's voice was still the same. His voice seemed to be a bit hoarse, but it contained an unprecedented magnetism. He also wanted to say goodbye to his group with a song like this. Perhaps, what Yi Chen had done was a bit excessive, but it all didn't matter. Although most of the people on stage were in favor of Yi Chen, there were still a few scattered people who were ultimately in favor of Su Chen. It's kind of a giveaway to those fans. Crap, what an awesome song. The people who were watching the concert were confused. When did this Su Chen become so strong? Isn't he just a little transparent? This voice, it's a bit too explosive, isn't it? Is this song his original? Che, are you crazy? One of the people next to him looked at him with some contempt, and then continued. Them, the combination. Su Chen is the big brother now, okay? It's always been Su Chen who's been leading Yi Chen. It's just that Su Chen doesn't like to compete. Bullshit. Everyone knows that as long as it's a song from the two of them, Yi Chen is the only one who sells it. The two men argued in that moment. The song, however, was spreading throughout the concert. All of them seemed to be immersed in the descriptions that the song brought up. Remember those lonely spring days? I hadn't sprouted a beard back then. Su Chen's voice continued. The bearded face looked as if it had been carved full of marks by the years. It was as if he was singing about himself, not caring in the slightest about the chants throughout the concert venue. No Valentine's Day or presents. Without my sweet little princess. Su Chen's voice came out once again, and it was as if his entire body was completely immersed in the sea of music. Off stage. Is Su Chen married? Have a daughter? I don't know. Maybe it's just to rhyme the lyrics? These singers, anyway, they'll make up any words to rhyme. That's just it. If there was a daughter, it would have been reported, right? It's not necessarily true. You have to know that nowadays, the paparazzi are not even happy to shoot Su Chen's news, because there is no exposure or traffic at all. A song. Su Chen let out a long breath and waved his hand at the stage. Thank you, everyone, for supporting me. We're high on the mountain, so I'll see you again in the jungle. As he spoke, he smiled and removed the guitar before solemnly handing it to Yi Chen in front of him. It's like handing over a very important task. Yi Chen's eyes were slightly reddened in that moment, and Su Chen didn't give him another chance to say anything. Falling perfectly. After the expiration of the contract, the company did not propose to automatically renew the contract, and Su Chen also has no intention to continue to renew the contract. So naturally, it is terminated. And nowadays, Su Chen is a free agent. He walked out of the concert. On the street, people come and go. Su Chen, on the other hand, was walking down the street alone. Not far from the big screen. The two people's endorsements are still hanging there. It looks incomparably grand. Yi Chen stood in the forefront, while Su Chen stood in the back row, as if it was a small follower. Small transparent. Snap. Inside an office. Huang Yuhua violently slammed the information he was holding onto the table. Where are the rights to this song? Can someone tell me why the copyright to this song is not in the company's possession? As Yi Chen and Su Chen's agent, Huang Yuhua was furious at this moment. No one knows better than him what a hit song means to an artist. Brother Huang, this song was composed by Su himself. I've never even heard of it before. How can we possibly register the copyright? Between words, Yi Chen picked up his cell phone. A careful search was made among the Chinese copyright libraries. It was discovered that the copyright of the song had already been registered by Su Chen. In other words, the song has not a single thing to do with them. This Su Chen is just too much. Huang Yuo's voice was tinged with anger. The company spent so much money to train him and help him, and he's actually trying to hide it from the company? You, call him and buy the rights to the song. No matter what. In the meantime, I'll react with the company. Use this song as the theme song. Create a brand new spinning album for you. Yi Chen, you have to remember that you're the future top stream master of China entertainment. Okay, I'll try. Hearing this, a flash of excitement appeared on Yi Chen's face. He believed that with his strength, if he really took such a hit song, he would definitely be able to move further ahead. Su Chen, who was loitering on the street, suddenly felt the phone ring. There were a few moments of surprise in his gaze, and he pondered for a moment before picking up the phone. Hello? The voice was steady. Brother Su, it's me, Yi Chen. The voice on the other side seemed to be a bit guilty and a bit aggrieved. That song of yours, can you sell it to me? I can offer $500,000. Sell you? Su Chen froze for a moment and said with a smile, you're backed by a company with so many resources to support you, so you shouldn't be lacking in this one song, right? Brother Su, you should know, explosive songs are something that can come and go, although it's true that right now, we don't have a way to determine the potential of this song. But judging from what happened at the concert tonight, this song definitely has the potential to be a smash hit. Yi Chen, who had finished speaking, paused for a moment and said, I really need it. Brother Su, why don't you name a price and sell me this song? Yi Chen's voice carried a few hints of pleading in it. Su Chen, who was more or less soft-hearted at that moment, said after a moment of contemplation, since you need it, it's $3 million, let's sign the contract. And after we sign the contract, this song is yours. There could be too many good songs in Su Chen's mind, so even if he were to share some of them out, he didn't really care. However, he wouldn't agree to the price of $500,000 in any way. Such a popular song in a world where copyrights are extraordinarily strict, even priced at $1, you are able to make a fortune. Moreover, these years, the expenses of the predecessor were really a bit big. He looked at his cell phone bank, and there was less than $5,000 in it. To live in this city of inches of gold, also still needs some capital. The company has private apartments for them though. But nowadays, after all, is no longer the company's artists, it is natural to be taken back. The next thing you know, you're sleeping on the streets. What? Su Chen? You're somewhat taking advantage of the fire, aren't you? Yi Chen's pitch raised several times in a blink of an eye. At this price, it's child's play. If you don't want it, forget it. Su Chen's voice was bland, and he hung up the phone immediately afterward. After putting down the phone, Su Chen sat quietly on the park bench. The past is like wind and smoke. He skillfully lit a cloud of cigarettes and let the oils rage in his mouth. And just at this time, a faint floral scent came out, somewhat like that of an orchid. Su Chen subconsciously looked away. Under the moonlight, a sinister shadow stood quietly by the river. The figure seemed to be blending into the night. On the delicate, tired face were deep, bright eyes. It's just that she seems to have suffered some kind of setback. Her long hair moved with the wind, her shoulders sunk slightly, and her body was somewhat weakly propped up on the railing at the river's edge. Another one whose life is not quite what it should be. A few moments later, the woman seemed to be tired and glanced around, noticing Su Chen, a little hesitant and a little worried. However, it still walked over and quietly sat beside Su Chen. This time, in turn, it was Su Chen's turn to be uncomfortable. He was considering whether or not he should leave. A head rested gently against his shoulder. Miss, you. Su Chen's entire body froze there. Shut up. The woman's voice was soft, but it carried an unmistakable sound. Su Chen shrugged his shoulders and didn't say anything more. I wonder what kind of story this woman has, and he, too, is homeless. The only remaining warmth was like the last drop of water in the middle of a parched desert, moisturizing the two. Not far away, a paparazzo's eyes were excited as he hastily pulled out his own camera. Click, click. The photos from various angles were all taken by him. Now, tomorrow's front page headline is in play: the genius duo disbanded overnight. President Huajin meets his lover at night. Tomorrow's headline, definitely mine. The doggie's voice was excited beyond belief. And at this moment he was overwhelmed with excitement. And at this moment, the woman slowly stood up, glanced meaningfully at Su Chen, and paused before handing Su Chen a business card. If no company wants you, you can come to my company at any time, and I can give you an A-class contract. And thanks to. After the woman finished speaking, she turned and left. Only Su Chen was left standing there silently, with a few faint moments of bewilderment in his eyes. Sitting there, Su Chen pulled out a cigarette and lit it in a dashing manner. The moonlight reflected in the lake, which looked extraordinarily comforting. A few moments later, Su Chen stood up, and then took a long stretch. Still, I have to go find a place to sleep first, and from tomorrow onwards, be a commoner, greedy for money and sex. It's a good thing you have some money in your pocket. First, I went to the nearby night market to eat something, while later I found a chain hotel nearby. Lying in bed, it still felt a little weird. Originally, I just wanted to muddle through, but who knows, it really doesn't work. Nope, I'd been that tired in my last life. I'm going to mix it up a little bit in this life no matter what. Sleep first, rent an apartment tomorrow. Dazed and confused, Su Chen fell asleep. When I woke up the next morning, the sun was shining just right. Previously in the company, although it is an artist, but sleep to wake up naturally is also few and far between. A variety of circulars, rehearsals and whatnot, is also extraordinarily headache. Looking at the clock hanging on the wall, it was past 10. There's something really comfortable about these days. Su Chen's gaze carried a kind of genial warmth in it. Stretching out, the curtains beside him were blown by the breeze, letting in a ray of early morning sunlight that shone on his face. Squinting his eyes, now he could feel this rare peaceful time to his heart's content. Only, the tranquility didn't last too long. It was accompanied by a sharp ringing of a cell phone. Su Chen picked up his cell phone and found that it was Yi Chen calling. Feeling a little surprised at the moment, Su Chen, after picking up, Yi Chen took a deep breath and said, "The company has decided to take a step back after a study and acquire your song for $1 million. $3 million is impossible. You have to understand that even for a gold medal producer, the price of a song is only about $1 million. Gold producers can't create songs like this all the time, can they?" Su Chen said indifferently. "However, since you genuinely want it, I can take a step back. $2.5 million. That's not for me to decide. But I do know you're going to be short on money next. The company was going to let me go on hip-hop with me, but I can let you have that opportunity. The notice fee is also $300,000. That's my final price. There's no way the company would spend $2.5 million on a song for me. You should understand." Yi Chen forced himself to calm down. There's no way around it. He needs the song so badly. But $3 million was too high, so high that he couldn't afford it. "Su Chen, I hope you can understand that the one who ultimately makes the decision is the company." Yi Chen gritted his teeth. "The relationship between us has never deteriorated to that point." "But," Su Chen sneered, "are you kidding? Are you teasing me? What kind of show is hip-hop with me that you don't know? Su Chen's gaze held a few moments of coldness in it. It had come to this point, and you still wanted to trap yourself? This program was actually a program to promote newcomers, and all the singers who went over there were destined to be pulled and stepped on. The program group has already decided on the winner, and will also pull on some in the circle some fame, but not very conspicuous to participate, in order to create heat, and less trouble. As for why Su Chen knew so well, that's only because, at this time last year, he was also on the show, with Joe Sky Love. The two are kind of in the same boat. Who knew that today, Yi Chen would actually make such a condition again? Su Chen At this time Yi Chen took a deep breath and strongly suppressed his somewhat throbbing heart. Did you make money a little too easily before? Do you know, nowadays, after our combination is disbanded, if you can't find a job, how long it takes for you to be able to earn this $300,000? Then I really thank you. After saying that, Su Chen directly hung up the phone. To be honest, $1 million is not unacceptable. However, this variety show was truly disgusting to Su Chen. Su Chen waved his hand and tried his best to stabilize his emotions. A business card slipped right out of his pocket. A name stood out above it. Zhou Rui? Looking at that name, Su Chen's gaze held a few moments of surprise. There was something strange about the name, and something familiar. However, when he saw the position above, Su Chen's entire body was confused. Somewhat incredulously, he looked again. The new president of Joaquin? This name, Su Chen had heard of it. A month ago, Hua Jin parachuted in a beautiful president, just called Zhao Rui. However, not many people knew about it. Su Chen was even a pure asshole, so naturally he didn't pay attention to the news, but only vaguely heard Yi Chen say it. System Queen? Su Chen tried to summon it. Found no movement. No way. No way. No one crosses over and has to work for it, right? How about a punch card check-in or something? Su Chen's heart was somewhat depressed and suffocated. After immersing myself, I began to seriously think about what we should do next. After terminating his contract with the company, he was completely back to being a free agent. One can sign with other companies and do what one wants to do. The next step is to struggle on your own, to get a good understanding of the world. My lovely and charming asshole life. Su Chen couldn't help but lament. After spending the afternoon, Su Chen combed through the information in his mind. Another look on the web at what's going on nowadays. And yet, he also unexpectedly found that his mind became clearer. In his own original world, because of the long hours of medication, he was slow in thinking and even slow in reacting at times. It was also this that created Su Chen's asshole personality. After a month's time, he found that many things were extraordinarily clear in his mind, and what he had seen and heard before, although there was no way to recall them completely, nevertheless, he was able to be quite different. Hey, is this the level a normal person should be at? Su Chen stretched his waist. A brand new body is just fine. However, in memory, the original owner Su Chen was not a person who could not do anything, but was just too Buddhist. There were even times when notices were not willing to be taken. The most excessive one. After hearing a song called Going to the End of the World, the original owner drove right then and there, going crazy around G228, 219, and 331 for almost 3 months or so. Most of the money, too, is spent on this. No you have to leave me more or less otherwise you withdraw and block my asshole's path. Su Chen was rather helpless after combing through everything, and he harshly condemned the former lord for what he had done. The phone rang again. Picking up his cell phone, he found it was an unknown caller. Somewhat puzzled, he answered. Hello, is it Mr. Su Chen? I'm from the Hip Hop Has Me program, and now, I sincerely invite you to be our guest. Once you succeed in winning the championship, you can get $8 million of the program's prize money. On the other side, a sweet voice came out. What? 3 colons popped up in Su Chen's mind, and his entire body was confused in that instant. Are you okay? Winning the championship? Your Hip Hop Has Me. Isn't it the champion first, then the program? Su Chen said with some doubtful inquiries. Ahem. The sweet voice coughed a little awkwardly. That's putting it a little too bluntly. However, there was nothing that could be done about it, and after a slight pause, he continued. Mr. Su, you may have some misunderstandings about our program group. However, the second season of Hip Hop Has Me has been fully upgraded, and as long as you participate, you will be given $500,000 in notice fees. $500,000? Isn't it 300,000? Good guy. Feelings are too. Program group rebates are still eaten by your company, right? Su Chen was instantly infuriated. Mr. Su, do you have me to listen to me? That sweet voice came out once more. Su Chen took a deep breath and let his emotions gradually stabilize before continuing. Hear that? I'm in for this show. Shit. Su Chen suddenly thought, isn't he lacking money? There's $500,000 in notice money for being eliminated anyway. It's a waste not to go. Otherwise, with the few $1,000s he had in his hands, he wouldn't have been able to make it through the month. With this $500,000, one can get away with it for a long time. Yes, sir, I will send the contract to your mailbox later. Since you are now a free agent, I'd like to remind you that you need to pay 30% personal income tax on the $500,000 of notice. If you want to avoid the tax, you can register a studio first. In addition, the program will be recorded live tomorrow afternoon, so please come to the contracted address before tomorrow afternoon. What? 30%? 30% of $500,000. That's $150,000? In your own hands, that's only $350,000? Su Chen immediately felt some neat pain. However, it was normal to pay reasonable taxes. I'm afraid it's a little too late to register for the studio now. Looking at the contract in his mailbox, Su Chen didn't think much about it and signed it online. Started looking online for airfare back to Central Sea City. However, not long after Su Chen bought the airfare, the phone rang once again. Somewhat strangely, he picked up his cell phone and realized that the caller was Zhou Tai. To this person, Su Chen still had some impression. After all, they had participated in Hip Hop Has Meet together. And the person was still relatively honest. Only when he was on stage would he be a bit more wild. The caliber of the rapping is actually okay. However, there is not much background, and usually an honest kid with a 700,000 plus followers on Weibo. Pick up the phone. Brother Su, I heard that you're going to participate in Hip Hop with me too? Right. The program invited you too? Yeah, it's not easy to get a job. Xiao Tianai gave a simple laugh and said, the company side will be next for me. It's just to show up anyway. Is there something you want? Su Chen asked with some surprise. That, Brother Su, after you don't renew your contract with the company, do you need money? If you need money say so, I don't have more. A few tens of thousands of dollars is still able to support. Jotanai's voice was a little stilted. It seemed to be a bit anxious, but was still worried that saying it outright would not refute Su Chen's face. So some caution. There's still some on me, and the money for the program should be coming down within a week after I sign the contract. You don't have to worry about me. Su Chen was somewhat touched. After his own termination, none of those friends who had played better before had contacted each other. Instead, it was this Xiao Tianai who had only met a few times. She was willing to help herself at this time. Su Chen naturally didn't ask for Xiao Tianai's support. The money he had on him was barely enough to get to the recording in Zhonghai City. Airfare is damn expensive. Though, after getting off the plane, Su Chen came all the way to the Zhonghai City broadcasting station. After a brief contact with the Hip Hop With Me crew, it was off to the broadcast hall. Because this show is so hot on the internet, it has always been broadcast live. This is the only way to capture as much great footage as possible. Yo, isn't this Su Chen? After the group was disbanded, they were actually able to get work. Just at this time, an untimely voice came out from behind Su Chen. Su Chen looked back. The man in front of him was wearing a leather jacket with nails all over his clothes. It looks alive and well as a subway molester. With his clothes open and his hair dyed yellow and not trashy, he looked like an autumn weed. The man is a rapper who has been on fire lately and has named himself Madman. Popularity is also higher. TSK. Uncle, the rap circle is not that good. I hope you don't cry when you are eliminated. If you get eliminated again this time, it won't be easy to find work in the future. Ha 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 ha. Berserker scoffed loudly. As he spoke, he raised a middle finger at Su Chen. Madman, you've gone too far. At this time, a voice came out. Xiao Tianai glanced at the Berserker with some anger. No matter what, Brother Su is our senior. How could you do this? The Berserker looked at Xiao Tianai with contempt. Seniors? The entertainment industry is cruel. If it's about seniority, why don't you take the civil service exam? When you're in the ring, you have to rely on your strength to speak. Those who don't have the strength will shut up and lie down obediently. The Berserker finished his speech and left with his toes in the air. The corner of Xiao Tianai's mouth twitched viciously, wanting to get angry but unable to do anything about it. Turning back to Su Chen, he said, Brother Su, don't mind. This person's mouth just always stinks. Su Chen nodded. Rather, it wasn't really on the radar. How's the preparation going? Xiao Tianai gave a somewhat naive laugh. Just come over for a walkthrough, and I don't know how many installments I can last. I just hope it doesn't end in one installment. Well, come on. Su Chen patted Xiao Tianai's shoulder. If you need help in the future, you can come find me. Let's go. It's about to start. As they spoke, the two walked into the live room as well. The hosts, sound engineers, and others were also tuning up their equipment. All the players were also seated. The audience is coming in one after another. With the doors to the live hall closed, all the live equipment was also turned on. The sound engineers, the light engineers, all of them went to work in that moment. Okay, viewers, welcome to the second season of Hip Hop Has Me. Hip Hop Has Me is sponsored by Nai Tea, the milk tea drink that doesn't grow meat. On air, drink milk tea, choose Nai Tea. It's very fortunate that we have a lot of famous rappers with us today. This is destined to be a great showdown. Today, a total of 50 rappers are present. We'll eliminate 30 ranked players straight away. Every viewer in the audience has a voter in their hand with 5 votes in each one. And viewers in front of their TVs and computers can also vote through our voting channels. Whether these contestants stay or go is all in your hands. The compelling voice of the host came out, combined with the dynamic music in the middle of the live hall. Everyone was restless. Well, without further ado, let's have our first contestant on the stage. He is Tigerhead. As he spoke, a cheer came from the audience. Tigerhead takes the stage, microphone in hand. Oh, baby, join me, get dry. Tigerhead's voice was magnetic and low. This is my stage. All get manic. Haven't you had enough of your shitty classes? You're so lethargic. Tigerhead's voice carried across the room, quickly heating up the entire arena. It had to be said that Tigerhead still had some strength, and although he wasn't the strongest, there was nothing wrong with using him to heat up a scene, a song. Well, thank you Tigerhead for the great rap. The hosts quickly take the stage. Because of the large number of people on stage today, the rest of the day is going to be extremely compressed. The second player is quickly on the field. The 2 voting windows were also unlocked on the large screen in the very center, only the votes were still hidden. Great! The host took the stage again. Now, there are 13 contestants who have expressed themselves on stage. And next, we are going to have the important guest of honor this time, and also the third runner-up contestant of the first season of Hip Hop with Me Maniacs. Berserkers, come on, raise your hands above your head while jumping up with a jerk. I've always been a tree hugger. A tree hugger. Hear this. Suchen's entire body froze there. Nima, are you kidding me? Is this even a rap? However, this person had a large number of fans, and moreover, the voice was really good. Even if he kept repeating himself, there were countless people waving the glow sticks in their hands. Everyone's torsos seemed to be writhing like seaweed. Big brother Su, you're going to be next. Xiao Tian Ai gently reminded Su Chen. Su Chen nodded. In the back of my mind, I've already thought about what I'm going to sing this time. Very well, please go down and rest a little bit for the Berserkers. And next, we have Su Chen of the Morning Glory combo. The entire broadcast room looked at each other in that moment. The pop-ups are also drifting by like crazy. And the Morning Glory group? Dismissed. Okay, it's all ready at this point. So don't rub my family's Yichen the wrong way. Shame on you. No, how does he even have the nerve to come on this show? What does he know about rap? Taking the microphone from Maniac's hands, Maniac once again compared a middle finger to Su Chen. Instantly, the field boiled over. Everyone loves to see this face-to-face diss. Seeing 2 people with their swords drawn, everyone seems to be going crazy. The number of people in the live room skyrocketed again. Phew. Su Chen let out a breath and smiled at everyone afterward. Lift the mic. Which ungrateful one eliminated me in Old Love last year? Comparing who bounces higher in the field, that's just cheating. I'm sorry, you guys have to be more of a villain than I am. White shirt, black suit, buddy, wear a tie. In a flash, the field was mobilized. Throughout the live broadcast, everyone stood up in that instant, with a few moments of madness in their gazes. Holy shit, wasn't this dude not much of a rapper before? How did he suddenly become so strong? I doubt it. Su Chen should just be after being eliminated last year. Heart also Europe resentment. So that is why said to prepare for such a long time, just waiting for this year to take revenge. No way? Are you that vindictive? Right now, Su Chen is at the height of his grievances, having just had his combination terminated, and now he's in the same situation he was in last year. Can't wait to diss everyone I can. It's normal to have a high level of combat power. For a moment, all the people swayed to the rhythm while talking. However, Su Chen didn't care about that much at all. At this moment, he instead needed to enjoy the stage. It's true, he's really just here to vent this time. The anger in your heart, after all, has to be vented, or else if you keep it bottled up, people are going to have big problems. With a dynamic rhythm, Su Chen's rap directly pushed the atmosphere of the live broadcast to a climax. And at this moment, the Berserker's entire complexion was ironic. How could he not feel that there was a part of the song that was directed at himself? This damn Su Chen actually bullied his own face. The rap does seem to be very energetic, though. Inside the studio, a few moments of surprise also appeared in the director's gaze as he spoke to the assistant director beside him. This Su Chen still has strength. It's just a pity that he's not destined to go far on the stage of Hip Hop Has Me. Aha! The assistant director also nodded. However, the heat on this Su-chen nowadays is still good. We can let him all stay for a few installments. The song today was also able to add some heat to him. It's also a good thing for our program. At the end of the day, then find a way to eliminate him. The two men's voices were soft, constantly discussing something. Su-chen sang a song. The host takes the stage. Yes. The host smiled and said, "Thank you, Su-chen. And please ask Su-chen to come off the stage for a break. Now, you may score Su-chen's performance. The time is still 10 minutes. The host's voice carried a bit of excitement in it. Time is running out. We have the next contestant on stage. After Su-chen stepped down, Xiao Tianai looked at Su-chen and was close to going crazy. Brother Su, did you write this rap yourself? Crap. It's so awesome. It's like a heifer sitting on an airplane. It's bullish to the heavens. I've never heard such a name-dropping rap before. It's simply impeccable. Big Brother Su, how on earth did you come up with that? Xiao Tianai was unusually excited at this moment. How could he not know that? In fact, this time, Su-chen was just trying to get back at him and himself. In this situation, Xiao Tianai was still really a bit touched. It's a song that not only deases a lot of rappers, but even the entire show. Su-chen glanced at Xiao Tianai with some speechlessness. Boy, don't you hear a thing? There's not even you in there. Humph. Villainous. Do you think you can turn the tide against the wind just with a rap like this? Don't dream. You've been preparing for this song for a whole year, right? Ridiculous to think you can change anything. The berserker's voice had a touch of mockery in it. Be careful. Don't let me eliminate you straight away. After saying that, the berserker once again raised a middle finger. Are you sick? Xiao Tianai looked at the berserker and said angrily, "What on earth has Su done to you? How dare you target him like this? Che, I just don't like him. What's wrong? A singing asshole who actually wants to run into the rap scene, simply doesn't know how much weight he has." Berserker looked at Xiao Tianai in front of him. Don't think you can do anything just because someone backs you up. You're too weak. Want to get the title? In your next life. The berserker twisted his head after he finished. This really pissed off Xiao Tianai enough, and just wanted to say something, but was stopped by Su-chen. Su-chen's gaze carried a few points of faint helplessness in it. Alright, this temper of yours is really something. It should be changed. When you hear a dog barking by the side of the road, you actually want to go over and argue with the dog for a couple of minutes. Zhou Tai was speechless for a moment. Su-chen, you're the fucking dog. Who is the dog cursing? Su-chen slammed the table and said angrily, "The dog cursed you." Berserker was furious. Look, he admitted it himself. Su-chen, at this moment, instead said to Xiao Tianai in a pleasant manner. Xiao Tianai also froze for a moment, but in the blink of an eye, he understood, and his gaze carried a few moments of excitement. He immediately laughed out loud. "Big Brother Su, I really admire you too much. How dare you set me up?" Berserker's entire body was also confused for a long time before he realized that he had been set up. The moment was about to come over. However, it was pulled off by a side. It's live, so pay attention, or else the company won't even be able to save you then. You wait. The berserker gritted his teeth with a few moments of anger in his gaze. Sooner or later, one day, I want you to look good. Su-chen, on the other hand, ignored it. 10 minutes later, Su-chen's score was also locked up. He didn't know exactly how many votes he had gotten now, but he didn't really care. Anyway, his own notice fee for coming here once was $500,000. If there is a second time, that's just as well. The latter program, in turn, was still good. Joe Sky Love's play was pretty good too. Wait until all the rappers are done singing. It was only then that the host stepped on top of the stage once more, with a bit of heat in his gaze. Great. Thank you to all the rappers, for the great renditions. Nowadays, the ballots of all our contestants are blocked. As he spoke, he snapped and pointed to the big screen behind him. On the big screen, there was something like a blood bar behind all the players, and on top of that blood bar, there was a golden-colored dragon climbing. You can tell that the show did put its heart and soul into producing this. Next, we will come up with a leaderboard and reveal the true number of votes for all the contestants one by one. The host said here and deliberately paused. Let's wait and see. However, Su-chen was yawning at this moment. The broadcast was a dime a dozen, and there were no mishaps in the middle of it. But there were so many players. Every player is going to be on the field. The hosts also have to exercise control. In this case, the time also lasted nearly 3 hours. Su-chen had already been a little tired a long time ago. Xiao Tianai, on the other hand, was extremely nervous at this moment, and her body was trembling violently. On the big screen, along with the unlocking of votes from one contestant to another, you catch up with each other on top of the 20-place list, and every now and then, one person is sidelined from the list. Some of those sidelined from the list hang their heads in shame. Some pounded their chests. The whole studio was extraordinarily lively, and the photographers were frantic to capture the moment. Coincidentally, the image of Su Chen yawning was captured in, and the photographer, as if he also understood what was going on, instantly gave Su Chen a close-up. Seeing this scene, the pop-up screen was hilarious. Ha ha ha, this dude didn't sleep last night. I'm afraid, either that or they knew they were going to be eliminated and said they didn't care. Hurry up and get off work. I'm sleepy like I usually am when I'm working. It seems that every hitman doesn't want to work overtime, and neither do the stars. There were also some people who felt that Su Chen was a bit too pretentious. The amount of pop-ups at this time also spiked. However, there were also more that were all discussing the number of votes in this. The director was also following the movements in real time, and a few moments of excitement appeared in his gaze. The data is on the rise. At the moment, our hip-hop has already exceeded 20 million plays on the platforms on the internet, and the heat has exceeded 100 million. This is simply an open door. It seems that this Su Chen is really our lucky star. It was while Su Chen was there being bored. A man slowly walked to Su Chen's front side and said cheerfully, "Su Chen, do you remember me?" "You?" Su Chen froze for a moment and looked at the man. A few moments of surprise appeared in his eyes. "Zhuang Ling Ling," Xiao Tian AI at this time hurriedly said, also a newcomer in our rap circle, but very talented. "Oh, Zhuang Ling Ling, you sang very well just now." Su Chen yawned again and said affirmatively. Zhuang Ling Ling blinked her eyes somewhat wryly. "Really? Then what did I sing just now?" Su Chen's entire body was confused. "Nima, I'm just being polite. Why are you asking so bluntly?" TSK, Su Chen. Su Chen, you are not real at all. But you actually did forget about me. But it's really time to beat. Between words, Zhuang Lingling hit Su Chen with some exasperation. Su Chen's entire body was confused, as if it was a bit hard to believe his ears, and carefully observed the Zhuang Lingling in front of him, while also feeling that the name was somewhat familiar. After watching for a long time, "You're Zhuang Lingling from the 8th grade?" After saying that, Su Chen was a bit incredulous. "How did you come to participate in this crap? What about this program now?" Su Chen was a bit incredulous. "You think they're all like you? Once you graduate from college, you're able to sign with a company and become a hit? Most of the world is full of ordinary people like us." "Okay, one step at a time. I've tried a lot of them. What with the ballads, pop, rock, whatever. What show wants me and where do I go? The type that's cheap and doesn't pick the jobs." Between words, Zhuang Lingling shrugged her shoulders very casually. There were a few moments of faint helplessness in his gaze, and then he continued, "This is the only way to survive. It's not as bad as you say," Su Chen said breathlessly. "You were the school flower of the 8th middle school at that time. How many men's dream girl?" "Cut." Zhuang Lingling bristled. "Then haven't you still forgotten who I am?" "No, with your big gold chain and small watch, it's only reasonable that I forgot about it for a moment." Su Chen somewhat breathlessly glanced at the now very hip-hop Zhuang Lingling, and after a moment's pause, he then continued, "However, you don't look like you've changed much." "Yeah," Zhuang Lingling surveyed herself. "I do feel that I've changed quite a bit. On the contrary, it's you. Watching you raise a tall building, watching you banquet guests, who knows that the creation of people. Now actually the combination is disbanded. What are the next plans?" Zhuang Lingling opened her mouth to inquire and said, "What else is the plan?" Su Chen laughed bitterly, and then continued, "Mixing it up. It's quite good too. Sometimes I envy you." Zhuang Lingling nodded. The eyes saw the big screen once more. Su Chen's name had a golden dragon soaring above it in this instant, and the numbers soared crazily. At once, he squeezed into the top 10, and along with the soaring numbers, Su Chen's ranking directly squeezed into the top 3, and it was still going up like crazy. There was no intention of stopping at all. All the people on the field held their breath. That number kept going up and the bar was lengthening. Soon, it was a straight top to the number 1 spot. Those below also crashed quickly, and Xiao Tianai's ranking was also unlocked open, although it was also on the way up. However, the increase was not too obvious. It ended up settling in 5th place. At this moment, Zhuang Lingling was also very excited, quietly waiting, and her name, from the beginning to the end, never appeared. Finally, the face shook his head helplessly. "It seems that I can't keep going, so I'll just have to go back again and see if there are any places that need people." Zhuang Lingling shrugged her shoulders and said in a pretense of relief. Su Chen glanced at Zhuang Lingling. "In fact, your voice is not very suitable for rapping. Your vocal line is a bit soft. It's somewhat suitable for singing songs in the pop lyric category instead. Which would be better? You'll also be able to bring your strengths into full play. Thanks for the heads up." Zhuang Lingling said helplessly. I know what my strengths are, but the first major premise to bring out the strengths is to live. This is not the time for me to pick a show. Su Chen first froze for a moment, but then he understood, nodding slightly and saying, understood. Once again there was a long silence. Next I might go and open a studio of my own. If there's anything I need help with, feel free to come and find me. Su Chen smiled at Zhuang Lingling and said, after all, we're old classmates. What I should help, I will definitely help. Zhuang Lingling froze for a moment first. It seemed to be looking at Su Chen with some surprise. You're opening a studio? Planning to go solo next? Aha! Su Chen also nodded slightly. It seems that the breakup of the group didn't affect you too much. When Zhuang Lingling saw this look on Su Chen's face, she immediately laughed. Su Chen shrugged. It can't be helped. I've come out to take on jobs. The impact is still pretty big. Hearing Su Chen's words, Zhuang Lingling also giggled, looking a little flamboyant. Taking out his cell phone, he was about to leave Su Chen's contact information. However, Zhuang Lingling quickly realized that something wasn't quite right. She looked at the thing in front of her and frowned deeply. Immediately afterward, he glanced at Su Chen. When Su Chen saw Zhuang Lingling's appearance, he was somewhat surprised and inquired, what? Encountered a ghost? It's not. Zhuang Lingling had some difficulty speaking, and after a few moments of silence, she spoke once again. Su Chen, you'd better take a look for yourself. After saying that, he handed his cell phone to Su Chen. Su Chen first froze, but, without excusing himself, he picked up Zhuang Lingling's cell phone and began to look at it seriously. The Morning Glory Group, Yi Chen, is sounding great again, calling on former partner Su Chen. Be generous. Su Chen carried a few moments of surprise, and then gently clicked in. What was found, was a statement from Yi Chen on Weibo. First of all, thanks to all of my fan friends who have supported us. These past 2 days, I've been unusually torn. The song that Su Chen sang at our concert in the spring was co-written by the duo of our group, and was created with our hearts and souls, originally intended to be used as among the new albums. But how could I have not expected that Su Chen would release it in advance on top of the concert? And, after getting off the stage, register the copyright alone. Once again, I, Yi Chen, appeal to brother Su Chen, and I hope that you respect the truth. Allow me to also use at the same time the song we both co-wrote in the spring. The whole statement, which was posted 10 minutes ago. In just 10 minutes, this one statement quickly logged into the hot list. Below, the cries of the netizens came out like a mountain of cries. I told you, this Su Chen has always been mediocre. How can he bring out a song on his own? Su Chen is so shameless. It's obvious that the two created the song together, and actually took it out alone in the concert to show it in front of people. Su Chen, I likes you too. You have to apologize to Yi Chen. You have to apologize to the entire nation. Su Chen, at the expense of me voting for you in the middle of your program. Countless comments, almost one-sidedly criticized Su Chen as well. Su Chen looked at this microblog. His heart was also a little annoyed, and, also felt a deep chill. He had always thought that between himself and Yi Chen, it was merely because of the flawed distribution of benefits, and that there was still nothing too wrong with the real relationship between the two. However, how could he not expect that this Yi Chen actually chose to voice out like this at this time? This song has Yi Chen's composition? What a fucking joke. Su Chen's face darkened as he silently returned the phone to Zhuang Lingling. Zhuang Lingling just looked at Su Chen worriedly, and then softly inquired, are you alright? I'm fine. Su Chen shook his head slightly, his face looking slightly better for a few moments, and only after a slight pause did he continue. Thank you. This song. Zhuang Lingling was silent for a moment, then spoke again immediately after. I also like it very much. Aha! Su Chen probably understood what Zhuang Lingling meant, was a little worried, but, also more or less skeptical. Zhuang Lingling and Su Chen used to be classmates, and she was still very clear about what kind of person Su Chen was. She remembered very clearly the lonely and stubborn teenager in school. Once upon a time, the teenager who was misunderstood by everyone, but still stood up and proved himself. The teenager who took his overflowing piggy bank to school during the Yunchuan earthquake, smashed it open in public, and donated all the money inside. Shouldn't have done something like that, right? Only, the years are relentless. Who knows what kind of things will happen in these years? People are very changeable. Thanks. Su Chen smiled, and then drew out his cell phone. Opening his microblog, he realized that countless fans of the original Morning Glory group had flooded under his microblog in an instant and began an endless tirade. Clear the air. Why don't you go ahead and close the comments? Zhuang Lingling poked her head in and said with some concern after taking a look. When Su Chen heard this, he shook his head somewhat helplessly. It's all been cleared, so there's no need to close the comments. And at this moment, Juan Lingling was also very curious. This situation was very cruel for Su Chen. How come he didn't look the least bit worried? Just slightly angry? How does he plan to deal with what comes next? Su Chen took the cell phone. Think hard about it. It was only then that he quoted that statement of Yi Chen's, and then added underneath, "I'm really sorry. I've been attending the show and didn't see this statement from Mr. Yi Chen until now. I'm deeply terrified and puzzled. My heart is exceptionally happy to have this song recognized by Mr. Yi Chen, and at the same time, deeply puzzled by the words we co-created. Maybe it's my memory. Something's wrong." As he wrote this, Su Chen quoted a few laughing and crying emoticons. "I've been having a bit of a comfortable time lately, so it's inevitable that my memory is a bit misplaced. So, here, I want to ask Mr. Yi Chen, the two of us, co-writing songs, is this the only one in the springtime?" When Su Chen wrote this, he first paused, and then gently hit publish. Yi Chen at this moment, is sitting there, after hearing the news, took out his cell phone and took a serious look. His eyes showed a few moments of bewilderment. He was a little not quite clear. Su Chen, this looks lukewarm back to what exactly means. However, looking at the last sentence, Yi Chen's heart felt more or less uneasy. It's hard to believe that this Su Chen is hiding other songs? Shouldn't be. The two have always been together. Moreover, Su Chen is also really good to himself. Should not be so hidden. The thought came to him. Su Chen was swindling himself. Thinking of this, Yi Chen took a deep breath. It's all come down to this. Even if he died, he could only go on with his head. There were a few moments of anger in his eyes. $3 million. You don't even think about it. Where in your body do you look like you could be worth $3 million? With a few points of resentment, Yi Chen took his cell phone and said with a quick input, "Of course, it's not easy to have a song like this. The two of us also wasted a long time composing it before we created it." After the release, it was only then that Yi Chen was able to take a long breath, make sure there won't be any problems, and at this moment, Yi Chen's microblog has completely fallen. The Morning Glory group was still very hot. In that, of course, most of the people came for Yi Chen. As for Su Chen, he was simply a little transparent with not many fans, because he was just too mixed up amongst the group. When Su Chen saw the statement released by Yi Chen, the corners of his mouth faintly revealed a few faint smiles. So be it. It seems that my memories aren't off to the point of being too outrageous after all. Then next, I will also release a song every day for 7 days. Everyone who follows me can also rest assured. Yi Chen has already proved that if there is still any doubt about in spring, then these 7 songs of mine should belong to my personal and independent creation. As for the attribution of in the spring, I don't endorse what Yi Chen said either. If it's really a combination of creations, then the company should have kept a backup after the creation was finished in the first place, and would have registered the copyright in the first place under both of our names. Why would you wait until I registered myself separately? And, whoever suspects, cites evidence. Since Mr. Yi Chen believes that this song was co-written by the two of us, then please show me proof. Mr. Yi Chen. After these words were posted, instead, Su Chen heard the host standing on the stage. Very well, our top 20 have been created, and they will remain on this stage to fight with the glory that is theirs. Stay tuned, viewers, for the next installment of Hip Hop Has Me. The program ends with a final performance by the host. The people around us are starting to leave in droves, and Xiao Tian AI also walked over, looking at Su Chen with some concern. "Big brother Su, are you alright?" "I'm fine, don't worry." Su Chen smiled, but did not take this matter to heart, with a few points of faint helplessness in his gaze, and only after a slight pause did he then speak. "Congratulations. You've advanced. Not as good as Big Brother Su. Big Brother Su was the first to advance. Big Brother Su, that song of yours is just too combustible. I'm going crazy listening to it down there." Speaking of which, Xiao Tian AI looked a little agitated. "Get ready for the next installment," Su Chen said softly to Xiao Tian AI. "Well, Big Brother Su, if you need anything, you can contact me in the first instance." Xiao Tian AI finished speaking and left as well. The two of them, Su Chen and Juan Lingling, walked out of the live broadcast hall. Juan Lingling looked at Su Chen and said, "Where are you going next?" "Go find a hotel to stay in." Su Chen touched his nose, and then continued, "Next we'll wait for the money from Hip Hop Has Me to arrive, and only after that will we be able to rent an apartment." Listen to this. Juan Lingling covered her mouth in some shock, with a few moments of shock in her gaze, and then continued, "No way? No way? You actually don't even have the money to rent an apartment?" Ahem. Su Chen's old face reddened, and for a moment he didn't know what he should say. "So what? I spent a bit too much money before. It's only natural to run out of money now." Between words, Su Chen touched his own nose, his voice carrying a few hints of faint helplessness, and only after a long time did he go on to say, It'll get better. Do you need money? Chuang Lingling continued. Su Chen tilted his head, shaking his head somewhat helplessly. For the time being, it's quite good to live in a hotel. There's no need to clean up after myself. Moreover, the privacy is also slightly better. The money on my body is also enough for the time being. If it's really not enough, then I'll ask you for help. Yes. Hearing this, Zhuang Lingling nodded in reassurance. Then I'll leave first. I have an announcement to catch in the evening. It's not good to be late. Let's get in touch again when we have the chance. Zhuang Lingling waved her hand at Su Chen, with a few sweet smiles on her face, which looked out of place with her current outfit. Su Chen, on the other hand, took a cab. Master, please go to the nearby hotel. Su Chen opened his mouth and said. The master snapped off his watch, a few smiles on his face. What kind of hotel do you want? With a little sisters, ahem. When Su Chen heard this, he was somewhat speechless, and after a slight pause, he continued. A proper hotel. Got it. Proper hotel with a little sister, right? The driver's master gave an expression that all men understand, and then started to start. Su Chen was confused for that moment. Are you kidding me? Shit, don't you want to lose face yourself? If this matter is spread to the internet again, one doesn't have to live. Su Chen took a deep breath and said with a dark face, there's no little sister's hotel. Young people don't know how good their little sister is. The driver master glanced meaningfully at Su Chen, and then continued. The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched viciously, and for a moment, he really didn't know what to say. He cried and laughed a little. Master, I'm just tired and want to take a good rest. Please just take me to a nearby star hotel. You don't have to care about the rest. Yes. The driver nodded somewhat helplessly. The night color in Shanghai City is exceptionally moving. The lights are red, loaded with a soul that doesn't belong here. Su Chen doesn't belong here either. Suddenly, Su Chen sensed that there was no need for him to remain in this place, when enough to earn enough money, to the Yunchuan side, to find a place of beautiful scenery, get a small courtyard of their own, and then daily idle at home. This is the perfect life belonging to a bastard. How much money is that going to make? It was in the back of his mind for a long time. Well, make enough for $30 million and call it a day. Su Chen spoke to himself. By this time, the driver master had already brought Su Chen to the front door of the Boré Hotel, and the porters skillfully opened the car door. TSK, the young people nowadays, are really one more than one will pretend. The driver master, that voice drilled into Su Chen's ears. Not waiting for Su Chen to have any reaction, he hit the fire and raised his head. After checking in, Su Chen came into the room. Now, he had less than $2,000 in cash left on him, and he would have to hold out for at least a week under the circumstances. And, trying to figure out how to record a song, it's not an easy thing to do. Su Chen rubbed his forehead. At the very least, it's a guitar. However, just at this time, Su Chen's phone rang. Hello? Su Chen picked up his cell phone and asked, what do you mean? Across the room, through gritted teeth, with unrivaled anger in his voice, almost a growl, he said, do you really have that many new songs? Aha! Su Chen laughed, and then continued, you should know, I'm just a mixer, not a dish. Then why didn't you take it out earlier? Yi Chen's voice came out again. Su Chen fell silent and didn't say anything more. Only, this was what made Yi Chen feel even worse. Do you know that you are going to ruin me if you do this? Yi Chen said word for word. Su Chen was silent again. Su Chen, I beg you, I was wrong. You withdraw that microblog, okay? Yi Chen's voice had a few tremors in it. He is now really some fear. He is afraid. Su Chen really take out so many songs. To that time, his lies naturally do not break the original him, but want to through public opinion. Su Chen hands of the song over, even if it is signed. Become a co-creator. I've been able to sing in concerts and on albums myself, but now, that song didn't have a single thing to do with him, which made Yi Chen feel as if there were ants squirming in his body. And did it ever occur to you, when you were tweeting, that your words would, in all likelihood, destroy me as well? Su Chen's voice was soft. Immediately afterward, hung up. He does need to release songs, because he's poor. Su Chen lay on the bed, and then began to look through his address book. He has always been a small transparent in the circle. So, although he knows a lot of people, but, there are not many that really count as friendship. Was having a hard time there? Zhou Taiai's phone call came through. Hey, Su. Xiao Tianai's voice was very soft as she opened her mouth and inquired, do you, by any chance, need to record a song? How do you know? Su Chen said with some doubtful inquiry. Hey, Xiao Tianai smiled and paused for a moment before continuing. Isn't this what I felt from your Weibo? If you need to record a song, I can help you. I have a recording studio over here. You can come over if you need to. Xiao Tianai's voice held a bit of urgency in it. You still have a recording studio? Su Chen was a bit surprised. Brother Su, I'll send you the address. If you want to come over, you can come over anytime. You don't know. Right now on the internet, it's all about you. Your hotness is simply exploding. It's the cursing that's going to explode, isn't it? Su Chen shook his head somewhat helplessly. He. Black and red is also red. Xiao Tian AI continued. Moreover, Big Brother Su, you're so talented. As long as someone pays attention to you, you'll definitely have a chance to turn the tables. After a brief chat with Xiao Tian AI, Su Chen hung up the phone. Arriving at Xiao Tian AI's recording studio, Su Chen was all a little shocked. This place was located in the most central part of the entire Zhanghainu district, occupying an entire floor. The overall decor is very luxurious. Is this yours? Su Chen looked at Xiao Tian AI and asked with some incredulity. Xiao Tian AI smiled and nodded, a few points of helplessness showing in her voice. Yeah, because I needed to record a song myself, and besides, it was more troublesome to go and find another recording studio, so I just got one myself. You are not. Su Chen looked at Xiao Tian AI in front of him somewhat speechlessly. In his impression, Xiao Tian AI should belong to the kind of person who was more honest and was also very genial. The family shouldn't have much money either. After all, he was all dressed up and down in hipster brands, which were actually not particularly expensive. In this paper-drunk entertainment industry, he was considered to be in the plain category. Brother Su, let's not talk about that for now. Xiao Tian AI brought Su Chen to the place where the recording was taking place. Is the new song ready? Xiao Tian AI said with a curious inquiry. Su Chen pointed to his head, and then continued. Musical instruments and all that, right? Yes. Zhou Tai nodded. Su Chen thought about it a little bit. If we were talking about songs that were similar to In the Spring, Angry Life should be considered one. The present-day Su Chen, on the contrary, didn't think much of being famous. The first is the ability to change money. Moreover, nowadays, it was actually the stage where he and Yi Chen were fighting. So of course, they had to come up with songs that were similar in style. There's no need for all-encompassing seconds. Su Chen first used various instruments and pounded out small samples of music there. Next to him, Xiao Tian AI stood there. His entire body had been completely confused. He had never seen this kind of situation before. One had to know that it hadn't even been an hour since Su Chen had arrived here. In this 1 hour's time, he had actually already done so many things. The samples of the direct songs are out. Even still, it was under his nose. As much as the same instrument was trying. Makes a wonderful tune. Paging me. Su Chen let out a long breath. With a few moments of relief in his voice, the tune is almost ready. So it's time to get the lyrics next. Can I have a pen and paper? Su Chen's voice was soft. Of course there's no problem. Xiao Tian AI nodded her head as if she were a chicken pecking at rice. Hurriedly brought over a pen and paper. Handed it to Su Chen. And then continued. Is there anything else I need to help? If there is a recording just now, give me the prepared small sample to loop. Su Chen nodded. Trouble. Xiao Tian AI hurriedly shook her head. No trouble. Just by hearing this song, Xiao Tian AI already felt very stunning. He couldn't wait to find out what kind of song Su Chen could actually create. Take a pen and paper. Su Chen thought seriously, and then began to write and draw there. Su Chen also tried his best to act like he was thinking. Otherwise, he was afraid that Xiao Tian AI would think of himself as a monster. In this way, after Su Chen racked his brain for half an hour, he finished writing the lyrics of Angry Life and said to Xiao Tian AI next to him, prepare to record the song. Not changing it? Zhou Tai asked cautiously. Not a word. Su Chen dropped the pen in his hand and said easily. Xiao Tian AI stood on the sidelines, her entire body in shock. Su Chen, on the other hand, arrived in the middle of the recording studio. Actually, recording songs is not an easy job. Oftentimes, over and over is no way to achieve satisfactory results. The condition of your voice, and what you eat, and how wet you are all possible influences, and even that, your state of mind can affect the process of recording a song. However, for Su Chen, the opposite was easier. The song, in his head, had become very familiar. Soon, Su Chen had recorded the entire song in its entirety. That's awesome. Xiao Tian AI couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Su Chen in front of her. A few moments of shock appeared in her gaze before she went on to say, Big Brother Su, I really admire you. I heard that you're going to open your own studio, right? Aha! Su Chen nodded, but did not hide it, just quietly looking at Xiao Tian AI in front of him. There is such an idea. Why don't I sign on under your studio's name? At this time, Xiao Tian AI's eyes had all bubbled up with light. Looking at Su Chen in front of him, it was as if he had found the direction of his struggle. Su Chen froze for a moment, with a few points of faint surprise in his gaze, and after a slight thought, He scratched his head and said, "No, I remember you have a contracted company." "Yes." At this time, Xiao Tianai nodded. You don't have to care about this. Anyway, it's just a tiny bit of liquidated damages. Besides, they may not really want it. Don't worry, as long as you're willing to take me in, I'll make sure I come to your studio clean and dry." Su Chen was a little speechless for a moment, looking at Xiao Tianai in front of him. Why did this sound a little strange? However, after a slight pause, only then did he inquire somewhat oddly, "Your family has money?" "Aha!" This Xiao Tianai nodded his head full of concern, with a few faint smiles in his gaze, but did not want to hide. "The family is so a little bit of small money. I came to the circle. In fact, is a little bit not very convincing? I also do not like my parents to arrange my life. I have my own things to do. What do you want?" Su Chen looked at Xiao Tianai in front of him and instantly felt a little confused. "I want to be famous. I want my own stage. I want the world to hear me." Speaking of which, Xiao Tianai instantly became a bit agitated. "What exactly does your family do?" Su Chen glanced at this recording studio, with a few moments of surprise in his gaze, and then said in a softly inquiring voice. Xiao Tianai scratched his head a little awkwardly, after a pause, before continuing, "Well, the family is in the real estate business. Huangyu Real Estate. Have you heard of it? Huangyu Real Estate?" Su Chen paused slightly. "Nima, this can be too familiar. In the middle of this world, this can be said to be one of the top real estate developers in the entire country." Looking at Zhou Tai'ai in front of him, Su Chen was a bit speechless for a moment. There is a saying that all roads lead to Rome, but with some people, Rome is someone else's. What do you think you're doing? Working so hard? Home is supposed to be able to make your life very easy? This place. Su Chen pointed at the recording studio in front of him and said with some skepticism inquiring. "Well, you guessed it." Xiao Tianai smiled. "This place was developed by the family. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to take it over and use it directly. I've saved a lot of pocket money since I was a kid, and nowadays, all I spend is my own pocket money, and my family hasn't taken too much from me." That's a bit of a pretentious thing to say. Su Chen looked at Xiao Tianai in front of him somewhat speechlessly. Why bother? Big brother Su, just sign me. I have a feeling that other than you, no one should be able to make me a hit. After so many years, my strength is not bad, but, as you can see, it's been uneventful. Although there are connections in my family, there's been a falling out between me and my parents, and it's good enough that the government offices don't trip up behind my back. Xiao Tianai's hands closed together as she looked pitifully at Su Chen in front of her. It's not too much of a problem, but I'm not sure now. I haven't even registered my studio yet, and right now I have less than $2,000 on me from top to bottom. I have money. Xiao Tianai didn't wait for Su Chen to finish, and said hurriedly, $1 million? Registering a studio should be no problem. Don't ask for anything else. Brother Su, write me a song, quality and all that. I don't ask for that much. Anyway, I'll be your studio's person from now on, and Brother Su is definitely not going to treat me badly. Xiao Tianai looked at Su Chen in front of him. Su Chen didn't know what to say for a moment. This was so humble. Wouldn't it be more or less unkind if he didn't agree? Why don't you talk to the company side first? Look into the matter of terminating the contract? Yes. Xiao Tianai nodded hurriedly while picking up her cell phone. Very randomly dialed a number. "Hello? Uncle Wang I want to get out of my contract. Well, I want to go to my friend's studio now. Oops. About the liquidated damages. Just ask my dad for it. I don't have any money anyway. Then I don't care. I'm not working for your company anyway. That's it. Bye." After hanging up the phone, Xiao Tianai looked at Su Chen very seriously. "Done." Su Chen looked at Xiao Tianai in front of him with a helpless face and said with some embarrassment, "Is it so rash?" "Yeah," Xiao Tianai said with a straight face. "That's how rash it is. But brother Su, don't worry. I go to your studio hard but not a bit of rash. And also very serious. Real money or not so real. How about I sign a high default? In that case, if I do break the contract in the future, you can take the contract and ask my dad for the money. No matter what. Absolutely not able to let brother Su you lose." When Xiao Tianai saw that Su Chen seemed to be a little worried, she once again opened her mouth and said, "But don't." Su Chen immediately felt a layer of cold sweat on his head. "Nima, have seen a pitfall, but have not seen such a pitfall. So, what's your vocal condition? Think you can handle the song I just sang?" Su Chen inquired. Xiao Tianai's eyes instantly glowed. "Shall I try?" Su Chen nodded. Xiao Tianai was instantly interested. "Rush off to commission the equipment. After confirming that there are no problems, start recording." It had to be said that Xiao Tianai's voice condition was still not a problem. After all, He had been a rapper for such a long time. Moreover, he should have gone through more professional training as well. After recording it 3 times, it would have been much worse. Well, Xiao Tianai looked at Su-chan with some apprehension. Su-chan smiled and said, "The whole thing is still quite good. I'll leave this song to you. Record it today no matter what and release it. The song I will authorize you to perform." Really? Xiao Tianai's entire body suddenly became excited. "Thank you, brother Su. Alright, that's it for now. I'll find some time in the next 2 days to register the studio. Where's the need for you to run errands for this?" As she spoke, Xiao Tianai picked up her cell phone once again. "Hey, sis, do me a favor. Well, I have a friend who wants to register a studio. What about names?" Speaking here, Xiao Tianai raised her head there, glanced at Su-chan in front of her, and opened her mouth inquiringly. Su-chan let out a bitter smile. To be honest, he had never thought that Xiao Tianai's efficiency would actually be so high that he had already fast-forwarded to the studio's registration so quickly. Thinking seriously for a moment before continuing, "Well, let's call the name Otherworldly." Otherworldly? Crap, that's a super cool name. Xiao Tianai hurriedly nodded. "Let's settle on this one." After a brief exchange, Xiao Tianai hung up the phone. Later on, someone will come over to fetch Brother Su your identity information and whatnot. You just wait on the line. Definitely do it properly and beautifully for you. Xiao Tianai patted his chest and said with assurance. However, it was at this time, Zhou Tai's cell phone rang once more. The moment she picked up her cell phone, Xiao Tianai's face changed slightly. The corners of his mouth twitched viciously before he sobbed and answered the call. "Hello? Sister Zhao. What do you want to see me about?" On the opposite side, a very calm yet somewhat bland voice came out. "Give the phone to Su-chen." Su-chen? Xiao Tianai seemed to be a bit surprised. However, it was as if she was stuffing hot potatoes, directly handing her cell phone to Su-chen. "Big brother Su. Looking for you." Su-chen felt a little strange. "Pick up the phone." "Hello? I thought I told you to contact me? You're in a very bad situation." A familiar voice came out. Su-chen thought for a long time before remembering this woman. Zhou Ruoi. How did this woman find herself? "Are you listening?" Zhao Ruoi's voice was flat. "Or have you already thought of a solution?" "That, Mr. Zhao," Su-chen said somewhat euphemistically. "I'm already planning to open my own studio. And, indeed, I have a solution." On the other end of the line, there was instant silence. "Mr. Cho?" Su-chen opened his mouth and said inquiringly. "You? Are there any instructions?" "No." Zhao Ruoi's tone remained flat. "What's next?" "Well, now that we've signed Xiao Tianai, we might sign some more singers in the future, then help them write songs." Su-chen paused for a moment before continuing. "Launch some newcomers. Still planning to hang around?" Zhao Ruoi spoke again. Su-chen was a bit bewildered. How did this Zhao Ruoi know what he was thinking? Ahem, not really. It just feels like, it makes it easier. If you need anything, you can call me. Do you have any singers under the studio? Do you need me to introduce you to a few with good voices? Zhao Ruoi spoke again. This time, it was Su-chen's turn to be silent. "Don't think too much about it. It's just that listening to You're in the Spring was very emotional. If it wasn't for that song that night, perhaps, nowadays, I would have already chosen to leave this profession." Zhao Ruoi continued. "You're also very talented. That's why I want to help you out. In show business, more friends, more ways." Article? Su-chen's head was filled with cold sweat. Ahem. Zhao Ruoi's face reddened slightly, realizing that she had said the wrong thing. "Don't think too much." "Aha." Su-chen nodded. "I'll look for you if I need to. If you need anything, you can also look for me." Su-chen said a polite set of words, was about to hang up, but it was Zhao Ruoi's voice that was heard. "Really? I really have a more important and urgent job on my side. Our company has recently shot a new TV series. Only the ending song has never been finalized. So, if possible, I'd like to ask you to help write one. It can be a singer signed to your studio singing. We just want the rights to the song. For the price, I probably can't give you too much. Only 1 million. Su-chen was a bit confused for a moment. Just the right to use it? What's the price? $1 million? Su-chen subconsciously touched his nose, feeling more or less shocked. After a moment's pause, only then did he say somewhat euphemistically, "That, Mr. Zhao, I sell my art, not my body." Zhao Ruoi's cheeks turned red in a flash, and she said viciously, "When did I ask you to sell yourself? You are unaware of what a good end credit song means to a TV series. The entire TV series has a huge investment, and I don't want a single flaw, so you'd better not think of fooling around. If it doesn't pass on my end, you won't get that million." Zhao Ruoi said with some exasperation. "Okay, I understand. I'll be sure to prepare properly." After hearing that he didn't need to sell himself, Suchen also let out a long breath. I'll send you the plot synopsis of the drama. Zhao Rui's voice once again returned to calm. Hanging up, Xiao Tianai looked at Suchen with some trepidation. How did you dare to talk to her like that? Aren't you worried about her rushing over and kicking your ass? Ha! Suchen was somewhat surprised. Is there any connection here? This is a mother Tyrannosaurus. Xiao Tianai shrunk her neck, subconsciously glanced around and said, in the circle, no one is not afraid of him. Taekwondo black belt, from childhood to adulthood. Beat over the men in our circle, one by one. What's it got to do with me? Suchen was a bit speechless. It's not like I'm from your circle. And rightly so. When Xiao Tianai heard this, it dawned on him as well. I'll go record it again. I feel that I should be able to sing it better. The process of recording the song still went relatively smoothly. Xiao Tianai's voice condition was a little better than Suchen expected. After the recording, then a woman in a professional OL with a tall and slender figure walked in. After seeing Xiao Tianai, he gave a slight nod to Xiao Tianai. Little Mr. Zhang, here it comes. Xiao Tianai smiled. See what all is needed? The studio is his. Besides, I'll pay for the paid-in capital part. Yes. The woman nodded slightly and didn't say anything more. Introducing Li Yun. Xiao Tianai pointed at Li Yan and said with a smile, the manager of this recording studio of mine, a Harvard graduate, came back from abroad 3 years ago and has been following me ever since. She's the one who helps take care of all the big and small things here for me. Trouble. Suchen nodded at Li Yan. Li Yan looked Suchen up and down. Morning Glory Group's Suchen? In real life, it looks as if he's slightly more photogenic than on TV. Thanks. Suchen smiled, but did not say anything more. All that needs to be prepared is some identification information, and a proxy license. In this world, helping to register a studio is still relatively easy, and Li Yun is also very professional, and has already taken care of all these things within a very short period of time. Right, prepare another signing contract next. Xiao Tianai spoke. After the new studio is registered, I'm going to sign under his new studio. In addition, you'll help me to communicate about the termination of the contract. At this time, Li Yun had a few moments of bewilderment in her eyes. Looking at Xiao Tianai was like looking at a retard. What's wrong? Xiao Tianai asked with some skepticism. Is there something wrong? Are you sure you want to terminate your contract? You should know that your current contract is an A-class contract, which is very rare. According to your present curiosity, it is impossible to get this contract. But it is, my sister. At this time, Xiao Tianai hurriedly folded her hands together and said awkwardly, can you just give me a little face? Li Yan looked somewhat helplessly at Xiao Tianai in front of her and waved her hand. Tell me, what's going on again? Listen to this first. Xiao Tianai took out the song she had just recorded and said excitedly to Li Yan. Yes. Li Yan glanced at Xiao Tianai with some skepticism and said, if this thing doesn't satisfy me, you should do what you want. I won't go along with your nature. After all was said and done, put on the headphones. With the intro playing, Li Yan felt a pale and powerful sensation gradually spreading among her body. How many times have I fallen off the path? A simple yet bombastic beat with a beautiful melody. How many times have wings been broken? With the gradual progression of the song, Li Yun took a deep breath and gently closed her eyes. Listened intently. Previously, she had also heard some of Xiao Tianai's music songs, and to be honest, it couldn't even bring up the slightest bit of interest. While this song made Li Yan feel a wave of shock when it appeared, and this song developed Xiao Tianai's voice conditions almost completely. Not bad. Much better than the ones you used to sing. Planning on going down this road? Li Yan looked at Xiao Tianai in front of her and took a sip of tea before continuing. This was given to me by Big Brother Su, and has been authorized for me to sing, as long as I become an artist under his studio. Xiao Tianai said very seriously. Moreover, this is only the first song. There will be more in the future. I believe that Su is the one who can help me realize my dreams. Li Yun fell silent. At one point, she especially wanted to crack open Xiao Tianai's head and see what was inside. What's next? You're just gonna go rock and roll? Not going to be a rapper? Xiao Tianai scratched his head. Not necessarily. From now on I'll be a brick in the studio. Wherever I'm needed, I'm available, as long as Brother Su thinks I'm suitable. Li Yan felt a rush of headache at once. After trying to understand for a long time, he turned his gaze to Suchen. This song, it's really good. It's a lot better than the ones he got before. However, I'm still skeptical about your studio. You should understand that you, right now, are the center of public opinion in the entire entertainment industry. Without a way to remove the negative comments from yourself, becoming an artist in your studio will be a very dangerous thing. So, I need to add an option in the middle of the contract. Li Yan said seriously. If, because of public opinion, You bring irreparable reputation loss to Mr. Little Zheng. We have the right to unilaterally terminate the contract. Sis, overdo it. At this time, Xiao Tianai frowned and said, no matter what happened, I'm willing to believe Brother Su. How can you be so childish when you came from a merchant family? Is this a matter of believing or not? Li Yun said with some hatred. How complicated the entertainment industry is. Don't you have a tiny bit of sense? Xiao Tianai was a little aggravated. Su Chen waved his hand. No problem. We can add this clause to our contract. The two men negotiated the details of the contract. It was also because Xiao Tianai wasn't short of money, so she took less on top of the split. If it was a song created by Xiao Tianai herself, she could get half of the profit share. And if it was a song within the studio, Xiao Tianai could get 30% of the profit share. In this way, Su Chen was a bit embarrassed in turn. Make it seem like you're the pickpocket of the week. Brother Su, just agree. You know, I don't lack money. I never work for money. I'm not interested in money. The happiest time in my life was just now when I was singing that song Angry Life in the recording studio. Zhou Tai said seriously. Li Yun rubbed her forehead somewhat helplessly, looking at Xiao Tianai. It was as if he was looking at the landlord's stupid son. How come this person hadn't learned a single bit of his own father's heart? Right. At this time, Li Yin seemed to have thought of something. Nowadays, the internet has already made a fuss. If you need it, I can find a professional PR team to help you with PR. Forget it, no need. Su Chen smiled, shook his head and said, let the bullets fly for a while. Get ready to release the song tonight. I've registered the copyright. Su Chen patted Xiao Tianai's shoulder and said, sitting around bored. Su Chen looked through his microblog, realized his comments section had blown through a long time ago. Ha, just a clown. You really think that Morning Glory group can't turn around without you? And release new songs? Why don't you post it? Taking the group song and manifesting it in front of people? What kind of hook 8 are you? There's even more unsavory name-calling. Su Chen, on the other hand, was watching with great interest. Big Brother Su, aren't you angry? At this time, Xiao Tianai came over and said with some strange inquiries. Su Chen shrugged. Getting angry won't solve the problem. Moreover, netizens are actually easily biased by public opinion. The reason why there are so many netizens cursing me right now is just because they think I plagiarized. And now, how much boost Yi Chen receives, how much backlash will follow, and rightly so. I don't know what the hell Yi Chen is thinking. Big Brother Su's thighs are so white and fragrant, and he doesn't even know to hold them properly. Xiao Tianai's voice was very soft. Su Chen smiled, but did not say anything more. While the original owner does have some creative ability, that creative ability is not really very evident. Many of their songs are also purchased by the company from other songwriters. Late night, Su Chen's cell phone kept ringing. A single eye had left him a little speechless. At Southern, is that your song? What? Dumbed down? I've known for a long time that you're just a shabe who only barks at dogs. I actually followed it, took it off. Day to Dao. The lines and lines of unbearable comments made Su Chen a little speechless. However, while Su Chen was being scolded, the heat was rising. Joe Tennessee's new song has also been released. Song 1 Raging Life, Link. Su Chen didn't dwell too much with these netizens, but directly released a microblog. Countless netizens after seeing this tweet, hurriedly start clicking through. Life in Bloom. Words by Su Chen. Song, Su Chen. Arranged by Su Chen. Produced by Su Chen. Sung by Joe Sky Love. Many netizens were more or less amazed at the moment they saw the name, as if they could feel a power from the depths of their hearts from that unusual text. The whole song, as it sounds, is uplifting. Jiang Xiaomei wearing headphones, seriously listened to the whole song. Her eyes cannot help but wet. She looks thin, pale, her hair has completely lost. There was little strength to do anything else at all, only able to listen to songs to ease my pain when it's not so painful. She braced herself, was fighting cancer and heard this song and instantly cried, I want to let my life rage too. Crap, great song. I was preparing for my college entrance exams, and after listening to this song, I got up in the night and did 3 more pages of practice problems. Many comments started pouring in underneath the song in a blink of an eye. This song, and In the Spring do, in a sense, count as similar styles, both rock and roll, and, also, both capable of making people feel power. It's just that the power doesn't manifest itself in quite the same form. Who is this Joe Tennessee love? Looks like a rapper. Crap, it's not that bad, is it? What exactly is this person's relationship with Su Chen? Su Chen is practically feeding rice directly into his mouth. Su Chen's vocals are actually pretty good. This song would definitely be another divine song if he sang it himself. Humph. Su Chen has gone too far. He and Yi Chen are such good brothers themselves. And instead of giving Yi Chen a song like this to sing, he gave it to a rapper? How can there be such a person in this world? Heartbroken brother Yi Chen. Upstairs, you're afraid you have a 3-meter bubble growing in your head, right? Yi Chen even went straight down to tear Su Chen apart. He also said that in the spring was a common creation between the two. What? Is it hard to believe that this one was also co-written? Oh, a discerning person can see it at a glance. After the group disbanded, Yi Chen wanted to get this song, so he used such a despicable tactic. I forbid you to talk about brother Yi Chen like that. When Su Chen composed in the spring, the Morning Glory group hadn't disbanded yet, so the song should belong to the group. Su Chen has always been on the lookout for Yi Chen. That's why Yi Chen felt the chill. Why else would he not want to continue partnering with Su Chen? 6666. When it comes to shamelessness, it's you brainwashed fans. More people, however, are still focused on the songs themselves. Su Chen saw that after the curses in my own comment section gradually subsided. It was only then that another message was posted on Twitter. My friends, my studio, different time, has been registered, and the first artist signed by the studio is Chao Tian AI. Next, I will create an album for Chao Tian AI with Angry Life as the centerpiece. I hope everyone will enjoy it. Shit, the studio? Joe Sky Love? The people who were eating on Twitter were going crazy in that moment. What exactly was this Su Chen trying to do? It's simply all a bit crazy. This group had only just disbanded, and they set up their own studio? Originally, it was thought that after Su Chen left the Morning Glory group, he would be a street rat that everyone shouted at. But 2 songs actually became a storm for the entire entertainment industry. For a moment, Su Chen's fans began to soar wildly. The original amount of hundreds of thousands of fans directly exceeded 1 million in less than an hour. Shit, this Su Chen is simply excessive. At this time, Yi Chen slammed the table, and the song Angry Life echoed in the middle of the room. He understood in his heart that the quality of this one was definitely no weaker than the one Su Chen had sung in the concert. In spring, Yi Chen was suddenly a bit scared. Su Chen's words couldn't be true, right? Is it possible for him to really be able to take out so many good songs? But if he really had so many good songs, why didn't he take them out in advance? If he did, wouldn't he have to find a way to kick him out of the group? Isn't it good for 2 people to make money together? Yi Chen's fists clenched tightly. Squeak! Yi Chen's agent pushed open the door and walked in, slamming some information heavily on the table with a somewhat unpleasant expression. Those microblogs today. What the hell is going on? Who gave you permission to go AWOL? The corner of Yi Chen's mouth twitched viciously. I didn't expect this to happen either. That Su Chen holds so many good songs in his hands, but he doesn't want to take out any of them. Yi Chen said angrily. Okay, calm down. The most important thing now is to eliminate the negative comments on the internet. You give Su Chen a call. Tell him we're out $3 million. There's money to be made later, but when the reputation is gone, then it's all too late. The most important thing for you right now is to maintain your own persona and heat. Next, you have a new album, and in a year's time, 32 concerts will be set up for you. Yi Chen's manager then said, we just need to maintain our own basics. Yes. Yi Chen took a deep breath. Immediately after that, somewhat unwillingly, he picked up his cell phone and passed Su Chen's phone number. At this moment Su Chen was lying on the big bed of his hotel, comfortably about to go to bed. The urgent phone rang. Su Chen picked up the phone with some impatience. Hello? Su Chen. Yi Chen's somewhat stiff voice came out. $3 million for the song. I can buy it, but you need to delete all the microblogs you sent out, as well as the song you had Xiao Tian AI released today. You're sick, aren't you? Su Chen said somewhat breathlessly, followed by directly hanging up the phone without waiting for Yi Chen to speak. Do. Yi Chen looked at the cell phone in his hand with some disbelief. No, he actually dared to scold me? You better be prepared. At this time, Yi Chen's agent said indifferently, if there's no way to eliminate the effects of this time, the company will most likely cancel all your activities temporarily. Wait until the heat from this one has completely passed before making arrangements. All concerts after that will be cancelled as well. Yi Chen's agent shook his head helplessly. No, Yi Chen hurriedly said. I've been preparing for this opportunity for so many years. How can I cancel it just like that? I, for one, can sing my own song. Right now. It's not a matter of what song you sing. Rather, it's the matter between you and Su Chen that has become known all over the internet. If it's true that he continues to release his work, then it's almost presumed that the song in the spring is Su Chen's personal creation. And that tweet you sent out earlier will definitely become a target. Is it okay if I, delete it? Yi Chen immediately felt a wave of headache. How could he not expect things to actually take such a turn? This Su Chen had been hiding his clumsiness before. It also caught him a little off guard as well. You'd better delete it right now. Only, I'm afraid it won't be of much use. The company side will need to spend a lot to remove the effects. Yi Chen's agent spoke again. I will also plead with the company. You'd better pray this one is over. Without saying anything more, the agent gently stood up. Don't post anything on the internet until you get the word down from the company level. And don't reply to all the words from the internet. Yes. Yi Chen nodded his head. This night, he tossed and turned. Su Chen, on the other hand, had a rare good night's sleep, and the next day, all the formalities had been completed. Xiao Tian AI also successfully became the first sign artist in the studio. Get ready for today's song recording. In the recording studio, Su Chen ruthlessly hit Xiao Tian AI, who was there hemming and hawing. Good. Xiao Tian AI nodded hastily, and then he came over to Su Chen's side. Did you know, Big Brother Su? Yi Chen cleared out all of his microblogs. It seems like he wants to let this matter go cold. Should I pour on the gas and just ate him out? Zhou Tai said excitedly. Su Chen froze for a moment, followed by a helpless smile. There's no need, but it is indeed time to release an album for you, with a frequency of 1 song a day, totaling 7 songs. Then there will be another 3 songs for you. Make it 10 songs and release your first album. Yes. Xiao Tian AI nodded hurriedly. What song is going to be released today? I've got the song ready. A blues rocker. Prepare well. Blues rock? Xiao Tian AI froze for a moment, then said with some confusion. What a strange name. However, it didn't say much. After reading the lyrics and the tune, Xiao Tian AI realized that this was another chart-topping song. This kind of rock that could simply be said to be the heart of countless people. Even if it was unpopular, countless old drivers would definitely have such a song in their cars. While Zhou Tennessee was recording the song, Su Chen was also in trouble. The things that he promised Zhao Ruoi, he still had to do. The opposite side has also sent out the synopsis of the TV series. The plot of this TV series is somewhat interesting. However, Su Chen also always feel as if there is something very familiar. Seriously read a few times before determining that this plot is not the magic version of the Journey to the West after the biography. For this drama, Su Chen was still very fond of it, even though a lot of people sprayed it as a bad movie. But the overall storyline still made the childhood Su Chen feel unrivaled joy, and the whole story is kind of very strong. The only thing that makes you gag is the ghostly fight sequences. Other than that, the TV series is still relatable. In that case, there's no other music to choose from. But, when the song is there, someone has to sing it eventually. Zhuang Lingling? After Su Chen seriously thought about it for a while, he decided to give Zhuang Lingling a call and asked her to come over to try the sound. Receiving Su Chen's call, Zhuang Lingling didn't hesitate and hurried over towards the recording studio. You're still really thunderous. Yesterday you said you're going to open a studio, and today it's already registered and has a signed artist under it all? Zhuang Lingling smiled and said, what's the matter with calling me here this time, old classmate? After saying that, he gently sat there and crossed his legs, and his slender legs with meat silk looked even more charming and attractive. It exuded an indescribable elegance. One hand rested on his knee as if it were a perfect guideline, attractive to others. Do I have nice legs? Zhuang Lingling asked with a smile. Ahem. Excuse me, I was thinking about something and got a little lost in thought for a moment. Su Chen withdrew his gaze with a serious face and continued. There's an invitation song in the studio, the ending song of a TV series, and I couldn't find anyone to sing it for a while, so I want to ask you to try out the sound. Is there a problem? Su Chen closed the book in his hand and said, so, you're looking for me to save the day? Zhuang Lingling had a few faint smiles in her gaze. In that case we should talk about the payment. What payoff? I don't understand. Su Chen spread out his hands and looked at Zhuang Lingling in front of him somewhat speechlessly. Are you kidding me? Trying to pull the wool over the iron rooster's eyes? Che, not a lick. What kind of a song is it anyway? Zhuang Lingling said with some curiosity. The name of the song is Acacia. Su Chen didn't hide it and nodded slightly, continuing along with the words. Immediately afterward, he handed the tune and lyrics together to Zhuang Lingling in front of him. Take a look at it roughly, and later on, when Xiao Tian AI finishes recording the song, go in and give it a try, and if it's okay, then this song will be given to you to sing for the time being. Is this song going to be for me? Ling Ling Chong fell in love with this song the first time she saw it, clutching that book with both hands. His eyes were starry-eyed. How can that be? The song is studio. Su Chen spread his hands. It's just for you to sing. You. Zhuang Lingling was instantly furious. Why are you such a person? If you don't want to, I won't force you. Su Chen smiled, and immediately spread his hands. One size fits all. The friendship between us is friendship, but this matter is work-related. I won't have any compromises. Don't think I don't know that the entire studio is your own, and you wrote this song yourself. I was able to recognize your handwriting. Zhuang Lingling waved her fists and said with some dissatisfaction. Ahem. Su Chen wasn't embarrassed either. He coughed twice before continuing. None of this is important. What's important is that this song should be quite suitable for you. I'm signing up for your studio. The condition is that I get the song and you have to customize an album for me in the future. Suchin stood up and pointed very respectfully at the main entrance. The door is there slow going. Are you kidding me? Zhuang Lingling is only a small transparent so far, although said to sign the agency, but the overall default is not very heavy. The company's attitude towards him has always been a free-range mode. If it can be famous, of course the best. If not famous, it does not matter. That's why Zhuang Lingling has been going back and forth among a variety of variety shows, and all of them are not much of a curiosity. Hey, you, why don't you have any gentlemanly manners at all? Su Chen let out a bitter smile. You already have an agency, although the breach of contract isn't heavy. It's not something a small studio like ours can afford. Cut, my contract is almost up. Zhuang Lingling smiled and said, I was going to renew my contract, but after hearing that you were going to open a studio, I pressed the matter down. Since your side of the studio is open, I can sign directly to your side. I don't care. It's so hard to hug a thigh. I'm not going to let go no matter what. Su Chen was a little confused for a moment. Your contract is up? Right. You forget. We graduated at about the same time and signed the agency at about the same time. Only you are a combination of debut, and I've never been very famous. Zhuang Lingling said with a straight face. Try the tone first. Su Chen nodded helplessly. I can do this song. Zhuang Lingling's heart understood that this was one of her few chances. If there was no way to prove his worth, even if Su Chen was his old classmate, he wouldn't let go. This man can be really over the top, treating his beauty like nothing. Next time, he must wear slightly cooler clothes, but to see if the Su Chen is really so serious. Thinking of this, Zhuang Lingling stifled a grunt. No, he seemed to have been staring at his legs just now. Could it be that he had some special fetish? After Zhuang Lingling thought carefully for a moment, she already had an idea in her mind, and at this time Chao Tianai had already finished recording and walked out of the studio to look at Su Chen. Big brother Su, it should be good. Aha! Su Chen nodded. Let him go in and try the sound. Yes. Chao Tianai brought Zhuang Lingling into it. Zhuang Lingling's voice condition is actually not particularly suitable for the song. Her voice condition is more sweet, but now there is only a dead horse to cure. Red beans in the south. It's a long way off. Zhuang Lingling let herself get caught up in her feelings as much as possible. Stop. Su Chen pressed the button and said to Zhuang Lingling in the middle of the recording studio. Although the emotion is enough, the sound is not thick enough. I'll try again. Zhuang Lingling is also a professional, and naturally understands where her flaws lie, and also understands exactly what kind of feeling Su Chen wants. Listening to this song will be able to realize what kind of tone the whole song is. His own singing voice just now was indeed problematic. It seems that it's not that easy to take this song down yourself. Southern still has a very strict control over the songs. Again, Su Chen opened his mouth. Zhuang Lingling suppressed her voice a little and started trying again. She hadn't been this serious for a long time, and at this moment it was as if he had returned to the time when he was in the middle of the school, seriously going to complete their own coursework. Or not. Su Chen's brows furrowed, then said, start over. The top of Zhuang Lingling's forehead was already covered in beads of sweat, and it was obvious that she was also extremely nervous. You're too nervous. Su Chen spoke again. Take a little rest. This time is rather less effective than the last. I'm sorry, Zhuang Lingling said somewhat apologetically. It's okay. Su Chen laughed and said, I know the condition of your voice well. Singing this song is indeed a bit too much for you. You the man. Zhuang Lingling was instantly a bit exasperated. If I'm not angry I can die? Right. Zhuang Lingling thought for a moment and said, I'd also like to read the synopsis and plot summary of this drama. I feel that if I can say that I can immerse myself in it, it might help me to sing this song. Aha! Su Chen nodded, handed the printout to Zhuang Lingling in front of her, and then continued, let your voice rest a little as well. It's been a hard afternoon, though it's not much use. You! Zhuang Lingling exasperatedly slapped Su Chen, and then pouted her lips and sat on the sofa in exasperation. Su Chen was also blissfully unconcerned. Nowadays, the studio is sort of gradually operating. However, the office location also needed to be determined, because someone had helped with the registration. The office location was temporarily filled in here at Chao Tianai's recording studio. You can't just hog it all the time. The studio is definitely expanding into other businesses down the road. You can't keep selling songs for a living. If you just rely on the songs, you can survive. But you are still far from achieving wealth freedom and living the life of a jerk that you want to live. Big brother Su, what's on your mind? Chao Tianai walked over and smoothly sat on Su Chen's side, with a few moments of doubt in her eyes. Well, the studio doesn't have a lot of artists right now, and there's not a lot of work. I was wondering what we could do. Why don't we make a movie? At this time, Xiao Tianai instantly said excitedly. I'll go find my dad to pull in investments. Su Chen looked at Xiao Tianai in front of him somewhat speechlessly. Didn't you say you didn't want to rely on your family? What kind of dependence on family is that? Xiao Tianai said with a straight face. It's an investment. An opportunity to make money. The corner of Su Chen's mouth that heard this twitched viciously. This Xiao Tianai actually formed a very perfect logical self-consistency. And even Su Chen had no way to refute it. It's not impossible to make a movie. Su Chen nodded. If you've never eaten pork, have you never seen a pig run? He was at least the number 2 of the Morning Glory group, and for so many years, he had known the directors and acted in all the movies and TV shows. Inside the doorway is also clear. Most importantly, Su Chen had countless scripts in his mind. Just take it out and it's absolutely bombastic. But there's no money. The studio is now full of money. Just $1 million. And also all Xiao Tian AI contribution. Although took a job. But now it seems that Zhuang Lingling may not be able to perfectly next. It's better to find a way to put it in the bag. Thinking of this, Su Chen once again looked at Zhuang Lingling. How's it looking? This song is really suitable for the ending song of this TV series, and I've found a little feeling for it. Want to give it a good try? If I can sing this song, can I sign to your studio? Zhuang Lingling asked again. Su Chen froze there. Are you serious? Aha! Zhuang Lingling took a deep breath. You're also hungry to know that in my current state, no matter where I go I won't be able to get 2 good resources. In that case, instead it's better to follow you and put up a fight. I believe in your talent. What's more, we're old classmates after all. You wouldn't screw me over in any way, would you? Su Chen was somewhat helpless, glancing at Xiao Tianai. Xiao Tianai also nodded slightly. Nowadays, the studio is kind of put together with 3 people who are not famous in the entertainment industry. The signing process was relatively smooth. Zhuang Lingling continued back into the studio. It had to be said that Zhuang Lingling worked very hard. Although in the end it was still somewhat unsatisfactory. However, it barely reached the passing standard. Out of the studio, Zhuang Lingling's body was already covered in a layer of false sweat. Hard work. Su Chen smiled at Zhuang Lingling and said, take a rest first. I'm sorry, Zhuang Lingling said somewhat apologetically. It's fine. There are specialties in the arts. Su Chen didn't put much stock in it. Originally calling Zhuang Lingling was to save the day. As long as it was able to pass, it would be fine. After some post-tuning, Su Chen registered the copyright of Acacia, and then a small sample was mailed to Ruoi Zhao through the mailbox. By mid-afternoon, Zhou Ruoi's phone call came through. You're out of my expectation. There's nothing wrong with the song. I'll give you the payment to your studio's account later. Zhao Ruoi paused for a moment before continuing. It's just that this song doesn't suit Zhuang Lingling's vocal range. I'm going to buy the rights and let Jiang Ying sing it. How do you feel? Zhao Ruoi's voice was calm. I'll think about it. Su Chen hung up the phone after thinking seriously for a while. Do you want this song? Su Chen looked at Zhuang Lingling. Now, you're also a member of the studio, so if you want this song, I'll keep it for you. However, you should understand that this song doesn't suit you very well. In the future, I'll give you a couple of songs that are more suited to you, which shouldn't be any less than this one. In terms of passability, Su Chen decided to give Zhuang Lingling the right to choose. He could tell that Zhuang Lingling loved the song. Zhuang Lingling's gaze held a few complexities in it, her hands gently tugging at the corners of her coat, caught in a struggle. After a long time, he shook his head. You're right. This song doesn't suit me. It's a bit of a waste to have me sing it. I also don't want such a classic song to be reduced to ordinary in my hands. Most importantly, if someone covers the song in the future, maybe it's one person who will sing it better than me. Wouldn't I lose face then? Zhuang Lingling said calmly. Yes. Su Chen nodded. Don't worry. I've already got a plan for your song, and the path you're going to take next. After saying that, Su Chen called Zhao Ruoi back. Thinking it over? Zhao Ruoi's voice remained calm. Aha! How much can you offer? Su Chen's voice was soft. I heard that you offered Yi Chen $3 million? I can give you that kind of price too. Zhao Ruoi's voice was very soft. Su Chen froze there. For a moment, it was really hard to know what to say. He was somewhat touched that Zhao Ruoi had absolutely no need to give such a high price. Aha! Su Chen nodded. That's it then. Sign the contract. Yes. Zhao Ruoi didn't hesitate. Signing the contract online was still very simple. Soon, $4 million was also credited to the studio's account, which could be considered the studio's first entry. It's open. It's open. Su Chen smiled and clapped his hands. Tonight, treat everyone to a rub out. Yeah. Zhou Taiai was instantly excited. Zhuang Lingling also covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Seems to be very much in love with the studio environment. In addition, we need to rent an office space. It's not too good to be in this recording studio all the time. The next studio still needs to recruit people. Su Chen opened his mouth and said, "Any requests?" Xiao Tian AI subconsciously asked. Su Chen stretched out 3 fingers. The requirements are simple. There are only 3. First, be big. Second, be new. Third, be cheap. Zhuang Lingling heard this, breathlessly. He stared at Su Chen. Big, new and cheap. Xiao Tian AI, on the other hand, held her chin and thought seriously. I really do have such a place. Oh, Su Chen's eyes glowed. What place? Star and Moon Mansion, Zhou Tai said with a firm voice. Star and Moon Mansion is not cheap at all. At this time, the corners of Zhuang Lingling's mouth twitched viciously as she looked at Xiao Tian AI and said, the cheapest ones are estimated to be 20 per square meter per day, right? If we rent a 200 square foot one, then that's 4,000 a day, or $130,000 a month. That's going to be about $1.5 million a year. And 200 square feet is not expected to be available in the Star and Moon building right now. Zhuang Lingling said somewhat breathlessly. And not quite the big bit you asked for. Ahem. This time Xiao Tian AI coughed. There is no need to worry. I can go and talk about it. And the price should be negotiable. At this time, Su Chen said with some embarrassment. It seems that you guys are somewhat misunderstanding my meaning. There's no need for us to go to such a luxurious place. Even if it's in the suburbs. There's nothing wrong with it. Su Chen expressed deep regret at Xiao Tian AI's ability to understand. Are you kidding me? Is Star Moon Mansion something you can get your hands on? And a studio, though it sounds small, but, in showbiz terms, the space needed is still not small either. Here it is then. Xiao Tian AI pointed upstairs. Let's go and rent both floors upstairs as well. I'll have someone make it slightly cheaper. This way, when the singers in the studio want to record their songs, it will also be easier. All the equipment I have here can be professional. Good thing too. Su Chen thought about it. This place isn't cheap either though. But it's better than Star and Moon Mansion. Xiao Tianai gently patted Su Chen before saying mysteriously, actually, you can totally consider Star Moon Mansion, although it's unlikely that I'll be able to make it cheaper there. However, that place is the property of Zhao Ruoi's family. I see you guys still have a pretty good relationship, Xiao Tianai reminded. If she's willing to help, we'll even be able to use it for free. Step aside. Su Chen kicked at Xiao Tianai and said with a bitter smile, let's go. Go out to eat. What's for dinner? Zhuang Lingling said with unusual curiosity. This is the first time we've opened our studio. Shouldn't we eat something nice as well? How about fondue? Su Chen opened his mouth to inquire. Fondue? Xiao Tianai's eyes glowed. Yes. Zhuang Lingling looked at Xiao Tianai somewhat speechlessly. No way? A hot pot bought you off? Hey, you don't understand. It's not what you eat that matters. It's who you eat with. Xiao Tianai said with a wink. Zhuang Lingling shivered violently. The name of a hot pot restaurant closer to the studio is Heavenly Moon. It's considered a mid to high-end hot pot restaurant. All the ingredients in there are fresh and of very good quality. The average consumption per person was around 500. And Su Chen was also ruthless and brought 2 people here. Find a seat and settle down. The whole restaurant is still relatively nice. Hiss, what kind of beef is this? One plate actually costs 198? Su Chen looked at the prices on the menu and felt a pang of speechlessness. But, just at this time, a voice came from not far away. Who do I think it is? It turns out to be the former Morning Glory combo's Su Chen. Eating a hot pot is now too expensive? What? After being kicked out by Yi Chen, did you get mixed up so badly? There was mockery in that voice. Su Chen was a bit surprised. How can you have a meal by yourself and still have people taunting you? He looked up, but found a man sitting not far from him. A variety of ingredients were displayed nearby. This person Su Chen some impression. Is the recent rise of a fresh meat? The name is called Kai Su. I do not know how to fire up, as if there is nothing to get out of the work, but, is a hot mess. A variety of endorsements on the soft variety show. In the circle, there are quite a few resources as well. I heard that a sci-fi movie is being made recently, called something like Blue Star Cannon. It's rumored to have $200 million in production costs. Countless fans are looking forward to it. Nowadays, the certification on the microblogging is also a film and television singing triple star. It counts for a lot. Did you mess with him? Su Chen touched his nose and just wanted to say something. The other woman beside her also gave a mocking smile. Brother Kai, why do you need to be so general with such a mushy cur? He can't earn the money for one of your plays in his entire life. Shit. This time Xiao Tianai was a bit taut. Stood up. Who are you guys Yin and Yang there? Xiao Tianai was originally quite a shy child, only slightly more relaxed on stage. Who knew that she would be so grumpy now? Su Chen's heart was still somewhat touched. Che, even if there is one paste curry, Who knows, there are 2 more paste curries. Kai-Su's gaze held a few moments of mockery in it. If you can't afford to eat it, just say so, but the big deal is that I'll treat you. Waiter, all of their spending today is on my tab. Kai-Su spoke. Zhou Tai was about to explode, but he was pulled down by Su Chen. Since someone is willing to treat us, we'll just sit down and eat. Waiter, have a book. Ha? The waiter who came over looked at Su Chen with a few moments of bewilderment in his gaze, and after a moment's pause, he carefully asked, Sir, what do you mean by that? Give me a copy of all that's in this book. Su Chen continued, including the red wine in the back that's worth over $300,000. The waiter was a bit embarrassed for a moment and looked at Kai-Su, who had a somewhat ugly face on the side. Su Chen, you've gone too far. When Kai-Su heard Su Chen's words, he was a little flustered for a moment, while others didn't know. He was clear about it, because the specifications of this place were still good, so at the back of the menu were some of the more expensive things. In particular, one of the bottles of red wine cost $378,000, although he had made a lot of money, but the big head was in the company. He ate it himself, but to spend so much for a stranger, he was not stupid. What does Mr. Kai mean? Where did I go overboard? Su Chen asked with some bewilderment. Can it be that Mr. Kai is going to back out? Kai-Su was infuriated and his mouth was crooked to his cheeks. Mr. Kai doesn't have to be too difficult. This time Xiao Tianai waved her hand in a big way. After all, the meals here aren't something that everyone can afford to consume. Su Chen was somewhat speechless. That's a bit much to pretend than that. Are you guys deliberately tricking me? Kai-Su's voice held a few moments of anger within it. There's nothing to say to you, paste curry. It's just a meal. You guys feel free? After saying that, he turned his head away with a face full of iron. Come, it's time to eat and drink. I didn't realize that our first reunion at the studio would be a treat. Su Chen said cheerfully. Are you kidding me? How can he be polite when someone's treating him? Meal time. Xiao Tianai continued. Big brother Su, what are you going to do next with Hip Hop Has Me? The notice fee they give is still quite a lot, but we won't get the final title no matter what. It was clear in Xiao Tianai's mind that the entire Hip Hop Has Me was frankly a game of capital, and they were there to promote newcomers. In this case, even if they performed strongly, it was meaningless. Take a step and see what happens. How are the preparations coming along for the next installment? Su Chen looked at Xiao Tianai and said. As for Zhuang Lingling, Su Chen automatically ignored it. After all, she hadn't even advanced. At this time, Zhuang Lingling was also more or less depressed. Su Chen, the song you said, does it count or not? I've signed the contract of sale you gave me. What sell out? Su Chen chucked a piece of beef and just ate it in his mouth. Eyes widened momentarily. Oops, just kidding. Zhuang Lingling hemmed and hawed, while then sat down next to Su Chen. Are you free tonight? People can go to your room to discuss about the new song. Oh, between words, Zhuang Lingling even winked at Su Chen. Su Chen glanced up and down at Zhuang Lingling and skimmed his lips. Hey, what kind of look is that? Zhuang Lingling was instantly infuriated. Su Chen hemmed and hawed. Nothing in the eyes. Eat. No, you have to tell me the truth today. Zhuang Lingling huffed and puffed as she ran her hands up and down on Su Chen. Stop it. Su Chen helplessly put down the chopsticks in his hands and continued. Don't worry, it's pretty much ready for you. As long as you're willing, you can come out with a new song at any time. However, my suggestion is to drag it back a little, and stagger it with Xiao Tianai's song. Why stagger? Can't you beat them? Zhuang Lingling asked with some surprise. It's not like we can't beat them. Su Chen scratched his head. But it doesn't make much sense for a family member to hit his own family. Might as well save the bullets to hit someone else. I've seen braggarts. I've never seen such a braggart. Next to him, Kai-Su said mockingly. Su Chen didn't pay any attention to him, and after pouring the red wines in his hands one by one, he shouted, Waiter, the flavor of this red wine is good. One more bottle. Su Chen. By this time, Kai-Su was already too angry to speak. Another bottle? You think this is iced tea? I'm sorry, sir. This is our restaurant's town treasure. The waiter at this time came over and said with an apologetic face, there is only this bottle. If you want to drink, I will recommend. You. Forget it. Not waiting for that waiter to finish, Su Chen waved his hand. It's not interesting. The ignored Kai-Su was already panting heavily with anger. A female companion beside him said to him in relief, Young Kai, there's no need for you to be so general with this kind of person. Even if he works hard for the rest of his life, he won't be able to catch up with even a tiny bit of your work. Next, your sci-fi movie will definitely be able to explode, while he, I'm afraid, won't have the chance to touch a movie in his life. You'll just have to go see it in a movie theater. Su Chen touched his nose and looked at Xiao Tianai in front of him. By the way, I heard a dog barking just now. It rather gave me a tiny bit of inspiration. What do you say? How about we make a sci-fi movie as well? The market for sci-fi movies is still relatively good right now. Yes, Xiao Tianai hurriedly spoke. I've long said that our studio should enter the movie market. Don't worry. I'm going to contact the director and then ask my father for funds. He's making a fortune to be able to invest in our movie. When Xiao Tianai heard Su Chen's words, she immediately became excited. No need to contact the director yet. I've seen others do it before and want to practice on my own. As for funding, it doesn't take much. Finding your father won't be necessary. Our studio still has a little money. Su Chen scratched his head. It should be almost enough. Just shoot it as soon as possible and release it in theaters as soon as possible. That's just it. I don't have access to the theaters, Su Chen said with some difficulty. I did. At this time, Xiao Tianai hurriedly said, I'll look for my father, and I'll definitely be able to get it done for you. No, who says you don't have access to theaters? Xiao Tianai seemed to have thought of something and blinked at Su Chen. Did you forget? There's another one who can't get enough of you. Eat your fondue. Su Chen glared viciously at Xiao Tianai. After eating, the two of them, Xiao Tianai and Zhuang Lingling, left. Originally, they wanted to bring Su Chen with them, but Su Chen wanted to eliminate the food, so he refused. In this unfamiliar Shanghai city, Su Chen was still living in a hotel, and he wanted to rent a house. It was best to be slightly closer to his studio. Su Chen, where are you? After Su Chen's phone rang, a familiar voice came over. I'm on Yellow River Road. Su Chen glanced around. What's wrong? Something's wrong? I'm not happy. The other person, with a very indifferent voice, is there any place where one can relax? For a moment, Su Chen didn't know what to say. You're a president, and there's a lot of places you can relax when you're not happy. I'm not quite sure. If you just want to take a walk, you can come over instead. Su Chen opened his mouth and said, wait for me. After two simple words, Zhao Ruoi hung up the phone. Su Chen was a bit speechless and sent her his location. After less than half an hour, a red Masha stopped in front of Su Chen. Zhao Ruoi got down from the car and glanced at Su Chen. Let's go. What for? Su Chen looked at Zhao Ruoi with some bewilderment. Not a walk? Zhao Ruoi's brow furrowed. Oh, Su Chen always felt that something was quite twisted, and subconsciously asked, why are you upset again? Who messed with you? You. Zhao Ruoi glared at Su Chen and said, shit, what about me and all this? I haven't done anything to deserve this, have I? What's gotten into you? Zhao Ruoi didn't say anything either, and walked forward side by side with Su Chen. Not a word was spoken the entire time, and the evening breeze blew silently over the two. There were a few moments of warmth amidst the awkwardness. Your song for today, it hasn't been sent yet. Zhao Ruoi's voice was soft. Is it still given to Xiao Tianai? Aha! Su Chen nodded. His vocals are still quite suitable. You're just going to promote your studio's newcomers next? You don't intend to come to the front of the stage yourself? Zhao Rui's voice was very soft. A Xiao Tianai, a Zhuang Lingling. To be honest, the qualifications of both of them can only be considered average. Aha! Su Chen nodded his head again. But it's quite good. You're still quite confident in yourself. Someone like you should be standing in front of the stage shining brightly. Why did you let Ji Chen be arrogant for so long? Zhao Ruoi said in a somewhat puzzled inquiry. Su Chen waved his hand. Hey, it's all in the past. It's just singing. And the studio is so monolithic in terms of revenue. Zhao Ruoi continued. When you have money in the future, you can try to do something else. Aha! Su Chen didn't hide it. I might try to make a movie next. Making a movie? Is it going that fast? Do you have money? Zhao Ruoi looked at Su Chen somewhat strangely. Su Chen smiled awkwardly. Didn't I just make $4 million from you? $4 million? To make a movie? I'm afraid it's not even enough for promotion and distribution, right? Also, what about the actors' wages? And the rental of equipment? Have you thought about it? Zhao Ruoi was somewhat speechless. For a moment, she was a little confused as to whether the man in front of her was confident or stupid. I don't know. Let's just take one step at a time. Just as Su Chen wanted to explain something, Su Chen's phone rang once more. Hello? Su Chen saw that it was Xiao Tianai calling, and after connecting, he asked, is there something wrong? Brother Su, it's not good. Something big has happened. You hurry up and get on Weibo. Xiao Tianai's voice carried a bit of anxiety in it. What happened? Su Chen said somewhat slowly. A paparazzo released the photos of the two of you and Zhao Ruoi dating. And now, the entire Weibo is on the verge of blowing up. Xiao Tianai said hurriedly. I'm not that hot, am I? Su Chen said somewhat sheepishly. My big brother Su, you now have the disbanding of the group, the bet with Yi Chen, the traffic from hip-hop has me. Plus the current ambiguity with Huajin's president. There really aren't many people on the entire Weibo who have a higher degree of heat than you. Xiao Tian AI was a bit speechless. Let's see. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen opened his microblog. As expected, the entire Twitter feed is almost ready to blow through. What did I say? Why did you accept it so openly? So it's a rich woman. Crap. This rich woman is so pretty. This beautiful young female president? My mom, yeah. Rich woman. Hungry. Rice. I can't. Damn it. Knife in hand. Come with me. Kill Su Chen and save Ruoi. And Su Chen saw that countless people were also eyeing Zhao Ruoi. Ghost clicked in. Goddess. Confused. A field of wailing. Su Chen suddenly thought of the words that he had just asked Zhao Ruoi. Somewhat bewildered, she glanced at Zhao Ruoi in front of her. Is that why you're upset? Shouldn't I? Zhao Ruoi said with a cold, rhetorical question. Should. Su Chen scratched his head. All the more reason for you to stay away from me. Then, do you like it when I stay away from you? Zhao Ruoi's voice was icy cold as she stared at Su Chen. That gaze, looking at Su Chen some scalp numbness. No. Not that. Isn't this the tip of the storm right now? Su Chen smiled sarcastically and said with some embarrassment. If I get caught on camera again, then I'm afraid I won't be able to wash away even if I fall into the Yellow River. Doesn't matter. Zhao Ruoi said faintly. The footsteps, however, suddenly stopped. Su Chen didn't know what to say for a moment, and could only stand there awkwardly. Only after a moment did Zhao Ruoi continue. Making a movie is not that easy. Moreover, $4 million is simply not enough. I advise you to be more cautious. If you need to invest, you can also come to me. As long as the script is good, I can invest a part of it. Su Chen scratched his head. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Taking a long breath, he looked at Zhao Ruoi in front of him. Well, I know, mainly, right now, the studio has just started running, and a lot of things are clueless. You're not fit to be a manager, Zhao Ruoi said lightly. You're fit to stand on the stage. How did the conversation get around to this again? Zhao Ruoi's gaze looked at Su Chen, as if she was trying to find something on Su Chen's face. However, after a long time, there was not a single ripple seen on Su Chen's face. Is he, indeed, not even remotely impressed? Zhao Ruoi's heart was more than a little frustrated. Not necessarily. Life is a stage everywhere, isn't it? Su Chen said somewhat expansively. Zhao Ruoi thought seriously for a moment and said immediately after. Forget it, since I don't have any clue. I might as well do what I like to do. However, there's still one thing I want to ask you for today as well. Zhou Ruo's voice was soft. Another song invitation? Su Chen scratched his head. Zhao Ruoi froze for a moment. You need to manage Xiao Tianai now. And you also have to take care of Zhuang Lingling. Plus you still want to make a movie. Are you still able to spare your mind? I should. There's nothing wrong with it, right? Su Chen scratched his head. It doesn't feel too tough. Alright. The corner of Zhao Ruoi's mouth twitched viciously. She was now almost certain that Su Chen must be a nervous thing. My company has produced a new variety show. The name is The New Voice of China. Are you interested in coming to participate? You as a judge. Jury? Su Chen froze there, looking at Zhao Ruoi in front of him. Are you sure? My curiosity is not quite enough, is it? Nowadays, my recognized status in the circle should belong to a third-tier small-paced curry. Letting me sit on the judge's table, I guess a lot of people would be unconvinced, right? Su Chen asked with some doubt. Although you're a judge, you're still required to show your strength. You need to teach your trainees and have them complete the challenges. Zhou Rui continued. This is the best chance you'll have to respond to the questioning. Su Chen was silent. What are you holding back? Zhao Ruoi said as she opened her mouth to inquire. Su Chen let out a bitter smile and said, terrified. You're worried about what I'm trying to do with you? Zhao Ruoi sneered and glanced at Su Chen. Su Chen shook his head. It's because you can't figure out anything about me that I'm terrified. The two men were silent for a moment, walking quietly through the streets. You don't have to worry about anything. It was only then that Zhao Ruoi spoke once more. Actually, the reason why I wanted to make you a mentor was also because I valued this wave of traffic you have now. Although many people are cursing you, the traffic on you does exist. It's something that can add a lot of luster to a show if you can get a handle on it. Zhou Rui's voice was soft. Su Chen's brows were deeply furrowed, and there were a few moments of helplessness in his gaze. When do we start? I might not have a lot of time these days. Got songs to write. Hip-hop has me to record. And preparing for the movie. Right. At this time, Su Chen looked at Zhao Rui. Your company has all the equipment and stuff needed for making movies, right? Do you rent them out? How much does it cost? Zhao Rui looked at Su Chen in front of her somewhat speechlessly. Rental. But, for the time being, I won't count the money for you. It'll just be deducted from your notice fee for the variety recording. This time, the variety recording is not aired in a live format. It's aired after the recording is over. So if anything does go wrong, it can be edited out. Aha! Su-chan scratched his head. By the way, do you have the script for the new movie? How much is the intended investment? Zhao Ruoyi was suddenly a little curious. She wasn't quite sure how this person in front of her actually wanted to make this movie. Well, $1 million. Su-chan paused for a moment before continuing. What I'm going to shoot is the kind of movie where the number of people is relatively small. The scenes are simple, and it mainly relies on character interaction, so it shouldn't cost too much money. 1 million should be about right. It's mostly expensive in terms of labor and rental of equipment. $1 million? That should be enough, Su-chan said with serious thoughts. Relatively small numbers? The scenes are simpler? Relying mostly on character interaction? Zhao Ruoyi looked at Su-chan in front of her with some surprise. This movie you made, will it be able to be released in China? There shouldn't be any problems, right? Su-chan froze for a moment. I'm not really sure. Zhao Ruoyi was once again speechless. However, seeing Su-chan's appearance, she was sort of relieved. By the way, if you want to hold up Zhuang Lingling, you can also arrange for her to be in the new variety show. If she can win the title with your song. Listen to this. Su-chan was instantly interested. Your own studio. Nowadays, with yourself totaled only 3 people. This guy, Joe Tennessee, has been set on his own course. However, Zhuang Lingling, on the other hand, had never planned for it. There were times when relying on a good song was certainly capable of catching fire, but it took too long. There are plenty of songs that are popular and not popular. So, gotta look for opportunities to increase her exposure. Okay, no problem. Su-chan nodded with certainty. I'll email you the contract later. Zhao Ruoyi nodded. I'm a bit hungry. Is there anything good to eat nearby? Zhao Ruoyi at this time looked around and opened her mouth. There are quite a few restaurants, but it's a bit too late now, Su-chan said awkwardly. And it was at this time, Zhao Ruoyi pointed to a nearby cart. I want to eat that. Ha! Su-chan looked over and realized that not far from him, an old woman was standing by a cart, busily wrapping wontons. Su-chan nodded. Good, boss, 2 bowls of wontons. Su-chan opened his mouth. The boss smiled. It's so late and you haven't even eaten yet? Young people in the big city can be really tough. As she spoke, the old woman began to busy herself. Old woman, why are you still here so late? Zhao Ruoyi also said with some strange inquiries. The old woman said cheerfully, when people get old, they can't be idle, and there's nothing to do every day. Just make some wontons and sell them. It's also a thought for myself. As I say this, I start cooking the ravioli. After not much time, 2 bowls of fragrant wontons appeared in front of both Su-chan and Zhao Ruoyi. The 2 men sat down on the street and began to feast. I have to say, this old lady is really good at what she does. Zhao Ruoyi didn't have the slightest bit of the president's frame either. Holding the bowl, not a bit of soup was left, and even wiped her mouth with a paper towel after she finished eating. Granny, this ravioli you made is really delicious. Even the chef in the restaurant is not as good as you. You're hungry. Boy, when one is hungry, even a nest egg smells good. The old woman said cheerfully. Zhao Ruoyi said with some embarrassment, can I have another bowl? Okay, you wait. The old woman nodded. That night, Zhao Ruoyi ate a total of 4 bowls of wontons. Amidst Su-chan's somewhat shocked gaze, Zhao Ruoyi said with some embarrassment, actually, I'm not usually that good at eating. It's just that this old lady's wontons are really delicious. Su-chan nodded. Hey, what the hell? Young man, I can tell you this, if your daughter-in-law can eat, that's a blessing. If a woman likes to eat, she won't be too bad-tempered. A little bit of delicious food can make her happy. The old woman spoke to Su-chan. We are not. Su-chan was about to speak. Zhao Ruoyi, however, took out her cell phone. Granny, how much? That's 6 bowls of ravioli. Just pay $60. The old woman said cheerfully. Zhao Ruoyi swept 60 for the old man before she patted her stomach with some satisfaction. I've eaten well. Let's take a walk next? Yes. Su-chan nodded. If the studio has any difficulties, you can talk to me. After walking for a long time, Zhao Ruoyi spoke once more. You said it. Su-chan scratched his head. But there's really nothing difficult right now. Alright. Zhao Ruoyi seemed to be a bit exasperated and glared at Su-chan. It's almost time. I'm going to leave first too. Do I need to send you back? No. My hotel is not far ahead. Su-chan raised his hand and said, you're still staying at the hotel? Zhao Ruoyi froze for a moment. Yeah. Su-chan laughed resentfully. I just came to Shanghai City not long ago, so I haven't rented a room yet. It's also more convenient to stay in a hotel. What's that like? After Zhao Ruoi paused for a moment, she then said, "No matter what, you're also the mentor of our future new variety show, so you can't be too shabby, or else people will be worried about the quality of our new variety show." Su Chen looked at Zhao Ruoi with some suspicion. Does it matter? Su Chen was also a bit confused, and only vaguely felt that something wasn't quite right. Of course it matters. Zhao Ruoi's brows furrowed. As a mentor of our variety show, you need to be mindful of your status at all times. Is there anything going on tomorrow? Zhao Ruoi asked again. Nothing much. Then wait for my call tomorrow. Zhou Ruan nodded. Su Chen was a bit bewildered, looking at Zhao Ruoi's departing back, and for a moment he didn't know what he should say. It always felt like he was missing something. Back to the hotel. Take out your cell phone. On Twitter, among the top 10 hot searches, 3 of them were about himself. The first place was the matter between himself and Zhao Ruoi, perhaps because the star brought his own traffic, plus Zhao Ruoi's face value was really beatable. In this case, there were quite a few people who began to spontaneously boycott Su Chen, and the 5th hot search was the dissolution of the combination of himself and Yi Chen. There were still quite a few fans of the Morning Glory group, and underneath this hot search, there were even more people cursing themselves. Most of them were Yi Chen's diehard fans. There was no need for Su Chen to pay attention to these people. And the 7th ranked hot search is Su Chen's new song, sung by Chao Tian AI. 3 days in a row, a new song every day. The speed at which this was created was a shock to all. Yi Chen at this moment, on the other hand, his face was dark to the extreme. He knew that Su Chen might be able to take out some stock. But how could he not expect that all these songs that Su Chen took out were of such high quality? To know, their group had thought about transformation countless times before, but Su Chen clearly had such good songs, but actually did not even take them out? He never really thought of himself as a brother. Thinking about this, Yi Chen became a bit indignant, thanks to the fact that he was still feeling guilty about him when he disbanded the group. Such a person is not worth worrying about. Think about it. Yi Chen dialed Su Chen's number once more. Su Chen took out his cell phone and frowned deeply when he saw Yi Chen's call. "Hello? Are you done?" Yi Chen took a deep breath. "You've long thought about flying solo, right? If not, it would be impossible to create so many good songs in such a short period of time." Su Chen, I really don't know what I have wronged you for. Do I need you to deal with me in such a way? You're sick, aren't you? Su Chen was a bit speechless. Did I ever offer to terminate my contract? You, Yi Chen roared. If you still think of me as a friend, delete all your tweets these days, then sell me 2 more songs. I don't want them for nothing. 1 million a song. This way, it's better for everyone. Yi Chen's teeth were raw from biting at the end of his words, and his hand gripping the phone was trembling slightly. He didn't want to and couldn't bow down to Su Chen. It is now established that you are indeed sick, and it's not a light disease. Su Chen paused for a moment before continuing. Yi Chen, if you have delusions, it's better to go to a mental hospital earlier to have a good look. What makes you think that everyone in the world has to go along with what you want? I'm not your fucking father or your mom. Why should all the good things be reserved for you? Don't say I wasn't even hiding anything in the first place. I just wanted to have a good time, even if I had hid it. So what? Pat yourself on the back and think about it. How many things have you done behind my back? How many nasty deals with the upper echelons of the company? Isn't it true that I've been able to hang around so much because you've been downplaying my presence in the mix? I would have resigned myself to my fate, but what can I do when you won't even let me fucking mix? Fuck off. Su Chen cursed angrily before hanging up the phone, and then blacked out Yi Chen's cell phone number. Just wanted to take a break. Yet another call came in. Hello? Su Chen said without any good humor. Big brother Su. It's exploded. Completely exploded. Our new song, in less than an hour's time, directly rushed to the 8th place of the new song list. Now, the entire new song list, 3 songs are ours. I'm going to be on fire. Brother Su. Zhou Tai's voice came out excitedly. The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched viciously, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. You called me in the middle of the night just to say that? Su Chen said somewhat breathlessly. Big brother Su. You don't know. Nowadays, your popularity has begun to reverse. There are quite a few people who believe that you are the top pillar of my Morning Glory combination, and all along, it's been you who's been constantly transfusing blood for Morning Glory combination. Now, I'm afraid Yi Chen won't be able to sleep even more. Don't mind them. Let's just do our own thing. Su Chen paused for a moment before continuing. Tomorrow I'll write and send you the rest of the songs, and you record them. Next, just release 1 song a day according to demand. As for Zhuang Lingling, I signed her up for a variety show. As long as she can shine in it, the studio will create an album in her style next. Su Chen said very seriously. As long as he supported these 2 cash cows, he would be able to lie down peacefully. Well, it's getting closer to its goal. Su Chen was a little excited. New variety show? Xiao Tianai was also a bit confused. What kind of variety show? The new song of China. Su Chen opened his mouth. Isn't this Zhao Ruoi's company's new variety show? Zhao Tianai heard this. You guys are moving fast enough. Ha? Hooking up here? Looks like what's on that hot search is true as well? Holy shit. You're the real deal. Even she's able to hook up. Step aside, Su Chen said in a good-natured manner. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up the phone. After saying that, he was about to hang up the phone. Don't. There's something else. Xiao Tianai's voice carried a few points of aggression in it. Big brother Su, we're going to participate in Hip Hop Has Me in a short while, and as you know, I've been rather busy during this period of time. So do you have any more bullish raps that you can give to me in case of an emergency? Su Chen was somewhat speechless. Xiao Tianai, you're falling a bit fast here? Big brother Su, with a great god like you around, I won't show off in front of you. Xiao Tianai hemmed and hawed. Su Chen bristled. But, Xiao Tianai said somewhat breathlessly, I'm still really a bit reluctant to continue going to this stupid program. The champion has been internally determined for a long time. One of them is acting like a play. Xiao Tianai was quite helpless. How did you participate before? Su Chen asked with a smile. There's no way. There's not much work. Xiao Tianai continued. My original company did pick up quite a few jobs for me, but there weren't many that really suited me, and most of them don't interest me. Alright, I'll take care of this matter. You need to go and get ready next. The studio will be planning a movie. A movie? Xiao Tianai froze in place. You really want to make a movie? Aha! Su Chen smiled. The studio has to make money next, and it has to find ways to expand its business. Movies are kind of a better project. Su Chen kept too many classic movies in his mind. As long as it can be taken out, it is absolutely messy to kill in this world. Okay, Xiao Tianai continued. What type? How much investment? Sci-fi it is. Su Chen scratched his head. The investment set for now is $1 million. How much? Xiao Tianai somewhat couldn't believe his ears, and after re-pulling out a bit, he said, Are you sure you're not wrong? Aha! Su Chen nodded. Almost. This is our first movie after all, so that means the investment will be slightly smaller. It's also considered a test of water. Then this investment is too little, right? It's hard enough to make a comedy movie, let alone a sci-fi movie. Xiao Tianai hurriedly spoke up. If you're short of investment, I can help you think of a way. Alright, knowing that you're a rich kid, there's no need to keep emphasizing. If it's really not enough, we'll find a way to do it then. And the dividends from our songs should be coming in as well. Several of the songs uploaded are at the top of the bestseller charts. Su Chen's voice was soft. The amount of money we are able to share each month is not bad. That's right. Right now we should be able to be self-sustaining even if we're just lying flat. Xiao Tianai continued. If the next few songs are all of the same quality, we'll be able to lie down on it and muddle through comfortably. Su Chen was a bit speechless for a moment. That's a dangerous idea you're having. No matter what you can't lie flat. Only if you work hard will I be able to comfortably be a jerk. Su Chen said in a serious tone of voice. Fuck. Xiao Tianai cursed. Big brother Su, you're really too much of a dog. The next thing Su Chen did was to honestly start working on the script in the studio. This man from Earth. The first thing that came to Su Chen's mind was this movie. It was best suited for low-cost filming in the early stages. It only needed to find a few actors. This movie is also one of Su Chen's favorites. What is told in it is also chilling. While writing the script, Su Chen vaguely felt that something was not quite the same. All the plots of the entire movie became exceptionally clear in his own mind. At that time, when he was also reminiscing, the plot was like going through a movie. Screened frame by frame in his own mind. Every line, every image. Su Chen was even able to draw out the subplot. Is it hard to believe that my memory has gotten better since I crossed over? Su Chen's heart was more or less surprised. That way, one has less trouble. In this way, Su Chen spent an entire day writing out the movie script. After first registering the copyright, a copy was sent to Zhao Ruoi immediately afterward. Zhao Ruoi had helped him a lot, although Su Chen didn't know why. However, Su Chen could feel that Zhao Ruoi did not have any malicious intent towards him. The other party was the president of Huaji no matter what, and Su Chen really couldn't imagine what Zhao Ruoi could figure out from herself. Is it hard to see how handsome and dashing he is? Dashing and suave? Well, it's possible. Su Chen sent the movie script over before letting out a long breath. Zhao Ruoi, who was dealing with the company's affairs there, saw the email in her mailbox. What is it? This man is from Earth? Su Chen's movie script? Zhao Ruoi nodded slightly after taking a closer look. A few moments of curiosity in her voice. After opening the mail, read the script carefully. It opens with a professor of history resigning, and his colleagues rushing to his place of residence to start seeing him off. A very bland start. It wasn't exactly a sci-fi idea. Only, the more Zhao Ruoyi read it, then the more alarmed she was. Along with the narration of the script, there were some subplots introduced in it. After reading the entire script, Zhao Ruoyi's body was already covered in cold sweat. The imagination. It's just unbelievable. Simple scenes with effective characters. In the midst of a scene, the story is written in a conversational way that brings the story down to earth, as if it were possible to follow his words through his experiences. After reading the script, Zhao Ruoyi went to make a call to Su Chen. Hello? Su Chen picked up his cell phone. Finished reading? Well, the script is great, and if it's made, it'll probably be a milestone in the domestic sci-fi market. This is the movie you're planning to make? It's really very good. Zhou Ruo's voice was soft. Thanks for the compliment. Su Chen paused for a moment before continuing. So, $1 million of input capital is also enough. The most important thing is actually just the actor's honorarium, and the construction of some props. Nothing else costs much. Who's going to be the lead? Zhou Tian AI? Zhou Ruoyi spoke up. It's not finalized yet, Su Chen said with some embarrassment, because I can't afford to pay too much for the movie. So, I might cast some actors with less than stellar reputations. Let me recommend one for you. You don't have to worry about the movie fee. Just give $200,000. Zhou Ruo's voice was soft. Who? Su Chen was a bit surprised. Zhao Ruoyi's voice was calm and paused for a moment before continuing. Duan Yueming. Duan Yuming? Su Chen froze for a moment, and a shadow appeared in his mind. This Yueming was still very famous in the entertainment industry, and was a notorious bad star. He has made quite a few movies with quite high ratings, but strangely enough, all the movies he has starred in have sold generally well, hence the reputation of being a badass in the circle, and now at a stage where no one wants to use it. Nice. Zhao Ruoyi spoke. You can trust his acting skills. Su Chen didn't really believe in the idea of any box office curse. No problem. After seriously thinking about Duan Yueming's appearance and acting skills, Su Chen nodded. But, still, my entire movie costs that much, so there's definitely no way to give him too high a price. You can count on that. Zhao Ruoyi smiled. I promise. He won't mention anything about the pay. And what if I don't give it? Su Chen subconsciously asked. Are you serious? There are times when it's still nice to be the one. Zhao Ruoyi said slowly. I'll have him contact you. After saying that, he hung up the phone directly. Su Chen bristled. Not that I thought much of it. Are you kidding me? If being inappropriate makes you money, then of course you choose to be inappropriate. After less than half an hour, a call came in from an unfamiliar number. With a bit of excitement in his voice, that, Director Su, right? I heard that you are preparing a movie, and you're willing to let me be the lead actor? Aha! Su Chen scratched his head. Mr. Zhao and I recommended you, and I think you are indeed more suitable. If you're free, you can come over for an interview. I'm free. I'm coming over right now. It was obvious that this Duan Yuming hadn't found work for a long time. In fact, the profession of director is rather superstitious. Sometimes, before the start of the movie, the whole crew is to go to the temple to burn incense. There are plenty of things like that. And, circle jerk. It's even rumored that there are quite a few people who raise all sorts of messed up things in order to make up their own luck. Well, then my address is at. After Su Chen reported an address, Duan Yuming, on the other hand, felt a bit shocked. He hadn't expected that the meeting place would actually be in a recording studio. After looking at Duan Yuming's somewhat shocked appearance, Su Chen smiled and said, the studio's workplace is still being renovated, so it's a bit shabby to say the least. What did Mr. Zhao tell you? Mr. Zhou says there's a script. It's very good, the kind that can definitely win awards if it's filmed well. Only the price is not high. Aha! Su Chen nodded, and then continued. The price is really not high. Our cost control for the whole movie is probably around 1 million. So the remuneration that can be given to you is probably in the region of 200,000. $1 million? Duan Yuming froze. May I see the script? Duan Yuming's voice contained a few moments of doubt. $1 million for a sci-fi script? How did it sound like an invincible deep pit? Of course there's no problem. The copyright has been registered, and it's under lockdown. So if someone leaks it ahead of time, they're legally liable. Therefore, even Yi Qin did not dare to be arrogant in front of the Copyright Bureau, and was only able to secretly poke and prod at all kinds of yin and yang on the internet. Su Chen handed the script to Duan Yuming. Duan Yuming looked at it seriously. The more he looked at it, the more he felt shocked. What kind of talent is this? What kind of talent is this to be able to write such a script? From beginning to end, there are no scenes that are too complicated, no amazing special effects, but every line in every scene makes people feel a burst of creepiness. Thanks a lot. Duan Yuming suppressed the shock in his heart before looking at Su Chen in front of him. Which sentence do I need to try? Just this one. Suchin pointed to one of the sentences and spoke to Duan Yuming. Duan Yuming took a deep breath and tried to get himself into the state, and then immediately closed his eyes. And the moment he opened his eyes once more, it was as if his entire person had undergone a drastic change. At this time, Duan Yuming was as if he had really become that professor of history in the movie. Sitting there, somewhat ruefully and plaintively, he said, I met someone, learned his name, said a few words, and then he died. Su Chen nodded. There are still a few flaws, but it's nice to be able to play on the fly to this extent. At this time Duan Yuming seemed to be very dissatisfied with his play. Can I continue again? Just found a tiny bit of it. Aha! Su Chen nodded. I'll give you time to play freely. Okay, then I'll memorize a few of my most impressive lines. Duan Yuming took a deep breath. Others are like the waves of the sea, which come and go with the tide, and like the waves of wheat, which float with the wind. I get tired of it from time to time because people keep repeating stupid mistakes. Duan Yuming's voice was very steady, and after reciting a few relatively classic lines, it was as if he was completely in the zone. You know, it is possible. The cells of the pancreas metabolize once every 24 hours. The cells of the stomach lining take 3 days, and the whole body takes 7 days. But the process is not stable, and the accumulation of waste will eventually lead to organ failure. If that person has a special immune system and thus is able to perfectly detoxify and perfectly regenerate, then yes, he is able to escape aging. Once again, Duan Yuming read out a large portion of his lines. Su Chen felt a bit shocked. You were able to remember so much after just reading it once? It's that the script is just amazingly written. Since I was a kid, anything classic that enters my head, my memory is especially deep. It's like some ancient poems that I only need to memorize once, and I'm able to memorize them very perfectly. But there are some that even if I memorize them hundreds or thousands of times, there's no way to remember them particularly accurately. Speaking of this, Duan Yuming let out a bitter smile. Su Chen nodded. Good. Your audition is over. We can sign the contract anytime, and I'll find a way to notify you when filming starts. Yes. Duan Yuming nodded. There was a hint of excitement in his voice. It's one of the least invested movies he's been involved in, but it's one of the ones he's most optimistic about. Su Chen, on the other hand, was somewhat unimpressed. You know, this movie in his own impression, the director just spent $10,000 to make it already. The reason why Su Chen was willing to spend so much money was actually to polish the images in it, as well as the precision. Although it has to be restored, the details in many places could be a bit more realistic. After signing the contract, Duan Yuming rubbed his hands together with some excitement. Director Su, how are the preparations for our crew? Ah, the lead actor has signed on. Su Chen slightly shook the contract in his hand and smiled coyly at Duan Yuming. Duan Yuming immediately felt a wave of speechlessness. Where are the others? It hasn't been chosen yet. Su Chen smiled. According to reason, this kind of movie must be the first to consider its own actors and actresses. However, its own family members are simply too young. Whether it is Chao Tianai or Zhuang Lingling, age is a big problem. It's not too much of a problem if you let them act in some idol dramas, but to get them to play this kind of, it still lacks a little something. God, why don't you drop a few more cheap movie stars on me? Su Chen thought somewhat shamelessly. Duan Yuming nodded somewhat helplessly. It's okay, we don't need too many actors. Do you have a suitable recommendation? Su Chen said with a curious inquiry. Duan Yuming froze for a moment. I do know a few people whose acting skills are not bad. However, they are also more expensive. You know, after all, they're not like me. Su Chen waved his hand somewhat breathlessly. I want the right one, but I also want a cheap one. I don't have enough budget. Su Chen's voice was soft. Joking aside, there are big names who are paid directly over their total budget, and this is definitely not something that can be used anymore. Well, let's see. Duan Yuming thought seriously and pondered for a moment before continuing. There is one person that I can call to try. This person was read some years earlier. However, he retired because of his family. Who knows? The wife got involved with another man, and bad-mouthing him about domestic violence. He hasn't gotten a play in a long time. Hiss. Su Chen looked at Duan Yuming in front of him somewhat speechlessly. What kind of people do you know here? Duan Yuming laughed bitterly and said, they are all in the circle. Who is cleaner than who? There aren't many people who can really be clean. And rightly so. Su Chen nodded seriously. People like me are getting fewer and fewer. Duan Yuming was a bit speechless for a moment. Looking at Su Chen in front of him, he mused for a moment. It would be best if he could join in. Aha! Su Chen nodded and looked at Duan Yuming in front of him, pondering for a moment before continuing. Make a call and ask. Duan Yuming agreed. Take out your cell phone. Hello? Old Pan. Duan Yuming's voice had a bit of teasing in it. I have a movie on my side, but the actor's fee isn't very high. Are you interested in it? It's not very troublesome to film. Ha! The voice from the opposite side came out. Rare. There's actually a director who would actually seek you out for a movie? Shit. Duan Yuming instantly became angry and slammed the table. Old Pan. What do you mean? I was kind enough to introduce you to a job, but you dare to undermine me? Alright, this matter is blown off. Don't. The person on the other side of the phone immediately begged for mercy and said, I'm wrong, okay? I'll treat you to dinner some other day. By the way, what kind of theater? How cheap can it be? Su Chen glanced at Duan Yuming, and after a moment of silence, he raised a finger. It's a little less to be able to pay you roughly $100,000 for the movie, but you have to know that I'm only $200,000. Duan Yuming continued. However, what I can guarantee you is that this movie is really good, and I've already read the script. Getting awards is light. Crap, that's too little? Am I so worthless now? There was a hint of helplessness in the voice across the phone. Old Pan, it's good to have someone to use you. Aren't you being kicked out of your home now? Survive first. As long as you can prove yourself, there will definitely be theater in the future. It's better than you being disheveled all day now. Well, it's okay. Filming is a boxed lunch anyway. Old Pan said cheerfully. Okay, then I'll go over and take a look. Well, I'll give you the location address later, so just come over directly. Duan Yuming's voice was very soft. It was only then that Su Chen could be considered to have taken a long breath. The second actor is also in position. Moreover, the acting skills of both actors were noteworthy. Su Chen also gradually relaxed. There were two major poisonous milks here. Negative and negative. It shouldn't be too much of a problem. Su Chen yawned. Is there anyone else we can pull? Su Chen looked at Duan Yuming with anticipation, and he realized that this Duan Yuming was a treasure. With a little more digging, he might be able to dig out something. You can't catch me alone being very grippy. Duan Yuming laughed bitterly, and then continued. Where are the cheap and well-lived actors so many? Su Chen was a bit speechless for a moment. However, this evaluation was still quite appropriate. After nodding slightly, he looked at Duan Yuming in front of him, and then continued. Alright, if there's something suitable, then talk to me. I've been looking for a good try lately. Aha! Duan Yuming nodded. Looking at Su Chen in front of him, he said, I'll also go back and prepare first. The next few days were pretty much spent in the recording studio by Chao Tian AI. A few songs all recorded. Su Chen also gave him a selection of songs with a high degree of popularity. Free as a Dream, Fly Higher, Bright, Swing Together, Goodbye Youth, though it's shining a light on a person desperately gripping. But in this world, Su Chen didn't feel a single bit of guilt. Once the recording was over, all that was left was to upload the songs one by one. And now, the winds of the internet have changed completely. You know what? I've been listening to Joe Skylove for a few days now, and my dad says my taste is finally coming up, and has managed to ask me for other Joe Skylove songs. Turns out my dad went silent after hearing those raps from Joe Skylove. Ha ha ha, Upstairs is so tragic. I usually listen to it secretly, but I have to say, these songs are indeed good. I don't believe for a second that Su Chen is a little transparent anymore. People are just mixing, not vegetables. Everyone who can be a jerk in peace is terribly strong. Is so strong, to be able to take a rapper and make him a rock giant. That's just awesome. Do you guys think this is a layoff to the aorta for the Morning Glory group? I'm just especially curious. What kind of mood is Yi Chen in right now? His Weibo hasn't been updated for a long time. Do you guys still have any heart? The group disbanded. Brother Yi Chen is already very lost. And you guys are still frantically rubbing salt into his wounds. There were all sorts of comments. And Su Chen couldn't help but look at them. In front of the ironic facts, countless netizens chose to believe Su Chen. However, there are still some in the negative. Just because he wrote these songs himself doesn't mean he wrote Springtime himself. What if it was only Springtime that inspired him to write these songs? Crap. This clear brain circuit. Upstairs you really are an old sow with a bra. One set. However, Su Chen wasn't too surprised by these comments. The followers on Weibo were also rising wildly. And in just a few days, they had reached nearly 2 million. This could be said to be growing exponentially. Comments and private messages are also 99 plus. Su Chen, on the other hand, was looking at one article at a time, and it was impossible to be too careful, for some that didn't have any nutrition. Su Chen, on the other hand, skipped right over it. If all of these private messages were to be answered by myself, I guess I wouldn't have to do anything next. However, soon, a comment appeared in front of Su Chen. Su Chen, hello, I've always been a fan of yours, and recently, you uploaded a new song, which I also like a lot. However, I recently fell out of love. and my mood hasn't been very high. Every night, I like to listen to some sad, soothing songs, but the style of all your songs lately has been a little too rock and roll. If you can see my comment, could you put out some love songs? Like the ones you guys put out before Morning Glory. See this private message. Su Chen's brows furrowed slightly. This person seemed to have an impression on him. The name seemed to have been a girl in the Morning Glory group's fanbase before. Moreover, it had always been a loyal fan of his own. Only, after the Morning Glory group dispersed, he himself simply withdrew from the group. There was no point in staying there, leaving all the fan resources all to Yi Chen. What became of the girl? He wasn't quite sure, but the impression was that the girl had always been a very optimistic person. After a few moments of contemplation, Su Chen called for Xiao Tian AI. Tian AI, help me prepare. I'm going to record a song. Record a song? Doing what? Xiao Tian AI froze in place. Big brother Su, you're going to come up with a song yourself? Well, sing it to a fan who has always supported me. Su Chen smiled. Xiao Tian AI gave Su Chen a thumbs up. Then brother Su, your fans are really happy. Come on, don't be poor. Hurry up and get to work. Su Chen said without any good humor. Xiao Tian AI nodded and turned to leave. Su Chen, on the other hand, picked up his cell phone again and replied in the middle of a private message. Hello, please pay attention to my microblogging later. There will be a song written for you. Oh. After sending it, he simply tossed the phone aside. The process of recording the song went very smoothly, and in fact, Su Chen's voice was in very good condition, only that he had never been too happy to show himself. When he was in school, his grades in all aspects were also very good, mostly because Southern is so fun-loving. The controllability was not as strong as Yi Chen's, so that's why the company at the beginning made Yi Chen the lead singer, and it has been continued. After the recording, first upload the copyright department. Copyright registration in this world is still interesting in that it is based on the time you log in to register with the copyright department. Of course, the review may reject it. However, once the audit passes, you are the earliest, and it is unlikely that other people will want to register before you. Once the process of registration is complete, it's time to move on to the review process. Su Chen didn't say anything twice. Released directly to music platforms. Immediately after that, a link was created, while a tweet was posted, with that fan of his on Twitter. It was fine if he didn't ate, but when he ate, he realized that he couldn't actually find this fan. This made Su Chen feel a little surprised. This fan couldn't be off the fan, right? After looking around, I realized that the fan had actually changed his name to Sad Big Toad. The moment he saw this name, Su Chen was instantly speechless. However, after finding her, she found that she had sent herself another long private message, probably expressing gratitude or something. Su Chen, on the other hand, didn't care. After 8 is done, posted a link to a tweet. At this very moment, inside a large modern bungalow in Kyoto, a small, pathetic-looking girl sat on the couch holding her legs. It looks aggravating. Immediately after that, his own cell phone suddenly rang. She didn't dare to hesitate and hastily took out her cell phone. I realized that it was really my idol who was Aitken, so I followed the link and clicked on it. The little girl froze at first. It seemed like a bit of disbelief to see the title of the song the moment you saw it. The title of the song, Don't Listen to Slow Songs If You're Sad? The little girl froze there. Suddenly some tears and laughter. A grieved expression instantly surged. What the hell they just want to listen to some soothing music to properly relieve their emotions. Who knows that their idol actually came out with such a song? By the looks of it, it should be a temporary creation. So short, the quality must not be very good. However, the little girl yet also still did not even try to listen to it, and directly clicked on the purchase while downloading it. Stomp, stomp, stomp. The sound of a hyper-rhythmic drum beat came out. Su Chen's magnetic voice instantly came out. You're tired of crying. You're on too deep. You're so stupid in love. You're crying like the end is near. Oh, so you listen to slow songs. Very, very slow songs. It's heartbreaking to hear. Isn't it time for a change of pace? The rhythmic drum beats, coupled with Su Chen's almost somewhat foul vocals, mobilized the little girl's atmosphere in a split second, as if she was able to sense that Su Chen was trying to find a way to make her a little happier. And it seems to make perfect sense. Why listen to a slow song? It would have been heartbreaking already. The melody echoed in his own mind. The little girl felt like she was about to be set on fire. I don't care who owns you. Who owns you? I'm mine. Let the heart beat times. Move times. Move times. Move times. Feel alive. I don't care if I stand, sit, lie down, or lie on my back. I'm going to be happy. Make the music move times. Move times. Move times. Move times. It's going deaf. Whatever. Don't think. Don't wait. Don't be unhappy. Sad people don't listen to slow songs. The melody seemed as if it was able to wash the brain. It made that little girl's entire body start dancing unconsciously to the rhythm. The quality of the song is, surprisingly, good. The thought brought a few surprises into the little girl's gaze. Hurriedly added the song to his list of favorites. What a bullshit slow song. To hell with all the slow songs. The old lady wants to get high. Why should I feel so bad about losing my love? The little girl's body swung with it. Immediately afterward, the little girl opened her own group, large and small. Hey, Su-chen's new song. Y'all go listen to it. And at this moment, under Su-chen's microblog, the comments have gone crazy. Everyone was a little confused. Who exactly is this sad big toad? Why would Su-chen personally etch her? I know this person. She was a fan of the Morning Glory group before. But since the Morning Glory group disbanded, she withdrew from the group. She hasn't appeared since then. Now it seems like it should be Su-chen's Iron fan. Crap. There's a story. Su-chen shouldn't be. Well, who's to say? But the song does sound good. Honestly, can I say a word about blowing up? Ever since I heard Su-chen sing alone at the concert site, I've come to the complete realization that there really is an essential difference between a jerk and a dish. Su-chen's hard power is definitely strong. Why were you always such a jerk before? Seems like I heard someone say that he likes to play with cars. When there's nothing going on, he likes to run out and play. And the company executives are having a headache. Isn't that just like me? Playing unmotivated and in over your head. That's it. That's it. Take a fucking class. What's the point of having one? Mix it up for as long as you can. Isn't that what everyone does? All of them were discussing what exactly was the relationship between Su-chen and this sad big toad micro. However, Su-chen did not reply. Soon, rumors began to fly. And after the sad big toad saw these comments, he was furious, and hastily posted a microblog, sending a screenshot of the private message between himself and Su-chen. Thank you all for your concern for me and my idol. Su-chen. The general situation seems to be as it is in the middle of the screenshot. Su-chen is really a very high-quality idol. I hope you can pay more attention to him. Immediately after, the sad big toad once again sent Su-chen a private message. Su-chen today, can I talk to you on the phone? Saw this private message. It's already an hour later. Su-chen first froze for a moment before dialing the voiceover. The big sad toad answered at the first opportunity instead. Su-chen today, it's really you. Wha? The big sad toad's voice was a little strained. No, didn't you listen to my song? Why are you still crying? Su-chen scratched his head somewhat speechlessly. It's hard to believe that the song doesn't work anymore. I'm sorry, Su-chen today. I didn't want to. I was just too moved. I was already in a much better mood. But I don't know why. After answering your call, I just couldn't hold it together again. As if the aggression had completely exploded. Wha? Sad big toad cried a lot. No, why are you crying? Su-chen was a little hard to understand. I've fallen out of love. Why can't I cry when I've fallen out of love? The big sad toad sobs had a touch of aggravation in them. Wait, why do you cry when you've lost your love? Su-chen asked once more. Ooh-hoo, ha, woohoo. There were a few moments of bewilderment and a few moments of crying in the voice of the sad big toad, and after a pause, no, I've fallen out of love. Why can't I cry? Why are you crying when you've fallen out of love? The whole sad big toad was a bit confused. The sobbing in his voice stopped there even in that moment. Southern dada. There were still a few points of aggression in the voice from the opposite side, and then continued. I want to hear you sing. Can you not be so mixed up in the future? Can you not be such a jerk in the future and produce a few more songs? I feel that your voice condition is really too wasted if you don't sing. Ha? Su-chen scratched his head. After a moment's pause, somewhat awkwardly, he said, I'll try my best, but I'll probably be coming out more as a producer next. You can also pay attention to all the artists under my studio. Many of their songs are also polished by me personally. Su-chen said persuasively. Alright, don't think so much. Emotions can't be strained. So have a good meal. Have a good meal. In this world, the only thing you can't live up to is good food. Go for it. Su-chen's voice was gentle, cheering up the sad big toad and saying, Okay, thank you Su-chen greatly. I'm sorry for causing you so much trouble. Don't worry. I've already explained it to the netizens. It's okay. I've been misunderstood for more than a day or two. Su-chen smiled. Just let them be. After a few brief chats, Su-chen hung up his voice. Shit. Xiao Tianai gave Su-chen a thumbs up. I listened to that song. It's just too awesome. Big brother Su. How in the world were you able to write such an awesome song in such a short period of time? Can you teach me? It's actually very simple. 3 parts by luck. 7 parts by hard work. Su-chen's voice was soft. Xiao Tianai froze for a moment. Do you have any luck? If you had luck, would the Morning Glory group still be able to disband? Also, have you worked hard? If you worked hard, would you be a jerk all day long? Shit. Suchen looked at Xiao Tianai in front of him somewhat speechlessly and skimmed his lips. I'm not done talking. Suchen raised a middle finger at Xiao Tianai in front of him. Never seen such a demolition of the stage. For the remaining 90 points, you can only rely on talent. Suchen looked at Xiao Tianai in front of him and patted his shoulder in a serious tone. Then continued. There are some things that can't be forced. Zhou Taiai froze in place. It took a long time to get over it. Turning to Suchen in front of him, he said somewhat breathlessly, don't take you to play like this. You have time to write songs for your fans. How's the preparation of my rap? Tomorrow will be the start of the live broadcast. If I don't pass, I'll lose the people of our studio. Listen to this. Is this human talk? Suchen was a bit speechless for a moment, letting out a long breath and trying his best to stabilize his emotions, looking at Xiao Tianai in front of her, and then continued. Don't worry, it's already prepared for you. As he spoke, he handed a rap script to Xiao Tianai. You familiarize yourself with it first, and the tune has already been written. You go and make it up yourself. Play a side next. Okay. Only then did Xiao Tianai feel a few points of comfort in her heart. Hurriedly, he took the manuscript and left. At this time, Suchen's cell phone was suddenly ringing. Hello, Mr. Sun? Suchen asked cautiously. Is there something you're looking for me for? Xiao Su-ah. A kind voice came out. I heard that you've recently started a studio? On my side, I have a student that is very good. On the other side of the phone, the voice caused tears to well up in Suchen's eyes. This Mr. Sun. His full name is Sunman. He has always been dedicated to his work. The students in his class have, to a greater or lesser extent, been favored by him. There are some not so good conditions of the students, but also has been Mr. Sun all kinds of phone calls, looking for relations, want to make their students can have a place to settle down. Others may just be teachers. However, Sunman in Suchen's heart, on the other hand, had always been his own master. The two are quite different. It's just that, unfortunately, his image condition is not very good, but nothing else is good. I mean, can you take him on? And give him a chance if there's any work? Mr. Sun's voice was very soft. Yes. Suchen nodded. My studio was just newly opened. There aren't a lot of resources, so there may not be that many bigger jobs. As long as he doesn't mind, he can come and visit. Suchen's voice recoiled. Since the studio was opened, then next, the studio would definitely still need people. Moreover, the students recommended by Mr. Sun. Suchen was still relatively assured. It's okay, you just need to bring him along. That way, maybe someone will be able to find his sparkle. Suchen's heart was very relaxed after hanging up the phone, also thinking about what kind of yes or no song he should come up with next for Hip Hop Hasmi. But there are more or less other ideas. The first thing was that there was little point in continuing to record this Hip Hop Hasmi on its own. Nowadays he had quite a lot of work to do. Moreover, this program had quite a lot of shady secrets. If he continued to record, he might instead cause the program to be hostile. Aren't you holding them back from making money? After thinking about it properly, there's nothing particularly good about it. When the going gets tough, sleep on it. The next day, early in the morning, Suchen was woken up by Xiao Tianai. What's your hurry? Suchen at this time sat up from the sofa and asked. The broadcast doesn't start until this afternoon. Not. Xiao Tianai pointed to the front door, and then continued. There's a grandpa at the door, saying he's here to see you. Do you want to check it out? Suchen froze for a moment. Grandpa? Can there still be an old man who knows himself in this Shanghai city? With a few moments of doubt, Suchen put on his clothes and walked out. As expected, right at the main entrance of the gate, a person who didn't look too young, and wasn't very tall, and the clothes on his body were still rather plain. The moment he saw Suchen, he greeted him with some urgency. That, Suchen, right? Aha! Suchen nodded. It's Mr. Sun who asked me to find you. That Moncler Outlet online voice carried a bit of helplessness in it and was full of embarrassment. Oh who? Suchen instantly came back to his senses and glanced at the neighborhood, with a few moments of doubt in his gaze, before softly inquiring, why didn't the child come, and let you personally make a trip yourself? The man smiled sarcastically. That, I'm just the kid. I'm 23 years old, and a student of Mr. Sun. How old? Suchen, the whole person is dumbfounded. Seems to be some cannot believe their own ears. Looking at the Moncler outlet store in front of them, the tone of voice in a split second raised a few points. 23? Are you sure? Okay. The man took out an ID card from amongst his own pockets, handed it to Suchen, and spoke. That, this is my ID card. You can take a good look at it. Suchen took the ID card. Name, Chang Guangli. Sex, male. Date of birth, February 28, 2001. Is this really a Zeroff? Come in. Suchen looked at this Chung Guangli in front of him and was also somewhat helpless. Mr. Sun said that this Chung Guangli's appearance conditions are not good, but Suchen did not think that the other party's appearance conditions can be bad to such a point. And the dress, the outfit. Who the hell taught you that? However, it was only after understanding that Suchen barely understood. This Chung Guangli originally had an average family, but later, his father lost money in business. The family fell into disgrace, and even owed a lot of money, and Chung Guangli accepted the school's financial aid. Gradually, it has become the present situation. He wanted to quit school several times, but was stopped by Mr. Sun, helped him apply for a variety of grants to complete his education. That's really, a sky-high opening. Suchen looked at Chung Guangli in front of him, and then continued, "What do you mainly study?" "I'm studying acting." Chung Guangli opened his mouth and said, "However, my voice condition is actually not bad, and I also taught myself vocal lessons in college. So basically, I was able to cope with all the instruments and singing styles." Aha! Suchen looked up and down at Chung Guangli in front of him, and then continued, "Are you planning to sign up for my studio? Or are you going to see if there is any work that I can introduce you to here? It's the best to be signed to Senpai's studio." Chung Guangli instantly became excited and looked at Suchen in front of him. "Actually, I'm a fan of you, Senior. Your song Angry Life is really sung to my heart." "That's me singing." Next to her, Xiao Tianai added with some aggravation. Chung Guangli scratched his head awkwardly. "Yes, and a fan of yours." After saying that, he looked at Suchen once more. "As long as Senior is willing to give me a chance, I will definitely not let Senior down." "Aha!" Suchen nodded. "Then first of all, my studio is planning to shoot a movie next, and that's the only thing we're going to be busy with next." "No problem, director, field work and all. I know more or less everything too." Chung Guangli nodded again. He didn't even dare to think that Suchen would use himself to make a movie. "That's even better. You star in it." Suchen looked at Chung Guangli in front of him. "By the way, get some other jobs done. Pay is pay. Pay is pay." Suchen looked at Chung Guangli in front of him and paused for a moment before continuing. "Of course, because it's a movie with a small investment, so it's impossible to pay you too much. I can pay you up to $80,000. In addition, it's impossible for me to be in charge of all sorts of things in the crew at all times, so you need to share some other things, and in this regard, I can pay you a total of $50,000. In fact, Suchen had thought about giving Chung Guangli more pay for the movie, but it can't be helped. Old Pan's paycheck just isn't very high, and it wouldn't be very good to give a newcomer too high a paycheck instead, so it's just a matter of being able to give some makeup for it in some other way. Thank you so much." Chung Guangli at this time hurriedly stood up and bowed deeply to Suchen. In the time since he graduated, he had seen so much of the human condition that many times, he was a little less confident. Is he or she really not well suited for this path? His image condition is average. At the very beginning, he also wanted to go to the directing department, but at that time, there were too many people in the directing department, so he was transferred to the acting department. Originally, relying on his family's financial resources, as long as he learns seriously, after graduation, shoot some short films, and gradually take the path of the director is also no problem. But no one could have guessed that his luck was just that bad. "Alright, Mr. Sun and I have talked about you. I'll give you the script later, so go get ready. Stand by." "Yes." Chung Guangli nodded his head hastily. Suchen looked at Li Yan who was on the side. "Sister Li, later on, please take 130,000 to Chung Guangli. In addition, prepare 2 contracts." "Aha!" Li Yan, on the other hand, looked at Suchen somewhat meaningfully, but did not retort. Today's studios are still considered rich, although it is said that there is no way to compare with the large studios of those first-tier stars, but, at least it's food and drink. Brother Su, waiting for Li Yan to take Chung Guangli to sign the contract, Xiao Tianai came up to Suchen. "Arrange a role for me in the new movie. I feel that my acting skills are also quite good. In the future, I can also be a movie, TV and song artist. Enough to make enough profit for the studio." Suchen looked at Xiao Tianai in front of him somewhat speechlessly. "You look a little too young. However, it's not like you can't try. You need to find a makeup artist, preferably one that can paint you slightly older." "Aha!" When Xiao Tianai heard this, she didn't force herself. "Okay, I'll try. Let's get ready to go. Shall we? I'll drive over. There should be a lot of people watching you on today's Hip Hop With Me broadcast. That song of yours was just bombastic. Of course, the one you gave me is also very good. Hey, I like it a lot. I'm sure it's capable of taking a good place." Suchen nodded. "When this recording session is over, I'll find a reason to quit the recording of the program. Next, I'm going to focus on our studio. Hearing Su Chen say these words, Xiao Tianai's brows furrowed slightly. Shit, you're not even going. So what's the point of me staying? Then let's not even go to this installment. We're just being pulled in to make up the numbers anyway. Shoot once. Have an announcement. That won't work. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. This time, I'm going to give them a little bit of a small shock. Xiao Tianai froze in place. A little shock? What exactly have you prepared? Xiao Tianai gave Su Chen a somewhat speechless look, but did not say anything more. Su Chen, on the other hand, smiled and didn't say anything. The two were on their way, and Zhou Tai's mouth never stopped, making Su Chen somewhat speechless. He paused for a moment before continuing. You'll know by night. Che, if you don't want to talk about it, fine. You don't want to talk about it, I don't want to hear about it, Xiao Tianai said as he drove. But, Brother Su, are you sure you're just going to mess with the new movie? It feels a little scary. Personality Pit Pan De Suk, son of bad luck Duan Yuming, transparent white Cheng Wanli, rapper Zhou Sky Love. It doesn't sound like it's very reliable anyhow. Su Chen bristled. Don't be ridiculous, you can't really be sure in this. The two of us haven't signed a contract yet. That's even more finished. Originally I was able to slightly neutralize from it. Now, it's just the three of them. If you find a few more paste curiosity, it is estimated that this movie has just been officially announced is going to be sent by the netizens to the hot search. Okay, have fun driving your car. Su Chen was somewhat speechless. It can't be helped. Isn't it cheap? Of course one could really find some little transparency to act, but that wouldn't be too good. First of all, the bowl of actors actually relied more on talent, especially for some important roles. It simply wouldn't work if you didn't have that kind of temperament. And, with lines and stuff, it's basic. He doesn't want actors going up there and memorizing some 123,456. Especially a movie like this that relies heavily on lines and acting to still hold it together. He was trying to recreate it more perfectly. The two made it all the way to the broadcast. Many of the rappers were already there waiting. The berserker twisted his head to the side with a condescending expression after seeing Su Chen and Xiao Tianai. Su Chen, on the other hand, was unimpressed by all of this. Southern. At this time, the general director of the program quickly walked over, pulling Su Chen's hand and said cheerfully, "You're finally here. Are you kidding me? Nowadays, Su Chen is the real traffic bearer." Although it was said that the several people that the program held up were not bad, and they all had some strength, but there was no comparison to the two in front of them. Every single one of those songs written by Su Chen has steadily made it onto the new song charts. Even some of them are straight up airborne. If Su Chen had written a little more, they might have booked the top of the new songs and bestsellers charts. Moreover, ever since Yi Chen had stopped speaking out, many people's impression scores of Su Chen had also gradually gotten higher. When the fan base is high, then the traffic is naturally high. He was the director of a live program, so naturally he had to maintain the relationship with Su Chen. Director. Su Chen smiled and said in greeting, "Came quite early. How's the preparation going? Today, there are several contestants who are stronger." The director smiled and reminded. Su Chen smiled. "It should be pretty good, right, director? There will be more and more things going on in the studio next, so I might not be able to continue to participate in the next recording of Hip Hop Has Me," Su Chen said somewhat apologetically. Anyway, he was the one who threw himself an olive branch when he was at his worst, although he was trying to use the heat he had at the time to add some topics to the program. However, Su Chen was also still mindful of this sentiment. "Ha?" The director froze in his tracks. "Isn't the notice fee a bit inappropriate? It's okay, we can raise it upwards." "No." Su Chen shook his head. "Mainly because my studio is planning to prepare a movie next." The director's heart trembled. "And it's vaguely painful. That's a lot of lost traffic. But preparing for a movie? Are you serious? With what? With your new studio? Well, congratulations." However, reaching out was not a good idea, and the director also lost interest after exchanging pleasantries. Instead, quite a few people ran over to Su Chen to exchange pleasantries. There's no way around it. In today's showbiz situation, there are a lot of good singers, but there are just too few good creators. What was the situation of Xiao Tianai before? It was simply a small transparent but it was such a small transparent that was actually able to be brought to flight by Su Chen? Almost every song had reached the top of the charts. What kind of concept is that? To put it bluntly, what most people in the circle now recognize is that even if Su Chen's side is bolted to a dog, that dog can be on fire. There were even quite a few people who had come up with the idea of inviting songs, and some were also planning to sign up with Su Chen's studio. However, all of them were politely declined by Su Chen. There were already quite a lot of things going on in the studio nowadays. And, soon, he would be taking Zhuang Lingling to participate in a new variety show. so by then, his own things would only be more likely. Several people had the good sense to leave after making a fool of themselves. Che, what the hell? Still think you're a wannabe? Walking a short distance away, he spat indignantly. Su-chan didn't care. Okay, viewers, welcome to the second season of Hip Hop Has Me, which is sponsored by Nai Tea, the milk tea drink that doesn't grow meat. On the air, drink milk tea, choose Nai Tea. The first installment of the show aired and caused no small ripples online, so thank you to all of our viewers for enjoying it, and thanks to the players for a great show. Today, it's our second installment of live content, and I'm sure it's going to be even better. For the second installment of the broadcast, there will be no more elimination. There are still 20 players on the field today. All 20 players are very strong, so no matter which one is eliminated, it would be an incalculable loss. Therefore, we've adopted a promotion system. You all saw it too. Behind me, there are 15 seats, 5 in the first row and 10 in the second. This time around, we're honored to have 4 titans of the rap world. As long as you can get the affirmation of all 4 of them, you can ascend to the 5 seats in the first row, and no longer be affected by the votes of the audience inside and outside the arena afterwards. As for the others, they will enter the second row after obtaining the votes. The second row, however, can be topped if, for example, the person who performs behind you has surpassed you in votes, and you, coincidentally, are in the last place. Then I'm sorry, you won't be able to advance smoothly. Accompanied by a moderator on stage explaining the rules, Xiao Tianai skimmed his mouth, a few moments of contempt showing in his eyes, before continuing, isn't this still an elimination system? It's just getting an umbrella to make sure that the person they choose won't be knocked down by the votes from both inside and outside the arena. TSK, what a righteous thing to say. It turns out that at the end of the day, they still play this kind of shit. The rap scene really sucks, and I'm never coming back to play again. From now on I'm in the rock scene, Joe Tennessee said with a hefty grin. Su-chan was a bit speechless for a moment, looking at Xiao Tian AI in front of him. Alright, it's not good to let others hear. Next, let's have our first mentor take the stage. He is Zhou Shan. Zhou Shan, this person, Su-chan still had heard of, was not from the mainland. However, in earlier years, he was an underground rapper. There are a few shady raps that are still relatively well known and widely circulated on the internet, and they're the kind of people who are able to hum a few even if you don't know how to sing them. However, this is something that most people learn from the styles over in Europe and America. The rappers that circulated online in earlier years were of a similar style. It's only in recent years that the culture has changed a little, but only in name. Hey everyone, I'm Chu San. Zhou Shan yelled excitedly at the stage after he got on stage. All the spectators were abuzz at that moment. What's he doing yelling so loud? Xiao Tianai said with some dissatisfaction. With 4 mentors on stage, they are Zhou Shan, Mai Lang, Vaiga, and Big Cohen. They're all pretty much the same, and the only advantage they all have is that they all debuted relatively early, so they're said to have eaten the first wave of dividends in the rap scene. For all of this, Su-chen didn't care much, patting Xiao Tianai's head. I've already spoken to the director, and I'll be quitting the recording after today. So if you want to play a few more installments, that's fine. Tell me, you kid, you don't lack money yourself. Why participate in this kind of program all day long? Su-chan said with some hatred. It can't be helped. I'm not short of money, but going down this road, I really haven't made a few bucks yet. Instead, I've always been sticking money into it. That's why the old man is so dissatisfied with me. Xiao Tian AI bristled. If it wasn't for the fact that I still have some in my own small treasury, I'm afraid that I wouldn't have been able to support myself. Su-chen was a bit speechless for a moment. To this kind of brain-only dream-rich second generation is really not even a tiny bit of common ground. It is really too angry. Alright, the program has begun. Guess who all will be sitting in those 5 first row seats? Su-chen laughed at this so-called in live broadcast, purely coming here for the fun of it. Zhou Tenai thought hard about it. Berserker definitely counts as one. His popularity isn't weak, and he's also the one the program group is trying to promote. Daffy should also have one. This person's identity isn't weak either. Behind him is Shunwei Entertainment. He should also be an existence that the program group is trying to promote. Well, with 3 people left, it doesn't really matter who they are. It should pick 3 newcomers who are pretty good and easy to control. I can't say who there is for now. These rappers nowadays, their styles are actually all pretty much the same, with occasional works that have a certain amount of variance, but there's no way to open up too much of a gap. If Big Brother Su is willing to defect, the program will definitely give you a spot. Su-chan gave a thumbs up to Xiao Tian AI, and then continued. You can stay wherever it's cool for me. Ladies and gentlemen, our program, which will begin shortly, Coming up next, King Lightning takes the stage and gives us a great rap performance. Yo, King Lightning takes the stage, wearing a black duck hat and baggy street culture attire. I have to say, in the whole stage of hip-hop has me, Lightning King's rap level is not the strongest. There are those who are stronger than him, but the man is relatively good-looking and has a very good sense of stage sense, so he also has a large number of fans. Come into this world, born as a mole vial, never one to give in. I always persevere. What hardship, what quantum of destiny. I'll blow up even more after I break them. Welcome to my world. Lightning King's voice quickly spread above the stage. It's an overall passable piece, and it's clear that Lightning King still has some chops when it comes to being able to prepare an original like this in just a week's time. Couple that with the dynamic music and this rich hip-hop self-motivation. It also allowed King Lightning to quickly drive the house down. Su Chen glanced at Zhang Tian AI, and then continued. This Lightning King's strength is actually quite good, and if the program group is willing to hold it up, it will also catch fire. Aha! Zhang Tian AI nodded as well. To be honest, this Lightning King's strength is there. However, there are many newcomers with the same strength. The entertainment circle is very cruel. If you don't give, why should people pursue you? Newcomers with strength are actually a dime a dozen. Zhang Tian AI said with a smile. It's like a 1,000-mile horse and a bull. Su Chen smiled and agreed. Just like me. It was only after I met you that my luck started to turn. Zhang Tian AI said with a hefty smile. For a moment, Su Chen was also somewhat speechless. King Lightning's singing was soon over. Zhou Shan shook his hands and stood up, with a bit of excitement in his gaze. Lightning King, what about this rap of yours? I personally still like it very much. Therefore, I can give you a pass. However, I likewise feel that this rap of yours has a lot of room for improvement. If there's a chance, we can have a good exchange on stage. Zhou Shan's voice had a few hints of compulsion in it, and he even winked at the Lightning King. The Lightning King couldn't help but shiver as he looked at Zhou Shan, but he still smiled and responded. Thank you, Teacher Zhou. If I have the opportunity, I will definitely seek some good advice from you. Well, my answer is over. Zhou Shan's voice was soft, but decisive. Big Gon was the second to make a comment. To be honest, I'm still rather disappointed in you. And in this song, you've got a couple of beats and rhymes that have obvious problems. I can see that you still want to sing some of your own style, but first you need to get your basics right. My suggestion is to take a good lesson from some foreign rappers. Su Chen's ears were getting cocooned with embarrassment from listening. And yet, know that there is nothing you can do about any of this. The Lightning King was also not able to sit in the first row, and was only able to land in the second row. However, there were not many people supporting him on the scene, so it should not be much of a problem to stabilize these 10 seats. The program is accompanied by an ongoing live broadcast. Hip Hop's Got Me continues to rise in popularity online as well. The directing team is also watching in real time. Director, the heat of our program has surpassed 5 million. Well, it's not blown up enough nowadays, but there's no hurry, just push it up a little bit. The director's voice was very soft. Also, inform all the people below that at this time, they must be more careful. Don't get me into any trouble, or else, I'll make him eat his words. Who's up next? The director opened his mouth and said inquiringly. Zhang Tian AI. Zhang Tian AI? The one from Su Chen's studio? Aha! Alright, got it. Find a way to control the pop-ups and try to bring down the heat off the field a little. The director was silent for a moment before continuing. Since Su Chen doesn't want to work with us anymore, this Zhang Tian AI is also dispensable. I originally wanted to capitalize on the two of them to create a good hype. Now, leave him to his fate. Yes, director. Next, let's invite Zhang Tian AI to give us a wonderful performance. The host called out enthusiastically. In a flash, the field was abuzz. On the contrary, there were quite a few people who were rock fans of Zhang Tian AI. After all, during this period of time, those new rock songs sung by Zhang Tian AI could be too bombastic. Live on the screen, 4 large letters appeared. Fate unto death. Zhang Tian AI stood on the stage, and that sense of dominance returned to her entire body. Some people are naturally unafraid of the stage, and the stage is instead a place for them to shine. The kid who was never favored to wear a ducktail hat on stage, become the next icon and crush the sign of the sick man. Zhang Tian AI's voice seemed to have derived a very special kind of magnetism since he sang rock, deep and explosive. It also made his own strength rise once again. Su Chen gave this song to Zhang Tian AI. It's also been adapted with some of its own. Took out some of the lyrics that didn't make sense relatively speaking, while filling them in. But the overall effect is anything but bad. The power appears when you are in the most pain. You say the sparrow knows the will of the swan. Stop complaining without changing. Don't talk about being born at the wrong time. Since it's all live once, then live unbeatable. Zhang Tianai's microphone was raised, and her voice sounded as if it was squeezed out of her chest. His strength to fight and never give in was felt by all. Wait until after Zhang Tianai stopped singing. Zhou Shan glanced at Zhang Tianai, smiled and said, Zhang Tianai, I heard that you have been playing rock recently, but I did not expect that. Actually created another rap song like this. I'm still showing recognition of your strength. If you can quiet down and specialize in rap words. Zhou Shan spoke eloquently, and the pop-ups were blowing up at this point. Zhou Shan, shut up. Are you going to ruin rock and roll in China? Zhang Tianai, don't listen to Zhou Shan's nonsense. It's still rock and roll that's a more suitable path for you. Nowadays, Zhang Tianai's rock fans are very strong in battle. The message is spread all over the screen in a flash. But it's a great pity. Zhou Shan glanced at Zhang Tianai somewhat apologetically. In my mind, this rap, although passable, is far from your limit, so I can't give you a pass. Su Chen subconsciously touched his nose, but didn't care too much about it. This so-called fixed seat in the first row, Su Chen didn't think much of it. He just thought that according to Chao Tianai's temperament, it should be difficult for him. He's still a fan of the rap. However, to Su Chen's surprise, Chao Tianai did not show any dissatisfaction either, just a slight bow. It looked calm and collected. It was evident that the present-day Chao Tianai had truly achieved inner peace. Most importantly, he already knew what he was really going to do some now, or could do some. Several other people, too, criticized Chao Tianai separately. Luckily, Chao Tianai was still able to sit in the second row for the time being by virtue of her strength, nor was there any upset. Su Chen also discovered a rather strange phenomenon, and didn't know if it was a deliberate act by these judges, or if it was created unintentionally. Nowadays, in the first row, in addition to the two guys they knew were internalized, there were also two people seated, but these two people brought English rap. But when it comes to quality, it's not really that high. On the racecourse, people come, people go. This is all very normal too. There are so many salacious facts in the entertainment industry that these are simply not worth mentioning. Great. The host took the stage again. The next one to take the stage is our contestant Su Chen. Contestant Su Chen thinks you're already very familiar with him. Former member of the Morning Glory group. His rap in the last game even blew up the room. Let's look forward to it. Su Chen can bring us some brand new shocks. The host's voice soared. Next, let's invite Su Chen to the stage. Su Chen heard this, also stood up and walked onto the stage. Warm applause rang out in that moment, accompanied by a tsunami of cheers. Su Chen turned to the audience and bowed deeply. On the large screen behind them, 4 large, ink-splashed letters were visible in that instant. Compendium of Materia Medica. The audience under the stage was confused. Wasn't this an ancient medical book? Did Su Chen choose the wrong one? And the 4 judges looked at me and I looked at you. If Hua Tuo were alive, Chong Yang would be healed. Foreign countries come to learn Chinese characters and inspire my national consciousness. Strychnine cassia seeds, celandine seeds, and lotus seeds, yellow herbs, bitter beans, neem seeds. I want to save face. On my terms, rewrite a history, nothing else. Repeat after me a few words, accompanied by the magical and incomparable music. One by one, large words were displayed on the large screen behind them. It was as if it was a heavy hammer that smashed into everyone's heart. Su Chen's gaze gradually became firm. Standing there, he violently raised his hand, practicing what Dan needed into what pill. You can't slice antlers too thin. You can't copy a master's techniques like that. Turtle jelly Yunnan Baya. And cordyceps. Own music, own medicine. Just the right portion. Listen to me, herbal medicine is bitter. Plagiarism should be more bitter. Turn to the Materia Medica and read more of the good book. Toad Su Geoduck has turned over the river. We must not lose the hard work of these old ancestors. Accompanied by Su Chen singing down. All of them felt a shock of having their eardrums blown through at that instant. Shit. I feel like I'm going to explode. Nima. This is the rap that should be in the country. Okay. Shit. Look. Now on the stage. The ones selected by the mentors. And the ones in the back with high boats or some shit. Zhao Ruoi sat quietly in front of the computer, watching the masking program carefully. She wasn't a big fan of rap, but she'd never missed a single rap by Su Chen, either. Suddenly she realized that she had some trouble seeing Su Chen, originally thinking that Su Chen was nothing more than a hateful jerk who was capable of doing anything as long as he could live a more comfortable life. However, in this song, she could vaguely feel that Su Chen wanted to really do something for the entertainment industry. This feeling, too, grew stronger. He said he wanted to do sci-fi, didn't he? And did he want to do something about it? Zhao Ruoi held her chin and thought seriously. I have to admit, I'm starting to understand you a bit. Zhao Ruoi let out a bitter laugh before shaking her head somewhat helplessly. However, all of this doesn't really have much to do with yourself. As long as Su Chen was willing to toss around the circle, she would still be able to provide some help in any way she could. In that case, the last seat should be confirmed to be undoubtedly Su Chen's. Zhou Rui listened to the entire rap and smiled. Satisfied, he took a sip of tea and watched the program in silence. At this moment, Big Koan on the mentor seat has already cursed Su Chen countless times in his heart. Nima, are you sick? What's the point of writing a rap song like this? Everyone in the circle play is just, you have to make a set of this kind of thing? How could he not see that this song was literally blazing a whole new trail? And even, in the middle of the whole rap, they are put down for nothing. Ahem. Joshan first coughed twice and brought the microphone to his own mouth. Wanting to speak, it was only after a few more seconds that he said again, Su Chen, I have to say that this rap of yours is great, but there is something very wrong with your thinking. Nowadays, it's already a great integration of the world, and we need to accept the better things out there instead of just belittling them. Yeah, Big Gon also took over the conversation with a bit of embarrassment in his voice. Only by taking in the best of the best will we be able to grow faster. Su Chen picked up the microphone and said with a smile, I've never rejected what's out there. I'm just saying, no matter what time it comes, don't forget, this land we're standing on under our feet, and at the same time, don't forget, where our roots are. I think that Halyu's is the dopest. As he spoke, Su Chen once again raised the microphone in his hand. The field, in an instant, boiled over. I'm sorry, then, that our philosophies don't match. At this time, Big Koan was already unable to bear it anymore. He originally wanted to teach Su Chen a good lesson, but realized that Su Chen didn't listen to the lesson at all, and said with a black face, I won't be able to give you a pass. Shit, on what grounds? This Big Gon is really floating, right? To negate Su Chen's with his own raps that he can't get on stage and are all insulting? Su Chen, which sentence did I, say wrong? Live. The pop-ups exploded in a flash. Su Chen didn't say much either. He probably knows what some of these juries say, and disliking them? Completely unnecessary. Mentor. Su Chen smiled, as if he was not at all concerned about these comments from these four judges. Maybe you guys aren't aware of this because my next schedule is quite full. So before I came to the show today, I had already discussed with the director that after the live broadcast of this show, I will quit hip-hop has me. Su Chen paused when he said this. Now that my show is over, thank you for enjoying it. I won't take up your places here. After all was said and done, Su Chen once again bowed to everyone, and then retreated back into the audience with a plum. Shit, motherfucker, when has our Su Chen ever received this kind of aggravation? A bullshit rap artist dares to come and critique Su Chen's songs? Your own mouth is full of shit and you're worried about other people's mouths being masculine? What kind of sense is that? The pop-ups in the live stream, and on Weibo, all boiled over in that instant. This coming down of Su Chen looked like a non-contest. However, netizens who didn't know thought that Su Chen didn't know how much he had been wronged. They've been bullied to the door, and the show's crew doesn't give a shit about the face output? What the hell do the four of them know about rap? It was enough of a rap song to start a genre, and yet it was evaluated by a couple of judges as useless. Who could not be annoyed? And after Zhao Rui, who was sitting in front of the computer, saw this scene, her brows were deeply furrowed. She didn't expect that Su Chen would take the initiative to quit. Now it seems that it should be time to publicize her new variety show. Nowadays, Su Chen's heat should be at its highest, and, comparing the two, she was even able to accept a part of Su Chen's heat in hip-hop has me. This time Zhou Tai stood up from the back row, slightly shaking his hair. He smiled and said, it really isn't much fun. You guys play. I'm going to follow the boss back to the studio. I'm also announcing my withdrawal from the taping of Hip Hop with Me. Xiao Tian Ai's voice was very soft. However, it was still decisive as it walked towards Su Chen. The director instantly felt a wave of vertigo at this time. Nima, there's been an on-air accident. Immediately cut the screen, cut all the images of Su Chen. Xiao Tian Ai. The director roared into the walkie-talkie. Immediately arrange for someone to come on the set, and use the maximum force to eliminate the impact. And this time, the official microblog of the New Voice of China directly released a brand new promotional poster. On that publicity poster, Su Chen stood there, while behind him were countless silhouettes. It looks mysterious and powerful. Just a simple publicity poster. Zhao Ruoi directly purchased the hot search and pushed this poster up. And within the circle, countless connections went crazy in this instant. And for all of this, Su Chen was unaware. The rest of the raps, too, were poor. By the time the live broadcast was over, there was no longer anything that could attract Su Chen, and the program team never gave Su Chen and Xiao Tian Ai any of the footage from beginning to end. However, this in turn was much easier for the two. After the live broadcast, the director found Su Chen with a black face. Su Chen, do you know, Do you know how much loss you have brought to our program group this time? Yes? Su Chen looked at the director in front of him with some surprise, but we've already discussed that after this live broadcast, I won't participate in the next installment. You, the director said angrily, because of you, countless fans of the program have flushed our Weibo officialdom. Don't you care? Not. Su Chen looked at the director in front of him with some speechlessness. Director, you're not mistaken, are you? I didn't give the fans a dime, so who am I to care about them? Moreover, aren't these the fans of the program? It's not like they're my fans, but I sang the whole time, as required by the rules of the competition, and then announced my withdrawal. It's not even remotely related to me. I don't recognize what you're saying. After saying that, Su Chen, I was still a bit speechless as I spread my hands and looked at the director in front of me and said, alright, director, let's go first. Remember to call my notice fee into my studio's account. The director was exasperated. Su Chen, you won't be able to make it in the circle if you do things like this. However, Su Chen did not hear it at all, and just as Su Chen was in the car, his phone rang. Hello? Is the broadcast over? Do you have time? Let's have a good talk about the program, The New Voice of China? I'm at the company now. Can you come over? Zhao Ruoi opened her mouth to inquire and said, do you fight that hard? You are unaware of how much heat you're getting right now. I want to grab this heat and get the first installment recorded as soon as possible. Zhao Ruoi wasn't a fool. It would be a waste not to know how to capitalize on such great heat. Okay, no problem. Send me an address and I'll be right there. Su Chen nodded and said. Zhao Ruoi was a bit speechless for a moment. Joaquin headquarters? Right, I'll take you there now. Xiao Tianai glanced at Su Chen, and then said very tacitly. On Zhao Ruoi's side, she simply hung up. This woman, her great-aunt came? Su Chen's phone was hung up somewhat inexplicably, touched his nose and opened his mouth. Xiao Tianai covered her mouth and laughed, but didn't say anything. The internet has been making waves for a long time now. Holy shit, are you kidding me? Although I admit that the quality of the songs Su Chen has been putting out lately are all pretty good, but I'm afraid he's a little less qualified if he wants to go to the New Voice of China as a mentor, isn't he? It's more or less the same if the former Morning Glory group goes together. Exactly. Although Su Chen proved himself, but after all, the bottom line is still too thin. This program group, it still wouldn't be trying to rub off on him and play cuddle, would it? 8 next door to hip hop with me. Y'all come see what it means to have a poker face. Just quit y'all and someone wisecracked. That's right. That one Chinese rap is making my ears pregnant. Those bullshit mentors actually gave that kind of crap a rating. My dog is more professional than them. Don't you get it? Everything else is fake. Only those 5 fixed seats are real. And I'm sure the final champion will be one of those 5. Because of what? Because of capital? Can it be because of love? At this very moment, Huang Yuhua's brows furrowed deeply. Yi Chen hadn't been in a very high mood lately, and couldn't get interested in anything. It also has something to do with the company wanting to keep him quiet for a while. But the good thing is, the internet is forgetful. In less than a week, the online heat has been pretty much dissipated. Except for a few playful netizens. Yvonne Wang is a professional. What? Discouraged? Huang Yuhua looked at Yi Chen in front of him and made a cup of tea for him. Brother Huang, do you think I'm wrong? Yi Chen's voice carried a few moments of confusion in it. There is little point in arguing this nowadays. Huang Yuhua laughed, then continued. You should understand that no matter if it's you or Su Chen, there's no chance of turning back. It's fine now. You just saw Su Chen's genius. But I can tell you, in this circle, the one thing that is not lacking is talent. Huang Yuhua's voice was very soft, and then continued. Behind you is a company. And next, you will have countless concerts and countless opportunities. Because you're obedient, the company will make you the next Cheng Fei. Huang Yuhua's voice was soft, and even if he's a genius, he's nothing more than a lone warrior. All of them, it's as if they are staring at him like fat meat. Huang Yuhua's voice was very low, yet it sounded extraordinarily comfortable. It looks like an honor, but the truth is, sooner or later, he'll be divided up cleanly by others. Aha! When Yi Chen heard these words from Huang Yuhua, he sort of let out a long breath and smiled slightly. Thank you, Brother Huang. Alright, it's best if you can figure it out. The company has arranged a variety show for you next. A romance variety show. It's been very hot lately, although it's not a resident guest. However, as long as you can perform better in it, you can definitely brush up a large wave of goodwill. Huang Yuhua patted Yi Chen's shoulder. Don't count the momentary gains and losses. I'll tell you as a person who has been there, life is actually a marathon. Yi Chen nodded once again, with a few moments of depth in his gaze. After persuading Yi Chen, Huang Yuhua then left, and gave the company a call afterward. Well, it's been persuaded. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. He's a smart man and knows what he's worth. He won't give up. After saying that, Huang Yuhua hung up the phone. The corners of his mouth quirked up in a few smiles as he looked up at the city at night, and then quickly disappeared into thin air. After the live broadcast of the program ended, Su Chen and Xiao Tianai left. The next most important thing was the filming of the movie and the recording of the new variety show. The preparation of the crew was actually a tedious affair. Initially, Su Chen didn't feel it. But first, you have to choose the location. A relatively secluded house, which is relatively easy, and all sorts of filming materials, equipment, box lunches for the crew, post-production supplies, and so on. Wait until Li Yan had listed down a large list of all of them. Su Chen also more or less felt a bit headstrong. How come there are so many? This is already considered very little. The cost of our movie is relatively small. And, overall, it's already saved a lot. Li Yan continued. My suggestion is that if you really want to make movies in the future, you'd better form your own movie company. It's also best to purchase all of the equipment and stuff yourself, or else the rental costs will be a huge amount of money in the future. I roughly figured it out. If a full set of professional filming gear, plus post, around $50 million is about right. Of course, this doesn't include labor. These are just all the equipment, although it's not the world's top level, but in China, it's definitely already very luxurious. Su Chen looked at Li Yan. Very seriously, he said, first of all, you should be clear when you discuss these issues with me. I'm not Joe Tiny Love. But, hearing Su Chen's words, Li Yan couldn't help but laugh out loud, and said somewhat breathlessly, you can form the company first, and do the other things slowly later. If you just want to sign a few artists, take on a few plays, sing a few songs, and record a few variety shows, a studio is completely enough. Li Yan spoke again. But if you want to transition behind the scenes and let the artists under you help you make money while you are able to lay back and do what you want to do, it's best to have a company. The functions of each part are more clearly divided, each in its own way, and no one is missing, Li Yan suggested. Su Chen bristled, wanting to say something, but, instead, he only shook his head helplessly. After a few moments of contemplation, he then continued, let's take one step at a time. Just prepare according to this sheet. In addition, notify Duan Yueming, Lao Pan and the others to get ready. Ready to enter the group at any time now. Yes, Li Yan nodded. Duan Yuming at this moment, covering his head, he sat on the couch, full of aggression. Are you sick? Are you sick? Although you are now topping the title of box office poison, but, you are at least a first tier. Do you understand the gold content of a first tier? This $1 million movie. Your pay is $200,000. You actually took it? Duan Yuming's agent said angrily. Duan Yuming smiled awkwardly. This is what Mr. Zhao wants. Mr. Zhao. How does Mr. Zhao? Why are you still personally concerned about your acting? Duan Yuming's agent jerked back toward the recovery, holding it in rather hard. There was a pause before he said, somewhat awkwardly, why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask me before, Duan Yuming said awkwardly. Moreover, I've read this script and it's indeed very challenging, and I'm the male lead in it. If the overall filming goes well, we can definitely finish filming in about a month. There's no delay in anything. Since it was arranged by General Manager Zhao, she must have her own ideas. Duan Yuming's agent nodded and said, you do a good job. I've left this month free for you. Don't have any mental burdens. That's not what you just said, Duan Yuming skimmed his lips, but his heart was very flattered. And just then, his phone rang. Hello? Oh yeah, this is Duan Yuming. Ready to enter the group, right? No problem. No problem. Duan Yuming hurriedly agreed. I'm already familiar with the script. I can start shooting anytime. After receiving an affirmative answer, the breath held in Duan Yuming's heart finally stretched out. During this time, he had been mulling over the script, but the more he mulled over it, the more he felt a bit shocked. After hanging up the phone, Duan Yuming directly made a call to Old Pan as well. Hello, Old Pan. The theater group is almost ready. Have you received the news about entering the group? You got it? Okay, then we'll have to have a good time at the theater. Ha ha ha. The two men sounded very chipper. Duan Yuming's mood was still relatively relaxed. The crew prepared almost after the meeting, and then received an invitation to the variety recording of The New Voice of China. The director of The New Voice of China variety show is called Su Chang. Su Chang is one of the best in the whole variety show industry, and he has a lot of masterpieces. Moreover, he is from the national team. No matter from the picture, or from the scene match above, are very careful. The nationals, they're monsters. So after receiving Su Chang's invitation, Su Chen then brought Zhuang Lingling to the recording site. Boss, I'm a little excited. Zhuang Lingling sat beside Su Chen. Her body was trembling slightly, and there were a few moments of embarrassment in her gaze. Even though I've participated in stages like this before, it's basically going to be a day trip. Don't worry. Suchen smiled, and then continued. Actually, your voice is good. As long as you can find your own track. I can't guarantee a first line, but a second line is not any problem. That's a big thank you, boss. I'm so touched I almost want to give my life to you. Chuang Lingling giggled. Then you'll have to get in line. At this time, Xiao Tianai said with a smile, there are many people waiting to offer themselves. Our brother Su's current level of lyricism. As long as he is willing, I'm afraid there are quite a few micro beauties who are willing to spend the night with him. Come on. I still like to drive. Su Chen skimmed his lips, and there were a few hints of bashfulness in his voice. Hey, Xiao Tianai said somewhat breathlessly. Big brother Su, this is something you don't understand. In fact, women and cars are the same. What's the same? Su Chen felt a little strange. What about first? Start in first gear, but to drive a little longer in second and third gear. Don't rush into fourth and fifth gear. You should also step on the brakes appropriately. What about after you feel the car contract? Then go into fifth gear. After 5 minutes or so, brake sharply. You'll be able to feel it, and the car will shake one way or the other. Some models even spray water. Xiao Tianai said with some lewdness. Both being in the entertainment industry, Zhuan Lingling was able to understand what Xiao Tianai was talking about after just a little bit of thought. Cheeks reddened in that instant, viciously glaring at Xiao Tianai, angrily saying, what nonsense. Hey, talk about driving, you think so? Zhou Tennessee was blissfully unconcerned. Su Chen raised his head, somewhat speechless. Xiao Tianai. Why didn't I realize before that you still have such a side? Hey, brother Su, look what you said. Xiao Tianai continued. I didn't know that you liked to drive, so I also researched a little bit more. There might be something wrong with it. You don't mind. Don't mind. Humph. You too. There's not a single good person. Zhuang Lingling snorted coldly. And just at this time, Xiao Tianai drove Su Chen to the music theater in Shanghai City. This time, Hua Jin's Huasha new song voice was recorded in this place. Moreover, many stars were invited to help out, while Su Chen was one of the least curated among them, and he was actually a mentor. Su Chang was very unhappy with this arrangement, but it couldn't be helped. It was named by Zhao Ruoi herself. Seeing Su Chen come over, Su Chang's brows furrowed deeply. Su Chen, hello, director. Su Chen's face wore a smile as he stretched out his hand. Su Chang sized up Su Chen and didn't give any indication. Let me talk to you about the rules. You should have already known them before. We have 4 tutors, and each tutor can pick 5 trainees. Every issue, we'll have 10 cadets on the field. If the trainee you pick has a conflict with another mentor, then it goes to the trainee counter selection. The trainee can choose you or another tutor, and when the students you pick are full, then the seats are fixed. Next loses the right to pick and can only watch other mentors pick. Even if, at a later stage, a more talented trainee appears on the program, you have no way to pick. Likewise, if you don't pick a full, then in the end, you won't get another chance to add trainees, and you might just need to use 3 trainees, or 4 trainees, to go up against another instructor's full trainees. Su Chang's voice was soft. There was no half-assed ripple in his voice. After explaining all of this, only then did he continue. I don't know exactly what kind of relationship you have with Mr. Zhao. Perhaps, those lace news on the internet are true. However, I hope that you will be able to settle down, and it's best if you don't get into any trouble. This is one of the most important variety shows I've ever directed. If anything happens because of you, we will never have any chance of working together again in the future. Su Chang said very forcefully and threateningly. After saying that, he turned around and left. Su Chen touched his nose somewhat breathlessly. I've messed with this old man? No? Maybe it's because you don't think you're curated enough? Xiao Tianai also felt a little surprised. But, big brother Su, why don't I come and try out for this program as well? All the auditions are over. You're afraid you won't be able to enter now. Chuan Lingling said with a hefty grin from the side. And rightly so. Xiao Tianai waved his hand. I just look at this director a little bit upset. Really looking down on people just because he's on the national team. There. Su Chen shook his head somewhat breathlessly. Just do your own thing. The recording will start soon next. By the way, Xuan Lingling, you also do a good job. For the first installment, there's no way I can help you too much. If you come up with a new song in the first installment, then the help will be a little too obvious. Su Chen spoke to Xuan Lingling. So on your first appearance on stage, you have to show a perfect version of yourself. Have the songs been chosen yet? Su Chen opened his mouth and asked. Zhuang Lingling organized her slightly nervous mood. It's chosen. It's Li Weiwei's Yellow Peach. Aha! Su Chen thought for a moment. It's still more suitable for you. Play steadily and there won't be any problem. Yes, Originally a little nervous, Zhuang Lingling's mood gradually relaxed at this moment. Su Chang had some opinions about Su Chen though. However, it did not pester Su Chen too much. Su Chen! In the distance, a voice came out. Su Chen turned back and found a valiant figure walking over. It's been a long time. It's been a long time, Sister Hong. The person who came was an old acquaintance of Su Chen's, and the two had worked together before, and their friendship was quite good. You kid, you don't even know to say a word when something so big happens. Sister Hong walked over and heavily patted Su Chen, and then continued. It's been okay lately, hasn't it? Well, not bad. Su Chen nodded. I know about you. If you hadn't been so crazy about playing with cars in the first place, plus the mess, you would have been able to save at least a little bit of money. Now you don't have to work so hard. A good rest is not a bad thing. Sister Hong's voice was soft. Su Chen touched the bridge of his nose. He also didn't think that the original owner was actually that capable of building when he came to this world. Instead of having a tiny bit of money in his pocket, he owed others millions, and if he hadn't worked diligently to fill it all in later, he was afraid that he would still be in debt to the outside world by now. Didn't know any better. Su Chen laughed, and then continued. So it's a bit ridiculous. Consider it a do-over. Sister Red. But I didn't expect to be reunited here. Sister Hong's name is Ni Hong. It's a very famous singer. The power kind. Although it is not the national team, Ni Hong is one of the very few singers who have been recognized by the national team, and even on the stage of CCTV as if it were a family affair. The songs are also widely sung and can sit firmly in the top tier. That's right. After this incident, you've matured quite a bit. Ni Hong nodded. Also quite emotional. Right. Ni Hong smiled. I've recently been preparing my new album, as well as a concert. If you have any good works there, you can bring them to me, and the price is still good. Aha! Su Chen nodded. When there's a good piece, I'll be sure to let Sister Hong help advise on it. All your recent work has been pretty good. Just not for me. That chap in your studio has an okay vocal range too. Be good at it. Since you're going to continue on this path in the future, you can't fool around like you did before. You were eating alone before, and your whole family wasn't hungry. It's different now. So many people in the studio are still waiting for you to eat now. Ni Hong said half-jokingly. Sister Red. In the distance, once again, came a voice. One looked slightly younger, beautifully dressed, with long hair and soulful eyes paired with a clean face. It was as if there was an unspeakable affinity. Just standing there quietly, one could not help but want to get close. The luscious curves look elegant and mysterious in a black halter dress. The moment I walked over, it was as if there was a slow spring breeze blowing through. It's Yuan Jun. Sister Hong first froze for a moment, and then said with some surprise, the secrecy of this program group is still doing quite well. I actually didn't even know that the program group had invited you. It seems that this time the program group wants to play a big game. That's right. Another unfamiliar voice came out. A middle-aged man walked up quickly. The man's frame was slim, but unusually tall, with a dry leather jacket that carried an air of rock and roll. Sister Hong. Yuan Jun. After the man came over, he nodded at the two. Hello again. Seeing this person in front of him, Su Chen also felt a burst of surprise. This person was considered a giant in the rock circle, and there were quite a few rock works under his name. It's also better known in the circles. You could even say it's the spiritual totem of an era, called Qian Jinping. This time, the entire entertainment industry, people with some weight, were also invited out. In here, only Su Chen was a little transparent, not to mention him. Even if he pulled out the morning glory combination together at the beginning, he was afraid that it was all a little less than impressive. This Zhao Ruoi had really given herself a heavenly problem. Think about it. Su Chen? At this time, Chen Jinping glanced at Su Chen, followed by a smile. I didn't expect that the program group would even invite you to be a mentor. You shouldn't have enough seniority, right? Do you and Mr. Zhao really have any relationship? Su Chen was a little embarrassed for a moment. Say what? Ni Hong's brows furrowed a bit as she looked over at Chen Jinping. In the circle, there are some things that are best left unsaid. Chen Jinping laughed, not thinking, I am just joking. Furthermore, Su Chen little brother didn't say anything. Sister Hong, I'll go and get ready first. You guys take your time to chat. Never mind. Ni Hong said to Su Chen. This old Chen, he's just a straight talker. It's okay. Su Chen shook his head. The taping of the show soon began as well. Su Chang was in charge of the overall scheduling, and countless cameras with different camera positions started working almost simultaneously. Su Chang held a walkie-talkie in his hand. Host, make your entrance. Good booster. Drink fondly. Welcome to watch the new singing voice of Huaxia, which is titled and broadcasted by Saley Beverage for you. The moderator's voice was very clear and accurately reached within everyone's ears. At the same time, our new singing students who are recognized by the 3 mentors will receive a 50,000 yuan dream fund provided by Fondly Beverage. Thanks to. The moderator's voice still continues. After the hand card is read, the host shouted fiercely, "Next, we have 4 mentors appearing on stage. First, we have the famous singer, Ms. Ni Hong. Following a starry aisle, Ni Hong waved her hand and walked on top of the stage. Calmly and elegantly, she looked at all the people on and off the stage. Hello everyone, I'm Ni Hong. Next, we have the famous first-tier singer, Yao Wanjun. The moderator's voice called out again. The atmosphere on the field erupted to a climax in that moment. Yao Wanjun didn't know how many young boys and girls were dream lovers. With her sweet looks and that gentle singing voice, countless people dreaming in the middle of the night are listening to her voice to fall asleep again. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you all on this stage. I'm Yao Wanjun, and our king of rock and roll, Qian Jinping. It was accompanied by a mountain of sound. Qian Jinping made his entrance and simply nodded at everyone, with a bit of arrogance in his gaze. But even so, the whole crowd still pushed the atmosphere to a climax. And our freshman giant, Su Chen. The atmosphere was still very warm and did not decay. This was normal. Among the scene, there were quite a few people who were actually invited by Su Chang on purpose, in order to maintain the atmosphere of the scene, to ensure that there will not be any problems with the atmosphere during the recording process. So many of the people at the taping were members of the atmosphere crew, except for a very small percentage of the live tickets. This is also necessary. Otherwise, there's a good chance that the slightest live flaw will require a re-recording. It was obvious that Su Chang was still satisfied with this recording. Su Chen walked out from behind the stage and bowed deeply to all of them. Everyone take their seats. Su Chen was also sitting quietly on the chair. To be honest, he had rarely been a judge on a music variety show. This feeling was still relatively rare. First of all, let's invite the first participant to come on stage. Who brings us Mr. Qian Jinping's work, The Past is Like a Song. The smile on Qian Jinping's face was a little too tight. Ni Hong also laughed at once. It seems that this one is a fan of old Qian. If he sings well, we can't steal it from him. That's not necessarily true. At this time, Yao Wanjun smiled. If it's sung well, I'll fight for it no matter what I say. After all, good seedlings are hard to find. The 4 mentors were cracking jokes there. It was a very nice atmosphere for each other. The first trainee's singing was still very good. It's just a pity that none of the 4 tutors chose him. Wait until the song is over. The cadet stood there a bit constricted, looking as if he was very aggravated. Old Qian, this is a fan of yours, so you can comment on it first. Ni Hong laughed. Qian Jinping laughed. Good, Sister Hong. Then I'll be polite. After saying that, he glanced at the card in front of him, and then continued. Zhang Su. Right. Aha. The cadet nodded. In fact, your singing voice is indeed very good, but, from the heart, always still missing so a little distance. I do not know why. Is the limitation of their own conditions, or on the stage is too nervous? Every time you sing to the climax of the song, always cannot help to close so a little. Actually, it's this close. As long as this one can be topped, your performance can be said to be perfect, but every time, it's just that much worse. So, I can only regretfully inform you that you have failed with me. The cadet took a deep breath and let out a bitter smile, followed by a deep bow. I'd say it's about as good as old money. At this time, Ni Hong's gentle voice came out. Your vocals are good, but they're really just that much worse. In fact, when you go back, you can listen carefully to old money's live and practice more. Perhaps next time, you will win a full house of applause when you appear on this stage again. I do have some not-so-subtle opinions. Yao Wanjun first glanced at Ni Hong and Qian Jinping. Picking up the microphone, he looked at the trainee with a bit of sweetness in his gaze before continuing. In my case, what they are talking about is not really too much of a problem. These problems are fatal, but as long as you are given time, you can correct them. But, Yao Wanjun at this moment, the words are gradually solemn. There is a problem I'm not sure you can correct, because this is a personal habit problem. I can clearly feel that when you sing, there is a part that does not intervene. That means you've been vocalizing with your throat, which is certainly fine if you're just an amateur, but that's a very fatal problem for any professional singer. And hear this. The 2 people, Ni Hong and Qian Jinping, also froze there, more than a little shocked. They looked at each other and nodded deeply at each other. They naturally understood what Yao Wanjun meant by that. A real singer couldn't just sing one song. If they were just using their throats, it was certainly fine to sing one song. However, the second song, the third song down, sooner or later, you will not be able to stand it. Singing is a skillful thing, and, to have a concert, to sing professionally. Professionalism is also very strong. You're the first one I've seen that doesn't intervene at all, Yao Wanjun said helplessly. Unless you can overcome this problem, otherwise, you won't be able to take the path of a professional singer. Thank you, Ms. Wanjun. That Jiang Su seemed to be convinced at this time, nodding his head deeply. I won't say anything more. The teachers have made your shortcomings very obvious. Su Chen smiled, and then continued. I can see that you like rock and roll very much. I hope you can change these habits of yours and stand on top of the stage once again. I'll watch you, Su Chen said with a smile. Once again, the audience on stage erupted in applause. Thank you, Mr. Su Chen. Jiang Su bowed again and stepped down from the stage somewhat forlornly. Su Chen, this is a bit pleasing to you. At this time, N.I. Hong glanced at Su Chen and said cheerfully, but we are all done reviewing. The bad guys have done it, and you come to the end to comfort people with a few words. The feeling is that the bad guys will do it, and you'll say the good words. Ha 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 ha. The atmosphere on the field was mobilized in that moment. Su Chang hadn't expected that N.I. Hong would know how to mobilize the atmosphere so well, and hurriedly waved at the nearby camera. The cameraman understood in a flash and pointed the camera at N.I. Hong once more. The taping of the show went relatively well. After the second singer sings, this time, we won't critique it either. N.I. Hong looked at Su Chen. Su Chen, come and help with the critique. See how well this little girl sings. Sister Hong is testing me. Su Chen smiled and picked up the microphone, looking at the girl in front of her, and then continued. I'll be polite then. Cadet Li Ku Xin, right? Yes, Mr. Southern. Su Chen nodded. In fact, there were several times when I was very torn because I felt that your biggest problem this time was actually choosing the wrong song. N.I. Hong sat there and glanced curiously at Su Chen. Su Chen laughed. What you chose is Ma Xiaoyu's Green Grass on Earth. Although this song isn't too difficult, nor is it easy to go wrong. However, its shortcomings are just as obvious as its strengths. That is, it's too bland. There's a song by Ma Xiaoyu, Early Sunshine. Can you try the climax part of it? Yes. The girl's mind was more than a little flustered, but she adjusted herself. Sunshine, sprinkle the earth. I see countless tattered flowers, still striving for color. They bloom splendidly. They bury splendidly, falling to pieces, dipping sunlight into decay, waiting for the next year. With a high-pitched soprano, N.I. Hong's entire body stood up in a flash. There seems to be some disbelief. Looking towards Su Chen. Did you guys know each other before? Don't recognize it. Su Chen froze and shook his head with a smile. N.I. Hong let out a long breath. I was still a bit unimpressed by what Su Chen said before. However, after you sang this song, I can tell you very clearly that you have indeed chosen the wrong song. If this was the song that was sung on stage at the beginning, right now, I would have already chosen you. Me too. Yao Wanjun at this time let out a bitter smile. Raising his hand, he turned to Su Chang and said, Director, can we reselect? Of course not. Su Chang took the walkie-talkie. Rules are rules. And it wouldn't be fair to the other contestants if everyone got a second chance. What a shame. N.I. Hong looked towards the little girl. However, little girl, your conditions are indeed very good. It's like what Su Chen said. If you really intend to continue on this path in the future, you can contact me, and after the program is over, I'll give you my contact information. Thank you, Ms. N.I. Hong. The little girl's cheeks were flushed, somewhat aggrieved. He once again nodded at Su Chen. Thank you, Mr. Su Chen. Su Chen nodded. Su Chen, N.I. Hong joked at this time, I'll be the first to say no to anyone who says you don't have the strength in the future to be able to discover a person's vocal characteristics based on a song sung by that person, and even know how to build on their strengths and avoid their weaknesses. This is definitely not simple. I'm convinced too. Yao Wanjun also smiled. Su Chen hurriedly put his hands together. On the contrary, it was Chen Jingping who had a calm face. The next taping of the show was also more relaxed. The overall vibe is not bad either. Alright. Next, let's welcome our last trainee today, Wei Lai. The song he sings is Swing Together. Acacia? On the stage, N.I. Hong, Yao Wanjun, and Shen Jingping were also all a bit surprised. This was the first time that Su Chen's song appeared on the stage, and although it was not sung by Su Chen, it was, however, composed by him, and in a sense, it was indeed his work. This cadet, it seems, is coming for you. Su Chen smiled. Let's just listen and see. The song is now on the new songs chart. Very few people would choose it because you go from song selection, to preparation, to training, and it's actually one of the more time-consuming songs. It's stronger to pick songs that you have more control over. Soon, a boy who didn't look too old came on stage. Well, the typhoon is still relatively stable. N.I. Hong commented. If the singing is good, it is something to consider. Give me your hands, and your loins. Let's melt into the rhythm. Never mind the sad bits in OJ. Ignore the unfulfilled promises. Wei Lai's voice was still magnetic. Even, the voice condition was a bit better than Xiao Tian AI, a light smoky voice, coupled with the kind of rock and roll temperament possessed by the body. Suchen subconsciously glanced at Xiao Tian AI who was on the stage. Xiao Tian AI didn't put much stock in it, swaying her body continuously to the music. Pop. Climactic moment. Wei Lai's song completely resounded throughout the venue. All of the audience was also ignited. And there were even quite a few audience members who stood up from the stage, constantly waving the glow sticks in their hands. And it was at this time that Suchen violently pressed the button in his hand. Also at this same time, Qian Jingping also pressed down. The two of them, An Hong and Yao Wanjun, looked at each other while writing. Want to get together? An Hong asked cheerfully. Yeah. Yao Yuanjun pressed the button at that moment as well. Instantly, the atmosphere on the field completely ignited. This time the future seems to have lost all the worries. Relaxed down. His voice unexpectedly once again a few points higher. Play is also more bright. It's as if they were made for this stage. Pop. An Hong was the last to press the button. And the music, at that moment, came to an abrupt end. In its place, there was a mountain of applause from the entire venue. Oh, at this time, the host took the stage with a few confident smiles on his face. Congratulations Wei Lai. Congratulations on being our first student to be recognized by the 4 tutors today. Now, you can choose one of the 4 mentors, join his battle team, and become his mentee, the host compelled. And next, let's have mentor review. Qian Jingping took the microphone first. Wei Lai, you have a strong potential, and moreover, a terrifying talent in rock. As long as you can enter my battle team, I can help you develop the most suitable training route, and at the same time, I will personally teach you. Off stage, all the people were shocked. Shit, a Heavenly King level character personally teaching? This Wei Lai is going to be rich. People's strength is there for the taking. Old Qian, you're being a bit unkind. Sister Hong at this time laughed. People are clearly coming for Xiao Su. You're kind of digging for someone's corner. As for me, I'm just here to join in the fun, because your singing is really good, but I don't know much about rock. So it's still recommended that you pick Little Su or Old Money. An Hong said graciously. Sister Hong, how is this digging for someone's corner? Qian Jingping let out a laugh before continuing. Xiao Su has only written a few rock songs. Such a good seedling. Of course he should come to me. Otherwise wouldn't it be a mistake? Su Chen froze for a moment first. Rather, he hadn't thought that this Qian Jingping would target himself for a trainee? Had he offended him in any way? Little Su, you say a few words too. An Hong at this time handed over the words to Su Chen. Su Chen glanced at An Hong with some gratitude, knowing that this was An Hong's chance to get Wei Lai for himself. Picking up the microphone, and then said with a smile, Wei Lai, in fact, you can rest a little easier. Each of the 4 tutors here is very experienced, and all of them can also give you enough guidance and advice. No matter who you choose, the future is bright. Speaking of which, Su Chen smiled. Then, will say something I can do for you. You do rock very well, but, in fact, you can add some pop elements to your rock. Of course, that's just some of my personal advice. If you come to me, I might be able to build a couple songs just for you. After Su Chen finished speaking, he smiled faintly. It should be more suitable for you. For a moment, all the tutors were silent. They do have some songs that they write themselves, but that doesn't take up a very high percentage, and most of them are also purchased from major songwriters. Only some are full rights purchased outright. What do you mean by that? At this time, Qian Jingping frowned and glanced at Su Chen with some displeasure. Can it be that you're the only one who can write songs? Wei Lai, what he can give you, I can also give you everything. Moreover, behind me is a whole team of professional songwriters. As long as you're willing to come to my battle team, my whole team of songwriters can be at your service. Creating songs isn't a difficult thing to do. Qian Jingping added. You're still young. You should make choices that are more favorable to you. I hope you realize that in the hands of some people you will only destroy yourself. After Qian Jingping finished speaking, he placed the microphone on the table. An Hong's face was a bit ugly as he looked at Qian Jingping. Old Qian, that's a bit much. Yes. At this time, the host hastily pulled the words together. While some conflict can make the show more topical, it won't work if the mentor keeps bickering. He has to be in control of the overall pace. Next, we have Cadet Wei Lai. To make his choice, Wei Lai stood there. First, he glanced at Su Chen, noticing that Su Chen nodded gently at himself. He didn't do anything else. Qian Jingping, on the other hand, just clasped his own hands and sat there quietly, with an immense amount of gravity in his gaze. Wei Lai was also more or less bewildered. How could he not think that he could actually come to this point? After thinking seriously for a long time, Wei Lai took a long breath and said, I choose Mr. Su Chen. Welcome, welcome. Su Chen stood up and walked to the stage, and then reached out and hugged Wei Lai. And Shen Jingping's face was hard to see, frowning, not saying a word. The moderator also hurriedly began to make announcements. Su Chang was also dispatching everything on the scene amidst the intercom. Yes. The host took the microphone. Thank you for watching the broadcast of The New Singing Voice of Huaxia, which is title sponsored by Fondly Drinks. A good booster. Drink fondly. Saily drinks help every Huaxia children's dream. Today, our selection ends here. We'll see you in the next installment. Bye. Bang. Bang. A ribbon of color instantly flew. The end credits were heard throughout the field. Backstage at the show, Su Chen looked at Wei Lai in front of him, smiled and said, Are you planning to continue the original style next? Or do you plan to try what I call rock plus pop? Sensei, Wei Lai said with some restraint. When you say rock plus pop, is that the style of the song you sang? Don't listen to slow songs if you're heartbroken? Su Chen was a bit surprised. I can't believe you've even heard this song. Hey, Wei Lai smiled somewhat coyly. Teacher Su, I had originally thought about picking this song, but, after thinking about it, it might not have the same stage effect as Swinging Together, so that's why I didn't pick it. Aha! Su Chen nodded. Then I'll go with the rock plus pop model, Wei Lai said hastily. Just at this time, Xiao Tianai walked over. Well sung, brother Wei Lai. Xiao Tianai's voice carried a few points of excitement in it, and then went on to say, Fortunately, I met Su Chen earlier than you did, or else, these songs wouldn't have fallen into your hands in the end. Teacher Tianai. Wei Lai was also a bit excited. I love all those songs you sang. I listened to every single one of those on the new songs list, including your latest one that raps. Wei Lai said hurriedly. Alright, there's no need to call me teacher. I'm just an artist in the studio. Xiao Tianai glanced at Wei Lai in front of her. You're still a vegetarian now, right? Wei Lai froze for a moment. Why does that word sound a bit strange? If you really can't do it, sign up for our studio to do it together. We'll make it bigger and stronger together and create another glory. Xiao Tianai pulled Wei Lai while flirting and said, Alright, you too. Su Chen was somewhat speechless. Where are we now? There's no hurry. Is talking. Su Chen's cell phone rang. Picking up his cell phone, he found that it was Zhao Ruoi calling. Ahem. Xiao Tianai coughed. Wei Lai, come on. I'll take you out for a walk first. After saying that, he pulled Wei Lai towards the outside. Su Chen was somewhat speechless and picked up his cell phone. Recording over? Zhou Ruoi's voice was soft. Nothing went wrong, did it? No. Su Chen nodded, and then continued. Everything went quite smoothly. I heard that Su Chang gave you a hard time? You shouldn't be too general with him. This person is after all from above. A bit of a foul temper is inevitable. However, he won't go too far. Zhao Ruoi's voice was very soft. I know. Su Chen smiled. I have a number in my heart. The two men fell silent. Well, I'm going to be busy on my side. Zhao Ruoi seemed to be unable to find a topic as well, and after a pause, she said, That's all for now. After all was said and done, Zhao Ruoi hurriedly hung up the phone, throwing the cell phone directly onto the table. Her cheeks turned red in that instant, and she breathed a few times faster. But, after a moment, he couldn't help but let out a laugh. This nerd, I don't know when he'll be able to think of me. After the taping of the show, it was time to prepare for the new movie. The main cast is also in place. As for the director, Su Chen intends to try to do it himself. After being an artist for such a long time, and having acted, this movie is not how complicated, and he has been studying the skills of directing for some time now. Shouldn't be too much of a problem. That afternoon, Su Chen took all the equipment and personnel and went to the movie and television base in Shanghai City. And for the next few days, Su Chen would need to spend them here. However, filming was much tougher than Su Chen had imagined. 3 days down the line, even with Duan Yuming, Lao Pan's participation, but Su Chen still stumbled during the shooting. The script will also be tweaked a bit. It looks busy and full. However, Su Chen was feeling a bit confused, because he always felt that the things that he had shot seemed to be very different from what he remembered. Is it hard to believe that you really don't have much talent, only able to be an honest songwriter? It's not unacceptable if that's really the case. Still, it's a bit of a loss. This nagging mood made it a little difficult for Su Chen. However, filming, despite the stumbles, is ultimately moving forward. In the evening of the third day, Su Chen's phone rang. Picking up his cell phone, he found that it was Zhou Ruoi's call. Hello? Su Chen picked up his cell phone. How was the shoot? Did it go well? Zhao Ruoi asked easily. Su Chen was silent and didn't say anything. The atmosphere became slightly tense in that moment. Zhou Ruo also realized. What's wrong? It feels like It can't shoot the kind of feeling I want. Su Chen paused for a moment, and then continued. It always feels as if it's missing a little something. It's not quite the same as it was remembered. There was a touch of frustration in those words. Then again, there seemed to be a few moments of relief. Perhaps it's not clear that I'm not very suitable to be a director. Su Chen added. LOL. Zhao Ruoyi felt her heart flutter violently. Do. The phone was hung right up. Su Chen looked at the phone that had been hung up and was a bit bewildered. What was going on with this Zhao Ruoyi? After making a phone call, it seemed like there was nothing going on, and she ended up hanging up on her own phone. This Zhao Ruoyi seemed to be very fond of hanging up on other people's phones. Thinking of this, Su Chen didn't take it to heart. Brother Su, Xiao Tian Ai walked over. Have a good rest. You have a busy day tomorrow. Aha! Su Chen nodded. Midnight. Su Chen was still dreaming in a daze when he was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. Picking up his cell phone, he found that it was Zhao Ruoyi's call again. Hello? Su Chen picked up his cell phone and asked. Zhao Ruoyi's voice was calm. I'm downstairs at your theater group. Come down. Ha? Su Chen's entire body was confused. What did this Zhao Ruoyi want to do? Not sleeping in the middle of the night and running to his own theater group? After getting dressed, down the stairs, spotted a Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle parked silently. Seeing Su Chen go downstairs, the car door opened. Zhao Ruoyi waved at Su Chen. Su Chen walked up somewhat bewildered and realized there were still a few people sitting in the car. Let me introduce you. This is director Su Xiaobo, whose works include Dragon Gate, Red Brickyard Wall, and The Last Bullet. This is director Feng Yushi, with works such as Locusts, Son of the Night, and Rogue Alien. These two, both gold medal directors of Joaquin. They both have experience in directing movies individually. Zhao Ruoyi said very calmly. Ah, Su Chen came back to his senses. Hello Director Su. Hello Director Feng. You will take out the things that have been filmed in the past few days, and let them help you to counsel. Zhao Ruoyi at this time opened her mouth and said, let's see what's gone wrong. After all was said and done, Zhao Ruoyi's gaze was calm and incomparable. Remember, no matter what, don't doubt yourself. It's only your first time, so you might be a little rusty, and you, no less than anyone else. Zhou Ruo's voice was decisive. Ha? Su Chen's entire body was a bit confused. But how do you know? Su Chen just wanted to say something. Zhao Ruoyi's eyes stared chiseled at Su Chen. I just know. Su Chen was a bit bewildered by Zhao Ruoyi's unexplained confidence. In the middle of the night, pulling two gold medal directors to his own crew just to look at the problems with his shooting? Su Chen looked somewhat less favorably at the two directors next to him. There was more than a little embarrassment in his eyes. The hair of these two directors was disheveled. They should not have been organized much, and they should have been sleeping there before they were forcibly yanked up. Directors, let's go upstairs. Yes. At this time, the two Su Xiaobo and Feng Yushi were a little less sure of what Su Chen really was, and were only able to give a sarcastic laugh. The person in front of me is the one who is rumored to be with his boss. Now, where does that seem like gossip? As a boss myself, I'm afraid that I'm not even that attached to my own company's affairs. Came upstairs, and then took what he had filmed in a nutshell. Although it was very fragmented and not edited out. However, both directors can be capable people. It's natural to be able to see what kind of story the script is telling. After the two watched all the clips Su Chen had shot all over again, they exchanged opinions with each other. Looking towards Su Chen. Su, just call me Su Chen. Su Chen hurriedly opened his mouth. Su Chen ah. Su Xiaobo took a deep breath. In fact, there is no problem with your shooting technique. The reason why the feeling you see nowadays is a bit different from what you remember is most likely because it's too clear and, moreover, there's no post-production result. Your entire story is sky-high and creates a near-perfect story with limited scenes. Between the words, Su Xiaobo said again, but in this, there should be a layer of time filter. After it becomes too clear, it rather loses that sense of realism that this is trying to express. However, all of this can be taken care of through post-production. There is nothing wrong with your shot, whether it's the choice of camera or the credits of the actors. There's nothing wrong with it. Su Xiaobo's voice was soft. Of course, if you're not comfortable with that, I can stay and be your assistant director and help you finish this movie. Shit. At this time, Feng Yushi, who was next to her, cursed. Su Xiaobo, what do you mean? For something like this, of course it's best for me to be the assistant director. Do you have any experience in shooting sci-fi movies? Shit. If I don't have it, you do? Su Xiaobo said with a defiant shout. Why no? Isn't my Rogue Alien? Thanks for having the nerve to tell him off. If you hadn't said it, I would have thought it was an SQ movie. Su Xiaobo mocked. Are you done arguing? At this time, Zhao Ruoyi's voice had a few moments of ice coldness in it. The two men stopped talking for an instant. Su Chen just stood there quietly, more or less embarrassed. Su Xiaobo and Feng Yushi both looked at each other. Instead, they all turned their eyes aside. Zhao Ruoyi didn't pay any attention to these two people. Instead, she looked at Su Chen, with a bit of lightness in her voice. Do you know why they all want to stay in your crew so badly, and give you the role of assistant director? Su Chen scratched his head, not knowing what to say for a moment. They are not what kind of charitable people, only because they see the potential of your movie. By the time, as long as you can sun-eye your movie to hang a name, maybe by the time the movie won awards, they can also be in their own resume on the degree of a layer of gold. Zhou Ruo's voice was soft, and the two of them, Su Xiaobo and Feng Yushi, were more or less embarrassed. That, Mr. Zhao, we actually want to make this movie properly. Zhao Ruoyi glanced up and down at the two people in front of her. I know very well what you two are. Zhao Ruoyi shook her head helplessly. Capable. But, this is not our company's project. Next, the company will give you two a project each. You don't have to compete for it. If we really want to compete, let's compete on our own program. Thanks, Mr. Zhao. Thanks, Mr. Zhao. The two men nodded hastily. So, you're good. At this time, Zhao Ruoyi ignored the two people, but aimed her gaze at Su Chen once more. Su Chen was a bit bewildered. Nodding slightly, he naturally knew that Zhao Ruoyi was comforting and cheering herself up. The heart was also more or less relaxed. He was not stupid. When the two directors spoke his problem out, he also sort of understood that the issue of time filter was something he had overlooked. After all, this movie was actually still rather blurry when he watched it himself. There's certainly nothing wrong with trying to capture it in HD yourself. But, in doing so, it actually destroys a mystery that was originally unique. The atmosphere, however, can actually be easily moderated by giving it away in post, which isn't that difficult. Alright, Zhao Ruoyi, who saw Su Chen in this state, also let out a long breath and said to the two directors on the side, you too, you can also go back to have a good rest. Don't, Su Chen hurriedly called out. After a big night's run, I'll make the arrangements and rest down over here. You don't have to run either. I'll open a presidential suite for you. You take a good rest and rest. Su Chen said with some embarrassment. It's really too hard on you. Aha! Zhao Ruoyi glanced at Su Chen and didn't refuse. After Su Chen had arranged all of this, he in turn lost his sleepiness, and watched all of those clips he had filmed one by one, then edited them in his own mind, and didn't find anything too obvious. The next day, during the movie shoot, all of them were able to sense that Su Chen was different. That confidence in your body, it's back. A smile was always on Su Chen's face. Only, these days, the microblogging is also noisy. Say, how come there's no news of Su Chen lately? It seems like he hasn't appeared since he wrote a few more songs for Chao Tian AI after the Morning Glory group disbanded. Even hip-hop has me quit? I think it's preparing for the new Chinese singing voice, right? The first installment of The New Voice of China has all been recorded and will be aired tomorrow. Even if he's busy, he should be having a preview or something, right? This Su Chen is good, disappearing without a word. Will you go play with the car again? It shouldn't, should it? There haven't been any bigger tournaments lately, and besides, I haven't heard anything about it. You guys, just how much money did the Su Chen make before? Online, many discussions about Su Chen still continued. However, Su Chen's information on the internet was not a single ripple. This also made many netizens forget about Su Chen for a few moments. If it wasn't in the new song list, among the bestseller list, there are always a few songs there to occupy. I'm afraid that he would be forgotten by the network. Hey, it's so boring, you say. How come this Su Chen is such a jerk? Che, Mix, let me tell you guys. Su Chen is trying to play a big game. He's supposed to be making a movie. The last time I unintentionally went to play at the film base in Shanghai City, I ended up running into Su Chen there. No way? Su Chen's acting can be watched? The internet, true or false, is all over the place there, too. Only, Su Chen was not concerned about all of this. Great, cut. Su Chen shouted excitedly, Duan Yueming, you're really great. Between words, Su Chen gave a thumbs up to Duan Yueming, and then continued, with such long lines, you and Old Pan were actually able to get to the end of the scene in one shot. It's simply brilliant. After this shot, everyone take a good rest. We should be able to kill it tomorrow. Su Chen's voice carried a touch of excitement in it. The movie was easier to make than he thought it would be. Not a bad job. In the distance, Zhao Ruoyi walked over, with a few faint smiles in her gaze, looking at everything over here, suddenly feeling that the sun was just right. Is the shoot coming to an end? Well, one more day tomorrow, and everything that needs to be filmed will have been filmed, and all that's left is editing and post-production. Only, editing and post-production won't take too long. Su Chen smiled. It's just that finding a theater will be a bit more troublesome next. Never mind. Zhao Ruoi smiled. I have a doorway in this area, so I'll ask for you. This, Su Chen said with some embarrassment. It's too much trouble. It's not like you've bothered me once or twice. Zhao Ruoi smiled and said, oh, at first, there are always other opportunities for cooperation in the future. By the way, I've come to find you, and there's actually one thing I want to ask for your help. It's just that last night, those two made some noise in my head. Forgot about it for a moment. Zhao Ruoi's voice was calm. What is it? Su Chen subconsciously asked. If I can help, I will definitely help. Wei Lai. Zhao Ruoi laughed. If he hasn't thought about signing to your studio, Joaquin, want to sign him? Su Chen froze for a moment. I can help you persuade him, but in the end, it's still your own idea. Of course. Zhao Ruoi nodded. It's not like our Huajin is a bandit den. If he doesn't come, then forget it. The two men briefly exchanged questions. Zhao Ruoi drove off, while also taking the reluctant Su Xiaobo and Feng Yusher with her. Zhou Tennessee came up to the table. Zhao Ruoi is so mean to you. Zhao Tianai sked. Isn't this mutually beneficial? Su Chen was a bit surprised. She did me a favor, and I helped her a bit. It's not bad. Oh, by karma. Xiao Tianai was very exaggerated. Huajin A, do you know what the word Huajin means? Among the Huajin, there are 3 singers of the Heavenly King and Heavenly Queen level, and first-tier singers, 17 in total. The second and third-tier ones are even more numerous. Xiao Tianai had a defeated look on her face. You help him? Don't say that nowadays. Wei Lai has only shown a tiny bit of talent. Even if Wei Lai does win the championship on the new Chinese song, if Hua Jin says he doesn't give a damn about him, he still doesn't give a damn about him. And, let me ask you, who organizes the new Voice of China? Hua Jin, huh? Su Chen scratched his head a little strangely. Then I'll ask you again. Since the new Voice of China is all organized by Hua Jin, why do you think Zhao Ruoi should go through you to sign Wei Lai? Between words, Xiao Tianai gently patted Su Chen's shoulder. Big brother Su, people just don't want you to feel like you owe her a favor. Xiao Tianai said somewhat breathlessly. For a moment, Su Chen didn't know what to say. As if what Zhou Tianai said was true. Picking up his cell phone, he wanted to make a call to Zhao Ruoi, but he didn't know what he should say. Okay, just know it in your heart. Su Chen felt that his heart was a bit messed up, looked at the mirror in the middle of the dressing room, stood in front of it, and carefully observed it. Are you handsome? A little bit. Got any money? Definitely not. Or rather, definitely not as rich as Zhao Ruoi. When did Zhao Ruoi and herself meet? It seemed to be when the group disbanded. By the creek. That should have been the first time they met. But why did they always give themselves the feeling that they were like old friends? Strange. Am I handsome? Su Chen looked at Xiao Tianai and subconsciously asked. Xiao Tianai looked Su Chen up and down. Handsome is quite handsome. If you were on the street, you'd still be quite eye-catching. But this is the entertainment industry after all. All I can say is that there's quite a lot you need to work on. Su Chen touched his nose. I feel the same way. Then it should be the talent in me shining through. Zhou Tai held his forehead. And no more talking. The next Su Chen started to get busy. Old Pan, the one just now was very good. But there is still room for improvement. Su Chen spoke. Let's do it again. Watch your emotions. Yes. Old Pan nodded. In this movie, the overall shots are still relatively simple. And the sets are not complicated. What is really tested instead is the skill of the actors. And the good thing is, the main actors have some skill. Although it is true that each one is more or less problematic. Still, there shouldn't be any problem with the movie getting made. Kill. It's a wrap. At this time, Duan Yueming shouted excitedly, with hot tears in his eyes. He feels that he is really too difficult. At the same time, his heart is more or less apprehensive. Who does not know, after the filming of this play, the theater actually buy or not? If this great show flops again, the title of their own box office poison can no longer be taken off. When the time comes, they directly announced that they retired from the circle. It's doubtful that any director will ever bother to choose himself again. As for Lao Pan, his heart was also extraordinarily frustrated. This was one of the few movies he had shot for such a short period of time. Previously, no matter if he was shooting for TV or a movie, he was always the main character. And, it's not cheap. But now what? No more home. No more money. Tonight, the big restaurant on the second floor. My treat. Su Chen was spirited at this moment. The so-called second-floor restaurant is a barbecue stand near the movie city. The flavor of this barbecue stand is first class. Affordable. Long live the director. Cheng Wangley shouted excitedly. Director, when will we be able to go to the theaters after we finish filming this one? I can't wait to see my movie on the big screen. Ahem. Su Chen was a bit embarrassed, and after a slight pause, he continued. There's no rush. There shouldn't be much of a problem getting into theaters. It's just that the scheduling shouldn't be that high. But this is not something Su Chen needs to worry about. Anyway, the total investment of this movie is not very high. His idea is that this movie is acceptable as long as it doesn't lose money. The rest is to go and brush up the awards. Wait until his studio has a certain amount of fame. We'll figure out how to make some good commercial movies when the time comes. Wouldn't that be money in a sack? At this time, Zhao Ruoi's call came as expected. How's it going? It's already been killed. Next we're going to the killing banquet. Su Chen replied honestly. Zhou Rui paused for a moment. Drink less. Aha! Su Chen agreed, and then scratched his head immediately afterward. Although it may be a bit presumptuous, but can you come over? This movie you also paid a lot, and is the introduction of people, and is the rental equipment. Su Chen lowered his head, his feet on the ground constantly shaking, looking nervous and rushed. What place? Zhao Ruoi asked again. Second floor burn. Su Chen was about to speak, but he suddenly felt that something wasn't quite right. If there was no Zhao Ruoi, there shouldn't be any problem for those of you to go to the barbecue stand to kill the feast. But, if one were to invite Zhao Ruoi, shouldn't he or she have to choose a high-class hotel? That barbecue stand? Zhao Ruoi understood, and somewhat couldn't help but say, isn't this killing banquet of yours a bit shabby? So, how about we just change the place? Su Chen opened his mouth. Wait for me. I still have some things to take care of on my side. I might be late. Zhao Ruoi paused for a moment, then continued. You guys eat first. I'll definitely be there. Yes. Su Chen nodded. Then you're busy. There's no rush. Brothers, walk. There goes the killing party. Su Chen threw out his big hand with a great deal of vigor. Boss, 5 handfuls of lamb kebabs, 10 lamb loins, 20 skewers of chicken wings, 5 more cases of beer. Zhou Tai said with a shout at the top of his voice. Su Chen was also instantly happy. To be honest, a person like Chao Tianai, if he didn't know himself, after encountering him on the street, absolutely no one would think that he would be a rich second generation. This contrast in the body is just too much. Come on, tonight, let's not get drunk. Zhou Tai said cheerfully. Immediately afterward, opened a bottle of beer and pointed it at Su Chen. Brother Su. Chao Tianai fiercely poured himself a mouthful of beer, and then continued, without saying anything, I'm so thankful to you. If it wasn't for you, I'd really be lost. Probably going to be a common artist in my uncle's company for the rest of my life. There's no chance at all to sing your favorite songs and act in your favorite plays. You are not getting it. Between words, Zhao Tianai sobbed a few times. My father in the previous but privately fined me many times. Oh, has always said that I can't mix out of it. Let me honestly go back to work in the company to go. But I'm not happy about it. I have dreams too. Who am I to follow the path he has laid out for me? Zhou Tai had one foot on a case of beer and looked incredibly irritated. And the people watching him around them were even more incensed. Shit. Beat him up. Old Pan at this time just couldn't stand it anymore and said angrily, I can't stand it anymore. As he spoke, he charged towards Zhao Tianai. Hey, Lao Pan. Don't be impulsive. Duan Yuming pulled Lao Pan while one of his feet viciously kicked at Zhao Tianai's ass. Zhou Tai covered his ass. There was some aggravation. Brother Su, what do you think of them? Su Chen glared at Zhao Tianai breathlessly. I damn well want to give you a kick. Still, the overall atmosphere was relatively good. Tanai. At this time Duan Yuanming came over and said somewhat breathlessly, there are a whole lot of single old men here. What are you doing ordering so much lamb loin? Hey, get used to it. If you don't eat your waist at a barbecue, you're floating in the world for nothing. You don't understand. A man just has to treat himself better. It's always better to make up at any time than to make up temporarily. Between words, Chao Tianai also winked at Su Chen. Director Su. Chang Guangli walked over, picked up the beer, and said with some gratitude, thank you for giving me such an opportunity. If it wasn't for you, I probably wouldn't have had the chance to be in the movie at all. Alright. Su Chen patted Chang Guangli's shoulder. There's no need to be so presumptuous. In fact, your ability is still good. It's the gold that always shines. Aha! Chang Guangli nodded very solemnly. At this moment, he suddenly felt that this studio was completely different from the ones he had known before. Each one was very easy to get along with. It's better to be like friends with each other. Su Chen looked at Chang Guangli in front of him, and then continued. Next, I will also help you to see if there are any other crews that need people, and if there is a need for them, I will find a way to arrange for you to go there. You don't have to worry. Su Chen was still quite sympathetic to Chang Guangli's encounter. It's okay, Chang Guangli said cheerfully. I'll just wait for our studio's action. Right. Director Su, the first movie is already finished. Shouldn't we be preparing for the second movie? Chang Wangli's voice was soft. Su Chen froze in place. A second movie? The first one hasn't even been released yet. Are you guys in such a hurry? Ahem. After Su Chen coughed twice. It's better to wait until after the movie is released. For the second movie, Su Chen really didn't have any good ideas. Nowadays, the studio is not short of money, but it always feels as if it is getting farther and farther away from Su Chen's goal, and he originally just wanted to mix some money. But nowadays, the studios are the place to be. Right. One bite can't make a fat man. It has to be thick and thin. At this time, Xiao Tianai nodded her head and said, Big Brother Su was right in wanting to be a little more stable. But, if you ask me, there's little need to be so petty with our next movie. It doesn't mean anything. This one was killed off in less than a week. It's just so unchallenging. I haven't even gotten over it yet. Let's invest more next time. Zhou Taiai stood there, looking heroic. Su Chen was also somewhat speechless for a moment. It always felt that this group of people seemed to have more confidence in themselves than they did in themselves. However, along with 3 bottles of wine down, Su Chen was also excited. Brother Su. At this time Xiao Tianai spoke up and said, Everyone is happy today. Why don't you sing a song for everyone? Yes. Sing a song. Sing a song. All around, all the people started to get up in arms. Su Chen froze in place. Just clean singing. Ha! I have guitars in my car. Just at this time, a voice came out from behind Su Chen. Hearing this familiar voice, Su Chen turned back and saw Zhao Ruoi. First, he froze, then nodded. Good. I'll get it. Xiao Tianai spoke hastily. Zhao Ruoi threw her car keys to Xiao Tianai, who ran out at a trot. It wasn't long after that before he came waddling back with a guitar in his arms. Brother Su. Here. Su Chen took the guitar and gently plucked the strings, and for a moment he really didn't know what he should sing. At this time, one should sing something happy. Only, for some reason, Su Chen gently plucked the strings. Yet another melody emerged, wandering off the streets and buildings, with steeds and hunting grounds in mind. The most remarkable fragile confusion. But that's it. When Zhao Ruoi heard this, her eyebrows first frowned slightly. Then it seemed to realize something. Taking out his cell phone, he aimed it at Su Chen and recorded it. Su Chen, however, was oblivious to all of this. Wandering away from the city's itch to miss the girl you love. The ideal that proclaimed the world has gone nowhere. Zhao Ruoi's recorded hand trembled slightly. However, it didn't show it. It was still recording calmly. At this moment, Su Chen was like a person holding a guitar and narrating a story. The voice was low, but filled with an ineffable sense of storytelling. Word by word, they were able to give birth to a picture in front of them. Zhao Ruoi stood there. The mind was drifting out. With Su Chen's song, he wandered through the steel jungle. It was early the next morning when he woke up again. Su Chen rubbed his eyes, and there was a touch of deep doubt in his gaze. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Su Chen sent out 3 questions of the soul to himself. A quick glance around revealed that he was lying in one of the studio's bedrooms. Head still hurts a little. It looks like it should have been those drinks that did the trick. Awake. Su Chen rubbed his head. How did we get back last night? Mr. Zhao sent us back. Xiao Tianai continued. However, my impression isn't very clear. Later on, Mr. Zhao called for a few cars. But, Big Brother Su, you don't drink very well, do you? Su Chen was a bit speechless for a moment. It's been too long since I've had one. It's normal to be rusty. Xiao Tianai nodded. Alright, I'll go and get busy first. You can rest for a while longer. Aha! Su Chen smiled. After the movie was killed, there wasn't much left to do for myself. Just enough to touch the fish and be lazy. It was at this time that there was a knock at the door. Su Chen froze for a moment. Enter. Li Yan pushed open the door and walked in. A refreshing professional outfit. Her hand still holding a thick stack of information. The moment she saw Su Chen, she sat down in front of Su Chen. Su Chen, what are your next plans? Ha! Hearing Li Yan say this, Su Chen's entire body was confused. There's nothing planned. Su Chen. Li Yan's face was solemn. Looking at Su Chen in front of him. You are now different from before. You used to be a member amongst the Morning Glory combination. No matter how you mixed it up, no matter how lazy you were, it was all fine. As long as your partner is willing, you can have no scruples. Because, you don't have to answer to anyone. But now what? Joe Sky Love quit his original A-list contract and brought a recording studio to play with you. Duan Yuming, a movie star, $100,000 to star in your movie. Chang Guanli, out of this studio. He might not even be able to find a better job. Shuang Lingling, too, has pressed all of her worthwhile destiny into the studio. Don't you realize that nowadays, you need to be responsible for these people? Li Yan's voice carried a few moments of calmness in it, and then continued. Nowadays, you are the soul of this studio. It doesn't matter how you fooled around before, but now, you are no longer alone. Do you really still want to go east and west looking for work? When it's sunny, you go down to the ground, and when it's cloudy, you rest? Li Yan gently threw the information she was holding onto the coffee table in front of Su Chen. Have you ever wondered why these guys should hang around with you? Su Chen was a little confused for a moment. He raised his head and looked at Li Yan in front of him. What do you want to say? You need to take responsibility for everyone next. Even more so, you need to be responsible for yourself. The studio needs to be on track, not just going fly-by-night without any purpose. We need to set goals and plan clearly. My suggestion is to corporatize the studio. The studio is still too small after all, and if it was just a simple few people, of course it wouldn't be much of a problem. But nowadays, there are quite a few people in the studio. Plus there are quite a few jobs that come to us. We need more functional zoning. Let's say this one ends with a movie shoot. There are those who need post-production, those who need to do roadshows, those who need to do publicity, and those who need to contact theaters to confirm scheduling. Do you have arrangements for all this? Li Yan's voice was very soft, quietly looking at Su Chen. Su Chen was a bit confused for a moment, and his eyes blinked twice. It seems you don't. So what are you going to do? Solve every problem as it comes up? The first movie like this. What about the next one? Li Yan once again issued a sole question. But I'm not too good at this. Although Su Chen knew how a company should function, he had never been involved in managing a company. This was really a bit of a professional mismatch for him. I don't get it either. Li Yan continued. And there's no need for you to understand that. You are the soul of the studio. You just need to find a relatively reliable professional manager, and let him take control of the overall direction of the company according to your ideas and plans, while you lead the whole situation. And that's it. Su Chen froze in place. Professional manager? This kind of person's salary isn't usually cheap, is it? Su Chen said with some curiosity, inquiring. The better ones basically start at $5 million a year. Anything higher is out of bounds. Li Yan's voice was soft, and then continued. But this can save you countless troubles. Su Chen felt a slight tremor in his hand. Do you have that much money yourself? I don't think so. Do I? Although he himself sold a few songs and got some money. Only, for those songs on the music software, the dividends were only paid out every month. $5 million a year? Are you listening to me? Seeing Su Chen out of his mind, Li Yan said with some surprise, inquiring. Su Chen nodded somewhat awkwardly. I'll think about it. Aha! Li Yan nodded, then continued. I hope you can understand that since you have set up a studio and have done so many things, I believe that you have certain ambitions and aspirations. Then don't disappoint the hopes these people have for you. After saying that, he pushed the door open and walked out. Su Chen was a bit bewildered. Is he so important now? Then isn't it a bit unrealistic to imagine yourself making enough $30 million to call it quits? After some serious thought, it did seem like this amount of money was not good enough for Zhou Tai. People want dreams. Well, these rich kids with dreams can be really crazy. It's a bit hard to figure out how to think about it. A professional manager? Would it be cheaper to get a referral from an acquaintance? Thinking seriously, Su Chen took out his cell phone, looked at Zhao Ruoi's phone number, and ghostly dialed it. Hello? Zhao Ruoi's voice was calm, and a rustling sound came from the other end of the phone. It seems to be signing some kind of document. This was followed by the sound of a slamming door. What is it? Speak up. Last night, thank you. Su Chen awkwardly scratched his head. I drank too much. Well, have some sobering soup later. It's normal to be happy when a movie is finished, Zhao Ruoi said very calmly. But let's get down to business. You didn't call here to say thank you. Zhao Ruoi's voice was calm. Su Chen was a bit speechless and embarrassed for a moment. How did you know? Do you want to see how many times you've taken the initiative to call me yourself? Zhao Ruoi's voice was soft, but it seemed to be carrying a few complaints. Su Chen coughed twice. So, do you know any professional managers? It needs to be slightly cheaper, but it also needs to be reliable enough. Su Chen's voice was soft. A professional manager? Zhao Ruoi froze for a moment at first, her brows furrowed deeply. What do you want to do? That's right. Su Chen said those words that Li Yan had just said to himself one by one. I also don't have the ability to manage a company. Su Chen paused slightly before saying with some embarrassment, but it really doesn't seem particularly appropriate if I don't do it now. Shouldn't I have pounced on the stall so much? Su Chen subconsciously inquired and said. You're very capable. It was only a matter of time before you got this far. Zhao Ruoi said faintly. Wait for me. Ha? Su Chen froze for a moment. Do you recognize any? I said. Wait for me. Zhao Ruoi said in a cold voice. Oh, okay. Thanks then. If it's really reliable, I'll thank you properly in person then. Su Chen was happy to hear this. This Zhao Ruoyi was, after all, the president of Huajin, and with her connections, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to find a professional manager, right? Think about it. It was only then that Su Chen was able to let out a long breath. A wave of relief washed over his heart. It's amazing that something so tricky has resolved itself. Perfect. Su Chen admired his own resourcefulness, and having connections is what it's all about. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Ruoyi picked up her cell phone and carefully looked at the numbers in her address book. After thinking about it for a long time, just dialed a phone number. Hello? What's wrong? Good daughter. Did you miss your father me? On the opposite side of the phone, a self-effacing voice came out. Where are you now? Zhao Ruoyi opened her mouth and asked. I'm in Iceland. Next your mom and I ordered an icebreaker and are going to walk around the North Pole and check it out. You are not aware that this side is really fun. On the opposite side of the phone, the voice was very excited. If you have time in the future, you can come and have a good time too. I've booked your flights for today, so return, Zhao Ruoyi said calmly. What? On the other side of the phone, jolted in place. Good daughter? What's wrong? We're having a good time here. Next we're going to cross the North Pole and then spare the world a week from the other side. You come back and keep running Joaquin. Zhao Ruoyi's voice was soft. I got a new job. Walter? A new job? What job is more important than our family fortune? Oh good daughter, don't be foolish. You know, your mother and I have owed you since you were little. So Joaquin is our compensation for you. You be good. It's such a big company. How many people have dreamed of this? Nope. You got a new job? What new job? On the other end of the phone, the voice once again raised a few points. Holy shit. What kind of person dares to poach me? How many shares can he give you? How much salary? Is the attraction to you that strong? I'm going to be a professional manager at another company. Good girl. You're in your right mind, aren't you? At this time, the voice on the other side of the phone was more or less worried. What's so good about being a professional manager? The life of worry, and hard work, busy, and finally the company is not your. Who is the other party? Who is the other party? It can't be some high-tech company, can it? Good daughter, you mustn't think about it. It's a new company. It's not registered yet. Zhao Ruoyi's voice was soft. You either come back, or I'll find a professional manager for Huajin. Wait. On the other side of the phone, feeling that his head was more or less spinning. You mean, you want to find a professional manager for Joaquin? And then go as a professional manager yourself in another company that hasn't been registered yet? Good girl? What the hell has gotten into you? Zhao Ruoyi's voice was soft, not stimulated by anything. It's just that new company that needs me. But Joaquin needs you too. Zhao Ruoyi's father said painfully. Good daughter, you mustn't be foolish. Are you coming back or not? Zhao Ruoyi's voice was very soft. If you don't intend to come back, I can just pack up Joaquin and sell it. There should be quite a few people interested in Huajin, right? Nope. The other end of the phone. A middle-aged man wearing cotton clothes all over stood there sluggishly. His face wonderful to the extreme. Good daughter. You can't that's your parents' heart and soul. It's your dowry in the future. That's it. Hang up. Tickets for this afternoon. You return immediately. I'll resign tomorrow, Zhao Ruoyi said quietly. After saying that, he hung up the phone directly. Honey, something's wrong. Our daughter gave up her job. What's going on? At this time, from one of the villas, a beautiful woman came out and said with some surprised inquiry. What's the point of putting down a good job? I don't know. It says he's going to be a professional manager for some new company, and then wants us to return, and says that if we don't return, either we'll find a professional manager for Joaquin, or we'll just pack up Joaquin and sell it. The man cried out. This daughter, she's also too unreliable, right? No? You call him again and ask. What else is there to fight? Our good daughter has booked all the tickets for us, said for us to go back this afternoon. The two men look at me and I look at you. Why don't we just let her sell Huajin? I think my daughter should be too tired of managing a big company and wants to take it easy. Holy shit. Isn't it easier to manage your own family's business than to be a professional manager? Don't be fooled by anyone's little yellow hairs, do you? Suddenly, the man seemed to have thought of something and slapped his thigh. Go back at once. Achoo, achoo. Su Chen sneezed twice in succession, with a few moments of bewilderment in his eyes. It's not even cold, is it? How can you still catch a cold? Su Chen rubbed his nose, came to the window and took a serious look outside. The lazy sunlight spilled into the room, and Su Chen stretched his waist comfortably. While Su Chen was planning to take a break, Duan Yuming knocked on the door. Come in. Su Chen subconsciously scrunched his neck. Seeing Duan Yuming push the door and walk in, he asked with some surprise. Things are over here. Aren't you going to go back? Aha! Duan Yuming nodded. Director Su, I have a favor to ask of you. Duan Yuming put his stance very low. Although it was said that nowadays, Su Chen's reputation in the entertainment industry was average. However, the kind of talent he possessed that ordinary people didn't have had already completely made him feel shocked. If he didn't have a very restrictive contract amongst the company, he really wanted to come to Su Chen's side of the studio. You say? Su Chen laughed. No need to be so polite. Duan Yuming paused for a moment before continuing. Old Pan is a good man and a good actor. It's just that things at home have gotten him to the point where no one dares to use him. If you're short of people in your studio, Director Su, can you get him to sign up for a different time? Old Pan's thin-skinned. Not quite good enough to open this mouth with you. So let me help ask. Su Chen froze there first. Old Pan wanted to sign to the studio? It's not impossible. Lao Pan has a good image, plays fresh meat, and manages a good script. Okay, no problem. Su Chen didn't hesitate. Since he had decided to develop it, there was nothing wrong with having some good actors of his own. Su Chen also already knew something about Old Pan. Not a big deal. And, in this age of the internet, it's actually a pretty easy thing to clarify. It was mainly because Lao Pan was afraid of affecting his own children that he had always chosen to hold back. Through this time together, Su Chen also knew Old Pan's character. Staying isn't a big deal. Thank you very much then. At this time, Duan Yuming hurriedly stood up and looked at Su Chen in front of him, then bowed deeply and said gratefully, ever since Old Pan's accident, no company has been willing to give him a hand. It's a good time to meet you. Duan Yuming's voice was soft. After pacifying Duan Yuming, he got up and left. For Lao Pan, Su Chen suddenly thought of a TV series, had time to write it down, and then found a relatively reliable director. See if it can be filmed. A little planning in the back of my mind. Su Chen's cell phone rang once more. It felt a little strange. Who would come to himself at this time? Picked up the cell phone, found a familiar string of numbers. The owner of this number is not the next person. It is Ni Hong. Hello? Sister Hong. Su Chen opened his mouth, a few smiles in his voice. You're looking for me? Yeah. Did you get the notice from the program group on your side? It says that they want the tutors to join forces and perform on stage at the beginning of the next installment of the program. Old Qian has already found Yuan Jun, so it's just the two of us left next. What? Do you have any ideas? Which song to sing? Ni Han's voice was soft and kindly inquiring. Alright. Su Chen paused for a moment before opening his mouth and asking, Sister Hong, would you like to choose? You boy. Ni Hong smiled. I can do anything. There's nothing in particular I want to sing these days. Right. Sister Hong, I heard that you are from the Yi tribe? At this time, Su Chen seemed to have thought of something as he opened his mouth and inquired. Ask while you're at it. Su Chen took out his cell phone as he earnestly began to flip through it. Yeah, why? Ni Hong inquired with some curiosity. Sister Hong, do you mind if you sing a new song? My new song, if you don't mind. I'll send you the new song after recording it on my side. Su Chen said very seriously. New song? Ni Hong froze for a moment first. Your kid has a new song? It's very productive. Back when you were in the Morning Glory combination, if you had such a high output, Yi Chen probably wouldn't have kicked you out even if he died, right? Ni Hong said cheerfully. Su Chen scratched his head in some embarrassment. Right. Ni Hong paused slightly before continuing. Su Chen, as a person who has been there before, I have to remind you, there are a lot of temptations in the entertainment industry, but if you want to stay hot, you can't touch what you shouldn't touch. Got it? Otherwise, once it explodes, even the gods won't be able to save you. What do you mean? Su Chen froze in place. You shouldn't have made a lot of money in the entertainment industry before, right? How did you end up in this situation? Ni Hong asked very solemnly. Ahem. Doesn't everyone in the biz know that? I like to play with cars, Su Chen said with some embarrassment. If you can coax the others, can you coax me? How much money can you spend on playing with cars? Besides, even if you spend money on playing with the car, what about your car? There should still be some left, right? Ni Hong's voice contained a few reminders. Su Chen scratched his head. There was some bitterness in his heart. I'm not necessarily asking you to say anything. Ni Hong took a deep breath. But as a senior, I have to remind you, if you do have any bad habits, make sure you correct them in time, before you get caught. As long as you don't touch the bottom line, even if it's turned up later, as long as you're prodigal, it basically won't matter much. Ni Hong's voice was soft, persuasively. Sister Hong, you can rest assured. I can assure you that I definitely don't have any bad habits. Nor do I have any bad habits. I just smoke a few cigarettes occasionally. Su Chen hurriedly spoke. However, lately, I've already smoked very little. Alright. Ni Hong smiled. Just send me the song earlier. After all, I have to spend time preparing too. You wouldn't want your song to be ruined by me, would you? Ni Hong said cheerfully. Su Chen hurriedly said, Sister Hong, I believe in your strength. Okay, that's it, you go ahead. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen did not hesitate, hastily took out a pen and paper, seriously began to write up. The melody lingered in his head. The entire song only took Su Chen less than 20 minutes. It had already jumped off the page. After a careful inspection, didn't find anything wrong. When the moment came to the recording studio, a small sample was recorded first. Once the recording was done, a small sample was sent to Ni Hong. After less than half an hour, Su Chen's phone was ringing as if it was urging for his life. Hello? Sister Hong, Su Chen said with a bitter smile. Have you seen the new song? See, Ni Hong said with some excitement. Is this the new song you were talking about? It's really great. Su Chen, I really don't know how your brain actually grows. This kind of song can actually be written. I can't wait. Why don't you just sell me the song? How about it? Su Chen froze for a moment. Sister Hong, my song, it's not cheap. It's not cheap, but also ultimately there is also a price. Ni Hong said very casually. Money is not a problem. Su Chen was a bit bewildered. The money in this entertainment industry was really good. 3 million. Well, it's not cheap. Ni Hong's voice contained a few smiles in it, and then continued. But it's worth every penny. I'll take this song. I'll have my manager send the contract to your email. That's the song we'll sing when the show is taped. I have to familiarize myself with it first too. By the way, you do have a recording studio there, right? Right. Su Chen nodded. Send me the location. I'll be there now. Ni Hong's voice was soft. Su Chen didn't hold back and sent the location to Ni Hong. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen snapped his fingers. One sentence. Make a woman spend $3 million for me. Damn. Absolutely. Su Chen scratched his head. If I had known that the money was so good, I wouldn't have opened any bullshit studio. But now I still have to register the company, and I still have to engage in any professional managers. I don't know if the person Zhao Rui found for herself is reliable or not. Half an hour later, Ni Hong then arrived. Su Chen. Ni Hong snorted at Su Chen. Without further ado, let's start recording the song. The moment Xiao Tianai saw Ni Hong, she was all a bit stunned. Ms. Ni Hong, you're here? Aha! Ni Hong nodded at Xiao Tianai and said with a smile, Su Chen gave me a good quality song, and it just so happens that it's not far from here, so I came straight over to record it. Hey, Mr. Ni Hong, it's simply an honor for you to come to this recording studio. You come with me. Ni Hong is still happy with the studio. It seems that the rumors are true. You really are a rich second generation. Otherwise, with your previous curiosity in the entertainment industry, there's no way you could have built such a professional recording studio. With everything used at the top of the line, I underestimated you. Ni Hong looked at the specifications of the recording studio and marveled. Xiao Tianai scratched his head. It can't be helped. I really didn't mix well in the circle before. Ha ha ha. You'll be blessed if you follow Su Chen in the future. Ni Hong said with a joyful smile. Su Chen didn't care too much and said to Ni Hong, Sister Hong, let's start. Yes. Ni Hong nodded. Upon arriving in the middle of the recording studio, the duo of Su Chen and Ni Hong began to put on their ear returns. Follow the vague rhythm. Ni Hong seemed to be so intoxicated that her body was swaying slightly. Cliff to cliff above the fall river. Buckwheat flowers bloom in the waning grass sea. Who hangs the moon in the sky? The words that shows trying to say flow into the sea. Ni Hong was also more or less surprised. Su Chen's singing voice was fuller than she expected. Although she had heard Su Chen sing before, she had never heard it live or felt it in the middle of a recording studio. This Su Chen's vocals are okay. That, coupled with that light raspy feel, is enough for him to be able to handle any song. Over the sheer mountains, across the endless sea, if expectation remains, it's always spring until the flowers bloom. Ni Hong's voice also rang out, bold, dashing and majestic, coupled with a full sense of melody. It made Zhou Tai, who was there listening to the original soundtrack, shiver violently. Holy shit, it's worthy of being a singer who was able to make it to the CCTV Spring Festival Gala. This strength, it's simply absolute. But Big Brother Su isn't a bit bad either. Actually able to partner with Ms. Ni Hong, Xiao Tianai couldn't help but say in admiration. Su Chen, on the other hand, was ignorant of all this outside. Ni Hong got into the swing of things quickly, and basically couldn't pick out any flaws in every word, every sentence. This also made the fire in Su Chen's heart tickle, wanting to put up a good fight with Sister Hong, playing beautiful heavenly music. It ended with Ni Hong's voice. The two of them, Su Chen and Ni Hong, looked at each other, followed by a simultaneous sing-along. Mount Manhwa is connected to the mountains beyond. Moonlight spills over Rattlesnake Beach. Can anyone tell me? But the heavens are calling to you. A mountain over a river. 1,000 hills are not lonely. You've come to Manhwa to be fabled. 100 miles of cuckoos never fade. Xiao Tianai violently hugged his arms. A few moments of shock in his gaze. Nima. Goosebumps are going to fall off. My mom. The singing voice. These lyrics. It's simply outstanding. I always thought that those songs that Big Brother Sue gave me were already very strong. But how did it not occur to me that he actually had a big move left? Xiao Tianai couldn't help but swallow with a gulp. The song just sounds like it gives you a rush of blood. The two voices were chasing each other, as if they were able to go over 1,000 mountains. Although Ni Hong was very strong, and his treble was practically exploding, Su Chen's voice had also been constantly lingering in it, as if it was a kind of echo in the valley. Just right. And Ni Hong's good nature seemed to be fueled at this time. Without any hesitation at all, his voice rose a few notches again. In the midst of this tiny recording studio, the two men performed the song near perfectly. Ni Hong after the end, with a few moments of helplessness in his eyes, he glanced at Su Chen. It's over. I've lost a lot of money. Ha? Su Chen froze there. How do you say that? Sister Hong? If you think it's a loss, our contract can be voided. You're mistaken. Ni Hong waved her hand. The reason why I feel that I'm losing money is that I feel that it should be difficult for anyone else to work with me on the song except you. Which means that I'll buy this song. But I'm still inviting you to sing it with me. Don't I just lose a lot of money? Ni Hong said cheerfully. Hearing this, Su Chen smiled at that moment. Sister Hong, you haven't suffered any losses. On the contrary, you've even taken advantage of it. I'm working for you as a soprano, but I didn't receive any money at all. You boy. Ni Hong also knew that Su Chen was joking. Didn't care. It's a song she's still more than happy with. It would be great if it could be like this when I'm on the set. Ni Hong's voice held a few moments of longing in it. It should be good, right? The program's overall equipment is up to date both domestically and internationally. Su Chen paused for a moment, then continued. The rendering should also not be much different from the studio. That's not necessarily true. At this time, Xiao Tianai said. Even more professional equipment. There is still a gap between the effect in that kind of arena and in the recording studio. Moreover, in that kind of environment, there is still a certain amount of psychological pressure, and the effect that can be rendered by itself is not stable. Sometimes it will be better. Sometimes it will be worse. If it were the same, there wouldn't be so many celebrities faking during concerts. Ni Hong glared at Xiao Tianai. There are some things you should say less. Aha! Xiao Tianai scratched his head a little awkwardly. There aren't any outsiders here. It doesn't matter. Sister Hong. Su Chen walked forward and coughed. Let's go rest and relax. Yeah, just in time to visit your studio too. Ni Hong smiled. After strolling around for a bit, Ni Hong looked at Su Chen and said somewhat breathlessly, This place of yours? It's completely borrowed from this recording studio. Ha? Aha! Su Chen answered honestly. I just disbanded from the group, so I don't have much money on me. If I hadn't run into Tianai, I guess I'd still be living in a hotel. No, there should be money to rent an apartment, Su Chen said with a smile. Ni Hong sighed and looked at Su Chen in front of him, and there seemed to be some complexity between his expressions. Sister Hong, Su Chen said with some embarrassment. I assure you that I have definitely not done anything to break the law or disturb public order. It's just that there are some things that I'm not too comfortable to talk about. Just know it in your heart. Ni Hong paused for a moment. If there are any difficulties in the future, you can also come to me. If I can help, I will definitely help. Thank you, Sister Red, Su Chen said seriously. Ni Hong nodded and sat down, sipping some hot tea. A brief chat. So, you're planning to start formalizing now? Ni Hong held her teacup with a bit of curiosity in her voice. But that's good. My suggestion is that you build yourself up to be a signature of your future company. Signs? Me? Su Chen was a bit surprised. Yes, your ability is very good. Ni Hong's voice was soft. I still knew less about you before. Your talent is top-notch. In the future, even if you become a gold medal creator, it's not impossible. Of course, if you want to move behind the scenes, that's not out of the question. Ni Hong briefly spoke his thoughts before rubbing his forehead. However, since we are trying to set up a company, then we definitely need someone who can step forward. Su Chen listened carefully to Ni Hong's advice. The mind was more than a little surprised. Not that he ever wanted to move completely behind the scenes. Sometimes he still enjoys some of the work in front of the stage. It's just that there's still a bit too much in one's head, and one always needs to pick and choose. Ni Hong sat here for a while before getting up and leaving. Not long after Ni Hong left, Zhao Ruoi walked in on her high heels and glanced around. Straight away, He arrived in front of Su Chen, handing an object to Su Chen in front of him. "Hello, I'm here for an interview." "Ha?" Su Chen froze there, with a few moments of bewilderment in his gaze, scratching his head in some surprise, and then proceeded to inquire. "Interview? Interview for what?" "Professional managers." Su Chen's entire face was confused. "It's something a little more than one realizes. The president of Joaquin? Coming to your own studio? Want to interview professional managers? Is the world this crazy already?" Su Chen didn't answer. He just stood up, walked to the edge of the bed, and glanced towards the outside. "You? What's wrong?" Zhao Ruoyi opened her mouth and asked. "Let's see if it's the end of the world." Su Chen scratched his head. "You? I've already resigned at Joaquin." Zhao Ruoyi's voice was soft, and then continued. "There are absolutely no restrictions. Moreover, you should be able to trust my level of professionalism." Su Chen was even more bewildered. Can I refuse?" Su Chen replied subconsciously. "Why?" Zhao Ruoyi gently hugged her arms and didn't get angry. Instead, she looked at Su Chen in front of her with great curiosity, as if she wanted to see something from the face. Su Chen was a little embarrassed, scratching his head. "What I run is a small company. You, coming to our company is a bit too big of a deal," Southern stammered. "I didn't feel there was a great deal of talent. I've run out of possibilities for growth at Joaquin, and accompanying a new company in its gradual growth and making a new company into a first-class entertainment company altogether is what I really want to go for. And I believe I can do it." Su Chen was a little unsure of what to say for a moment, asking for help. He looked at Xiao Tianai who was on the side, and at this time, Xiao Tianai's head nodded as if it were a wooden fish struck by the abbot in a temple. "Merit values are increasing. That, I can't afford your salary." Su Chen thought seriously for a moment, and then continued. "The president of Huajin, how much salary do you want to give her? If it's less, it definitely won't work. You can't give her $5 million, can you? Any more than that, and one does have some heartburn nowadays. Don't worry about this, the company is in its infancy. I can take no salary. As I said, I want the growth process." Su Chen was once again speechless. This last reason, all blocked? That? Su Chen opened his mouth and wanted to say something. However, just at this time, his phone rang. "Hello?" Su Chen nodded somewhat apologetically to Zhao Ruoyi and picked up his phone. "Hello, may I ask if you are Su Chen? Mr. Su?" On the opposite side, a very polite voice came out. "Yes, I am." Su Chen opened his mouth and replied. "May I ask who you are?" "Hello, I'm the official of Soundwave Short Video. This time I'm calling you because I want to discuss matters related to cooperation between the two sides." "Cooperation?" Su Chen froze in place for a moment. The Note Short Video he is aware of, as it has just recently started to be promoted and is very strong. There are some partnerships with quite a few celebrities, coupled with the content generated are relatively high quality, so that is, also favored by young people, and even vaguely have the momentum to replace the status of microblogging. I'm afraid Twitter didn't think of that in any way. At the end of the day, it's a platform for short videos that defeats itself instead. "Right," the other party said very seriously. "It's like this. Your video has already exceeded 30 million plays on our short video platform in less than a day. It's also currently #1 on our short video hit list. We take this very seriously, so that means we want to invite you to our short video platform. This can also quickly help you solidify your popularity." Su Chen was a bit confused. "Me? A video? But I didn't send a video." Su Chen couldn't understand. He hadn't even downloaded this What's It Note short video. How did the so-called 30 million plays suddenly appear? Zhao Ruoyi took out her cell phone, and then turned on the short video of your note. It was handed to Su Chen. Su Chen took it and realized that it was the video from the killing banquet that night. The video shows himself with his hands on his guitar, earnestly singing Shepherd City. And this video, it actually has over 1 million likes in it already. The comments below are even more unanimous. And all of this, Su Chen actually wasn't even aware of. Sorry, Su Chen didn't know how he should answer the other party for a moment, and was only able to say somewhat apologetically, "There are still some things I need to be busy with on my side, so I'll give you a call back later. How about it?" "Okay, Mr. Su, you go ahead. Please believe in our sincerity. We sincerely hope that you can be on our short video platform. Just post some of your daily videos and our platform will give you a signing bonus of no less than $10 million. In addition, the platform will also push streams." Taking advantage of the last moment, the caller hurriedly spelled out his advantages. "Then I won't bother you, Mr. Su." After saying that, he hung up the phone somewhat apologetically. Su Chen let out a long breath and looked at Zhao Ruoyi somewhat strangely. "This video, you posted it? Well, I just had a feeling that the song you sang had a lot of feeling. Besides, I've already registered the copyright for you in your name, Zhao Ruoyi said very seriously. Su Chen froze in place. Just as I said, I'm very professional. Zhao Ruoyi's eyes stared at Su Chen. Su Chen, who was watching, was more or less confident, and after squirming twice, tangled. Actually, I don't know what I should say. It always feels a little less real. And I know you're very professional, and I also know that there's no way I can give you the kind of treatment you get at Joaquin. However, I do need a professional manager. If you're sure you want to come. Su Chen scratched his head and looked at Zhao Ruoyi in front of him, followed by Xiao Tian AI. I, too, don't know what I can bring you. Perhaps my so-called company won't last too long at all. Ouch. I mean, if there's anything you want, you can just talk to me. Su Chen was so embarrassed that he was about to snap his toes out of a 3-room apartment. As long as I can afford to give, I will not let you suffer. Hearing this, Zhao Ruoyi's brows eased slightly. Good, then I'll start work. First of all, I need to know everything that's going on in the studio right now. Zhao Ruoyi's voice was soft. The projects that are going on nowadays, what we're going to do next, and so on. Aha. Su Chen nodded. I'll make a call. Su Chen awkwardly picked up his cell phone, then called Li Yan to come over. In less than 20 minutes, Li Yan appeared in the room, and the moment she saw Zhao Ruoyi, there were a few moments of doubt in her gaze. Introducing, Zhao Ruoyi, from now on will be our company's professional manager. Sister Li, please tell her about the studio's current situation. Su Chen opened his mouth. Zhao Ruoyi? A professional manager? At this time, Li Yan felt like her worldview was collapsing. It was a little hard to believe my ears. The president of Huajin? Coming to work as a professional manager for a studio you didn't even set up as a company? Are you serious? Li Yan only felt that this news was like an atomic bomb that exploded through her mind. Let yourself not look back for a long time. Should she be serious? Su Chen coughed and said, Hello, Zhao Ruoyi said very calmly. Can you tell me about the present situation? Yes. Li Yan quickly organized herself without any hesitation. Began to tell the story of what was going on in the studio nowadays. While saying that, Zhao Ruoyi's brows deeply furrowed. Zhao Ruoyi, who was somewhat speechless after hearing this, shook her head. A mess. Although I knew before that your studio might be a bit sketchy, I didn't expect to actually muddle things up like this. In that case, I'll start by finding agents for Su Chen, Xiao Tian AI, and Zhuang Lingling, Pan Hai, respectively. By the way, is Pan Hai's artist contract still unsigned? Zhao Ruoyi turned her gaze toward Su Chen. Su Chen scratched his head. Well, that's not very urgent. You shouldn't not have a contract template yet, right? Zhao Ruoyi looked at Su Chen in front of her with a few moments of suspicion in her gaze and asked. Su Chen coughed twice. Our contracts are personally customized. Zhao Ruoyi was a bit speechless for a moment, taking a long breath. Okay, I get it. And within the next day, I'll sort out all the work altogether, including what you guys are going to do next. Besides, Zhao Ruoyi looked at Su Chen in front of her. You have things to do too. What is it? Su Chen shook his head somewhat blankly. My movie just ended, and I have to keep an eye on editing and post-production next. This doesn't hurt. Zhao Ruoyi looked at Su Chen in front of her very seriously. Next, you're going to be within the entertainment circle, ruthlessly brushing your presence. Ha! Su Chen opened his mouth wide. What kind of routine is this? Ouch! Li Yan slapped her thigh violently. Confidant. It should have been done a long time ago. I get angry every day when I see him being such a jerk. Li Yan chimed in. Su Chen was aggrieved in his heart. What's wrong with these people? Zhao Ruoyi quietly looked at Su Chen in front of her. Su Chen scratched his head. I don't have any opinion. Yes. Zhao Ruoyi nodded her head. In that case, that's it for today. Su Chen. Next I'll first arrange an agent for you to take care of your daily life and all other aspects. Su Chen said with some embarrassment. This is going to cost a lot of money, isn't it? I'll summarize the specifics of what I'll be doing and spending in a day's time, and then I'll line it up and give it to you then. Yes. Su Chen vaguely felt that something wasn't quite right. Zhao Ruoyi finished and stood up. Where is my office located? Su Chen scratched his head, a little confused for a moment. Li Yan at this time hurriedly spoke. Mr. Zhao. This way please. Xiao Tian AI looked at Su Chen somewhat dumbfounded. Big brother Su. You can how did you fool Zhao Ruoyi? People are so big that they don't care about a Huajin? Running here to start a company with you? I don't know. Su Chen shook his head. You guys aren't really having an affair, are you? Xiao Tian AI looked at Su Chen with some suspicion. Big brother Su. You're a bit inadequate if you're still hiding this matter from me. This one really doesn't. Su Chen let out a bitter smile, and for a moment, he didn't know what he should say. He's lost, too. Immediately afterward, He first picked up his cell phone and took a serious look at the so-called note short video platform. I have to call people back later. Do you want to move in yourself? But it seems like you have nothing to post, right? After seriously thinking about it for a while, Su-chen wasn't able to figure it out. He basically didn't have to care about anything next. Zhao Ruoi should be able to arrange it, right? That way, it seemed like he was able to feel the fish more peacefully. That's so nice. Su-chen crossed his legs and sat comfortably on the sofa, watching those videos among the short video platforms. Feeling a little awkward in the moment, the song Shepherd City was a hit with many people. In that video posted by Zhao Ruoi, Su-chen's song also touched the hearts of countless people. Herding horses is an apt description of the city I live in today. We are all horses imprisoned in the midst of the city. Tamed, enslaved, confined, whipped. Who can understand? Who hasn't lived up to a few expensive times? When these lyrics were sung, I burst into tears straight away. I don't know why I cried. I just felt that I had let go of my baggage, let go of that nest, let go of that city, and I thought that I would be able to let go of you. Are you all so literate? Illiterate people like me can only shout, Su-chen is awesome. The quality of Su-chen's songs has simply improved with the naked eye after this left the Morning Glory group. On the contrary, Yi-chen doesn't seem to have appeared much lately. Why is this Su-chen singing at a barbecue stand like this? Who knows? I'm not sure about the others, but I recognize some of the few people who listen to him sing. One of them is called Duan Yueming, a box office poison. Every movie he's been in has been dismal at the box office. As for Pan Hai, it's even worse. 2 years ago by his wife exposed that he domestic violence, causing himself to be directly blocked within the circle. It seems like there's a recent rumor that it was all a misunderstanding. Holy shit, they're all movie and TV stars? What exactly does this Su-chen want to do? He's not running off to make a movie, is he? So who's to say? Nowadays, he only has a microblog, but he doesn't log in often yet. The fans are going up fast, but they're also in a state of hurting. Are you guys curious? Who made this video? One odd comment after another made Su-chen unable to help but touch his nose. It seems that the song did reach the hearts of many. In this steel jungle, no one is on their own. And among these comments, there were quite a few people who were calling on Su-chen to hurry up and open an account for the short note video. It was at the time when Su-chen was somewhat confused and entangled. Zhao Ruoi pushed open the door and said to Su-chen, Su-chen, come over here first. Okay. Su-chen stood up and came into the middle of the office arranged for Zhao Ruoi. In Zhao Ruoi's hands, she held a thick stack of information. I've understood the specifics. Next, there are 3 focuses of your work. The first one is the promotion of this man from Earth. Have you given any thought to how you should go about promoting this movie? Su-chen shook his head in some bewilderment. So, what about the theaters? No contact yet? Zhao Ruoi asked again. Su-chen awkwardly scratched his head. Haven't had time to make contact yet. Aha! Zhao Ruoi was not surprised. Okay, the second thing is the recording of the new Voice of China. This is a variety show that will completely turn around your popularity. As long as you are able to stand out amongst this competition, then all those doubts that you once had will completely dissipate. This I know. Su-chen nodded his head very seriously. I'll do my best too. The first installment of the program has already aired. Have you watched it? Zhao Ruoi at this time opened her mouth and inquired. Su-chen stood there awkwardly for a moment. He coughed twice before continuing. Isn't this rather busy? Haven't had time to go and see. Zhao Ruoi took a deep breath and tried hard to contain the anger in her heart. She chose it herself. She chose it herself. She can't be angry. She can't be angry. I am a professional manager. I possess professionalism. You'd better check it out sometime. Actually, the first installment, you're still getting good reviews. You can watch it on Xianting Video. Zhao Ruoi calmly said. Okay, I'll go back and read it right away. Su-chen said with hasty assurance. Third thing, Zhao Ruoi said here and paused for a moment first. What is the company going to be called? It can't still be called Heterodyne, can it? Ha? Su-chen was a little confused for a moment. He'd never seriously considered it before. Scratching his head, do you have any ideas? See what you like. Zhao Ruoi's voice was soft. Usually it's to start something monumental or with a special meaning. Su-chen heard this. Once again, he was lost in contemplation. Zhao Ruoi, on the other hand, placed her hands on the table and waited patiently. The wind blew in through the window, ruffling the tips of Zhao Ruoi's hair, and the warm yellow sunset spilled over her billowing fever. It was as if she really glowed in that moment. Yeah, what is a good company name? Su-chen thought seriously for a long time. Otherworldly, counting himself as an account of the past. But how could it not have occurred to him that the studio had just opened not too long ago, and was about to be upgraded to a company, and a professional manager was brought in? The name of the company certainly can't be called Heterodyne. It seems a bit of child's play. After thinking for a long time, Su Chen spoke. How do you feel about Star? Star? Zhao Ruai silently chanted in her heart and spoke. Not a bad name. I just don't know if it's been registered. However, even if it was registered, there is still a way. What about shares in the company? Zhao Ruai asked again. Do you intend to take firm control into your own hands? Or is it air? Su Chen scratched his head. Any suggestions? My suggestion is to give Chao Tianai a portion of the shares. He has money in his family. If he is given a certain amount of shares, perhaps he will be more attentive to the company's affairs. Moreover, his family is in real estate, so it would actually be beneficial to the company's future development. Zhao Ruai's voice was soft, but it was incredibly serious. It should. Su Chen felt more or less embarrassed. In fact, Xiao Tianai had definitely given herself a lot of help. Since he had come to Shanghai City, he hadn't bothered people much, even to the extent that they had brought a recording studio with them and had come to join his studio directly. From ancient times to the present day, it was really the first time that Su Chen had seen a paid part-time job. My suggestion is that we can give 10% of the shares to Chao Tianai, and the rest, you can hold in your hand. Split it into 3. Su Chen thought seriously for a while before continuing. I thought about it. Coming to Star, there's not much I can give you. There is some condescension for you to be a professional manager. Moreover, I shouldn't be able to come up with the annual salary to pay you in a short period of time. It's only right to give you a relative share. Su Chen's face was serious. In the future, a lot of things in the company. It's also inevitable that you have to put in some extra effort. Zhao Ruoi's hand was placed on the table, and in that instant, her mind was more or less complicated. Looking at Su Chen in front of her, she didn't know what she should say for a moment. To be honest, it wasn't the first time Zhao Ruoi had seen Su Chen so serious. Only, he seemed to be utterly unable to remember himself. But that's normal. After all, at that time, both were still very young. Yes, Zhao Ruoi nodded. Then I'll take 10% of the shares just like Chao Tianai. No, no. Su Chen hurriedly waved his hand. That won't work. This is too little. My idea is, you and Chao Tianai, each person can take 20%. The rest is mine. If you really can't, we each average it out. 33%. It's also possible. But, Zhao Ruoi couldn't help but laugh out loud. I can see that you really don't have a single ounce of talent for running a company. 3 people splitting the stake equally is the most dangerous behavior. Zhao Ruoi spoke. Just listen to me. 10%. That's already quite a lot. If you think it's less, then find a way to make Star the largest entertainment company in the country. Zhao Ruoi said calmly to Su Chen in front of her. Next, it's time for us to talk about finances. Zhao Ruoi took out one of the statements. The studio's financial situation can be described as a mess. I organized it. Nowadays, the studio's accounts total $6,700,000. Ha? Su Chen scratched his head. Is it that much already? Of course, that song, Acacia, sold for quite a bit of money back in the day, together with some of your notice fees, and the Lady of Extravagant Fragrance that was sold to N.I. Hong before. The studio's profit is still relatively substantial. However, for the filming of This Man from Earth, and office rentals, these are the big ones, so that means the balance on the studio's books will be smaller. However, from next month onwards, the music platform will have a share arriving every month, which is a huge amount of income. Zhou Ruoi continued. And next up, is what needs to be spent. In the future, the company is going to have a movie and television department, so the expenses in this area cannot be saved. Always going to rent other people's equipment. Unstable, and at the same time unsafe. Once the other party wants to find our trouble, it's also very easy. So, all aspects of filming equipment need to be purchased. That aspect is a big one. The input may be more than you can imagine, but it can be purchased in batches. Hearing these words spoken by Zhao Ruoi, Su Chen's entire body froze in place, and for a moment, he didn't know what he should say. A long breath came out. How much does it cost? I've compiled a list of the first batch of equipment to be purchased. All of them are here, and they'll probably cost $10 million. After saying that, Zhao Ruoi handed one of the papers to Su Chen in front of her. Su Chen's heart thumped. Subconsciously, he brought the piece of paper over, and at this moment, his hands were trembling slightly. If my memory just now is correct, we should only have $6.7 million on the company's books nowadays, right? Su Chen swallowed a mouthful of saliva with a gurgle and asked again. Right. Zhou Ruoi nodded. That's not something you need to worry about. I'm a professional manager. As long as you agree with my program and what I'm going to do in the future, the other things are what I need to figure out. Zhao Ruoi's voice was calm as she looked at Su Chen in front of her. These necessary aspects of spending. Do you agree? Recognize. identify with it, Su Chen said with some embarrassment. Okay, then let's move on to the next item. Zhao Ruoi spoke next. In the next few moments, Su Chen had been feeling as if his head was being filled with paste, and Zhao Ruoi's string of numbers had made him feel an unprecedented shock. He had thought that he was already very rich. It's just that much closer to your goal. However, after this sorting out by Zhao Ruoi, it seemed like he still owed a lot of money. After my calculations, the necessary spending of the company in the early stages is around $57 million. Zhao Ruoi's voice was gentle, but it carried an undoubted flavor. Su Chen shook his head somewhat awkwardly. I can't take out so much money for the time being. I know. Zhao Ruoi couldn't help but snort out a laugh when she saw Su Chen's rushed appearance. You don't have to worry about any of that. Zhao Ruoi looked at Su Chen, and her voice couldn't help but soften a few points. If all these things need you to worry about, then I failed too much as a professional manager plus a shareholder. Ha! Su Chen was a bit bewildered. The reason I'm showing you these accounts is actually to make you understand. Next, this big ship, the company, is going to set sail. As the spiritual pillar of this big ship, you, no matter what, will not be able to mix it up like before. Zhao Rui's voice was calm. I'll try. Su Chen nodded, although he didn't know why Zhao Rui was so confident, but thought she wouldn't come to lie to herself. Would she? I'll arrange for someone to take over for you on the note short video side. You have to take advantage of this one too. Zhao Ruoi kept reminding. It made Su Chen feel a wave of dizziness. When it was evening, Su Chen finally cleared his mind and sat in front of the computer as Zhao Ruoi had requested. Turn on the new Song of China. It began to look serious. Only, the pop-ups weren't very kind to him. Holy shit? Why is it Su Chen again? He's only a decent songwriter at best, right? How can he sit with a bunch of big names? And he's even acting like a mentor? It's over. It's completely over. Yesterday I went to the grocery store and walked to the aquatic section, saw a fish floating up, and then I told the seller in a serious voice, the inner fish is finished. Get it? The inner fish is finished. No. What gives him the right? You guys don't know? The production behind the new Voice of China is Hua Jin, and Hua Jin's president is Zhao Ruoi. Zhao Ruoi is Su Chen's rumored girlfriend again. Get it? Shit, sis. Look at me. I'm not as handsome as him, but I'm definitely older than him. Upstairs, what's bigger than him? I don't understand. Age, you think? Oh, I thought it was a tumor. The pop-ups kept flying. However, it must be said that the trainees this time are all carefully selected and their strength is not bad. No way? Zhu Ruixia sang so well? How come none of the tutors turned around? I'm afraid there's some kind of inside story, right? Upstairs, I suggest you keep reading. In a word, the newcomers are monsters. It waited until Wei Lai appeared. High energy warning ahead. Non-combatants, get out now. Mom, come out and see God. Wei Lai stood on the stage and performed his song to his heart's content, accompanied by the passing buttons of each mentor being pressed and lit up. Wei Lai's entire body seemed as if he was completely integrated into the stage. Holy shit, bull. All I can say is that this newcomer's strength is a bit terrifying. It made all three semi-tutors turn around for him. That song, can I just say my ears are pregnant? What? Did someone do something to your ear? Su Chen watched the program and was instantly happy. He had to say that the netizens were still more talented. This pop-up screen could be much better than the program. He took a melon and watched with great interest. Soon, however, the melon in his hand snapped and fell to the ground. The moment Wei Lai chose Su Chen, the pop-up screen exploded in a flash. The entire computer screen was filled with question marks. This Wei Lai is afraid to be stupid, right? Who wouldn't it be good to pick? Picking a connected person? That's what you don't understand, is it? What's wrong with being related? It's the connected who can take care of people, right? Su Chen was a bit speechless for a moment, and after typing a line on the keyboard, he cancelled it with some embarrassment. In a sense, one is indeed a connected person. Even if he wanted to retort, he was afraid that no one would be willing to listen. With the end of the program, the heatwave created by the whole Chinese new song did not end there. Because of the excellent production and sufficient hotspots, both the trainees and the mentors are all very powerful. Therefore, the new Voice of China gradually became a phenomenal variety show. Su Chang, on the other hand, was holding a tablet in his hand. Standing in the conference room, he said very seriously, the ratings for the first installment of the new Voice of China totaled 2.7, which is already considered very good in today's network-ridden era. But this is just the beginning. Su Chang paused for a moment. Next installment, we're going to take this rating and push it right up to 3.0. Next, let me say some of my thoughts. Su Chang's voice was soft, putting his thoughts in perspective. After saying that, he looked at everyone. Everyone, if you have any thoughts or opinions, you can say them as well. Director, at this time, A middle-aged woman stood up and picked up the tablet in her hand, and then continued. I've carefully counted the overall response and quality of the pop-ups for our first installment, and among them, a large portion of people are questioning Su Chen. Moreover, there are quite a few people who think that with Su Chen's ability and curiosity, there's no way he can sit in the tutor's seat. Su Chang sighed. This is what Mr. Zhao wants, but Mr. Zhao has resigned. The middle-aged woman's voice was very soft, and then continued. Nowadays, the overall program manager of the new Voice of China is Huajin's general manager Jiang. We may be able to take this opportunity to remove this black sheep from the program. Hear this. Su Chang was also in deep thought. He also had a deep hatred for a connected person like Su Chen. And, on the program, although Su Chen's performance was okay, no matter whether it was the curiosity or the strength, there was no way to compare it with the other three tutors, and the topic degree was simply not enough. If it could be anyone else, then there's a good chance that the heat of the new Voice of China will go to another level. I'll go back and discuss it with Mr. Jiang. Su Chang was a little heartened, then said, the next installment of the program will be recorded in a hurry tomorrow. We've already delayed it for too long, and it's too late to find someone on the fly. Let's do this first. Yes, director. The middle-aged woman nodded hurriedly, and then sat down. After Su Chen watched the program, his heart was more than a little embarrassed, and the people who scolded him were just too many. Most importantly, nowadays one's curiosity is incompatible with the other three mentors. That's why it's been teased by netizens as 3.5 mentors. This netizen is also too damaging. After this section is catalogued, I won't be scolded to death by this group of netizens, right? Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. But, a chuckle came out and Zhao Ruoyi pushed open the door and walked in. Finished reading? Aha! Su Chen subconsciously touched his nose. What to make of those comments? Zhao Ruoyi asked with interest. Ahem. Su Chen subconsciously coughed twice and paused for a moment before speaking. Some of the curses are still rather unpleasant. Zhao Ruoyi couldn't help herself a little. If you didn't mix it up so much in the first place and showed a little bit of your strength, I'm afraid that nowadays you're a top tier anyway. As for being despised by the netizens, Su Chen was instantly somewhat helpless. Can he say that it's not something he can change? This is the work of the past Southern. What's it got to do with me? Come on. You've got a whole season to turn around your popularity. I came to you this late because I wanted to talk to you about Old Pan. Old Pan has signed on. Zhao Ruoyi opened her mouth and said, next, your variety art is the top priority. You need to rely on variety programs and increase your influence, as well as the publicity and release of your new movie. Xiao Tianai needs to find a way to go about preparing for her first album, and Zhuang Lingling needs to stand out on top of the new Chinese singing voice and make a smooth debut. Cheng Guanli I haven't thought about it yet. However, it shouldn't be too difficult to find him some theater groups to film with. After all, he'll soon have his own masterpiece as well. But not in the case of Old Pan. Although Lao Pan's situation has improved now, there aren't many theater groups willing to pick him up. Su Chen nodded. Don't worry about that. I've already thought about it. I've decided to write a new script, a TV series, with the intention of casting Old Pan as the star. Drama? Zhao Ruoyi froze there, seemingly feeling a bit surprised. Aha! Su Chen nodded. Can you do it? TV shows and movies are still different. Zhao Ruoyi spoke up. Su Chen scratched his head. There shouldn't be any problem. It's just a criminal investigation drama. What's the story that's probably being told? Zhao Ruoyi at this time also asked with some curiosity. Well, Su Chen didn't hide it and simply told Zhao Ruoyi about it. Who knew that Zhao Ruoyi couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air even after hearing it? Unbelievable. What on earth is going on in your head? How were you able to come up with such a wonderful story? If it's made into a TV series, it should explode, but the overall investment down the line shouldn't be too small. The whole play, it still needs to have quite a few veteran actors to hold it together. And, can Old Pan handle the leading role image? Zhao Ruoyi opened her mouth to inquire. It shouldn't be a problem. Su Chen smiled. I also saw his acting in This Man from Earth, and it's still pretty good. Okay, what about the director? Are you going to direct it yourself, like This Man from Earth? Or are you planning to sign a director to help with the movie? It stands to reason that you wrote this script, and you are in the best position to understand what this script is trying to present. Zhao Ruoyi looked at Su Chen in front of her with a smirk. Or are you planning to transition towards directing next? Ahem. Su Chen I coughed twice before continuing. It's better to write the script first and then start casting the actors. If I have enough time, of course it's better if I direct. Okay, then I understand. That night, Zhao Ruoyi got up and left the company, drove the car and arrived in the middle of an upscale restaurant. Good girl, you're finally here. Zhao Ruoyi's parents hurriedly stood up. You're being a bit too hasty, aren't you? Just gave us notice, and now you've resigned? And, Really ran to a place that doesn't even have a company to be a professional agent? What kind of person is this Su-chen? Worthy of you helping him so much? At this time, Zhao Ruoyi's mother seemed to have thought of something. He, the one from back then? Aha! Zhao Ruoyi nodded slightly. But that's not so bad, right? Zhao Ruoyi's mother was a bit embarrassed. Even if he is, you shouldn't help him like this, right? We can totally provide him with some money to make this path a little smoother for him. But he needs me. Zhao Ruoyi's voice was soft, but decisive. By the way, there's one more thing I want to see you guys about. As she spoke, Zhao Ruoyi took out a stack of contracts from Reviel's bag, pushed it in front of his parents. What is it? Zhao Ruoyi's father froze for a moment at first and subconsciously took it over. Loan contract. I need to find Joaquin to borrow $100 million. Zhao Ruoyi's voice was soft. Return it within 3 years. Zhao Ruoyi's father instantly became a bit tense, and after carefully looking at the loan contract, he said, that, $100 million of interest-free loans? Or borrowed in your own name? What do you think? I'm going to join the Star. $100 million for 10% of the shares. Zhou Ruo's voice was soft. No, you haven't been this irrational before? A startup company? Why give him a valuation of $1 billion? Zhao Ruoyi's father scratched his head. Zhao Ruoyi smiled. Su-chen is worth this $1 billion. Perhaps it won't take 5 years for Star to fully surpass Joaquin. Zhao Ruoyi looked at her father and said decisively, 5 years? Beyond Joaquin? Lao Zhao's entire body is a little bad. Good daughter. Let's talk a little realistic, can? I know that this brat has a heavy weight in your heart, but Hua Jin is not some small fry. Zhao Ruoyi laughed. Neither is Star. Okay. Old Zhao sighed, and then continued. However, I want to meet this Su-chen. Right. Zhao Ruoyi's mother also spoke hurriedly. We can't just let him abduct our daughter for no reason. Zhao Ruoyi looked at the two men with a somewhat unpleasant expression on her face. That, just a brief look and a chat. It won't do anything excessive. Old Zhao said somewhat sheepishly. Furthermore, the person you chose, we should always take a good look for you. There's a chance for that later. He's been busy lately. Zhao Ruoyi calmly said. For the money, just hit Star Company's account directly. It's best to arrive tomorrow. There's a lot of money to spend next. Lao Zhao mined some frustration. This 100 million is considered a meat bag. There is no return. If it was borrowed in Star's name, there wouldn't be much of a problem getting it back, but borrowing in Zhao Ruoyi's name, according to old Zhao's understanding of his daughter, then she never wanted to pay back the money. Money is a minor issue, but old Zhao was really having some headaches with his daughter. Why didn't he show up earlier or later? Why does he have to show up now? No. Old Zhao paused for a moment. This kid has been in the entertainment industry for so many years. How come he's so miserable? Could there be any bad habits? Old Zhao looked at Zhao Ruoyi and spoke. Zhao Ruoyi shook her head. Don't worry about that. He's not a person like that. It's like what he did back in the day. Zhao Ruoyi's voice was very soft as she looked at old Zhao in front of her. As a matter of fact, he's also done quite a lot of things over the years. He's just kept an even lower profile. If it wasn't for me inadvertently finding some clues, I wouldn't even be able to recognize that he's the one I'm looking for. Old Zhao sighed. Since childhood, they owed this daughter of theirs so much, so always wanted the best for her. Okay. Old Zhao nodded, and then continued. However, you also have to pay attention. On Hua Jin's side, I'll help you manage it for the time being, but I won't give Star's side any facilities. This brat, if you want to abduct my daughter, you still have to show some real skill. Got it. Zhou Ruan nodded. Old Zhao, on the other hand, inquired with some curiosity and said, say, this kid seems to have changed a lot since the group disbanded. Yes. Zhao Ruoyi also nodded. Maybe it's growing up. However, it doesn't matter. No matter what happens to him, he is always himself. Zhao Ruoyi's voice was very soft, but extreme gentleness flowed from her gaze. Achoo, achoo. Su-chen sneezed twice in succession, but he didn't care and rolled over and fell asleep. After waking up the next morning, then rushed to the music theater. In the middle of the music theater, it was already crowded with people. Countless staff were anxiously busy there. Lights, sound, all kinds of facilities are very complete. Su-chen, coming quite early. At this time, Ni Hong walked over and said with a smile, Where? Not as good as you seniors. How's the preparation going? Ni Hong did not continue to be polite, but instead said with some concern and inquiry. It could be seen that Ni Hong was still very attached to the recording of today's program. It's not bad. It shouldn't be any worse than it was in the studio. Yes. Ni Hong gave a thumbs up, with a few moments of appreciation in her eyes. Then the audience at the scene today is blessed, and it's a good thing the show isn't live. Otherwise, you might all just burst into flames today. Ni Hong's voice was soft. However, by the time today's program is aired, There should be quite a few people who will be singing this song of yours. Hopefully. Su Chen smiled and said somewhat coyly. However, it was at this time. Su Chang walked over, glanced at Ni Hong, smiled and nodded, then immediately turned to Su Chen. Su Chen, right? Did you watch the first installment? Su Chang's voice was soft, but with a questioning tone. Well, look at that. Your evaluation on the internet isn't very good. At this time, Su Chang, with a few moments of difficulty on his face, then continued, the company's senior management is still quite concerned about this matter, so they said that they want me to talk to you about it. Are you able to withdraw voluntarily? However, our program will also give you $2 million in financial compensation when the recording of this episode is over. For the third episode, we plan to invite a heavyweight guest. Su Chang's eyes looked at Su Chen in front of him. Su Chen froze in place for a moment, not knowing what he should say. He scratched his head. What should I do about this? Say hello to Zhao Ruoi? But if that's the case, wouldn't one be a snitch? $2 million in financial compensation is already considered good. You don't have to do anything and you have that much money to go get right away. Not waiting for Su Chen to speak. Ni Hong's brows furrowed deeply. Director Su? This thing is a bit overdone, isn't it? Su Chen was one of the earliest candidates, and it was decided by the company's top management. Now you want to tear up the contract at the last minute? And you want Su Chen to voluntarily quit? Yes. Su Chen continued. After the first installment of The New Voice of China aired, I think you should have all seen the comments on the internet. Everyone was dissatisfied with Su Chen. It was thought that his ability was not good enough, and his curiosity was not enough. We're also trying to make the show better. Su Chang said this in an unassuming manner. Moreover, the one who made this decision is also the top management of Huajin. Director Su. Ni Hong paused for a moment. Can't this matter be accommodated? Accommodation? Su Chang let out a bitter smile. This matter is not something that I alone can decide. Su Chen. At this time Su Chang turned his gaze to Su Chen, and then continued. You're still young. You'll go far in the entertainment industry in the future. I hope you can give yourself a decent. That way, when the time comes, things don't get too ugly. After saying this, Su Chang turned around and left. With those words, there was already a vague hint of a threat. Even Ni Hong's face became a bit ugly. Glancing at Su Chen, don't be anxious first. There is definitely still room for reprieve in this matter, as long as you perform well today. And, I suggest you can get a message through to Mr. Zhao's side. Mr. Zhao shouldn't know about this yet. Ni Hong's voice was soft. Su Chen scratched his head. Let me think. He wasn't very clear on whether or not he should talk to Zhao Ruoi about this matter. If Zhao Ruoi was still the president of Huajin, Su Chen would definitely not say a single word to Zhao Ruoi. Quit. It's just less money. However, nowadays, Zhao Ruoi is the professional manager of Star. If it's such a big deal, Su Chen won't say anything. It would definitely be criticized by Zhao Ruoi. Su Chen could even imagine that image. No need to think. Ni Hong at this time hurriedly said, You're quitting the program, and you're still hiding such an important matter? Su Chen smiled awkwardly. I'm going to make a phone call. After thinking about it for a while, Su Chen still decided to give notice. As for whether Zhao Ruoi would do anything, he didn't know. Moreover, Zhao Ruoi had already resigned from her position as the president of Huajin, so even if she wanted to do something, she was afraid that she would be unable to do so. Something happened? Zhao Ruoi asked calmly without any surprise in her voice. There was a little situation. Su Chen didn't hide anything and told Zhao Ruoi what he had encountered here. Zhao Ruoi was silent instead. You don't have to think too much. In fact, even without this program, there are ways for us to make a name for ourselves, so you don't have to be too embarrassed. Su Chen said comfortingly. Actually, I'm fine with leaving the show. It just feels like it wouldn't be respectful enough if I didn't talk to you about something so important. After all, you are also a professional manager in my company. Zhao Ruoi didn't hold back a laugh. What are you so nervous about? No. Su Chen was a bit confused. I just have a feeling that it's not something particularly unacceptable. Aha! Zhao Ruoi nodded. So what do you think about this? I'm going to just quit and forget about it. The next focus can be on the publicity of the movie. Su Chen said very seriously. He didn't want to give Zhao Ruoi too much psychological pressure. Do as you think. As for the rest, leave it all to me. Zhao Ruoi's voice was gentle. After saying that, he hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Ruoi's face turned cold in that instant. If she hadn't promised old Zhao that she wouldn't pay any more attention to Huajin's affairs in the future, she would absolutely have to make a phone call right now to get old Zhao to take care of it for him. But this might also put a lot of pressure on Su Chen. Zhao Ruoi's fingers tapped lightly on the table. Zhao Ruoi would definitely not be happy if this matter passed just like that. There was a bit of gravity in her gaze. This is not really a good thing to deal with. Opening his mouth with old Zhao Ji would definitely be able to make Joaquin's side change his mind. However, in this way, one's original idea of wanting to make a cut with Hua Jin would be somewhat ridiculous. Even if this kind of small matter required old Zhao's hand, the future of that star is not very clear. I'm afraid. Zhao Ruoi carefully flipped through the information while seriously thinking about countermeasures in her mind. First is this Su Chang. Zhao Ruoi's eyes narrowed, and there were a few faint smiles at the corners of her mouth. The taping of the show, which started soon after. First, two people, Yao Wanjun and Xian Jingping, took the stage and sang a song called The Great River, and the atmosphere of the whole program was galvanized in that moment. It had to be said that it didn't matter if it was Yao Wanjun or Chen Jingping. The strength of both is there. Plus the picks are such atmospheric songs that they play off each other very well. Su Chang stood quietly on the stage, holding a tablet in his hand, carefully recording a variety of data. He gently waved his hand, and the camera was dispatched a few points downward in a blink of an eye. And after, Yao Yuanjun and Xian Jingping both got off the stage, the duo of Su Chan and Ni Hong took the stage. Behind them, on the big screen, a sample of the lyrics, which had been prepared long ago, played. Madame Lavoisier, sung by Ni Hong. Su Chin, lyrics by Su Chin, composed by Su Chin. All the spectators at the scene froze for a split second. They started mingling with each other. This seems to be a new song by Su Chin? It shouldn't be so bad, should it? It takes quite a bit of courage to come up with a new song at a time like this. This Su Chen seems to be very confident in this song. Who knows? But, if Ms. Ni Hong has agreed to it, then it only means that the quality of the song is still good. Ni Hong gently picked up the microphone. The voice carried throughout the theater, and for that moment Ni Hong's voice was as loud and broad as if he were on an endless plane. Su Chen wasn't willing to show weakness either. It quickly got into the swing of things, and it was as if all the audience sitting down below were also caught up in the song at this time, especially the climax. It was as if their bodies were all involuntarily shaking along with them. Crap, this song is kind of catchy. This is Su Chen's new song? It's simply lit up, okay? I have the feeling of standing on top of the mountains. Su Chang, who was standing there, also frowned deeply after hearing the song. He hadn't heard this song before, and knew that this time Su Chen and Ni Hong had brought out an original song. However, he didn't put much stock in it. There were just too many people who wanted to show off their skills on this stage. Originality is just a way to show off your skills, and it's a great emotional entry point. However, how could Su Chang not expect that Su Chen had actually come up with such a song? And both his and Ni Hong's renditions are simply perfect to say the least. The two men's voices rose and fell in that moment. Although Ni Hong's voice was loud and clear, Su Chen's voice was still able to steadily reach everyone's ears as well. It also made all of them feel incredibly surprised. Most of the people who were able to make it to the site were knowledgeable. This was enough to prove that Su Chen's vocals were strong. Even the two people, Yao Wanjun and Xian Jingping, froze there in that instant, as if they were having some difficulty believing their ears. This song, it's good. This Su Chen, actually able to create a song like this within such a short period of time, almost perfectly bringing out Sister Hong's strengths. Yao Yuanjun was there, saying very seriously, well, this Su Chen is a talent. Although Qian Jingping's face was more or less ugly, he still nodded his head and said in agreement, yes. Accompanied by the end of Su Chen and Ni Hong's two people singing, the host took the stage, with a faint smile in his gaze, and then went on to say, we're very grateful, Mr. Ni Hong and Mr. Su Chen, for bringing us such a wonderful rendition. Please return to your seats above the two tutors, the host said with a smile. Our show, it's about to start. Cadets, all ready, one by one. They were full of confidence. I hope they can blossom above the stage today. The host picked up the hand card in his own hand, and after just glancing at it lightly, he burst into laughter. Very well, next, let's invite our first place student, Chuang Ling Ling. Many of the people on the scene were more or less bewildered, and along with Chuang Ling Ling walking onto the stage, in a green-colored dress, coupled with long black shiny hair, the whole person looked extraordinarily beautiful in that moment. It looks like something familiar. Someone in the audience, off stage, said with some curiosity. First of all, I appreciate all the great variety of suggestions and check-ins from readers. I'm not technically a pure newbie. I just never written entertainment before, so I'd say I might be a little rusty. I've always wanted to write entertainment and rebirth, but it's not really a big deal outside of read-alongs, so came here and started a vest. The first entertainment book definitely has all sorts of shortcomings. Come on, it's not like he's someone who can't take criticism. All kinds of criticism in the comments section. come on, never deleted. We'll also look at the introspection from time to time. Because of my previous condition, the plot of the previous chapters will be a bit messy in places, and I'm also starting to constantly check and revise myself. Come on is grateful for your support and recommendations. Looking at the variety of suggestions, Likey is trying them out one by one. As for the so-called egg chapter, I've seen a number of readers bring it up, because of the coming just to the starting point, so I don't really understand how to get it. As soon as I figure it out, I'll set it up for everyone. Also, come to think of it, a song list will be created in QQ Music. Inside will be put some to the recommendation of a variety of music. Of course, there may be some need for members we cannot hear, so here it is necessary to use some special methods. I believe that you clever readers should have a way to find. Also, let me give you a report on how the book is doing right now. Right now the book is probably less than 2,000 collected. The score is not good or bad, so it definitely won't get cut. Nope. I'm not writing a guaranteed book anymore, so I don't have to worry about the editor cutting the text, so it definitely won't get cut, so you all can rest assured to read. And finally, what about the previous cliché? Now because it's in the new book period, so definitely can't be more than one update. And this came to ask the editor as well. Let's steady 4K update, but rest assured, various editions have been scheduled. In the meantime, you readers can get involved, in order to give back to the audience's love. After coming to the careful decision, in the day of the shelves to open the explosive more to cool service. Explosive shift to cool service, 10 shifts on the same day to start. Total recommendation 500. Update +1 on the same day, not capped. Monthly votes 100. Update +1 on the same day, not capped. Reward 1000 starting point coins. Update +1 on the same day. Note, statistics start today and end on the day of the shelves. Pake if the data is too explosive, resulting in the day update does not come out. All the remaining chapters are deposited into the update pool. Chapters in the update pool will be guaranteed to be released 10 times a day. The chapters in the update pool will be guaranteed to be released 10 times a day, until the chapters in the update pool are released. You can also come here with complete confidence. Lies men are also some of the over 10,000 bookbinding, hand speed and whatnot, is not at all lacking. Even if the top is up to the sky, a 10 chapter a day update is a solid one. Thank you all for your support now. Here's to it. Salute. Hereby. That salute. Seems like they were walking around before. Average strength I guess. Can't remember anything that I can hold up. It seems like he had participated in Hip Hop Has Me before. Just like Suchin, only to be eliminated in the first match. No, it doesn't sound like it has much power. Many people still felt a bit awestruck when they saw Zhuang Lingling. In a simple plain dress, she stood center stage, her dark hair showing its unmistakable luster under the lights. The beautiful song traveled slowly. This time, Zhuang Lingling looked different from the usual moments. Her eyes were slightly closed, her eyelashes still trembling slightly. Seems a little nervous. Suchen sat there quietly and was calm. The story never began. You and I never met. We rubbed shoulders perfectly that early summer afternoon. Yao Wanjun at this time first froze for a moment and laughed. This is Li Weiwei's Yellow Peach. The singing is not bad. Ai Hong also nodded slightly. She had seen Zhuang Lingling in Su Chen's studio, and with a little thought, she knew the doorway. Pop. Before Su Chen could do anything, Ai Hong tapped the button directly. Yao Wanjun and Xian Jingping also froze for a moment. How could they not expect that this Ai Hong would actually shoot so early this time? It must be known that all along, Ai Hong's requirements for singers were relatively high, and even if they would shoot, they would hear the climax before shooting. Su Chen glanced at Ai Hong with some surprise. Ai Hong nodded. Her singing skills are good, and her vocal line is also very stable, although she still seems a bit green nowadays. However, a little bit of coaching is a good seedling. As she spoke, Ai Hong smiled. How about leaving this one to me? In that instant, how could Su Chen still not understand? Ai Hong was trying to help Su Chen after knowing about him. In this way, even if Su Chen left the new voice of China, there was no way for the program to just talk about Zhuang Lingling's elimination. It's up to her to make her own choices. Su Chen smiled, but did not say anything more. It was indeed better to have Zhuang Lingling go to Ai Hong's team. Sister Hong's strength was unquestionable, and she was very protective. If not, she wouldn't have gotten into a tussle with Su Chang on the spot. The oats that were once made are scattered with the wind, and even the sweetest yellow peaches can't hide the heartache. Maybe life should travel to the next stop, not to count the gains and losses, not to care about the future. Addicted to the past, nothing like carving your way through time. Accompanied by Chuang Ling Ling singing to the climax, Su Chen also directly pressed the button, because after having the button, Zhuang Lingling also came to be confident. Her voice was more crisp, as if she was able to infect the emotions to everyone present. Many people in the audience waved their glow sticks in their hands. The glow sticks were like waves, swaying back and forth along with Zhuang Lingling's song. After a gentle coda again, the whole song ended. The two of them, Su Chen and Ni Hong, tapped the lights, while Yao Wanjun and Xian Jingping were indifferent. The host takes the stage. Okay, thank you to this contestant for singing her heart out. Let's just listen to what the judges have to say first. The host smiled and looked at Yao Wanjun. Ms. Yao, may I ask what you think? Yao Wanjun picked up the microphone. After first giving a sweet smile, she said, Zhuang Lingling's voice is still very good, and the song that was chosen also suits her. But then, I never heard a point that particularly struck me. The difficulty of this song, Li Weiwei's Yellow Peach, is not small. Although your rendition is good, but there's still a gap from perfection, so a lapse of concentration and a miss. Luckily Su Chen and Sister Hong took the shot. Yao Wanjun's voice held a few hints of laughter in it, before continuing, otherwise, New Voice of China might really have to lose a talent. Okay, Mr. Qian. The host signaled Xian Jingping to speak. There's not much to say, except that she's not right for me. If she really came to my team, I wouldn't know how I should go about tempering her. Yuan Jun is quite suitable, but unfortunately, she didn't tap the button. Xian Jingping said calmly. Yes. After the host let out a laugh, he was satisfied and looked towards the duo of Su Chen and Ni Hong. Mr. Su, Mr. Ni. Now, both of you have tapped the lights. The host's voice was subdued. Next, you guys should also find a way to keep Zhuang Lingling in your team. Mr. Ni. You go first. The host nodded and said. Ni Hong smiled and looked at Zhuang Lingling, before continuing, Zhuang Lingling, right? To be honest, your performance today didn't particularly satisfy me. You performed this song wonderfully, but just as Yuan Jun said, it was far from perfect, and it didn't really develop its own style. Why would I want to shoot lights? It's because I see a rare potential in you. Your future development, if you have a good master, will be unlimited. Ni Hong's voice was soft, and then softly said, as long as you follow me, I can guarantee that your strength will improve greatly. Thank you, Ms. Ni Hong. Zhuang Lingling bowed deeply. The host, in turn, looked at Su Chen. Mr. Su, it's your turn. Su Chen looked over at Zhuang Lingling with a few smiles in his gaze, and only after a moment of contemplation did he continue. Your performance today was also okay. If you are able to receive proper teaching, you should progress very quickly. Sister Hong is indeed more suitable for you. However, everything still depends on your own choice. Whatever decision you make, I support you. After Su Chen finished speaking, he nodded at Zhuang Lingling. The host also froze for a moment. He also did not expect that Su Chen would actually say something like this. After giving an awkward laugh, before speaking again, very well, next, we'll put the choice back into the hands of Cadet Zhuang Lingling. Now, you can choose one of the two mentors, and enter his team to complete the next challenge. The host's voice lowered by the end, as if it were a dull subwoofer. It reached the ears of every audience member on the scene, and everyone's mood tensed up in that instant. It was as if he was unconsciously brought into Zhuang Lingling's perspective. Zhuang Lingling swallowed with a gurgle. Thank you very much for the affirmation from both mentors. I choose Mr. Southern. Zhuang Lingling took a deep breath before saying very seriously. Ni Hong first froze for a moment, then immediately looked at Su Chen. Su Chen was also a bit confused. How could he not expect that in this situation? Zhuang Lingling would still choose herself. There's already a Wei Lai in his own name. Now there's another Zhuang Lingling. It was just a pity that from today onwards, he himself was going to withdraw from the recording of The New Voice of China. He suddenly felt a bit intolerant. He should have notified Zhuang Lingling earlier. It's just that the situation just now was rather urgent, and the passageways for the trainees and mentors were separated. Moreover, once the recording started, the cell phones all had to be surrendered as well. Therefore, even if Su Chen wanted to notify, there was no way. Yes, the host at this time burst into laughter. Let's congratulate Su Chen for taking the second-place student into the bag. The show is still being taped. Su Chen, on the other hand, was still thinking about what would happen next. What should I say when I get to the end of the program myself? His heart was more or less embarrassed. He was like this. Was he considered to be pitting Wei Lai? As for Zhuang Lingling, it was not too much of a problem. In the next situation where the program group did not change the rules, Su Chen could still write songs for Zhuang Lingling. But for Violet, Su Chen, on the other hand, was a bit torn. Midway breaks in recording. Since Wei Lai and Zhuang Lingling were already their own trainees, they were naturally able to get together. Ling Ling, you're being a bit irrational. Su Chen let out a bitter smile and said, I just got the news before the recording of the program. The program group wants me to announce my withdrawal from the recording of the program. What? Zhuang Lingling froze there for a moment, a little confused, looking at Su Chen in front of him, and then continued. What is going on here? I was about to die in battle. Why did your majesty hang himself? Don't be poor in front of me. Su Chen glared at Zhuang Lingling in front of him somewhat breathlessly. What do you think? What can I think? Anyway, it's a sign artist under your name, and I've already chosen you. Naturally, I'm marrying the chicken and following the dog. If you've left, there shouldn't be any way for me to stay on, right? That's not necessarily true. Su Chen smiled. After all, you are trainees, and the program group will most likely rearrange you. In Wei Lai's case, the other few mentors should be able to grab it. As for you, if the program group reassigns you, you can go to Sister Hong instead. It doesn't mean anything, Zhuang Lingling said with some embarrassment. So, what about me? At this time, Wei Lai, somewhat embarrassed, asked. Su Chen looked over at Wei Lai and paused for a moment, more or less embarrassed. He suddenly wanted to make a call to Zhao Ruoi. Wei Lai, this person, was what Zhao Ruoi wanted to leave to Hua Jin, but Su Chen also figured out that Hua Jin did not lack a person like Wei Lai, and most importantly, the current Zhao Ruoi was the professional manager of her own company. Is there any need to push such a person out in this situation? That's right. Su Chen was silent for a moment before he continued. You are a very powerful player, and your future is definitely unlimited. Otherwise it would be impossible to get the affirmation of all the mentors. The program group definitely won't be able to endure the departure of a contestant like you, but I want to follow you, Wei Lai said in a somewhat glutinous manner. Su Chen was a bit speechless. This Wei Lai was quite good on stage. How come there was still some little shyness off stage? But it was nothing. That's probably what's called a contrast. Su Chen glanced at Wei Lai in front of him and paused for a moment before continuing. But, I'm about to leave the program. Aha! Wei Lai nodded once more. So, can I sign to your company? What? A few moments of incredulity appeared in Su Chen's eyes. You have to know, my company hasn't been registered until now. Right now we're just a studio. And with your ability, Wei Lai, no matter if it's Hua Jin, or a few other entertainment companies, are all willing to give you a very good contract. I'm not sure. Wei Lai scratched his head, and then continued. But, I feel that it's only right to do what you feel is right. The reason I came to this program is actually for you, Mr. Su. Su Chen was a bit speechless for a moment. My suggestion is that you can wait a bit longer. Soon there should be an entertainment company that wants to find you for a signing, and by then, you can think about it again. It's a big deal for your whole life. Aha! Wei Lai nodded. What if I still want to join your company after careful consideration? Then when the time comes, I'll send you a contract, Su Chen said very seriously. Yes, Wei Lai nodded. Soon, the taping of the program began once again. Su Chen didn't tap the buttons anymore. It didn't mean much to him. Instead, he was thinking about how he should leave the program. It's a lot harder than being evicted. You can't say you're taking a leave of absence to go home and harvest wheat, can you? Soon the program came to a close. Su Chang stood on the stage. With a few moments of gravity in his gaze, he looked towards where Su Chen was, and realized that Su Chen didn't seem to be making any movements, and immediately after that, picked up the walkie-talkie, and gave it to the moderator who stood on the sidelines, prepared to announce the news. The host was more than a little embarrassed to hear the voice coming out of the middle of the headset. He had gotten the message earlier. If Su Chen still hasn't expressed his desire to leave when the program is nearing the end of taping, then let him make the announcement. Now, the taping of the show will soon be over. Then the job that belongs to him is naturally coming. However, this kind of thing that offended people, he was really a bit reluctant to do. Although it was said that Su Chen's curiosity was slightly inferior compared to a few other people. However, he can still have a lot of fans online nowadays. Once one becomes a target, it's rather worse. However, the official is a big man. There wasn't much he could do. When he took the stage once more, he glanced at Su Chen with some embarrassment. There was a pause before he proceeded to pick up the microphone. I'm very sorry. I've just gotten word that due to some reasons, it's very likely that Mr. Su Chen will not be able to participate in the next recording of the program. Also, the program has decided to invite another important guest to be our new mentor. Only after saying these words did the host let out a long breath. As for the two trainees who were chosen by tutor Su Chen can rejoin the distribution, or they can be placed under the new tutors team. Next quarter hour. All the cameras turned around and the lens was aimed at Su Chen. Su Chen smiled, and immediately stood up. Thank you for your support and encouragement, fellow viewers. For personal reasons, I do need to miss the next taping of the program. As he spoke, Su Chen bowed deeply to everyone. Off stage, all the spectators were a bit dumbfounded in that moment. They hadn't expected that this was only the second installment of the program's recording, and that such a thing would actually happen. He looks like a dog. A man suddenly spoke. The person next to him also nodded deeply. Suddenly it feels like he's so pathetic. Last time he was abandoned by the group's people, and now he's being abandoned by a burgeoning programmer. No, did Suchen do something that the heavens are angry with? Why does this keep happening to him? Plus, coming to the program is not something that Suchen alone can decide. When the audience below saw Suchen's appearance, they were a little heartbroken at that moment. Suchen's popularity was still very good these days, and coupled with the explosive opening of Lady of Extravagant Fragrance, it made all of them fall in love with the song, even to the point where, after just listening to it once, their minds were filled with that rhythm and rhyme, and before they even had time to savor the flavor, they already knew how to sing it. And thank you very much, Tutor Suchen, for the wonderful rendition. The host's voice contained a few moments of relief. Suchen being so cooperative was something he hadn't expected. At the same time, it also made his heart feel a little more grateful to Suchen. I quit too. At this time, a voice came out from the corner. Zhuan Lingling's hand came up and saw a camera pointed at her. Zhuan Lingling also bowed deeply, and then continued. I'm really sorry. I may not be able to participate within the next tournament due to some reasons as well. So, I choose to withdraw as well. Everyone at the scene was confused. Are you kidding me? If you were thinking of quitting, why would you be on this program today? Is it hard to believe that there is adultery? Scum! Suchen also glanced at Zhuang Lingling with some surprise. I quit too. At this time, Wei Lai also stood up, eyes clear, just standing there quietly. What? Suchen glanced at Wei Lai with some suspicion. This kid was stupid, right? If Zhuang Lingling withdrew he could still slightly understand it, but Wei Lai followed and withdrew. Suchen didn't understand it no matter what. The moderator, at this point in time, was at a loss as to what to say instead, only able to look to Director Su Chang for help. Director Su Chang's brows were deeply furrowed. He hadn't expected that Su Chen's withdrawal would actually trigger such a big chain reaction, with both of the trainees under his name requesting to withdraw. What kind of magic does this Su Chen have? It was important to realize that whether it was Zhuang Lingling or Wei Lai, they both had better options. Zhuang Lingling was okay, her own strength was average, and the heat wasn't very high. Apart from Su Chen, there was only An I Hong who also helped to raise a hand. However, Wei Lai was different. Wei Lai is the first power singer to appear in the entire program, and still 4 mentors turned at the same time. Many entertainment companies are also eager to try. As long as the next Wei Lai's performance is not very pull across, he can immediately usher in the spring of his career. Su Chang held out his hand, signaled the program to pause. Somewhat hostile, he looked at Su Chen and opened his mouth to inquire. What do you mean? Ha? Su Chen spread his hands. It's not even if you leave yourself, but you're actually urging the contestants to leave the program as well? Are you trying to ruin them? Su Chang's voice held anger in it. Su Chen only felt that a heavenly hat was directly snapped off. What the fuck did I do? Sorry, director. At this time, Wei Lai smiled at Su Chang. I felt before that Mr. Su Chen's attitude is what I like. Doing what I like to do and singing what I like to sing. And, no matter what difficulties he encounters, he doesn't compete. Su Chang was almost on the verge of laughing in anger. Is he not fighting for it? His press was just a big asshole in the sky. So it was my decision to quit the show. Wei Lai shook his head slightly and continued. I came to this program because I came for Teacher Su. These days, I've been playing these songs of his on a loop, and I think that Mr. Su Chen is the one who is truly underrated. So, since Mr. Su Chen is withdrawing, then I choose to withdraw as well. After speaking, Wei Lai bowed deeply. Thank you all very much for the favorites. It's just that, I've always wanted to be myself, and want to do what I think is right. Su Chang took a deep breath, looking at Wei Lai. Good. Since we're leaving, let's all go. Continue recording. This really pissed Su Chang off, and the next edit is expected to take a lot of effort. Su Chang was clearly carrying emotions. At this moment, opposite Zhao Ruoi, there was a girl sitting quietly. She glanced at the girl, and after a slight pause, she continued. You want to become Su Chen's agent? However, you don't have any experience. Before this, there wasn't any resume that could prove that you were capable of this job. Right. The girl nodded very seriously. I wish I could be given a chance to prove myself. I don't see any advantage in you. Zhao Ruoi gently closed the girl's profile. Aside from being a hardcore fan of Su Chen in the first place, I don't think that you can be capable enough to handle all sorts of emergencies. Between words, Zhao Ruoi very politely pushed the girl's information back. I'm really sorry. I've got this. The girl stood up and took a deep breath before continuing. Although I haven't worked as an agent before, however, I obtained my qualifications in the shortest possible time, and I know Su Chen very well, and I also know how I should help him launch his next endeavors. At the same time, I'm also able to take care of his daily life and work. Oh, hearing this, Zhao Ruoyi but smiled. Then tell me carefully. Zhao Ruoyi spoke. We've been informed by the program's team that Su Chen will be withdrawing from the recording of The New Voice of China next. How should you respond? What? A flash of shock appeared in the girl's gaze. Taken aback by the news. Why? The program team believes that Su Chen's curiosity is not enough. And, since the program went live on the online platform, the reviews of Su Chen have always been more negative. The director believes that it has pulled down the standard and ceiling of the overall program. Zhou Ruoyi paused for a moment and decided to give the girl a chance to prove herself. The girl thought hard for a moment. I think, first of all, we should just ignore this. This whole thing doesn't really have to be a loss for us. After the girl calmed down for a moment, she added, Su Chen has already experienced a withdrawal, and last time he was even smeared and wrongly accused. And this time, it could very well be a blowout. Su Chen's fame won't be affected by the withdrawal, and there's even a possibility that his popularity will rise. While at the same time, we can do a lot of things with this withdrawal from the program. The girl spoke up. The heat from quitting the program may not necessarily be lower than the heat from continuing to participate in The New Voice of China. Aha! At this time Zhao Ruoyi let out a long breath. Well, I've probably got you covered, so go back and wait for the news, Zhao Ruoyi said faintly. The girl seems to be a little lost, and usually that statement, too, means, you're out of luck. Standing up, he smiled slightly while walking out. After not too long, Su Chen also returned. Only, behind him were two drooping men, Chuang Lingling and Wei Lai. Both were a little apprehensive. Back, when Zhao Ruoyi saw Su Chen, she first let out a laugh before continuing. I chose agents for you today, and in the end, I chose 3 that were relatively good. Between the words, Zhao Ruoyi handed 3 resumes to Su Chen. Su Chen froze for a moment and took it over. Originally, Su Chen and Yi Chen's agent was Huang Yuhua, who was still very famous in the circle. Moreover, he was very good at dealing with all sorts of problems. Nowadays, the reason why Yi Chen had disappeared should also be the handiwork of Huang Yuhua. Yvonne Wang is very good at covering one hotspot with another. I believe that when another hotspot erupts, Yi Chen should return in silence, then gradually return to their original position and even manage to climb higher. Online, viewers are forgetful. The memories are all limited as well. Time washes away a lot of things, and as long as it's not a matter of principle, the internet forgives far more quickly than you might think. The first one is a man in the circle by the name of Lu Xiaojun. It's also the one I'm most satisfied with, and under his hand, he has also given birth to many stars, and this time, Tian Entertainment's 5 consecutive movies met their Waterloo, which hit them hard, and they had no choice but to lay off a portion of their staff, and this Lu Xiaojun was one of them. So, my suggestion is to poach him to our star. Even if you don't use it, you can give it to Qiao Tian AI, or perhaps Zhuang Lingling, or Pan Hai as well. Well, it can stay. Su Chen looked at Lu Xiaojun's resume and gently placed Lu Xiaojun's resume down. As for the second person, it's a newcomer. However, she is your #1 fan, and after you left Morning Glory Combine, she also left Morning Glory Combine's fanbase at the first opportunity, and even made quite a few remarks in your favor on the internet. You can rest assured that although she just got her practitioner's license, but, when she took the exam, she scored perfect marks in all categories. Oh yeah, this little girl had a breakup before. You even wrote a song for her. It's the song Don't Listen to Slow Songs If You're Sad. Speaking of this, Zhao Ruoyi smiled and said, it's a bit juvenile, but I roughly talked to her about your current situation, and her answer was very interesting. Interesting? Su Chen froze for a moment. She thinks that by quitting the show this time, you are in turn likely to get more heat than you would have been able to get by staying on the show, and that if you can do something to capitalize on this wave of heat, it's likely that you'll gain more than you'll lose, Zhao Ruoyi said easily. Su Chen froze for a moment first. Very interesting idea. As for the third person, it's one of Joaquin's employees from before. Zhao Ruoyi opened her mouth and said, there's basically not much of a problem with the ability, and before, because of some things at home, she offered to resign. Now that the things at home have been dealt with, I want to find a job again. Su Chen was a bit surprised. While looking at it, he continued, don't we need quite a few brokers? Moreover, in your plan, you're also going to set up a brokerage department, so why don't we just recruit them all? I know, that's why I want to pick one of these 3 better ones for you. Aha! Su Chen took a serious look at the 3 people's resumes. After thinking seriously for a while, before continuing, I can do it. I don't have any requirements for an agent. You just watch and help choose. This, in turn, was out of Zhao Ruoi's imagination. After glancing at Su Chen, he realized that Su Chen didn't look like he was joking. Soli also nodded. This time, I will definitely give you an explanation. Hua Jin sighed. I have also already probed. This time is also please. Is Su Chang put forward? And, by Hua Jin's senior Jiangyin Yu clap set. Con. Su Chen was a bit speechless. It's not necessary, is it? Originally, you just forced me in, so it's normal for people to kick me out now. Su Chen also knew that his curiosity was not enough to go to a show with that much potential, but before that it was Zhou Rui in the middle of it, and it's not like I'm getting nothing out of it. As he spoke, Su Chen pulled Wei Lai to Zhao Rui's face. Wei Lai, now the first kid of the new voice of China to be chosen by all 4 mentors at the same time, knows that after I quit the program, he also quit and wants to come to our company. Wise choice. Zhao Rui glanced at Wei Lai before nodding with great satisfaction. Trust you. This is the best decision you've ever made. Ah, Mr. Zhao. Wei Lai was still a bit confused and didn't know what was happening. After all, he was hanging out in the circle, and he still knew Zhao Rui. But isn't Zhao Rui the president of Hua Jin? How did she come to Su Chen's side? What exactly is the relationship between the two of them? Hasn't that been debunked? Well, I've already left Joaquin, but you do still need to call me Mr. Zhao. I'll prepare a contract for you next, because the company has a limited number of artists. Next, it will definitely vigorously develop a few of you, Zhao Ruoi calmly said, and it will pour a lot of the company's resources, as long as you can follow our plan peacefully. Zhao Ruoi was very light. Next, Su Chen and I will definitely have a way to hold you up and push you out. Ah, Wei Lei scratched his head. I just want to sing. Albums, records, I haven't thought much about the rest. Zhao Ruoi nodded. Do you want to focus on the path of a singer like Xiao Tian AI? Right. Wei Lai nodded his head hastily. Okay, I'll arrange an agent for you later after the contract is signed. Getting things done. Zhao Ruoya led Su Chen to the office. The movie has already been shot, and the post-production editing is in progress. I've also contacted the theaters. But, after all, we're a small production, and we only have a 5% allocation. Zhao Ruoi paused for a moment before continuing. If the follow-up results are better, the theater will also consider appropriately increasing the schedule. Aha! Su Chen nodded. Any ideas for publicity? Zhao Ruoi spoke again. A movie like this may not do too well in theaters without publicity. I know. Su Chen nodded again. In terms of publicity, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. This movie has a small cost. As long as there's a few million at the box office, it'll be able to make back its capital. Are you planning to, take this movie to the major film festivals to swipe awards? Prepare for what's next? Zhao Ruoi froze for a moment, but then realized. Su Chen was flabbergasted. Swipe the prize? It doesn't seem to be a no-no. However, in that case, shouldn't we edit the movie in advance and send it to the major film festivals? Zhao Ruoi looked at Su Chen, asking for his opinion. Su Chen froze for a moment. If the movie is edited in advance and sent over now, it should be able to make it to the major film festivals this year. But by the time the movie is released, it will be next year anyhow. No. Su Chen waved his hand. Do what you need to do. As for publicity, it doesn't cost that much. Su Chen continued. There's no need to make a big deal out of it. I'll just turn around and shout twice on Weibo. Zhou Rova was a bit torn. She knew that what Su Chen said was right. The movie, it didn't cost much, and, up to now, it hasn't had any popularity. Even if it was arranged for roadshows and arranged to participate in various variety shows, the cost invested was unimaginable. If it is said that nowadays, there is a high possibility for this movie to recover its cost, but once so many hidden costs have been invested, everything is also unknown. Okay, I got it. In the end, Zhao Ruoi nodded. Su Chen didn't think much of anything. Tired from a long day, he also wanted to rest and relax. Picking up his phone, he thought hard for a moment before opening his Twitter feed. My new movie, This Man from Earth, has been wrapped up. It's a very good-looking sci-fi movie. Don't miss it if you're passing by. After editing it, Su Chen then placed the already prepared movie poster below the text. Nowadays, Su Chen's microblogging followers have more than 1,300,000. The numbers have been horrific. The moment the tweet went out, many then reacted instantly. Shit, Su Chen is actually alive? You're shocked at the wrong point. Su Chen actually started making movies, or sci-fi movies? I've never heard of it before. It can't be a bad movie that's a money grabber, right? Even if I wanted to circle the wagons, what's the deal with not a single whisper before? It seems like someone saw Su Chen in the movie city, but didn't look deeper. No way? I can more or less understand him acting, but actually directing? I can't stand it anymore. I'm not going to go see a bad movie, but one this outrageous. I really have a mind to see. Only moments after the tweet was posted. The heat is up. The hot search hashtag Suchan actually made a movie hashtag was topped in the shortest possible time. Almost everyone who plays Twitter saw it. When Suchan saw the hot search list that kept refreshing forward, he was all confused in that moment as well. I can't believe I'm on the hot seat? That's not likely, is it? You have to know that there are a lot of this microblogging 10 million followers, and there are even some netroots that have a few million followers. Therefore, Suchan had always felt that his popularity was not that high. Opened the comments section. Suchan looked at it seriously. Say, have you guys noticed? Suchan is shooting a sci-fi. Shit, Chinese sci-fi? My mom it won't be the kind with trashy special effects flying all over the place, awkward acting to the point of bursting, and traffic kids all gilding the lily in it. Upstairs, you're overthinking it. Suchan has no money. Suchan can't afford to hire fresh meat. That's even more over. Aren't sci-fi movies all about special effects? This coming out of a sci-fi movie without a word is like looking for death. Countless people expressed deep skepticism about this new Suchan movie. Anyway, I'm going to see it anyway. I've seen a lot of shit. And this is really the first time I've seen such weird shit. Suchan looked at the comments. There was some crying and laughing. It was at this time that Zhao Ruoi walked in. Busy? Zhao Ruoi asked as she opened her mouth. Suchan shook his head. Was planning to rest. There was some squirming between words. Say, can you knock next time you come in? What? What other bad things can you do in here? Zhao Ruoi said with interest. Without waiting for Suchan to answer, he sidetracked the topic. Right. There's one thing I forgot about today. Or I need to ask for your opinion. You're in the old owner's place. Among the Morning Glory combination. I've seriously researched it. The Morning Glory combination has produced a total of 32 songs. Except for the fact that 15 of them were written for you by people the company hired. The other 17 songs were all independently composed by you. According to Reason, we should get our hands on the share of these works. Zhao Ruoi spoke. What do you think? Suchan scratched his head. He'd almost forgotten about that. It shouldn't be easy to get, right? At that time when the song was registered for copyright, it was put under the name of Morning Glory Group. I just signed the arrangement and lyrics. It definitely takes some work. Zhao Ruoi laughed. But it's a good way to give you a break. Not so much. Suchan thought seriously and shook his head. We have more important things to do. You're so open-minded. Zhao Ruoi very naturally sat down next to Suchan. They all say that you're mixed up, but you just didn't participate in that many activities. That your concert, including the initial formation of the group, all of the group's songs, all of them were done by you. Suchan was a little embarrassed. Nor did he speak. The company is deliberately downplaying your presence. Really? Because you are uncontrollable. There's no excuse for this on the company's level. But you're not even a little bit angry that your credits have been wiped out so easily? Zhao Ruoi said rhetorically. It seemed to want to tickle the anger out of Suchan's heart. There's nothing to be angry about. You've said it all. On a corporate level, there's no excuse. Suchan spread his hands and released a smile. Zhao Ruoi suddenly felt some heartache. Others don't know. She knows She suddenly wanted to hug Suchan in front of her. Tell him, I know. In fact, I have always known. Suchan saw that Zhao Ruoi had been staring at him, subconsciously touching the bridge of his nose. He then spoke. Do I have something on my face? Suchan, why do you need to hide yourself? Zhao Ruoi opened her mouth. Suchan froze in place. What do you mean? You are clearly a man of infinite talent. You are clearly capable of greater accomplishments. Zhao Ruoi paused slightly before continuing. You can go and be yourself without worry. There's no need to worry so much. They also want to see you be happy and happy. Suchan scratched his head. There was a vague feeling that Zhao Ruoi seemed to know something. But it can't be? He looked at Zhao Ruoi in front of him, followed by a laugh. Hey, what's with that? I don't even understand. I've always been myself. Sitting back and getting something for nothing is my dream. It's naturally better to mingle when you can. Suchan smiled. Zhao Ruoi fell silent, wanting to say something. After a moment, he reached out his hands and gently hugged Suchan. Don't worry, everything has me. Suchan's head was full of question marks. All he felt was a faint scent lingering in front of his nostrils and a touch of tenderness imprinted on his chest. Fitting there. In a flash, Suchan's cheeks reddened. Before Suchan could look back, Zhao Ruoi turned around and left. Like a refreshing breeze, looking at Zhao Ruoi's departing shadow, Suchan once again touched his nose. Why do I feel that? In front of her, there are no secrets? That's not good. Suchan didn't put much stock in it. Yi Chen, late at night, swiped Suchan's microblog. Seeing what Suchan said, there was also a deep doubt in his eyes. Make a movie? Does Suchan have such an ability? Yi Chen's fists clenched gently. And, in such a short period of time, what could he shoot out a thing to go? must be a bad movie. Yi Chen comforted himself in this way. Just at this time, Huang You's phone called. Yi Chen hurriedly picked up the phone. Hello? Yi Chen's voice carried a few moments of excitement in it, and then continued. Isn't it, Can? Well, there's a job. The company has arranged a romance series for you to work with a new generation actress Yang Shui. You have to grasp this opportunity. Huang You's voice was soft, but you don't have to take it too seriously. Just think of it as going on vacation. When this program is over, the company will ask the gold medal songwriter to customize an album for you. Thank you, Brother Huang. Thank you, Brother Huang. Yi Chen hurriedly spoke. I knew that the company would definitely not give up on me. Well, work hard. Huang Youhua then spoke. In addition, Su Chen's latest microblog. You forward it and send your blessings. The relationship between the two of you do not make it so stiff. The company will find a way to help you whitewash in the future. As long as the face can get by, the company's PR department has a way to reverse the impression that you now have among the netizens. Yes, Yi Chen nodded his head once again. Meanwhile the mind was alive again. In any case, the dissolution of the Morning Glory Group was considered a peaceful breakup, and if he hadn't tried to grab Su Chen's copyrights before, the relationship between the two wouldn't have achieved the current freezing point. But, how to fix it? That's a problem. What's more, Yi Chen was somewhat unwilling. He had always thought that Su Chen was nothing more than talented, but it was ultimately in vain for a talented person to not work hard enough, and he himself was the one who was truly willing to bend down and work hard. He had worked so hard. Why should he lose to an empty talented Su Chen? However, resentment is not a good thing. He still knew what he needed to do. After some serious thought, he reprinted Su Chen's microblog. And Aitken, Brother Su's new movie will soon be with you all, and I still hope you'll support it. In a flash, Twitter, which had just returned to calm, was once again abuzz. Holy shit, I'm blind. What the hell did I see? Yi Chen disappeared for so long and actually tweeted? And it's still blessing Su Chen? Did you do all that stuff before and forget about it yourself? And the company's PR department started operating overnight. All sorts of news and headlines followed. Shocked. Su Chen. Yi Chen released their former enmity. Morning Glory Group expected to reorganize? Yi Chen announces his participation in Love Full House. Yi Chen blessed Su Chen late at night and their relationship eased. For a moment, all the netizens on the internet were confused. Why are these melons coming one after the other? Su Chen and Yi Chen hadn't crossed paths for such a long time. How could they suddenly put aside their old enmity and get back together? This is a big rush for a bunch of netizens. Flurry of people ran to Su Chen's microblogging below the message. While at this moment, Su Chen had already entered into sleep. When he woke up the next morning, he was still in a daze. Opened Twitter to find private messages blowing up. He was also a little confused as he watched what was happening in front of him. Wanted to say something? But it was not good to say more. Yi Chen clearly just sent out a statement of blessing and did nothing else. All that happened was those media outlets speculating there. But where in this world is there such a coincidence? Yi Chen merely retweeted a microblog, and then all sorts of scripts flew all over the place? It wasn't like Su Chen hadn't been in the entertainment industry before. This kind of tactic was 100% from Huang You's hands. Shit. Su Chen cursed. Still really good at seizing any opportunity. Looking at the various private messages, he also felt a bit of a headache. However, it was also because of this wave of heat from Yi Chen that the new movie was actually sent directly to the hot search once again. And it's still firmly in the #1 spot. Su Chen really couldn't tell whether he was angry or speechless for a moment. Thinking hard, he gave Huang Youhua a call. A few moments later, Huang Youhua got through. You finally called me. Huang Youhua's voice was very relaxed. This is your handiwork, right? Su Chen let out a long breath. In the beginning, deliberately marginalizing me among the group, not giving me words, and even not bringing me to many non-essential activities. Now, again, it's a stitch in time. Su Chen was somewhat speechless. What kind of grudge do we have? Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Huang Youhua said helplessly. You know what happened in the beginning. You do have some talent, but the company doesn't need an artist who doesn't listen. Huang Youhua's voice was soft, and the Morning Glory Group has unlimited potential, so it's only natural to marginalize you. It's actually a long-term process, and when everyone is disappointed in you, you're naturally not expected to be. It's just that I didn't expect that you were actually hiding such a backhand. Huang Youhua's voice was soft. I have to say, your excellence is far beyond my imagination. Hey, it would have been nice to be obedient. Huang Youhua shook his head between words. There seemed to be infinite emotions. I don't intend to count what happened before, but this time, I'm pissed, Su Chen said very solemnly. Huang Youhua was indifferent. Then you could have scolded Yi Chen on Weibo, letting others see that it was Yi Chen who wanted to ease the relationship. but you didn't give any chance of easing it at all. I'm really angry. Su Chen's voice was flat. And the consequences are serious. But when Huang Yuhua heard this, she snorted and laughed out, as if the whole person had heard the funniest joke in the world. Su Chen. Ah, Su Chen, you do have some talent. However, you're still as naive as in the past. One's anger is meant to be unveiled. And even if you are angry, what can you do? I'm not your employee, and I'm not getting the salary you pay me. If you really don't feel relieved, you can come over and beat me up. Really, I can't wait. Huang Yuhua said indifferently. Su Chen was a bit speechless for a moment. He took a deep breath, and then continued. You will know. After saying that, he snapped the phone. Huang Yuhua is a man who is cunning and always able to take people by surprise. If you want to give him a little credit, you must plan a little. Su Chen thought seriously. A knock came from outside the door, and before Su Chen could answer, Zhao Ruoi pushed open the door to the room and walked in. This time, I knocked on the door. Zhou Ruoi smiled. Have you seen the news yet? Su Chen nodded and shook his cell phone. I just talked to Huang Yuhua on the phone. Zhou Ruoi froze. How so? Su Chen didn't hide anything and repeated what Huang Yuhua had said one by one. Zhao Ruoi listened. The face gradually became grave. Don't do anything for now. Su Chen scratched his head. What are you going to do? You don't have to care about that. Zhao Ruoi's voice was soft, but it carried an undoubted flavor. But, suddenly, there was some curiosity. What are you going to do? Su Chen spat out his tongue in some embarrassment. I'm going to report him for tax evasion. At this moment, Zhao Ruoi didn't know what to say for a moment, and after looking at Su Chen for a long time, she gave a thumbs up. You're really too damaging. You're able to think of this kind of method? Su Chen looked at Zhao Ruoi in front of him, and after a pause, he then said, strike the snake 7 inches. I didn't even know it before. You're actually so diabolical. Zhao Ruoi looked at Su Chen in front of her with interest. You disguised yourself quite well before? Su Chen bristled. What do you mean I'm well disguised? I've never been in disguise. It's just that I haven't been pushed to this point before. Yes. Zhao Ruoi let out a somewhat stifled laugh. You can indeed report a handful of people before this. Just try not to use your own identity to do so. Tell you what. I'll turn around and talk to Qiao Tian AI. It's best for him to handle this kind of thing. Zhao Ruoi spoke up. Su Chen scratched his head. Isn't it a bit unkind? At the time you were able to think of this method, you were no longer a thick-skinned person, so that would not be something you should consider. Zhao Ruoi laughed too. By the way, your agent arranged it for you. It's that little girl you once comforted, Chu Sihan. Zhao Ruoi's voice was soft. He knows you better and shouldn't force you to do too much. It's all going to be as close to you as possible in terms of habits. 2. Su Chen was a bit speechless, but he also nodded his head. If his own agent was in charge of him all day, he could not stand it a bit. I'll bring someone over to show you. And besides, she'll be in charge of your life and work. Zhao Ruoi faintly said. Good. Su Chen nodded. Zhao Ruoi brought Chu Sihan in after a few moments. Su Chen. The moment she saw Su Chen, Chu Sihan instantly screamed. And then he violently rushed over and hugged Su Chen. Oh my god. It's actually true. I couldn't believe it when Mr. Zhao told me before. Su Chen twisted his body a little bit. That, girl, there will be a long time to come. Can you let go of me first? He. I'm just too excited. At this time, Chu Sihan let go of Su Chen, and somewhat embarrassedly spat out her little tongue. And then somewhat apologetically, I'm sorry. Su Chen looked at Chu Sihan in front of him. This little girl was still very smooth looking, with a small face with a few moments of baby fat, coupled with a well-proportioned body. It's one of those very pleasing looks, and one can't help but feel a few good feelings. Such a pretty girl would break up? Su Chen's heart was somewhat surprised. This appearance and the sad big toad in Su Chen's impression were two completely different looks. Okay. Zhao Ruoi at this time shook her head. Stop it. Next I'll talk about the work schedule. Aha! Chu Sihan nodded excitedly. Zhao Ruoi was silent for a moment and looked at Chu Sihan in front of her. You already know about Su Chen's withdrawal from the new Voice of China. Next, Su Chen's main thing to focus on is also the promotion of the movie. Publicity for the movie? Chu Sihan froze for a moment. Is that the new movie Su Chen made? Zhao Ruoi smiled. That's right. It's a small budget, but the movie is still good, so it's worth publicizing. After last night's ruckus, the new movie has already gained some heat online. Zhao Ruoi then spoke. We have to find a way to keep this heat down. Should I release some wonderful movie clips? At this time, Chu Sihan said after pondering for a while, nowadays, a lot of movies will be publicized this way, and there are also some directors who will release some footage from the shooting scene, mentioning that the actors are good at acting. One still has to look surprised oneself, and the effect is still very good. 2. Chu Sihan's voice was soft as she opened her mouth. What? Su Chen's head is now full of question marks. Has the version update of Huaxia reached this level? What's wrong? Zhao Ruoi asked a little strangely. It's fine. It's fine. I'm just feeling a little weird. But not for us. We don't have anything too exciting in the middle of our movie. Hearing these words, Chu Sihan's entire eyes revealed a few moments of bewilderment, and after a long time, she seemed to understand something. It can't be a literary movie, can it? That's not right. You're shooting like it's clearly a sci-fi movie? Yeah, sci-fi. Su Chen didn't know how he should go about explaining this for a moment, and could only scratch his head awkwardly. There's still room to edit it out. Actually, but once it's edited out, that mystery is gone. Zhao Ruoi opened her mouth. Su Chen let out a long breath and looked at Zhao Ruoi in front of him. Not bad. I think so too. But that would also make it easy for netizens to think that we don't have any promotional selling points for this movie, in which case they might not walk into the theater instead. Chu Sihan said very calmly. Right. So that means we have to maintain the heat of this movie. As long as there are people discussing it, then there will definitely be people going to watch it. As long as there are people going to watch it, then we can definitely bring up the word of mouth. As long as we can bring up the word of mouth, then this movie is a success. Zhao Ruoi said very calmly. A few moments of dismay appeared on Chu Sihan's face, but she soon understood and nodded slightly. I see. I'll assist Su Chen in keeping his Weibo heat up, Chu Sihan said very seriously. Su Chen waved his hand somewhat breathlessly. There's actually no need to be so complicated. Nowadays many people already know about our movie. As long as a portion of people can enter the movie theater, this movie is definitely able to make money. That's true. Zhao Ruoi smiled. This is the benefit of small cost. As long as someone enters the cinema, it is basically unlikely that you will lose money on this movie. But small costs have their limitations. It's unlikely that theaters will heavily promote this movie when it first starts because they won't expect much from a small budget film. After a few more brief discussions, a few people called Xiao Tianai in. What's wrong? Xiao Tianai looked at Su Chen with some bewilderment. Zhao Ruoi cleared her throat. There's a rather daunting task coming up for you. Hearing this, Xiao Tianai's mood instantly became excited. Her body hurriedly stood up straight and looked at Zhao Ruoi in front of her. Is the company planning to promote me? I'm ready. Zhao Ruoi, your guess isn't right but it's close enough. Next we're going to ask you to report a person for tax evasion under your real name. Reporting? And real names? Xiao Tianai's eyes revealed a few points of surprise. Zhao General, you're not kidding. Our entertainment industry is actually not a few people can be completely clean. I'm afraid something might go wrong if we mess up like this, right? Xiao Tianai said with some worried inquiry. I'm clean too. Su Chen bristled, with a few points of faint helplessness in his gaze, and only after a slight pause did he continue. I haven't missed a single point of the taxes that I should have paid. I've carefully checked the profiles of the people in our company, and basically they're all fine. Zhao Ruoi's voice was very soft, and she paused for a moment before continuing. The main thing is that this Huang Yuhua is just too much. What's going on? Huang Yuhua? Isn't that Brother Su's previous manager? What has he gotten himself into again? Zhou Skylove spoke up. Zhao Ruoi didn't hide it either. There was nothing to hide about this kind of thing. After telling the whole story, Xiao Tianai slammed the table. Shit. Bullying my brother Su like that. No way. With anger in his voice, Xiao Tianai said in a loud chorus. What the hell, Huang Yuhua? Do him. Hard enough. Su Chen couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Xiao Tianai. Hard or not, we'll talk about it later. All I can think about right now is how to give Brother Su a bad taste in his mouth. Xiao Tianai said angrily. After saying this, Xiao Tianai was surprised to find Su Chen, Zhao Ruoi, and Chu Sihan's eyes staring straight at her. If you report it, can you do it anonymously? That's fine, but the effect might not be as explosive. Zhao Ruoi smiled and said, after this is done, I'll have Su Chen write a few more songs for you. That's no fun. Xiao Tianai let out a long breath, with a bit of helplessness in her gaze. It makes it seem like I'm helping out for Brother Su's song. Immediately afterward, he carefully inquired, how many songs is it? Nowadays, Su Chen's songs are basically a guarantee of quality, and since he left the Morning Glory group, almost every song has been a masterpiece, and it's been very highly rumored. In this case, it was only natural that Zhou Tai would want to get it. It's just that he's already gotten too much, so it's not a good idea to say anything for a while, just until this period of time has slowed down, and now there is actually such an opportunity. Xiao Tianai naturally will not miss it. Is not just a real name to report a person? It's not a big deal. Zhao Ruoi gently raised a hand. There was a meaningful smile in his eyes. Fuck it. Xiao Tianai opened her mouth and said decisively. Zhao Ruoi's nodded with a smile. In fact, it's true that this matter can't find anyone more suitable than you. Some of the people up there may not be concerned if they are small minions. Zhao Ruoyi spoke. Su Chen would be fine, but right now he's not suitable for this kind of thing. His foundation is too shallow. Once you do something like this that ruffles feathers, it's easy to be targeted. But you're different. You have a special identity and a small curiosity in the entertainment industry. Doing this kind of thing is the most suitable. Even if people in general are dissatisfied with you, they won't target you. And even if they do, it's easy to deal with it from the company's level. And the kind with more energy, taking into account your family history, would definitely not dare to do anything to you. After all, your family is the real big gold master. Su Chen was on the side, listening with some dumbfoundedness. There were actually so many twists and turns in here? Xiao Tianai, who had heard all this, also nodded deeply. Is this the legendary son of destiny? Xiao Tianai hemmed and hawed. However, Mr. Zhao's considerations do make sense. I suddenly feel that I can even go for the persona of disliking whoever I dislike. Xiao Tianai's eyes lit up, as if a new world had opened up. Anyway, you are not afraid of anything when you have your company and home on your own. At the thought of this, Xiao Tianai instantly became excited. Are you serious? Su Chen was rather speechless. This Zhou Tennessee is a bit of a leap of faith. He had originally thought that he was still a rather shy child, but now it seemed that this one was still belly aching. Not bad for a kid from a merchant's family. That kind of thinking. Absolutely. Aha! Xiao Tianai nodded deeply. I feel like there's something screwed up, rather not impossible. At this time, after a moment of deep thought, Chu Sihan said, although it's a bit of a saber rattling, it's really quite appropriate for Xiao Tianai. Even, I feel that it's possible to expose his identity. If you don't sing properly, you'll be forced to go home and inherit billions. This kind of persona can actually stand up. Chu Sihan's voice carried a few moments of gravity in it, and then continued. And this persona will definitely be able to take Xiao Tianai's popularity to the next level. I checked. Xiao Tianai has basically stabilized to the 3rd tier now, and there should be quite a few song invitations, announcements, and even variety shows coming up next. By the end of the year, it should be on track to hit the 2nd line. Chu Sihan glanced at Su Chen and said seriously. Su Chen nodded. In fact, the current Xiao Tianai was still more or less embarrassed, and although there were quite a few fire songs, they all came from Su Chen's hands. Therefore, a large number of netizens on the internet thought that Xiao Tianai didn't have any strength at all and was merely relying on Su Chen. There were also quite a few people who had hit on Su Chen's idea, both explicitly and implicitly. They wanted to find Su Chen and invite him to sing. However, after hearing Su Chen's price, each and every one of them were deterred again. Xiao Tianai took out his cell phone and very simply etched the Huaxia tax, followed by a serious write-up. Right to half. Suddenly looked up. Not right I so real name report. If Huang Yuhua really real tax, then I'm not false reporting it? Don't worry. Su Chen laughed, then continued. It's impossible for him to pay it in real. He's been my agent for such a long time. I still have some understanding of him. Understood. Xiao Tianai gave an okay sign. Once again both hands snapped the phone rapidly. A few moments later, casually tossing his cell phone onto the couch, he said confidently, it's done. Commiserations. At this time Zhao Rui looked at Xiao Tianai with some gratitude. In fact, this matter is equivalent to pushing Xiao Tianai into the target. Xiao Tianai is not stupid. Surely he understands, but he still did it. There's nothing to be aggravated about. I also received payment. Big brother Su, you can't leave me alone. Don't worry. 5 songs, absolutely no problem. Su Chen nodded in agreement and said, there's one more thing. Zhao Ruoyi at this time spoke once more. He seriously looked at the tablet in his hand, and then continued. This man from Earth. The theater side should also start preparing for it. When do you plan to release it in theaters? Post-production isn't really that hard. It's mostly color grading and editing. Su Chen paused for a moment then said, if it's fast, it should be released in 10 days. In 10 days? Zhou Rui paused for a moment, then continued, that's not a May Day slot? The tussle is a bit intense, isn't it? On May 1st, there are quite a few sci-fi movies all over the place. Eagle Jam's Deep Sea, Siege of the Machine, and yes, there's also Kai Su's Blue Star Cannon, which seems to be on May 1st as well. In addition to that, there are many other great productions both here and abroad. Everyone is rushing to release in this time frame, and if we were to grab this time frame as well, filming would likely be minimal. Zhao Ruoi's voice was very soft as she told her concerns in full. Su Chen froze for a moment. May Day? After careful counting, it seems like it is indeed almost time for the May Day holiday. If you don't think it will have much of an impact, we can miss the May 1st slot. Zhao Ruoyi at this time asked. After all, we're just a low-budget movie. There's no need for us to go through such a harsh fight. Let's see. Su Chen scratched his head and took a deep breath. Only after a moment did he continue. Actually, I do feel that it could be placed on May 1st. Tell me what you think. Zhao Ruoyi felt a little surprised. We're also sci-fi. But we're not the usual type of sci-fi. This kind of sci-fi would probably do just okay at the box office if you put it in the usual way. After all, there are some flavors that are on the literary side in there. Su Chen's voice was soft. When Zhao Ruoyi heard this, a glint appeared in her eyes. It seemed to have understood something. What do you mean? Let's do the opposite. During the May 1st slot, all sorts of blockbusters are bound to make these people aesthetically fatigued. However, this movie of ours is somewhat like a serving of the wontons we ate that night. Since when do you guys eat ravioli? This time Xiao Tianai said with a somewhat untimely inquiry. Zhao Ruoyi glared at Xiao Tianai. Xiao Tianai was a bit aggravated. Can't you even ask? Refreshing and unctuous? Instead, it has the potential to produce good results? Zhao Ruoyi finished the rest of her words. Su Chen nodded slightly, quietly looking at Zhao Ruoyi in front of him, and smiled. Not bad. It's what you said. It's quite possible. Instead of placing it in other time periods where it's lukewarm, it's better to fight them hard. It might even be able to achieve good box office results. And even if it loses, it's just a loss. Zhao Ruoyi instantly understood Su Chen's thoughts. Turning to Su Chen, he said somewhat appreciatively, unexpectedly, there are times when you are still quite smart. Su Chen looked at Zhao Ruoyi somewhat strangely. Was this Zhao Ruoyi scolding herself just now? Well, in that case, we'll have to speed up the process to go to post. And in the meantime, I'll contact the theaters from my side. Zhou Ruo's voice was soft. And you, too, have to keep the movie as hot as possible. I'll try. Su Chen nodded stiffly. At this moment Huang Yuhua very leisurely lit a cigarette. Taking out his cell phone, he wanted to read the latest information news. However, among his own private messages, a whole bunch of ate himself, and with a few curiosities, he clicked in to read them. Shame on you for making so much money and evading taxes. Huang Yuhua's face was full of questions, and at last, he finally figured out what was going on. Some scalps looked at Xiao Tianai's microblogging account. No, he's afraid he's got some kind of serious illness, right? Huang Yuhua never thought that he would one day be reported by his real name, but, a moment later, his cold sweat instantly broke out, for it is true that he is not very clean. The truth is, not many people in this circle can be truly clean, because the benefits are just too tempting. Soon, Huang Yuhua seemed to be understanding something. Called sudden. Su Chen, you did this thing, didn't you? Huang Yuhua gritted her teeth, a deep hatred hidden in her voice. What did you say? I can't hear you with my bad eyes. Su Chen pulled his cell phone away. Don't play deaf and dumb for me. Who doesn't know that Xiao Tianai is your man? Do you really think that you can move me down just like that? I'm just reasonably avoiding taxes. Even if there are some places that I can't understand, just pay up. There's no way you can do any damage to me. Su Chen paused for a moment, but did not continue to tease him, and spoke. What does it have to do with me? Xiao Tianai is just an artist of our company. As long as he doesn't do anything illegal, we don't have the right to make any constraints on an artist's private life. Huang Yuhua took a deep breath. Su Chen. Su Chen. I didn't expect you to still be so childish. Gradually calming down, Huang Yuhua, in turn, flashed a few glimmers of wisdom in his gaze, spitting out the mouthful of turbid air that he had just inhaled. The whole person seemed to be refreshed as if he were refreshed. I hope you will still be able to maintain such a childish heart in the future. After hanging up the phone, Huang Yuhua gently closed her eyes while thinking about countermeasures. If nothing else, with Xiao Tianai's influence, the tax office should be at the door tomorrow. It's already too late to improvise the accounts. And, even if it was done for real, with what he had done over the years, it would still be very easy to find out a little something. However, it is just as he said. It's also just a catch-up payment. He wasn't an entertainer and didn't need to be in front of the stage. Outside of the entire circle, there were very few people who knew about him. And in this case, as long as Huang Yuhua paid his back taxes and the officials didn't come after him, everything wouldn't be too much of a problem. As for the artists in the circle, it's unlikely that they'll give him a hard time over this. But, this thing is just disgusting. Huang Yuhua had never been so disgusted by someone before. Expose something about Su Chen? But Su Chen had nothing to expose, and the man had been very honest since he was marginalized. Do what you're told to do. Although they were able to share some money, the fame was realistically diminished. If not, it's unlikely that he would have just snapped at the concert and kicked him out of the company and out of the group. Think about it. Huang Yuhua also suddenly had an idea. Su Chen was somewhat refreshed after hanging up the phone. He certainly knew that it was unlikely to bring any substantial damage to Huang Yuhua as far as these small matters were concerned. but it's good to disgust him. Zhao Ruoyi and the rest of them went off to do their own thing as well, and he has to maintain the heat, but how should he do it? My new movie, This Man from Earth, is coming to you on May 1st. I hope everyone will support more. Those who have money to support a money game. Those who don't borrow money to support a money game. Reblogged this on. The first person to retweet it was out of Su Chen's expectation. It's actually Sister Hong. Before Su Chen could be surprised, Ni Hong's phone call came over. Not bad Before there were rumors coming out that you had engaged in a movie, but I didn't expect that it was going to be released on May 1st. Ni Hong's voice carried a few moments of kindness, a few moments of cheerfulness. Is there anything you need help with? Sister Hong, you're too kind. Su Chen was somewhat grateful. Ni Hong was really nice to him, and was really treating him as one of his own. If not, neither would have made the call. Alright, enough of the polite talk. Ni Hong smiled. I'll draw 10,000 movie tickets for you on Weibo, so when the time comes, I'll invite my fans to go see the movie. It's also a way to support you. Hiss. Su Chen was a bit shocked for a moment. Sister Hong, you're really breaking the bank like this. You called me sis and gave me such a good song. Ni Hong said cheerfully, doing this little favor is nothing. By the way, I'm calling with you about one more thing. Ni Hong paused for a moment before continuing. Do you know Su Dingyue? Su Dingyue? Director Su? Su Chen paused for a moment and said with some surprise inquiringly. Yes, his romance variety, now lacking in guests. I've thought about it and feel that you're still quite suitable, good-looking and talented. If you have an idea, I can recommend you over there. Ni Hong's voice was very soft. Ha? Love synthesis? Su Chen froze there, a little embarrassed for a moment. Or forget it. I don't have any plans to fall in love for the time being. It's just going live. Who told you to fall in love? Ni Hong laughed. Do you and Mr. Zhao really have anything to do with each other? Sister Hong, don't make fun of me. Su Chen was somewhat speechless. I really do feel that it's a bit inappropriate. Why don't you try someone else? Really not the slightest bit interested? Ni Hong smiled. This program is hot. Well, I know. House of Love. Su Chen paused for a moment, then continued. I'm really not interested, so I'll let Sister Hong trouble you. Aha! Ni Hong was a bit helpless. Okay since you're not interested, then I'll turn it down. However, this program gives you a pretty good fee. One episode is $1 million. And there are 12 more episodes of this program in total. When Su Chen heard this, he immediately became interested. And it's not entirely uninteresting. Su Chen scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, Sister Hong, why don't you wait a little longer? I'll think about it. After hanging up, Su Chen swallowed with a gulp. Even after selling a few songs, Southern didn't have this trance. I'm $1 million a show and it's 12 issues. That's $12 million. This has definitely surpassed a lot of variety shows. Even the new Voice of China didn't give him such a high notice. Nowadays, is love synthesis so profitable? Su Chen's heart was more than a little skeptical. There can't be anything else messed up in this love synthesis. Can there? After hanging up the phone, Su Chen took a deep breath and decided to discuss this matter with Chu Sihan first. Called Chu Han. Spoke to her about it. Chu Sihan stared at Su Chen in front of her with wide eyes, blinking, and only after a moment did she continue. This matter, I advise you to better ask Mr. Zhao. Ask her? Ask her what? Su Chen was a bit bewildered. Chu Sihan somewhat breathlessly held her forehead, with a deep despair in her gaze. How can anyone be straight like that? Whatever. Chu Sihan took a deep breath and then spoke. You still need to talk to Mr. Zhao and ask for her opinion. And, I don't think it's a good time for you to be on Love Roundup, Chu Sihan said decisively. Why? Su Chen looked at Chu Sihan in front of him with some bewilderment. I'll get Mr. Zhao. After coming here, Chu Sihan was able to clearly sense the difference between Zhao Rui and Su Chen. But it was strange. How was Su Chen able to be such an afterthought? This made Chu Sihan feel a bit speechless. Taking a long breath, Su Chen winded up and walked out to inform General Manager Zhao. After a while, Zhou Rui walked in. Sit down in front of Su Chen. You want to take part in the love complex? Zhao Rui opened her mouth and asked. Well, that's a lot of money to give. What about giving $1 million for one program? And, you don't have to worry about elimination. There are still 12 issues left. And after all the programs are recorded, we'll be able to have $12 million in revenue. Su Chen's voice was very soft. Are you short of money? Zhao Rui asked once more. Su Chen scratched his head. He wasn't sure. Was he considered short of money now? Doesn't seem to count. Food, drink, all of it. And with such a big company with so much money lying around on the books, it was only that what Zhao Rui was going to buy did make Su Chen feel some urgency. And he wanted to do something about it. Neither. Isn't this a company need? Su Chen opened his mouth. The company's business, naturally, is with me. Zhao Ruai nodded. You don't have to worry about that. I have my own plans and arrangements for all the company's expenses. If you're short of money, you can also talk to me. Su Chen scratched his head, not knowing how he should answer. He could only nod awkwardly. Zhao Ruoi's aura at this moment was somewhat strong, completely different from the previous her. It was at this time that she felt as if she was a real executive president, a real person in charge. Seeing Su Chen's appearance, Zhao Ruoi snorted out a laugh. The tone was also gradually gentle, looking at Su Chen in front of him and more or less knowing what he was thinking. After a pause, he then continued, It's not that I can't go. It's just that I don't feel it's necessary. There's still a big difference between this kind of variety show and the New Voice of China. One is a platform to prove oneself with strength, while the other is to entertain the public. Once you participate in more of this kind of variety show, although your reputation will go up and you'll make more money for a while, however, it won't actually do much good for your future. Or do you want to go to variety and find someone to try to fall in love with? Zhao Ruoi asked with interest. Su Chen hurriedly shook his head. Not much interest. Only then did Zhao Ruoi nod contentedly, looking at Su Chen in front of her, and after a few moments of silence, she continued, If you really want to make money for the company, it would be better for me to take a few songs for you instead. Nowadays, $3 million a song for your song is still something someone would want. In this circle, the last thing that's lacking is rich people, being able to buy fame with money, and big people want to spread their money. And, on top of that, on top of the platform, there can be sustained income again. Zhao Ruai opened her mouth and said, Think carefully, how much did you account for all those 5 songs you promised to give to Chao Tian AI? Why waste so much time over a love affair? Su Chen was a bit confused, but what Zhao Ruai said seemed to make sense, and with that, he nodded once more. Having said that, Zhao Ruai and Chu Zihan walked out. After going out, Zhao Ruai nodded deeply at Chu Zihan. Not bad, you did this beautifully. Hey, Chu Zihan hurriedly spoke. Mr. Zhao, don't worry. I'm very smart. Definitely show her to you to death. It's not really necessary. Zhao Ruoi waved her hand before continuing. Let him do whatever he likes. If he was that easy to handle, he would already be in the wind in the entertainment industry. Look at all the years. Yi Chen's had all sorts of scandals, but has he ever had a single scandal? Seems about right, eh? Chu Han was thoughtful. Only, he is indeed not suitable for this kind of variety show. Zhao Ruoi continued. Next, it's time to keep him busy too. And at this moment on Weibo, it is already exploding. May 1st? Is there something you can't think of? Su Chen? Is that why you want to enter into the Shura? Did you know how many movies I'm looking forward to in this? Are you sure you want to kill your movie in this circle? Southern, you, go take out Hollywood. Pass it down. Su Chen has declared war on Hollywood. As the word spreads, the tweet seems to have gone sour. A good number of people have gone down in droves, and all sorts of terriers have been taken out. A variety of emoticons have even begun to appear on the internet. One of them is widely circulated. That was Su Chen's hand holding a movie poster for This Man from Earth. And across from him were countless posters for a wide variety of Hollywood blockbusters. Southern's head had one more sentence. You, go take out Hollywood. That movie poster, on the other hand, had just 2 words. Ha, me, have to admire that. A variety of netizens are still very capable of playing the stunt. At least Su Chen was still watching with great interest, because of the various stints. In turn, the heat on This Man from Earth has risen a few more notches. Huang Yuhua at home, watching the Twitter hit list, a deep frown creased his brow. Strange, how is this Su Chen so good at organizing his work? If it really went on like this, his new movie might actually do well at the box office. Humph, I'd like to see what kind of thing you've shot out. Huang Yuhua's eyes flashed with a few glints in them. Let you be complacent for a few more days. The dailies for the movie have already been taken for review. Some of the rest is just wrapping up, which isn't terribly tedious. As soon as you get a screening, you can go on the big screen. Moreover, Wasia's review time is still very efficient. Basically, they are able to settle within 3 working days steadily. It's been a few days. Su Chen is still busy too. Zhao Ruoi, on the other hand, was even busier than she could find. The company had just been created, and Zhao Ruoi had a variety of things to worry about. Each artist is equipped with a professional agent, and a living housekeeper, and even thoughtfully arranges an apartment for them. Of course, if you feel uncomfortable living in an apartment, you can also go out and rent a room. Only, the company will just give a certain amount of rental subsidy. There's no way you can go out and rent a villa and have the company pay for it. However, in a few days' time, Zhao Ruoi had managed to build up the overall framework of the company. Su Chen. Zhao Ruoi at this time sat quietly opposite Su Chen. holding a few pieces of information in his hand. He placed them in front of Su Chen and paused for a moment before continuing. These are a few places that I have picked out, all of which are more suitable to be our headquarters. One of them is over here in the new district. It's got a good development outlook and, well, the view is okay. Zhou Ruo's voice was soft. Su Chen just felt a trance. He didn't even see those photos. He just saw number after number underneath. That. Why should we buy it? Su Chen took a deep breath before speaking. My advice is to buy. If you are renting, there will be a lot of inconveniences as well, and houses have been appreciating in value in recent years. As long as you buy there, it is a fixed asset. Even if they don't appreciate in value, these things are a manifestation of the company's overall strength. And in the future, if we really need money to go to the bank for a loan, we'll be able to approve a higher amount. Zhou Ruo's voice was soft. Okay. Su Chen seriously thought about it. It seemed that it was his own little folk mentality after all. But this cannot be helped. This does not move tens of millions of hundreds of millions of dollars. Who would not have a heart muttering It was also this Zhou Ruo in front of her, as if she didn't care about the money at all. You don't have to worry. Nowadays our company still has some assets, and it's only a down payment. We'll make more money in the future. 2. Zhou Ruo's voice was very soft as she explained seriously. In here I feel good about this office building in the new district. We could totally buy 5 floors of it, starting from the 29th floor, all the way to the top. Zhou Ruo's voice was very soft. This will also give us a large open-air terrace, in which we can also plan many things. That. I interrupt. Su Chen pointed upwards, and then continued. If I'm not wrong in my calculations, the price of renting 5 floors of this office building alone is roughly at 230 million. Right. Zhou Ruo nodded. But I'm afraid we can't get even one down payment. Can we? Su Chen's voice was soft. Not necessarily. Zhou Ruo smiled. There are still a lot of maneuvers in this. We can even go for high appraisals and high loans, and I also have a professional team to deal with these things. If you need it, I'm even able to take these floors without spending a penny. And even, there's still a possibility that the bank will pour us a sum of money. Su Chen sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Nima, what's all this action? This has completely hit one's intellectual blind spot. Zhou Ruo let out a long breath. Don't worry, these operations are reasonable and legal, and there won't be any danger. What's more, today's housing market is on the rise, and this kind of operation is being done in many places. Where else do you think so many rich people, who claim to have started from nothing, get all this money from? As long as your vision is good enough, as long as your goal is clear, you have countless ways to reach him. Zhou Ruo's voice was soft. Su Chen nodded. It took a long time to digest in his mind before he gradually understood, and only after a long time did he continue. That means we need to carry a debt of $230 million next? Almost. Zhou Ruo laughed. But I can do a math for you. Zhou Ruo said between words. Let's assume that from today onwards real estate falls into a flat period, which it does not go up even for a single point. If we rent 5 floors, the price here, our $230 million would only be enough to rent it for less than 40 years. Zhou Ruo's voice was very soft, and then continued. On average, every year, we are needing to spend several $1 million to rent. Of course, that's only if we assume that his rent never goes up, when in fact it goes up proportionally every year. Su Chen's eyes blinked. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. How could he have never imagined that the price of housing in this place would actually be so outrageous? And if we say we'll take this place down, we only need to pay a certain percentage more in interest every year as well. But this place will exist as our company's asset. Zhou Ruo looked at Su Chen. The same goes for several other places. So you can think about it. Zhou Ruo's voice was soft. Su Chen slightly rubbed his eyes, and after seriously thinking for a moment, since I called you out, then I definitely trust you. I won't ask about these things. I'm just responsible for doing all the things you've explained. Yes. Zhou Ruo first froze for a moment, followed by a meaningful glance at Su Chen. For a moment, she felt an inexplicable pressure and motivation, and it felt really good to be believed. From the beginning to the end, Su Chen never refuted her words even if he didn't understand some parts. Su Chen. Zhou Ruo at this time suddenly opened her mouth and inquired, "Where did you grow up?" "At the Red Leaf Orphanage." Su Chen smiled, and then continued, "Red Leaf Orphanage." Zhou Ruo nodded, her eyes gently squinting as she smiled as if she were a crescent moon. Su Chen, who was watching, was more than a little puzzled. "What are you laughing at?" Su Chen opened his mouth and said inquiringly, "Then have you encountered anything interesting since you were a child that you can tell me about?" Zhou Ruo opened her mouth to inquire and said. Su Chen scratched his head. "Interesting things? This is really something I can't remember. And where would there be any interesting things in an orphanage?" "Okay." Zhou Ruo, my face was more or less lost. "You were in an orphanage. How did you think of coming to the entertainment industry? Make money? Su Chen laughed. Ever since I was a kid, I've known about being a star and making money. But it sure seems like it. Zhao Ruoyi blinked. So, you've been so rich and stingy since you were a kid? No way. Su Chen smiled somewhat awkwardly. And Zhao Ruoyi was always watching Su Chen. She also wanted to see if Su Chen had really forgotten. However, Su Chen looked as if he hadn't thought of anything since the beginning. Also, he wasn't too keen on talking too much about his experiences in the middle of the orphanage. This also made Zhao Ruoyi's heart a little lost. Rather difficult for you. Zhao Ruoyi smiled, and after a slight pause, she continued. Alright, there's not much going on anyway. Soon, the new Voice of China will be aired. Do we want to watch it together? Yeah. Su Chen also wanted to know that in the end. This Su Chang had edited himself into also a what appearance. It was fine, and the overall opening was very good. Includes Madame Extravagant Fragrance sung by Su Chen and N.I. Hong. Zhao Ruoyi was beside her, and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. I have to say, your writing of this song is really great, and even though it's said to be so catchy that I'll listen to it once, every time I listen to it, I'll be able to feel a rush of numbness in my scalp. No matter how many times I hear it, I get that goosebump feeling. Zhao Ruoyi said with a helpless smile. Su Chen also smiled, but did not say anything more. Looking at Zhao Ruoyi in front of him, he paused for a moment before continuing. A good piece of work is like that. No matter how many times you hear it, that kind of stirring that originates from the depths of your heart will still appear. It's just a shame that with a show like this, the ratings are sure to climb in the future. Backstage at the show, Su Chang's eyes stared deathly at the various data on the large screen. Also, the show was way hotter than he thought it would be. Originally, it was thought that the program would only be able to barely hit the 3.0 ratings after this one, but the program had just started, and even before Su Chen had even appeared on the show, the program's ratings had already broken 3.0, and when Su Chen and N.I. Hong sang this one, the show's ratings even shot right up to 3.1. This number made him feel a bit unbelievable. To know, how long has it been since a local station had a variety program that broke 3? Although Su Chang was very confident in himself, he couldn't believe that this kind of heavenly riches had actually come directly to his head. Countless viewers and friends in front of the TV couldn't hold their breath. And on the online platform, the heat of the show is even higher. Holy shit, what the fuck do I hear? Take advantage of the crowd. To give you a little popularity, Mrs. Luxury Incense is a female politician, the head of the nation, for the establishment of Guizhou province to create the necessary conditions to maintain and promote the unification of the motherland, the improvement of transportation conditions, promote regional economic development and cultural exchanges. She consolidated the southwest border and promoted the unity of all ethnic groups. Her initiatives to improve the culture of her people and learn from Han culture promoted the economic and cultural development of the E-region. Upstairs, why are you talking so much? I don't even have the heart to understand. Right now all I can think about is, ugh. Mountain, Lien, mountains, outside, mountains. I was in the house watching TV when I heard the climax of this song and I got so excited I kicked the family dog out the door. That's it? I felt like I had an inexhaustible amount of strength in my body, so I went down to the field myself and plowed my family's land with a certain 20 centimeters of my own body. The front, I don't believe it, post a picture, and the program quickly came to an end. A variety show is a little over 2 hours in total, which is already considered a long time. In fact, with 10 people singing, it wouldn't be much longer in total. Most of it is supported by hosts, ads, mentors, ads, interactions, ads, and the ad rates for this variety show have been completely insane. According to Zhao Ruoyi, right now, if we don't count the ratings, just the revenue from advertising alone, the entire program has already recovered its costs, and was even able to make a hard profit. This program of yours is still very well planned, and Su Chang is a talent. Su Chen stroked his chin and said in a serious manner, I thought you would hate Su Chang. A few moments of surprise appeared in Zhao Ruoyi's eyes. Hate? Not really. Not very flattering at best. This kind of person isn't technically a bad person. He just has his own set of behavioral logic. And, being rigid, if your presence would disrupt this behavioral logic of his, he would hate you, to the point of seeing you as a thorn in his side. But he won't come after you once you're out of the middle of the logic he's drawn. In the final analysis, he's treating me as an unstable factor in New Song of China now. And doesn't think I'm able to bring anything to New Song of China, just that I'm a connected person. And the truth is, I am indeed a relation. No matter where you go, connections are a pain in the ass. Su Chen smiled and spoke out his thoughts. It was only at this time that Zhao Ruoyi let out a long breath. It's best if you can think that way. What? Su Chen looked at Zhao Ruoyi with some surprise. Su Chang, this person, is very capable. Moreover, it's the national team again. If you cross paths with him, he has many ways to deal with you. Our company is just starting out and we still need a little stability. Don't worry. Suchin smiled somewhat helplessly. It's not like I'm stupid. Aha! Zhou Ruan nodded. While Su Chang was editing, he actually left a mindful eye and edited out the host's words, while the host re-recorded some words, and at the same time, edited a part of Su Chen's words as well. Moderator, oh, I noticed that Mr. Su Chen seems to have something to say. Let's turn the camera on Su Chen. And Su Chen's words were only slightly modified. The whole show just got slightly more relaxed. If they had followed the previous recorded footage, it would have been the program's way of forcing Su Chen to leave. Nowadays, the show can't get caught up in such a storm in any way. Su Chen looked at the television somewhat dumbfounded, and only after a moment did he continue. I have to say, this Su Chang still has some capable people under his hand, to actually be able to think of using this method to ease the conflict. Now, it's really my initiative to quit. Su Chen let out a bitter smile. Feeling like he was really made of clay? His heart was a bit upset. Su Chang's approach is tantamount to telling Su Chen, not only do I want to poop on my head, but I also want to borrow paper from you, too disgusting. Change it. At this time, the face of Zhao Ruoi next to her also steeped in ugliness. In fact, she was very unhappy with Su Chang. Only, seeing that Su Chen had no intention of wanting to pursue the matter, and thinking that it would be better to do more than less, he wanted to point all the fingers directly at Huajin's top management, Zhang Yingyu. This is the person who makes the final decision. But how could she not expect it? This Su Chang had actually taken things to this level. She subconsciously glanced at Su Chen and took a deep breath. It's too much. Yes. Su Chen nodded his head in deep thought and took a sip of tea immediately afterward. How are you going to fight back? Zhao Ruoi opened her mouth and said inquiringly. Su Chen scratched his head. To be honest, he was a bit confused for a moment. Moreover, strictly speaking, there really wasn't any way for himself to pose any threat to Su Chang. The two weren't even on the same track. What if we also launched a singing variety show? Su Chen's eyes gently narrowed as he quietly looked at Zhao Ruoi in front of him before continuing. As long as we can press his program head and shoulders above the rest, we'll be able to get out of this bad breath. But, Zhao Ruoi was a bit helpless for a moment, blankly glancing at Su Chen. You don't really think that this music program is so good, do you? The first thing is the venue. The selection of the venue is actually very strict. Different halls are capable of presenting completely different think effects. Zhao Ruoi continued. Nowadays, besides the Shanghai City Music Theater, it's really hard for us to find such a good venue, as well as a variety of equipment to rent. Do you know how much the new Voice of China alone costs in all aspects? Zhao Ruoi opened her mouth and said inquiringly. How much? Su Chen said with some surprise inquiring. The new Voice of China, although the cost is now recovered, but his overall production costs, in fact, up to $130 million. The overall production level is very high. Moreover, the salaries of the various big names are also very high. Except you. Of course. Speaking of this, Zhao Ruoi couldn't help but snort out a laugh. Choosing you was just to get you to go gild the lily. Who knew that you'd scoop me up directly instead? And, if it hadn't included you, the show would only have cost more to produce. Zhao Ruoi said very solemnly. Su Chen thought about it seriously. It does seem to be the case. The cost of production for this type of music program seems to have always been prohibitively high. But it's not impossible if you want to do it. Zhao Ruoi looked at Su Chen in front of her as she spoke. I need a more detailed plan. It has to have a good enough idea, and a high enough gimmick. That way, we might be able to pull in investment and advertising sponsorships right up front. And in that way, we might be able to cut back on a big chunk of our expenses. Zhao Ruoi spoke once more. Su Chen nodded. Still, the grounds are a big pain in the ass. Can't we choose the music theater as well? At this time, Su Chen, with a few moments of surprise in his gaze, then said in a softly inquiring voice, guess not. Zhao Ruoi continued. Nowadays, the Music Grand Theater has entered its peak season. All kinds of performances have filled the entire theater. We booked earlier in the beginning, which is why we were able to spare 2 days within each week, one of which was used to set up the scene, and the other day was used to record the program. Even so, time is already very tight. Su Chen nodded deeply. If that was really the case, then I was afraid that it would be really hard for my own ideas to fall into reality. However, if we can choose the next level, or, if we go to the Grand Theater over in Shangjing, it should be fine. Only, by then, we'll need to travel between 2 places, Zhao Ruoi said with a reminder. Su Chen took a deep breath. I'll write out the proposal first. When he was done, he sat down in front of the computer. Zhao Ruoi didn't leave either. She was also very curious. What kind of idea did Su Chen have in his head? only to see Su Chun first created a new document. And then it opens up and starts with the title, The Masked Singer. Zhao Ruoi's brows furrowed when she saw these 4 words, and she couldn't figure out what they actually stood for. And Su Chen didn't say much, thinking carefully in his mind about the details of the entire Masked Singer. And then the rules of it, the selling points, and the various arrangements were written down. Zhao Ruoi was behind Su Chen, looked aghast. She felt as if Su Chen had had this plan in his mind for a long time, only to bring it out now? Suddenly, Zhao Ruoi glanced at Su Chen with some trepidation. This guy, he couldn't have been thinking about how he should fight back when Su Chen kicked him out of New Voice of China, right? The more I think about it, the more likely it is. But it's a very generous thing for him to say. This kind of person is really scary. Zhao Ruoi couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. After spending so much time in the entertainment company, how could she not see that this letter of proposal could be said to be very perfect? Moreover, this program, as long as it was manipulated well, even if the ratings couldn't snatch up the New Voice of Huaxia, it would still be able to ruthlessly tear off a piece of meat on his body. Well, when Su Chen finished typing the last word, and then turned his head to Zhao Ruoi, he opened his mouth and asked. Zhao Ruoi glanced meaningfully at Su Chen. Although I know it's your first time to write a business plan, but still, this business plan of yours is a bit too rough. Just go to the university and find someone to do it is probably better than you. Of course the ideas in it are very amazing. This Su Chen, I think, has never written anything like this before. If it was in his original company, this business plan would never have made it to the seminar. I'm afraid I've been passed at the supervisor. Ahem. Su Chen couldn't help but cough twice and said with some embarrassment, it's a bit rough, but it's still complete. That's one advantage don't find easily. Zhao Ruoi seriously looked over the entire business plan again, and shoved Su Chen, you get up first. I really can't stand to look at it some more. Help you change it. Yes. Su Chen was a bit stifled, but he still moved his butt, and Zhao Ruoi sat over. A faint fragrance instantly seeped into Su Chen's nostrils. Su Chen in that moment was a bit frozen. Turning his head, he looked at Zhao Ruoi who was on the side. Zhao Ruoi was very serious, her hands constantly pounding on the keyboard. Columns and columns of text, paired with concise pictures, plus some very shallow notes. I have to say, Zhao Ruoi did all of this. That look of concentration on her body, and the scent of a light perfume. It made Su Chen actually feel a little drunk for a moment. His cheeks suddenly reddened and he turned his face away immediately afterward. While on the internet, countless people ran directly under the official microblog of The New Voice of China. No? Are you guys for real? Su Chen is really gone? Don't you guys think that Su Chen's strength is actually still pretty good? Whether it's in terms of lyrics, songwriting, or singing, it's actually not inferior in the slightest. You guys, why did Su Chen keep being such a jerk before? Isn't it good to show your strength? I'm not sure. It seems like Su Chen has been mixing it up since their second album. The exact reason is anyone's guess. The previous Su Chen was still more dedicated. Why don't you guys see if you can invite Su Chen back? Originally, I thought Su Chen wasn't too suitable, but now that I think about it, it seems like he's quite good. It's not like he's a bad artist either. Were we too harsh on him before? It's not like he's thinking I'm leaving because of our previous online crusade against him, is it? Countless comments commented below the official tweet, but most of them were concerned about why Su Chen had quit. What exactly is Su Chen up to? Only, The New Voice of China never gave any positive response, and impatient netizens ran back under Su Chen's microblog. Su Chen's number of followers and comments also skyrocketed in the shortest possible time. After an hour, Zhao Ruoi took a long breath, and then stretched her lazy waist and spoke. Finally, it's considered to be over. Take such a plan and go looking for advertisers to find it. Ahem. Su Chen's old face blushed and said, I really haven't done anything in this area before. There are specialties in the arts. Zhao Ruoi smiled and said, if all of your channels are so perfect, then what's the need for me to come to your company? Su Chen scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Over this period of time, Zhao Ruoi had helped Su Chen a lot. The room, in that moment, actually filled with a few faint ambiguities. The two men looked at each other. A moment later, Su Chen broke the silence. It's about to be the May Day vacation. What are your plans? May Day vacation? Zhao Ruoi froze for a moment. How about we go see a movie? Watching a movie? Right. Your movie. One should always buy a ticket to support it properly, right? Zhao Ruoi blinked for a moment, then continued, but we've already seen the dailies countless times, right? That's different. Zhao Ruoi nodded with great certainty. Su Chen was a bit confused. What's different? Stupid. Zhao Ruoi pouted her lips and cursed before hitting Su Chen with some annoyance. Are you going or not? Go! When Su Chen saw Zhao Ruoi in this state, he also instantly softened his heart. After the movie, I want to eat that granny's ravioli again, Zhao Ruoyi added. Yes. Su Chen nodded blankly. Was that old woman's ravioli delicious? Why don't you feel anything? It seems to taste okay, but it's not that amazing, is it? It's not worth a female president like Zhao Ruoyi to be unforgettable? Oh yes. Zhao Ruoyi had always eaten higher-end things, and naturally was very curious about this kind of commoner's eats. Just having eaten it once and wanting to try it again was naturally nothing wrong with it. Thinking of this, Su Chen also came to a realization that, at this time Su Chen's old face blushed, and then continued, May 1st, I want to take 2 days off. Do what? Take a trip to Eagle Jam. Su Chen lowered his head and said with some embarrassment. It seemed as if I was a child who had done something wrong. Zhao Ruoyi first froze for a moment, then seemed to understand something, with a few warm smiles on her face. May Day is supposed to be a vacation. If you want to go for 2 more days, you can also play more over there and take a break. Better yet. Su Chen shook his head slightly. He didn't think much of that side. Though, that's okay. You're the core of our company. So as long as the company revolves around you without compromising the principles, you can do a lot of things with peace of mind, Zhao Ruoyi said very solemnly. But, be sure to let us know. In case something goes wrong, we'll be able to arrange it in the first place. Well, nothing. I'm just going to go deal with the past. After Su Chen finished speaking, he once again nodded his head very solemnly. After dealing with this, I should be able to say goodbye to the past. Yes. Zhao Ruoyi didn't know why, but suddenly felt some heartache. Sighing once more. Well, you get some rest then. I'll go back and organize some more stuff. You get an early night too. Su Chen opened his mouth. Zhao Ruoyi stood up and left. Su Chen stood by the window, looking out somewhat blankly. Coming to this world. It had been nearly 4 months. 4 months. He always had a sense of unreality. As if it was vague, there was a force that wanted to pull him away. Is this a dream? Am I going to wake up any minute now? He didn't dare to think much about it, so he was always careful when he first came to this world. Nowadays, he is slightly bolder, because he felt much more grounded, as if there was a very subtle feeling that was fighting against the force that was pulling him in general, and he was able to feel that the ground under his feet was becoming clearer and more real. Then, well, goodbye. The corners of Su Chen's mouth slightly revealed a few smiles. It was like a newborn release for him in that moment. Zhao Ruoyi, on the other hand, was the first to book a ticket for Su Chen to fly Eagle Sauce Los Angeles on May 2nd. The moment you get your ticket. Su Chen looked at Zhao Ruoyi with some bewilderment. How did you know I was going to Los Angeles? Zhao Ruoyi blankly glanced at Su Chen and didn't say a word. There was an unprecedented confidence in his gaze. This kind of confidence looked at Su Chen with some scalp numbness, as if all the secrets in his body could not be hidden in front of Zhao Ruoyi. Realizing this, Su Chen hurriedly left as if fleeing. Only, just after leaving the door of Zhao Ruoyi's office. Instead, he saw a man outside who was there cleaning up. This made him feel a bit surprised. According to reason, nowadays, it was already the end of the day. Moreover, tomorrow was going to be a vacation. How could there still be people cleaning? Walk over and take a look. Why you? Su Chen looked at the person in front of him with a few moments of surprise in his gaze. Mr. Su. The first time the man saw Su Chen, he hurriedly nodded. You're not the company's housekeeping. This thing should be done by the housekeeping, right? Su Chen said with some surprise inquiring. Mr. Su. Cheng Wangli's face was more or less grateful. Isn't this the cleaning already off duty? Moreover, I eat and live in the company nowadays. There's not much to do, so I'll just do what I can. It's not much of a necessity, is it? You're a company artist now. It's necessary. Cheng Wangli's waist straightened slightly as he looked at Su Chen in front of him. There seems to be some excitement. Mr. Su, I know you are heartbroken for me. You've given me a very high honorarium, as well as my salary. It's so that I can take it a little easier, help out my family, and also be able to make a slightly better life for myself. I know all that. I'm just a newbie who doesn't know anything. Mr. Sun once said that a dragon set is just a couple $100 a day. So I'm already grateful that you took me in, and you've given me such a great opportunity, and even such a high paycheck. Between words, Cheng Wangli's voice was choked with a few sobs, and I just want to do my best to return the favor, give back to the company. Mr. Su, you let me do it. If I don't do something for the company, I really feel a little uneasy. Cheng Wangli's eyes blearily looked at Su Chen in front of him. Su Chen froze there for a moment. He did start out with the idea of helping Cheng Wangli. He knew that such people, in fact, often need the most is to help sow a hand. As long as they can let them stand firm, rooted into the soil, they will be able to like weeds, tenacious growth. Even if the achievement is not high, they can be resilient. What Su Chen actually gave was such an opportunity. Actually, Cheng Wangli's acting skills, too, were very good, even recognized by Duan Yueming and Pan Hai. In Duan Yueming's words, this Chung Guangli, acting as a 50 or 60-year-old man, with a little bit of makeup, can't be seen as acting at all. Su Chen also felt it during the shooting. Chang Guangli, despite his average appearance, is very malleable and performs with the kind of tension that even Duan Yueming needs to take seriously at times. The two have even had their share of high moments of soaring drama, worthy of being Mr. Sun's favorite student. This was one of the reasons why Su Chen was more satisfied with Chung Guangli. There, Su Chen somewhat speechlessly glanced at Chung Guangli, and then continued, since you have this heart, I won't say anything more, but after you finish cleaning up this place, go back and rest and relax properly. There's a TV show that needs to start shooting after May 1st. Got a part for you in it too. Su Chen patted Chang Guangli's shoulder. If you can act well, the weight is not low. Yes. When Chang Guangli heard this, he immediately became interested and hastily nodded. Don't worry, Mr. Su, I will definitely take it seriously. Aha! Su Chen nodded and turned to leave. Chang Guangli's heart was excited. I didn't expect to see a new job so soon. And, actually, it's a TV show. Su Chen, however, didn't pay that much attention. Chang Guangli, this person, he is still relatively assured. In fact, this period of time in the company, he can always see Chang Guangli's figure. For people dedicated, can simply be said to be a model of labor in general. Every day are sticking to their posts, see what they can do in the company's work, but also very diligent. Not a hint of an entertainer's frame. It can be downright humbling to say the least. There are times when Su Chen even wondered if this Chang Guangli was a rich second generation who had returned to poverty. How can he put himself in such a low position? However, there were times when Su Chen understood Chang Guangli very well. He was now holding on for dear life to any shred of hope as if it were the last straw. He didn't want to lose any chances. The man is realistic, lives and acts realistically. However, Su Chen didn't hate it one bit, because all the efforts he made were just to enable himself to catch that 1 minute of opportunity. Zhao Ruoi shook her head somewhat helplessly as she saw the situation outside through the window. The window was pulled down immediately afterward. Walking over to the desktop, another ticket to fly to Los Angeles sat on the desk. Zhao Ruoi put it away very casually. However, just at that moment, a phone call came in. Hello? Good daughter. What are you doing? A very kind voice came out. Busy? It's okay. Zhao Ruoi said casually. Just about to get off work. Tonight's family banquet. You want to bring that brat back to sit down? There were a few moments of curiosity in that voice, and then continued. It's been such a long time. Whether it's a mule or a horse, it's time to take it out for a spin. Dad. Zhao Ruoi pouted a bit. What are you saying? It's so hard to hear. Hey, getting me back from my traveling trip without a word, transferring my daughter from my company without a word, and now I can't say a few nasty things? Guess not. Zhao Ruoi at this time spoke up and said, I'm about to midnight. The company's movie, This Man from Earth, is going to be released, and I'm going to make a trip to the movie theater on my side as well. Dad, I strongly recommend you to watch this movie, not just for yourself, but also take all the employees of the entire company with you. It's definitely a movie not to be missed. Zhao Ruoi said with a cheeky smile. Good boy. There was a bit of helplessness in that voice. The sales pitch all pushed to your father? Your mom and I really want to go and take a look. But you don't have to think about the people in the company. Old Zhao's voice carried a bit of playfulness in it. I also want to see what kind of thing this brat has shot up. To be able to make my family's good girl hold his stinky feet all the time. Bah, Dad, you're so vulgar. Zhao Ruoi spat. In the movie theater, it's already overcrowded. Many people have seen the news online that Su Chen's new movie is going to start. Also, all have been booked. Many of the fans were already sitting there as well. More, on the contrary, were all kinds of media. To put it bluntly, many people wanted to come over to see Su Chen's jokes. $1 million? Trying to make a domestic sci-fi movie? Simply impossible. You know, special effects in sci-fi movies are very expensive every second. Many of our friends in the media are already pumping their fists. Among these people, there was a person who wrapped himself up tightly, wearing a mask and sunglasses, quietly sitting on the VIP's special movie seat. This person was not the next person. It was Kai Su. Choi Wook's movie is also to be released today. However, when he thought of what Su Chen had done to him that day, he hated his guts, only that he had been rather busy and had no time to find Su Chen's trouble. Now, finally, I've sort of caught a break. As long as this movie has the slightest flaw, he won't let it go. It would immediately set off its own fans on the internet to put the movie down for nothing. And some of the other people who didn't have a good relationship with Su Chen were in a similar situation. Soon the lights went out in the middle of the movie theater. On the big screen, a light flashed. Immediately afterward, the logo of Star Entertainment appeared there. Su Chen registered the company's matter. Many people also know, but most of them also want to see a lively. Who did not think that Su Chen can really stand firm in this cruel circle? It was accompanied by the screen going dark once more. Immediately after that, the big screen was taken over a little bit by a secluded-looking image of me. The scenery is pleasant and there are lush trees all around. Duan Yuming appears in the shot. This made many people feel a little surprised that this time Duan Yuming, playing the role of the university professor who quit his job, and, through makeup, his overall age is still a little too high. Immediately afterward, a few companions came over to see them off. A painting that caught the attention of one of the companions. What the hell? Kai Su shook his head. There is no suspense at all. The beginning is so bland. How can people watch it? There should be a big scene at the beginning. The audience's curiosity will be hooked up first. Otherwise, what kind of sci-fi ah? Unlike Kai Su, many critics, as well as journalists, are gradually sensing that something is not quite right. This movie looks very good texture. And, the shooting is also very good. With the kind of light and dark interlacing, and the house inside a variety of furnishings, it also made them feel a difference. I have to say, Duan Yuming's acting is fantastic. It makes it impossible to see a single trace of performance. Along with the plot, all the drama gradually unfolds. In the middle of the movie, all the people want to refute this professor, but Duan Yu is clearly not in a hurry. A little bit of explanation, always a kind of flatness after 1,000 sales. I get bored at all times because humans always repeat some stupid mistake. Duan Yuming couldn't help but sigh and shake his head with a bitter smile. It was as if the long years were but a white horse to him. I met someone, learned his name, said a few words, and then he died. There were a few moments of pain and confusion and a few moments of reminiscence in the male lead's voice, bringing the plot and the conflict, to a gradual climax. Most of the people in the movie theater, at this moment, had held their breath. The plot is just too scary. It was as if the simple conversation of these men had turned everyone's worldview upside down. All of them couldn't help but be engrossed in their conversation. At this moment the movie theater seems to be literally transformed into that log cabin in the middle of the woods, with all the people sitting around, discussing the issue. The movie also dimmed the light at this time. It's like we're all old friends, a question and answer to each other. Some think it's the protagonist who's crazy. Others think the protagonist might actually be an eldritch. When did you first believe you were Jesus? The psychiatrist played by Chung Wang-li opened his mouth to inquire. When did you first believe you were a psychiatrist? The protagonist asks rhetorically. A simple word. It made all of them feel a little numb. Kai Su's eyes held a bit of suspicion in them. He was a bit confused. He even thought that this wasn't a movie at all. Wasn't this movie just a group of people sitting together and talking? Better like a meeting. Can you even call this a sci-fi movie? When did the bar for sci-fi get so low? And many other people watching the movie have gotten caught up in the drama. They are really thinking. They are really wondering. Most importantly, this Yu Ming's acting and line work was simply fantastic. In just 3 words, he was able to bring in one's emotions. Not bad for a movie star. Although it is said that the movie star is a box office poison, the media and movie critics, who were originally still harboring a bit of contempt, took out their own notebooks at this time and began to record continuously. But, suddenly, they realized that there was just too much in it. They had been receiving it before and it wasn't even recorded. But, the movie still has an ending, too. It's just a shame that this ending didn't clear up the confusion in these people's minds. Only, that psychiatrist realized that the man in front of him was his own father. And then, it was as if he could hardly bear the blow. Sudden recurrence of a heart attack. The picture, too, stops here. Silence. The movie theater was silent. It took some time before information about the various actors began to jump around on the darkened screen, as if they wanted to leave some of the time for these people to think. After I don't know how long, one of them stood up. No, I want to see it again. So much of it, I didn't get it. There are just so many hidden details here. I even feel as if each of those things hanging on the walls has its own significance. What kind of monster is this Su Chen? A low-budget sci-fi movie and he's really playing it up? Many people rushed towards the outside. They want to book tickets for the next game. I'm terribly sorry. The ticket salesman smiled and said, this movie is completely sold out today. So you can check on your phones to see when tickets are available before you make a purchase. Oh, holy shit. No? Many people were surprised to find out that because the schedule was relatively small, coupled with the fact that Su Chen had been publicizing it on Weibo all along, it's amazing that all of these tickets were sold. It can't be helped. There really isn't much in the way of scheduling. Only a pathetic 5% of the movie schedule. But it can't be helped. There are just too many films rushing to the theaters on May 1st. And Su Chen doesn't have any fame. So to be frank, most of the ability to get into theaters is also due to Zhao Ruoi's face. If not, I'm afraid I'll have to go the Netflix route, and with less scheduling and more advertising, more people know about it, then it's naturally very difficult to get a ticket, especially since there's only one premiere in the wee hours of May 1st. This also creates congestion, with countless people who want a second chance suddenly realizing that there are no tickets available at all. It's not just May 1st, the lack of tickets lasts straight through to May 5th. If you want to brush up again, you'll only be able to buy tickets again on May 6th. Who has tickets for May 1st? This man from Earth, Shanghai City. I'm begging for one for $100. I want a second brush up. I want justice for my brain. I feel like Su Chen is insulting my intelligence. Upstairs, is it really that good? It's not a good look at all. So hurry up and sell me your ticket. I'll take this inhuman torture for you. Countless people are flocking to the internet at this time. And after watching it, many critics went back to their houses and started to write their own reviews. And on Beanstalk.com, the rating of This Man from Earth has actually risen to a high 9.1 in a short period of time. Except that most of the ratings were set by some critics. In the future, as more people watch it, the ratings are definitely going down. As for how much it ends up stabilizing, there's no guarantee. Instead, all the critics were surprisingly unanimous in giving it a high score. And the famous movie critic, Wind Over Wilderness, posted this comment in the comments section. It's safe to say that This Man from Earth is the best sci-fi movie I've seen this year. The investment is not high, only $1 million, but the imagery of it is a creepy one. The story has a simple plot and sketchy scenes. The inside and outside of a log cabin pretty much encompasses the scene. This is the reason why the cost of this movie is so low. But yet, this is the very reason why this movie is good enough to seal the deal. Most sci-fi movies bar too much focus on thinking about the past 200 years, or the next 100 years. Attempts to attract the audience with big investment, big actors, big structure, and even famous scenes. We can always feel fear, worry, or inexplicable excitement by those huge monsters, strange aliens, or all kinds of address disasters in the movie theater. However, This Man from Earth goes in a different direction, goes through an unusually good debate sci-fi in a conversational format. We live on this earth and we all live by our experiences. There is no way we can prove that this movie is necessarily false. And of course, in the same way, there is no way we can prove that this movie is real. We can only think further by relying on the feelings this movie gives us. Think humanities, think history, think religion, think philosophy. All in all, it's a sci-fi movie like no other before it, with enough excitement and bombastic content to throw off those so-called big productions by a few blocks. It also incorporates the writer's thoughts on human history as a whole. There were times when I wanted to have a good chat with Southern to see what was going on in his head. The movie certainly gives a sense of his vast array of ideas. And it's the first time I've felt awed by a movie of this cost. It's just a shame that for many of these details, I'm only at the stage of amazement, and I need to keep swiping twice, 3 times, and 4 times to understand this journey from the heart that the writers and director have brought us. This rating, straight to the top. Below, on the other hand, are mostly favorable reviews. And yet, it's not all. Soon, an anachronistic comment came out. Waste of time. I sat in the movie theater for more than 2 hours and almost fell asleep. I don't know what this movie says or tells. If a few people sitting and talking can make a movie, then the cost is a little too low. Beneath this comment are all sorts of cold sweats. Honestly, I feel anxious for your IQ. It's not even if you can't read it yourself, but you actually want to show your superiority here? Heartbreaking for the screenwriter. His biggest mistake in writing this script should be overestimating the education level of the domestic netizens. It's okay, it's normal to not be able to read it. After all, mountain pigs can't eat fine chaff. All sorts of cynical comments are being made about this one. Kai-Su was in front of his own cell phone, seeing these comments below, and was so angry that he almost turned his back. Angrily, he said as he went from comment to comment below, "Just this is considered a science fiction movie? I advise you to go to the cinema and take a good look at Blue Star Cannon. This is the real science fiction movie. Only such a movie is destined to leave its name in the history of cinema." The word of mouth on the movie is, well, very good. Many people also recognize the acting skills of Duan Yueming, Pan Hai, Chang Guanli and others. The movie's tiebreaker score is also high at Beanstalk. Most theaters also only have one in the wee hours of the morning on May 1st. And right now, a middle-aged couple walked out of the movie theater. The man let out a long breath, and then continued, "This Xiao Su, it's a bit uncomplicated, actually able to write such a script. No wonder Roa said that I'll definitely like it. Yeah, it feels like he has his own set of unique insights into history, religion, humanities, and science. If you guys sit down, you should be able to have a good chat." The woman next to him whispered in agreement. The man shook his head slightly. "What do you think?" Ruai and this kid? In the end? I'm always a bit suspicious in my heart. Children and grandchildren are blessed by their children and grandchildren. Why are you worrying so much? Haven't we also investigated? Xiao Su's character is not a problem. As for money, when we choose our son-in-law, we never care if the other party has money or not. Anyway, it's impossible to be richer than us, isn't it? The woman said softly from the side. It's also right. It's just that. This brat is really too detestable. Abducting our family's daughter without saying a word. Turn around. I'm going to kick his ass so hard, the man said indignantly. The woman next to her covered her mouth and laughed. As of now, it's basically unlikely. The woman spread out her hands, a few hints of faint helplessness in her voice, and only after a slight pause did she continue. A woman is not a woman. Su Chen was sleeping soundly at this moment. Rolled over, rubbing his nose, he renewed the dream he was about to disconnect from. Wake up the next morning. It has been very cold outside. Throughout the building, there aren't a lot of people who need to work overtime at this time of year, so it seems a bit cold. All the way downstairs, seeing those resentful overtime boys, Su Chen silently mourned for them in his heart. Today Su Chen also cleared his mind. There's not much to do. After a quick bite to eat, he re-entered his room. Skillfully turn on your computer. A brand new document project was created on the computer. It was also a promise to Panhai that a TV series would be made around him next. In his mind, the cleansing about the White Knight chase was becoming clearer and clearer, and he was able to recall every detail clearly. Only, after this state of coding lasted less than 3 hours, he felt that his hands were a bit sore. While he was busy, there was a knock at the door. Come in. Su Chen opened his mouth. Zhao Ruoi pushed open the door and walked in. I was passing by to pick up some things and heard a commotion inside, so I came over to take a look. You're not going out to play on this vacation? You're actually staying here to work? A bit unlike you. Zhao Ruoi half smiled. Su Chen scratched his head. I don't know what there is to do. Pack up, buy you lunch and take you out for a walk this afternoon. Zhao Ruoi continued. It's not a good idea to be cooped up in this building all day. Yes. Su Chen nodded. By the way, on the note short video side, the contract has also been negotiated. Your entry fee isn't very high, but it's already quite good. Moreover, there will be a certain amount of traffic support for your videos, so if you have nothing else to do, you can record some of your daily life, and it's very likely that Weibo's traffic will gradually tilt towards soundtrack short video in the future. We also have to catch us gradually changing the track. Of course, I didn't mean for you to just give up Twitter right now, Zhao Ruoi said sentence after sentence. Su Chen listened very carefully. It had to be said that Zhao Ruoi's analysis of the future situation was still accurate. Right, we're going to be traveling tomorrow. Do you have everything ready? Zhao Ruoi opened her mouth and asked. Not that there's much to prepare for. Su Chen subconsciously shook his head. Just bring a few clothes. After I get there, I'll see a friend and then I'll be back. Aha! Zhao Ruoi laughed. That also requires some preparation. Soon, the two arrived at a Western restaurant, and Zhao Ruoi ordered what she wanted to eat with great familiarity. The waiter's gaze went to Su Chen. Like her? Thanks, Su Chen said very casually. It didn't matter to him what he ate. There's nothing scheduled for the afternoon, right? Zhao Ruoi opened her mouth to inquire. Su Chen nodded. Nothing much going on. Want to keep an eye on the movie's box office, then stay in the house and write the script. That's good. You don't have to worry about the box office. Your advertisement is still good. Now, our movie can be said to be a full house. However, because of the average filming, so to say, even if it's a full house, the box office won't be too much. According to my estimation, in the next few days, it should make $6 million at the box office. 6 million? Su Chen froze in place. Earned it? It's not just earned, but it's also earned a lot. This is only one day's box office. In a month's time, later on, if we increase the number of filming, it's very likely that our movie's box office will even break $100 million, Zhao Ruoi said confidently. Of course, nowadays, a lot of theaters have seen the potential of our movie, and increasing the scheduling in the future is basically a nail in the coffin. Aha! Su Chen nodded. It's making money. It's making money. Su Chen's heart was a bit shocked. He had originally thought to accumulate some experience. As long as it wasn't too miserable, he would be able to accept it. In fact, the movie actually didn't end up with particularly good box office numbers in its own original time period. I also sent the movie to Venice, Los Angeles, Hong Kong Island. Zhao Ruoi smiled and said, I believe you'll be able to earn a pot full of money, fame and fortune, hard work. Su Chen was somewhat moved. He knew that most of these things were due to Zhao Ruoi. Not much to do with me. Without you getting the movie out there, it's unlikely I'd have done so much at all. How about accompanying me to meet someone during the afternoon? Zhao Ruoyi opened her mouth and asked. Su Chen looked up a bit bewildered. Who is it? My dad, Zhao Ruoyi said freely. Ha? Su Chen's hand that was eating the steak instantly stopped, raised his head, looked at Zhao Ruoyi in front of him somewhat strangely, and wanted to say something, but instead, he was a bit confused. Why where's the why? I walked away from my own family's company and came to work for you as a professional manager. You should always give my dad a piece of your mind, right? Zhao Ruoyi blankly glanced at Su Chen with some shyness. Su Chen nodded. There seemed to be some panic between the looks. After a few moments, he subconsciously asked. So, how's your dad's temper? Do I need to prepare any gifts? Nothing. My dad still has a good temper. Oh. Su Chen lowered his head, feeling more or less awkward. The original delicious steak was also more or less tasteless in this moment. Mostly, Su Chen got nervous, just as Zhao Ruoyi had said. He had, in a sense, pried away someone's daughter. Though it's kind of wrong to say that you've been wronged yourself. However, people may not believe it. Does your dad smoke and drink? Su Chen subconsciously asked. Although he didn't have a smoking habit, he did, however, like to have a few when the mood struck him. People a big boss, socialize very sure quite a lot. They slightly send a little bit of cigarettes and wine, although they may not rare, but, after all, it is a piece of their own mind. Not a smoker, but a good drinker. Zhao Ruoyi continued. If you really want to mention gifts, I'll take you to buy some good wine later. Yes, only then did Su Chen sort of relax a little. However, the tension in his heart didn't cut back one bit. Looking at Su Chen's appearance, Zhao Ruoyi couldn't help but laugh out loud. What are you doing? It's not like I'm asking you to go to war. Ahem. Su Chen coughed violently a few times. Somewhat grudgingly, she glanced at Zhao Ruoyi. Two people finished eating. Zhao Ruoyi led him to a nearby mall. On the shelves, a wide array of wines dazzled Su Chen. What kind of wine does your dad usually like to drink? Su Chen subconsciously asked. Zhao Ruoyi covered her mouth and laughed twice before continuing. The wine my father likes to drink. You can't buy it here. Can't buy it? Is it expensive? Su Chen subconsciously asked. After all, with a family like Zhao Ruoyi's, even if she drank some very expensive wine, it was all a very normal phenomenon. It's not expensive. It's just that it's harder to buy in Shanghai City. My dad likes to drink loose white. And it's not just any loose white. It's not the same as the kind of small stores on the street. My dad specially bought the recipe of a brewing family in order to drink it. And then he got a wine cellar in the suburbs. And then, he hired people there to brew it. Of course, none of this wine goes to market. He just drinks it himself, Zhao Ruoyi said with interest. Su Chen was dumbfounded in place. Damn it, is this the legendary rich man? In order to drink, he actually opened a winery directly? Even though it was in the suburbs, it was necessary to hire people and to buy a lot of food. So do we even have to buy it? Su Chen looked at the wide array of wines on the shelves and lost his mind for a moment. Zhao Ruoyi casually took down the 2 bottles of Mao Zi on the shelf. It's okay. Sending goose feathers for thousands of miles is a light gift. Su Chen let out a long breath and tried his best to stabilize his emotions as he looked at Zhao Ruoyi in front of him. These 2 bottles of thatch are a limited edition. A bottle costs all of $48,000. 2 bottles will cost you a small $100,000 straight away. You call this a goose feather? You call this a lightweight gift? Put. Nerd. Zhao Ruoyi carried these 2 bottles of Mao Zi, came to the cashier, and paid and swiped her card in a very dashing manner. What are you doing? Su Chen looked at Zhao Ruoyi in front of him with a few points of dissatisfaction in his gaze. This is what I'm giving away. You and I. Is it necessary to be so clearly separated? Zhao Ruoyi stopped, her eyes staring at Su Chen as she asked. Su Chen didn't know what to say for a moment. He just felt that the scene seemed to be a little ambiguous, and the words were a little off, but he never managed to convince himself to believe it. What makes Zhao Ruoyi able to look at herself? There was nothing about herself that was particularly outstanding? Is it possible that it's just because she's talented? However, it seemed that Ruoyi Zhao had wanted to help herself when she was at that river. Ahem. Su Chen somewhat awkwardly interrupted. I'll transfer the money to you later. Is that necessary? Zhao Ruoyi asked skeptically. It's necessary. Su Chen nodded very solemnly. Immediately afterward, the two carried the wine. Zhao Ruoyi drove, and came to the east of Shanghai City, Hongdu Garden, which was the villa area of Shanghai City, and also the first batch to be developed. The unit prices of houses here have skyrocketed. A square meter costs over $400,000. But even so, there are still countless rich people who want to live here. Houses here are still priced to sell, and where there is one for sale, there is one to buy. You should never wonder how rich the rich can be in this world. Zhao Ruoyi soon entered a manor-like villa. In the underground garage, the assortment of luxury cars looks overwhelming. Although Su Chen had made a lot of money before, it should still be considered small compared to Zhao Ruoi's family. Following the elevator, he entered directly into the villa. Out the elevator door, a man was found standing there, looking a bit similar to Zhao Ruoi, just standing there quietly, looking at Su Chen. "You're Su Chen, aren't you?" The man smiled at Su Chen. Su Chen nodded. "Good day, uncle. Okay, in person you look a little more refreshed than you look on TV. Not bad. Feel free to sit down, just treat it as if it's your own home." Old Zhao tried to make his voice sound as amiable as possible, quietly sitting on the sofa, but he couldn't help but scrutinize Su Chen up and down. To be honest, regarding Su Chen, Old Zhao was still relatively satisfied. Su Chen didn't have that kind of hostility on him, and, when he saw himself, he didn't have that kind of compliments or anything, although he looked a little shy. However, the overall look was quite calm and relaxed. Add to that the shock that this man from Earth gave Zhou Sr. It made him somewhat impressed with Su Chen. The movie was made well. Old Zhao nodded. "I can see that you have a certain understanding of religion, humanities, art and whatnot. What kind of books do you usually like to read, Dad?" At this time, Zhao Ruoi was somewhat speechless. "What are you doing? Isn't it true that I also want Su Chen to have a good chat?" Old Zhao said cheerfully. "Here, Su Chen bought it for you. I said you can't drink it, and he had to take." Zhao Ruoi said as she placed the 2 bottles of thatch on the coffee table. "I'm not used to drinking from others, but what am I not used to drinking from Xiao Su?" Old Zhao still seemed relatively easy to deal with. If Hua Jin's people were to see this appearance of Old Zhao, they would be afraid that even their jaws would be stunned off. When had they ever seen the fiery Old Zhao in such a good temper? "Little Su, I heard that you grew up in an orphanage?" Old Zhao opened his mouth and inquired. Su Chen nodded honestly. "Not bad, Red Leaf Orphanage." "Aha!" Old Zhao smiled. "That one person, after so many years, stumbling to this point, it really isn't easy either." "Uncle is joking. I'm fine." Su Chen nodded and looked at Old Zhao in front of him and said, "It's just better luck to be able to take this path. How is Dean Gu's health?" Old Zhao lifted his head and asked cheerfully, "I heard that you, kid, in order to cure Dean Gu, sent her abroad, and also borrowed a whole lot of foreign debt?" "Ha?" Su Chen's entire body was dumbfounded. Carefully inquiring, he said, "Where did you learn that?" Su Chen's heart trembled violently. He had never advertised when he did these things. As a matter of fact, over the years, 80% of the money he had earned had been subsidized to the orphanage, and the originally dilapidated orphanage had been rebuilt once and expanded a lot. Since Su Chen was able to make money, he would mail back a large sum of money every month. He only left some for himself to support his daily routine and hobbies. He could never forget that it was Red Leaf who gave him a childhood of sewing and mending. It's just a shame that blessings don't come without a curse. Dean Gu, who had labored most of his life, also fell ill. Su Chen's body trembled slightly as he looked at Old Zhao in front of him. For a moment I didn't know what to say. To put it bluntly, Su Chen had never revealed any information to the outside world. He had his own concerns, afraid that his fame would bring something bad to the orphanage. To put it bluntly, he grew up in that part of the world, so he knows that other side of the kids very well. The biggest fear of children in orphanages is actually being different from people. The experiences they had growing up made them more vulnerable than others. Therefore, Su Chen gave money. It was also through some more secretive channels, and Dean Gu knows it very well. Dean Gu was originally a high school student of psychology, and hadn't taken care of Su Chen since he was a child. But even so, Su Chen was much more mute and shy than the average child. Su Chen would not only give money, but also try to utilize his ability to give these children some skills to settle down. Just have the skill. Perhaps worrying too much. Dean Gu also fell ill, in the country to find a lot of doctors, but they all shook their heads, because there is no way to cure, can only slowly wait for death. Later, Su Chen went through the connections and found a doctor abroad. Only the medical bills are sky high again. Su Chen's heart understood that if this matter was known by Dean Gu, she would definitely not go. Therefore, Su Chen himself put together another $5 million and paid it over. It was declared to the public that it was a recruitment of experimental subjects. That's why Dean Gu was on the plane to Eagle Jam. He had also heard that Dean Gu's condition had improved after half a year of treatment. Su Chen just happened to have the time as well, so he wanted to fly over to take a look. "How do you know?" Su Chen swallowed a mouthful of saliva with a gurgle, and then continued, "How do you know?" Old Zhao looked at Zhao Ruoi with a few doubts in his gaze. Zhao Ruoi shook her head in a faintly inaudible manner. Old Zhao didn't know what to say for a moment and smiled. "My daughter abandoned us and now she's the manager of your company. I always have to investigate you. Don't mind?" Old Zhao said with a smile. The corner of Su Chen's mouth carried a few points of helplessness. "Of course I don't mind. Are you kidding me? What's the point of minding it yourself? It's been investigated anyway. Don't proclaim this matter, uncle. It's troublesome. Su Chen opened his mouth. Why? Old Zhao's gaze held a few moments of doubt in it as he looked strangely at Su Chen in front of him. This should be a good thing. Ah, if it's proclaimed, you can even set up a persona of being caring and passionate about charity. It might be more helpful to your future path. Old Zhao stared at Su Chen in front of him with interest and opened his mouth. Su Chen scratched his head. There was a slight pause before he continued. Maybe, but it's not necessary. Those kids are still young and shouldn't receive too much attention from the outside world. I don't want them to feel like they're any different from anyone else. And over the years, Dean Gu and I have talked a lot. Dean Gu has also tried to downplay the existence of the orphanage as much as possible. And it just so happens that I can afford it myself. So there's no need to publicize it to the outside world. If one day, I run out of options, perhaps, I will choose to go public. Old Zhao smiled. I don't think so. Ha! Su Chen's entire person froze there in that instant, his eyes blinking twice, as if he was somewhat unable to understand the meaning of Old Zhao's words. The Red Leaf Orphanage, including Dean Gu's matter, has been understood by the above. And, according to the news I've gotten, Dean Gu will most likely be selected as one of this year's top 10 moving people of Huaxia. Old Zhao smiled and said, Su Chen as an elder, I should also say a few words about you. You say? Su Chen nodded. I know what you think, but you should also understand one thing, and that is that all hands make light work. You want them to grow up healthy, but the truth is, the only way they'll be able to rise to the occasion is if they're exposed to more people's eyes so they can feel the gap between themselves and others. If they've always thought they were the same as everyone else, you can manage until they grow up. What about after that? What about marriage and children? They are not like normal people after all. They need to realize it and accept it and finally break it. If not, you're in danger of harming them with your help. Old Zhao's voice was soft. Su Chen froze there. This was really the first time he had heard this argument. Actually, Dean Gu and I have known each other before and have talked. Old Zhao's voice was very soft. She also understands everything you've done. In fact, she told me that what she's most worried about instead is not those children in the orphanage, but you. It's me? Su Chen became even more confused. Dean Gu told me that it looks like you're in the limelight, but the truth is that you've always had a very clear purpose, and that's to make money. You simply don't have the time or energy to pay attention to the things you like. Old Zhao continued. Dean Gu and I said that right now. There is no shortage of resources at Red Leaf Orphanage. What's more, there's also a charity fund behind Joaquin. There's absolutely no need for you to tire yourself out that much. You always felt that you grew up there, so taking care of the orphanage is your responsibility. But the truth is, that's not your responsibility. Enough has been done. Dean Gu would prefer you to be yourself. Old Zhao spoke up. But, every time she talks about these topics, it seems like you're always intentionally or unintentionally trying to avoid them. Su Chen scratched his head. Dean Gu had already gone to Eagle Sauce when he crossed over to this world, and he and Dean Gu had only talked on the phone. They hadn't really talked this closely. Just know that Dean Gu was a good man, and it was because of the orphanage that he was able to grow up smoothly. That's why he was willing to go ahead and carry his predecessor's debt all over the place. It was not until recently that he was able to pay it off. All right, Old Zhao waved his hand. There's no point in talking about this. Talk about the future. My daughter can be going to work inside your company. What kind of development do you plan to have in the future? Old Zhao said this, but his gaze was gradually gloomy. He admired Su Chen, understands Southern as well. However, he understood in his heart that if he wanted to hand Xiaorui over to Su Chen, he needed to see Su Chen's plans for the future, and enough commitment. Although he didn't care whether Su Chen had money or not, he didn't want his daughter to marry someone who had no future. Su Chen subconsciously glanced at Xiaorui. There was a pause before he continued. Let's make Star the #1 entertainment company in the country in the future. But, Old Zhao at this time couldn't help but laugh out loud. You do think the same as Wakey, so it's not through the air, is it? Old Zhao said with a smile. Su Chen glanced at Xiaorui with some speechlessness. And Xiaorui didn't say anything, just sitting quietly on the sofa, expressionless as she watched everything in front of her. Seeing two people not answering, Old Zhao once again said, what bottom line do you think that Star has that makes you feel that Star can surpass Joaquin in the future? You know, even Joaquin. It took me almost 30 years to turn him into what he is now. Little by little. Old Zhao's voice was soft. Su Chen thought seriously. Star, there's me. With you? Old Zhao at this time, on the contrary, thought very seriously. He was still very much in agreement with Su Chen's talent. The person who was able to write the script for This Man from Earth is himself a person with a very deep understanding of society, humanities, religion, and so on, and also, the layout of the movie as a whole is very well thought out. You're really confident, Old Zhao said cheerfully. Su Chen scratched his head. He didn't have much confidence, but this was, after all, what Zhao Ruoyi had boasted about in the first place, and Su Chen naturally had to find a way to move in that direction. Zhao Ruoyi looked at old Zhao at this time with a bit of a grimace. Old Zhao smiled. After a slight pause, "It was only with some embarrassment that I said, isn't this the right place to talk? That, and I don't mean anything else." Lao Zhao opened his mouth and said, "I'm just chatting in passing here. Well, come on, drink, drink." "Can't drink." Zhao Ruoyi at this time spoke up and said, "We have to go to the movies tonight." Old Zhao at this time had a few doubts in his eyes. "What movie?" "Of course it's our company's own movie," Zhao Ruoyi said with a smile. "As people of the company, we should always go and support it, right?" Old Zhao nodded somewhat awkwardly. "Your movie should already be full, right? Are you still able to book tickets?" "It's been ready for a long time," Zhao Ruoyi spoke. "This is not something you need to worry about." "There." Zhao Ruoyi walked over, pulled Su Chen up, and said with a smile, "It's almost time, so we should get going too." "Not." Lao Zhao was instantly confused. The whole person immediately stood up and said with some urgency, "Isn't this just arriving home? Why don't you sit down for a while? We're in a hurry." Zhao Ruoyi glared at old Zhao as if she was very dissatisfied. Old Zhao was like a child who had done something wrong. "That, your mom will be back later. She wants to meet Su Chen as well, or should we wait a little longer?" "Wakey." Su Chen at this time looked at Zhao Ruoyi, "Or we can just wait a little longer." "It's fine." Zhao Ruoyi glanced at Su Chen with some concern. Su Chen's heart understood that the reason why Zhao Ruoyi would want to take herself away was actually to defend herself. She was also worried that old Zhao's inquiries would make her feel uncomfortable. However, Su Chen didn't think too much about it. Old Zhao was Zhao Ruoyi's father after all, so it was normal to be worried. After a short pause, he then said seriously, "Uncle, don't worry, although I don't have much insight into running a company, Ruoyi does. With the ideas in my head, coupled with Ruoyi's management, we are confident that we will be able to make Star become the #1 entertainment company in the whole of China." There was also some depression in old Zhao's heart. "Who asked you that?" However, at this time, he actually saw in Su Chen's body a sharpness that had never been found in him before. "Is it hard to feel wrong?" There was some doubt in old Zhao's mind. Just at this time, Zhao Ruoyi's mom pushed open the door and walked in, and the moment she saw Su Chen, she first froze for a moment, and then smiled. "This is little Su, right?" "Hello auntie." Su Chen stood up and said very politely, "Sit down, sit down." Zhao Ruoyi's mom greeted with a smile and said, "My old Zhao's temper is rather strange. If he says something wrong, Xiao Su, you shouldn't mind. He doesn't have any bad intentions. Auntie is joking." Su Chen hurriedly spoke. Old Zhao muttered somewhat breathlessly, "How come I'm the only one with a weird temper?" Zhao Ruoyi glanced at old Zhao with a bit of a grimace, and old Zhao shrunk his neck. "Again," he muttered, "this family is impossible to stay in. Not even allowed to say a word." Su Chen couldn't help but smile a little. To be honest, this old man was still quite cute. Moreover, the questions he asked, Su Chen was able to understand them all, and most of them were because he cared about Zhao Ruoyi. That's why he was asking those questions. Soon, the babysitter had then prepared a table full of food. Zhao Ruoyi's mother didn't ask too many questions. She just cared about Su Chen for a little bit, and then started chatting about some of Zhao Ruoyi's things. "Wait until the meal is over." Zhao Ruoyi was no longer restrained, and pulled Su Chen and left the villa. Sitting in the car, Zhao Ruoyi said somewhat apologetically, "I'm sorry. I didn't expect that my father would investigate you." "It's okay." Su Chen nodded, and then somewhat relieved. "It's not something unseemly, it's just that I didn't expect that your father would actually know Dinggu as well. I'm just planning to visit Dinggu tomorrow." "Aha!" Zhao Ruoyi lowered her head and thought in her mind, "There are more things you can't think of. It's just that he can't really seem to remember a single thing about it." Zhao Ruoyi's heart was suddenly a little lost. Su Chen's voice carried a few hints of faint helplessness in it as he looked at Zhao Ruoyi in front of him before continuing. "By the way, by the looks of it, it seems as though you know Dinggu as well?" "Aha!" Zhao Ruoyi nodded again, gathering himself. This had been so long ago after all. It was normal for him not to remember. "Accompanied my dad a couple times," Zhao Ruoyi said very casually. "Why don't I accompany you tomorrow? I'm also quite concerned about Dinggu." "Ha! It's too late to book a ticket, isn't it?" Su Chen scratched his head and inquired in a somewhat strange manner. When Zhao Ruoyi heard this, she instantly smiled and said very casually, "Don't worry, I have a way for this." "Really?" Su Chen was a bit puzzled. "Of course." Zhao Ruoyi nodded very confidently. "Yeah." Su Chen also smiled. "I'm going over there alone. I'm still really a bit uncomfortable. It's so nice to have you with me." These words made Zhao Ruoyi's body involuntarily tremble. Zhao Ruoyi smiled. No talking. The two also seemed to have an understanding at this moment. There was a momentary silence in the car. No one said anything. After a short time, the car arrived at the movie theater. The night had gradually risen, and countless couples were wandering around the neighborhood. Some had a room card in their hands in addition to their movie tickets. My friend, want a ticket? Being that Su Chen and Zhao Ruoi had just arrived at the movie theater, a lewd-looking man in an overcoat walked up, pocketing the ticket in his hand and said, "Ha!" Su Chen froze there. He had heard of all sorts of ticket sellers, but this was the first time he had heard of a ticket seller for a movie. "What ticket?" Zhao Ruoi also said with some curiosity, inquiring. "Of course it's the tickets for this man from Earth. You guys don't know. These tickets are hard to find right now. I also stood guard here. Saw some people coming to pick up their tickets. Went up and overpaid for them with others. $100 for a ticket," the ticket sellers said mysteriously. Su Chen and Zhao Ruoi looked at each other. "Nima, one of your own tickets sells for only 29, and it turns out to be 100 when it comes to the ticket seller? It is simply intolerable." Su Chen was about to speak. Zhao Ruoi, however, stopped Su Chen, and then shook her head slightly. "Sorry, we have tickets." "No need. So you sell your tickets? I'll take them for 50 each. It's definitely the highest price right now." When the ticket seller heard this, instead of losing any ground, his eyes glowed. Zhao Ruoi shook her head slightly. "We'd love to see it too. But is the ticket in high demand right now?" "Well, yes, because there are so few venues for this movie. There are some Su Chen's brainwashed fans." Su Chen was a bit unhappy at that moment, just about to freak out, but it was still held down by Zhao Ruoi. With a few moments of doubt in his eyes, the ticket seller looked at Su Chen and asked, "What's wrong with him?" "Not much, just a bit grumpy." Zhao Ruoi forced a smile, and then continued, "What's wrong with his brainwashed fans? Willing to pay a high price." The scalper hemmed and hawed and said, "Now this business opportunity is only discovered by a few people. I also saw many people begging for it on Xianyu, so I started doing this. Otherwise who pours movie tickets? However, I have found that apart from those brain-dead fans, there is another category of people who buy more tickets." "Who?" Zhao Ruoi asked curiously. "All sorts of press, movie critics. Oh yeah, and some of the online ones who do videos. I don't know exactly what they do. Anyway, there's a young man who has taken 5 tickets from me, all for different shows." That scalper hemmed and hawed. "You could say that it rounds up today's venues." "Oh," Zhao Ruoi nodded slightly, and while Su Chen wanted to say something, he was forcibly pulled away by Zhao Ruoi. "Why are you dragging me?" Su Chen said with some aggravation. "We can't let him go on like this." "Don't worry, it won't last too long. Theaters aren't stupid. He can eat such a loophole for a day. 2 days would already be good." Zhao Ruoi continued. "Moreover, those who are in such a hurry to buy and watch it are definitely all major media outlets, as well as video bloggers, who are definitely very curious about your movie, and also in order to be able to get information about the movie in the first place. Eat the flow of this wave." Su Chen scratched his head. "But even so, nor should these scalpers be indulged." Zhao Ruoi shook her head helplessly, with a few moments of helplessness in her voice, and looked at Su Chen in front of her, before continuing, "Then what can you do? Chastise him? Make him stop? In the end, this is not something that you and I can decide. Don't worry. The people who lose out and get fooled are ultimately a minority. Everything will be fine in the future after the theater's schedules come up as well." "Hear this?" Su Chen also scratched his head. "It does seem to be the case that you can't do anything on your own. There is nothing wrong with what the other person is doing, even though it is somewhat less than ethical. If there is a demand, there is a market. People who are not in that much of a hurry for everything can wait to see it later, while some people in need will need to overpay for same-day movie tickets." Only, how could Su Chen not think that there were people who would dump movie tickets? There really is something strange about this world. "Alright." Zhao Ruoi saw that Su Chen was still a little less than happy, and shook her head helplessly, before continuing, "Let's go watch a movie first." "Aha!" Su Chen nodded. The director's cut of the movie is one that Su Chen has seen countless times, so it's not like this feels new, and although Zhao Ruoi had read the script, she didn't know very much about the filming process or anything. So, it's rather fun to watch. Only, in the process, the two fell closer together. Su Chen could even feel Zhao Ruoi's faint breathing. After the movie was over, many people couldn't get enough of it, but of course there were those who felt bored, and there were even some who left in the middle of the movie, because this movie's audience is not everyone, which even has a few literary elements in it. There's no big scene. For some people, it's natural to feel bored. Even though I said that I had read the script, but, when I saw the finished product, I still felt a deep shock. Zhao Ruoi's voice carried a few moments of helplessness in it. Before continuing, it's hard to imagine that you were able to make such a wonderful movie within a week's time. Okay, Su-Chen scratched his head. Alright, in the future you'll be considered a big director. And this movie is going to go around to all the major film festivals. There's no problem brushing up on some domestic awards. As for internationally, it might not be that popular. Zhao Ruoyi opened her mouth and said, Aha! Su-Chen nodded again. Next, besides dramas, variety shows, and Tian Ai's album, do you have an idea for a new movie? Zhao Ruoyi spoke once more. Now, the company's various departments have been gradually formed and perfected, and can open multiple projects at the same time. No problem? Su-Chen opened his mouth and asked. Zhao Ruoyi nodded her head once more with a few faintly helpless words in her voice. Have a little faith in me. Will you? I'm the manager of the company now. Also, you need to start making money for the company as soon as possible. We're carrying hundreds of millions of dollars in debt right now. Between words, Zhao Ruoyi even nodded wryly. Su-Chen froze in place. That, the office building you've already bought? Yeah, isn't this something we discussed? Zhao Ruoyi nodded. Su-Chen covered his little heart, not knowing what to say for a moment. Seems to be. Su-Chen felt a bit suffocated. 230 million. This was an astronomical amount for Su-Chen right now. But, it's all been bought and presumably it's all being renovated now. So there's no point in dwelling on it. The next thing that was really needed, just as Zhao Ruoyi said, was just to make money. Also, making movies still seems to be really lucrative. Let's see. Su-Chen nodded and said, he had to quickly find a way to fill the company's debts. This feeling of living on top of debts, Su-Chen did not like it one bit. Let's go eat ravioli. Zhao Ruoyi, on the other hand, seemed like a person who was fine and said cheerfully. Su-Chen nodded. That familiar street where the old woman was already busy. There were quite a few people who came to find the granny to eat wontons, and in the streets of Shanghai City, it was actually not easy to find a stall like this. In this case, Su-Chen also let out a long breath and quietly looked at Zhao Ruoyi in front of him. Rather, I didn't expect that there would be so many people. Last time we came late. This time we came early just as a number of people were just getting off work. Naturally there are more people. Find a place to sit. 2 people sitting there. The old woman also realized Su-Chen sighed and hurried over. Su-Chen spoke. 2 bowls of wontons. Oh, it's you guys. The old woman smiled when she saw Su-Chen and Zhao Ruoyi. Granny, you still recognize us? Zhao Ruoyi said with some curiosity inquiring. The old woman said cheerfully. That's right. You two look like movie stars. I can remember them by looking at them. I can certainly remember it again. Su-Chen smiled and didn't say much. At this time of year, the old woman is also busy. It didn't take too long to entertain 2 people. The wind at night was slightly cooler. The 2 men sat quietly on the stall's bench as one hot roll of ravioli was swallowed into their mouths. And soon, beads of sweat broke out on the 2 men's bodies. Hey! Su-Chen smiled and looked at Zhao Ruoyi. Why do you feel that what you eat here is more flavorful than what you eat in a Western restaurant? Can that be the same? Zhao Ruoyi didn't care about the image and wiped her mouth with the hitherto. What you eat in a Western restaurant is a fruitful meal and a face. Here, what you eat is the food of the world. Ahem. Su-Chen couldn't help but cough twice. Looking at Zhao Ruoyi in front of him, he didn't know what to say for a moment. Zhao Ruoyi's gaze held a few moments of helplessness. You nerd, why can't you even say a word? Neither. Su-Chen scratched his head, and then continued. It's just that I feel like whatever I say after your sentence is kind of a buzzkill. Zhao Ruoyi hemmed and hawed and seemed to be very relaxed as she looked at Su-Chen in front of her. Alright, it's not hard for you. I'll send you back to rest. Good. Su-Chen nodded. At this moment, Kai-Su looked at the rating of this man from Earth. For a moment he froze there. It's not possible, is it? How can it be so high? It's completely against common sense. And the ratings for Blue Star Canon were far beyond his expectations. Only 3.2 points. I feel that the most sci-fi aspect of Blue Star Canon is not the supposed alien invasion. Rather, it's the anti-gravity hairstyle of the protagonist group. According to my research, this anti-gravity hairstyle is supposed to utilize quantum entanglement technology, which can ignore the physical rules of the blue planet, so it won't deform in any way, no matter what the circumstances are. Upstairs, that's a bit arbitrary. The anti-gravity hairstyle is certainly the sci-fi highlight of this sci-fi movie. However, I personally believe that the skin of the protagonist group should have gone through a nano level of polishing treatment, so that no matter what kind of war scenes they are in, they can still remain polished and beautiful, and won't affect the protagonist's face value. Crap, are you guys serious? This kind of movie is an insult to my intelligence. I don't want to say anything more than this. Shoot me. Blue Star Big Canon. A variety of playful segments abound below. Kai-Su was confused. Shouldn't you see how exaggerated the special effects are? Shouldn't you see how detailed and wonderful the fights are? There are also spaceships and all sorts of high-tech scenes. What do you guys care? What do you see them doing with these details? That's not what sells a sci-fi movie, ahoy. To be reasonable, I'm a little skeptical about where the $200 million in production money actually went. How much of that money went from black straight to white? Crap. You say that like it's a bit of truth. Kai-Su was ruthless, opened his Twitter feed, took a deep breath while writing very carefully on it. I hope everyone will support my movie Blue Star Cannon. This is a movie that has poured all of my heart and soul into it. And for this movie, I even worked on the set for 10 hours one after the other. And I didn't even go to the infirmary to have my hand bandaged when it was injured. I always hope to give everyone a perfect visual experience. I also hope that everyone will be more supportive. Support the sci-fi movies of China. After all, this is the hope of sci-fi movies in China. Kai-Su's tweets are sincere. Below, many fans began to leave messages of support. Brother is awesome. I can actually work for 10 hours straight. I feel sorry for my brother. I can't believe he got hurt just because of acting in a movie. Do you guys have any heart in the crew? My brother is injured and you still won't let him go to the infirmary? Brother, my sister wants to comfort you. I've opened a room in the Middle Seawave Paradise Hotel, waiting for you. Oh, in the beginning, look at the tweets full of supportive comments. Kai-Su was still satisfied, and the tweet quickly hit the hot seat. In a flash, more people flocked to Kai-Su's Weibo. Support? Chinese movies? Hope? None of those three words seem to have any way to relate to Blue Star Cannon, do they? I even seriously doubt that this movie is all about money laundering. The first person who came in left a somewhat bewildered message. Who knew? But was met with a flurry of angry criticism from fans. You little hack. Are you deliberately hacking my brother? Humph. I just think this movie is great. My brother is super handsome. Okay? That's right. If you guys are any good, why don't you go act one out? It's just the standard incompetent rage. Sisters, let's give this underhanded black fan a bit of a hard time, lest we let him hack our brother here all day long. In an instant, countless Kai-Su's fans flooded into the man's microblog. The netizen named Cut a Big Watermelon. He was so angry that his brain hurt. Anger kicked in on Twitter. Are you brainwashed fans blind? Can't you tell if a movie is good or bad? A turd is still a turd no matter how well it's groomed. It doesn't turn into gold just because you try. Cut a Big Watermelon had fully switched to combat form at this moment. You Luther, isn't it sick? Do you know how hard brother works? You're just a guy who only barks at dogs on the internet and cuts up a big watermelon? Why don't you cut yourself? Afraid? No. You probably squashed it. Hashtag. And all sorts of insulting eye-rolling nonsense comments. There's basically no way to put it out. Cut a Big Watermelon rage completely taut. Motherfucker, I'll let a bunch of you brainwashed fans bully me? Cut a Big Watermelon at the moment without any hesitation. Open the computer. The familiar page opened. Generals of the Imperial Bar. March with me. In an instant, countless people began to flood within the microblog. Cut a Big Watermelon watched Kai-Su's microblogging rapidly fall. With an unprecedented excitement in his eyes, my great emperor is really brave and invincible. And at this moment Kai-Su, instead, he looked at his carded Twitter page and for a moment didn't know what to say. Countless excited netizens flocked to Kai-Su's microblog at this time. Started strong against the line. Many various pictures began to fly up. Immediately after that, all sorts of little short essays with colors began to appear. When these appeared for a while, many of the self-destructing trucks began to self-report. Realizing that something wasn't quite right, Kai-Su wanted to send out a tweet to clarify things. Immediately afterward, he realized, cue a small line at the top of your own tweet. Sorry, your Twitter content page has been temporarily banned due to the presence of unhealthy information. Kai-Su's entire body was confused, and the comments below him didn't stop for a second. For some reason, all sorts of comments also continued to appear in a constant page-turner, and in turn, his normal fans had no way to comment. Shit, what kind of operation is this? When had Kai-Su ever experienced this? His eyes carried a few moments of bewilderment in them. In that moment, his hands were trembling slightly. Soon enough, the Twitter officials found out as well. A moment of some speechless, these talents, actually very clever to bypass the review. The use of bugs to leave a message. This kind of means, you go to do something bad? Still, Twitter officials were quick to fix the bug, and Kai-Su's Twitter feed calmed down. However, soon enough, those brainwashed fans who used to speak for Kai-Su had been confused. Holy shit, I thought it was when the barkeep told us to start the expedition, but it's actually because of a little fresh meat. What kind of JB thing is he acting? Actually dare to say he is the hope of Chinese sci-fi? Then it can only be said that there is no hope at all for Chinese sci-fi. Even though I haven't seen this man from Earth, I'm going to go out on a limb and assert that Blue Star Cannon is a piece of shit. Even though the packaging was exquisite, it still made me feel sick when it was served. Countless comments began to frantically pour into the microblogs of Kai Su's little fans. When have they ever seen anything like this? It didn't take long before they began to surrender in droves. And then there are some crying there, ooh, I've suffered from cyber violence. Just how much more malice does this society have to give us fairies? And that's all. None of it had any effect on Su Chen. After he returned to the office, started writing the rest of the script for Whiteout in earnest. It's a script that he's still attached to, and it's the first time the company has tried to start making the transition to a TV series. Soon, though, Su Chen's mind then thought of another thing, but he was unable to make up his mind. There was a pause before he picked up the phone and called Zhao Ruoi. Zhao Ruoi still answered the phone quickly. Hello? Not sleeping? Su Chen was a little embarrassed. Zhao Ruoi laughed. Tell me straight what's going on. Calling me in the middle of the night shouldn't be wanting to care about me. I'm thinking, we have songs nowadays, there are movies, in the future there will be variety shows, and dramas. Are we going to cooperate with online platforms for all of these in the future? Su Chen opened his mouth to inquire and said, yeah, the songs we've logged into Penguin. As you know, every month we can receive dividends, nowadays. On the contrary, there are already quite a few online platforms that have begun to negotiate with us for the movie's online rights. As long as we can take it, it should also be a considerable amount of income. Ah, not Fei. Ha? Su Chen paused for a moment. How much is that? Nowadays, a few of your songs, plus Chao Tian AI's album, the income on Penguin's side is roughly at nearly $2 million per month. Only that this number isn't set in stone, and in the future, the songs will be covered by the heat of other songs. At that time, the income will definitely decrease, but it won't be too little. As for the movie's cut, most of the network platforms have a one-time buyout, and I'm guessing that we can probably talk about $10 million or so. After all, it's still looking like we're going to have a big hit with this movie. What are you asking for? Zhao Ruoi suddenly felt something strange. Su Chen was never interested in these work matters, and now that she suddenly asked this, it made her a bit puzzled. I'm thinking that in the future, our company will have more and more works. It might cover movies, songs, variety shows, dramas, and possibly even anime. I'm thinking if we build a streaming platform of our own, would it be better? Su Chen's voice was very soft. It's probably because my ideas aren't very mature. After all, there's still a lot of profit to be made here. Never mind. I just suddenly had such an idea and said it off the top of my head. Don't you take it to heart. Zhao Ruoi looked at the hung-up phone. The eyes, however, narrowed slightly. The corners of her mouth curled into a few faint smiles, and she walked slowly to the window in her lavender pajamas. Looking out the window at the view of Shanghai City, the corners of his mouth slightly revealed a few smiles. A streaming platform? You're finally going to start showing your ambitions. Achoo, achoo. Su Chen sneezed violently twice before drifting off to sleep. Only this night. Zhao Ruoi, on the other hand, did not rest. She sat in front of her computer, carefully writing a number of plans regarding Star's self-built streaming media platform. Since it's going to be self-built, then all future songs and whatnot will definitely have to be licensed back, and there's no point in selling the rights to the movie anymore. Not only that, but go ahead and buy most of the rights. Listening to Su Chen's words, he wanted to take the boutique route, so he needed to buy the copyrights of those who were of sufficient quality, which required spending a large sum of money. Of course, there is no option to purchase self-content plus authorized content. Two panels are formed. This night, Zhao Ruoi sat quietly and drank 3 cups of coffee before she was able to perfect this plan of hers. There are definitely many shortcomings in it, but that will just have to wait until the later stages to improve it a little bit. Only, this also needs to ensure one thing, that is, the content of the self-platform must be of high quality. It's like This Man from Earth, and all sorts of future dramas, movies, songs, variety shows, and whatnot. It all needs to be of a certain quality. It takes a huge team of writers and directors. Su Chen, though it was just a simple idea, yet, it has also shown his ambition. Moreover, this kind of ambition was something that none of the previous Hua Jin had ever possessed, and he was right in saying that he wanted to gradually build Star into the #1 entertainment company in the whole of China. The so-called streaming platforms have always been something done by the major internet vendors, and now that he wants to do it, he must be very confident in those contents of his future. If not, it is not possible to finish such a structure. Looking outside, the sky had gradually brightened. Zhao Ruoi shook her head helplessly, washed her face, then painted herself with a delicate makeup, and immediately after, headed towards the airport. Su Chen didn't forget either. I was on a plane today myself, but I was still a little nervous in my mind. It wasn't the first time he had gone abroad, but it was really the first time he had actually met this so-called Dean Gu. He was able to feel the emotions of his predecessor, one that had deep feelings for Dean Gu, If not, it was unlikely that he would have spent so much money to treat Dean Gu. Still, it's the same thing. After carefully studying the memories of his predecessor, Su Chen also thought that such a person was worthy. After Su Chen found his position, a hint of shock appeared in his eyes, as if he was somewhat unable to believe his eyes. Why are you here? Didn't I say? To go to Eagle Jam Country together. Zhao Ruoi smiled and spoke again. So, I prepared in advance. Su Chen was a bit surprised. However, it soon became clear what was going on, and with a few smiles in his eyes, thank you. I didn't get a good night's rest last night, so I'll take a nap first. Zhao Ruoi didn't answer, but only said softly, oh, yes. Su Chen nodded. He had long since forgotten all about last night. Zhao Ruoi didn't sleep for long. After 4 hours, Zhao Ruoi woke up and looked at Su Chen. Aren't you going to take a rest? I slept pretty well last night, Su Chen said with some embarrassment. Zhao Ruoi couldn't help but laugh. By the way, I'll share some happy news with you. The single-day box office of This Man from Earth reached $6.5 million. Some theaters have secretly added additional screenings. We're number 5 on the box office charts for the entire May Day season. Su Chen froze in place. 5th? It can't be helped. Our scheduling is just too low. There's no way we can punch it higher. 5th is the limit of the scheduling, not the limit of this movie. I've already notified the major theaters and had someone discuss with them about increasing the scheduling. I'm sure we'll be able to see the results soon. Aha! Su Chen nodded. And just at this time, a stewardess in a Celadon Cheongsam walked over somewhat nervously, looking at Su Chen and asking, excuse me, is it Mr. Su Chen? Yeah, it's me. Su Chen sat up straight somewhat strangely. I wonder what she came to see her about. It's not like we're gonna have to pay for the ticket, is it? It's like this. I'm a fan of you, sir. May I ask for an autograph with you? That flight attendant said with some excitement. You can. It was only then that Su Chen could be considered to have taken a long breath. The stewardess hurriedly took out a small book, and then flipped to a blank page and respectfully said, just sign here. Su Chen signed his name down very familiarly. The nearby Zhao Ruoi, on the other hand, was watching all this in front of her with interest and didn't say anything. Soon, several other flight attendants came over. It is possible for them to deal with some of their own personal issues after they have completed their own work, and, by the looks of it, it should be a relatively normal operation to ask for a signature. Zhao Ruoi looked at Su Chen. Actually, you're still quite suitable to be a star. Why don't you plan to step up to the stage? Su Chen paused. And it's not that we're not going to walk on stage, but we all want to try, and want to make a little money too. Su Chen shrugged very easily. What are your own thoughts on the streaming platform you mentioned? Taking advantage of this time, Zhao Ruoi opened her mouth and said in a soft inquiry. We have so many dividends every month. Do we still have to do it ourselves? Su Chen asked. I know that your ambitions go beyond that, and, moreover, your talents go beyond that. The reason why other platforms don't have the means to do these things is because they don't have the means to ensure that the content they create is always of high quality. Zhao Ruoi continued. We, on the other hand, have a way to, little by little, get rid of these risks, because, we have you. Zhou Ruo's voice was soft. It's suitable for us to go ahead and open a streaming platform. Only, in the early stages, we need to have a certain amount of content to support it. Just a few songs and a movie right now. It's not enough. Zhao Ruoi continued. I know about your ambitions, but, you also need to work harder. Ambition? Su Chen was a bit bewildered. What ambitions did he have? Just trying to make some money though. Does that rise to the level of ambition? Don't worry. The script for my TV series has already been written. Su Chen was a little embarrassed, but still said very seriously. As for the new movie, there are already considerations. Okay, when we get back, I'll start expanding the director's crew. Rui Zhao is pumping his fists and looking for a big finish. Los Angeles. The wind is light. The two of them, Su Chen and Zhao Ruoi, walked out of the airport. Throughout the whole process, Zhao Ruoi arranged it properly. You seem to be familiar with this side of. Su Chen looked at Zhao Ruoi somewhat strangely and opened his mouth to inquire. Zhao Ruoi nodded. With work, I often have to go abroad. Oh, Su Chen, on the other hand, looked around with some curiosity. It wasn't that he hadn't been out of the country before, but he always felt that every time he left a familiar place, there was an inexplicable sense of freshness. Maybe that's what it's called. No scenery in familiar places. The two didn't linger, went straight to the University Hospital of Southern California. It was here that Dean Gu was receiving treatment, and for the sake of Dean Gu's recovery, Su Chen had searched for all the connections he could to find the best ward for Dean Gu. At this moment, Dean Gu, who had just finished the third stage of the operation, looked a little pale, only the gaze was more intent. The moment he saw Suchin, he first froze for a moment, then laughed. "You brat." As he spoke, he tried to sit up from the bed. Suchin hurriedly went to support Dean Gu. "Dean, you'd better lie down. No need to get up. Let me introduce you. This is the manager of my company, Zhao Rui. It was also her who accompanied me here. If it wasn't for her, I would probably be in quite a bit of trouble." Suchin opened his mouth and said, "Aha!" Dean Gu looked at Zhao Rui before nodding in satisfaction. Immediately after, with a few moments of contemplation on his face, as if he had thought of something, he opened his mouth and asked, "Are you?" "It's me." Zhao Rui at this time came forward and spoke. "And Gu, are you feeling better?" Dean Gu's somewhat astonished gaze held a few moments of doubt in it, glancing at Suchin and then Zhao Rui. I'm better." Dean Gu was a little confused. However, it didn't care that much, and said somewhat apologetically, "I'm already so old. There's absolutely no need to spend so much manpower and resources, as well as money to save my life, death, and wealth. It's fine." Dean Gu. Suchin shook his head slightly. "You have to live well for Red Leaf to have hope, don't you? The children are waiting for you to return." Suchin's face wore a faint smile. Dean Gu smiled. "It's been hard on you all these years too. I heard. You and Yichen parted ways? You're still concerned about this?" Suchin smiled. "I've seen this kid, Yichen. There may not be any bad intentions. It's just that this person is very career-oriented. You shouldn't blame him either. Sometimes, this stubborn temper of yours isn't very easy to get along with. I've told you countless times, but you just won't change." Although Dean Gu was educating, he did not have the slightest tone of reproach. "Aha!" Suchin nodded. "You can rest assured, Dean Gu. Just get well. But it's good to be separated." Dean Gu's voice carried a bit of helplessness in it, and then continued. You have a heavy mind, and the baggage is also heavy. I've always said that I want you to concentrate on yourself, but you're stubborn as hell. This time, you must listen to me. Red Leaf has gradually gotten into the right track, and there's no need for you to stick any more money into it. There's no way I'm going to ask you to take another penny into Red Leaf either." Dean Gu's voice was soft. "And Gu." Zhao Rui at this time smiled, and then continued. "You're too kind to say that. Suchin has always been thinking about the children, and Red Leaf Orphanage has been waiting for you to go back and take charge of the situation. The previous Suchin was treated coldly within the company. He had no way to make more money even if he wanted to. Now, we've come out to start our own company. Suchin and I have discussed this, and in the future we will set up a charity fund in the name of the company." Zhao Ruo's voice had a few faint smiles in it, putting his thoughts in perspective. "In that case, you don't have to worry. Part of the company's profit, we will donate to the orphanage in the form of a charity fund. If it runs well, we might even take in some community money in the future. It'll also be able to relieve some of Suchin's pressure, although now Red Leaf is not short of money, and the children are all able to live well. However, in this world, there are still many Red Leafs after all. Suchin and I both want to do more too." Zhao Ruo's voice was very soft. "It's just that we also realized that just relying on the two of us alone would be an exercise in futility to try and do more. So we'll be making strict plans in the future as well, and more than that, we'll be living within our means." Between words, Zhao Rui even nodded at Suchin. Suchin froze in place. "A charity fund? It does seem to be a good way to do it. A portion of the company's earnings in the future is available for charity. Zhao Rui definitely has a knack for this. You two kids." Dean Gu shook his head helplessly and paused for a moment before saying to Suchin, "Brat, you go out first. I have something to say to this girl." "Ha?" Suchin froze in place. There was more than a little aggravation on his face. "What's going on? I'm the one who came to see you." However, it still complied with Dean Gu's instructions and walked out of the hospital room. Dean Gu looked Zhao Rui up and down. "It's Ji, right? It's me, Aunt Gu." A few moments of joy flashed through Zhao Rui's eyes before she continued. "I really didn't expect that after all these years, you still remember me. I was in Red Leaf for less than 5 days. I remember every kid I've ever taken." A few merciful smiles appeared on Dean Gu's face. "The brat didn't recognize you?" "Aha!" Zhou Ruo's face was more than a little lost. "Normal. How old was the brat then? Now he's already a big boy." Dean Gu's voice was laced with memories. "You're such a big girl too. You just remember me." Zhao Ruo muttered with some dissatisfaction. "Ha ha ha." Dean Gu was still very kind. "You like this brat? Aunt Gu, what are you talking about?" Zhao Ruo's cheeks reddened in the blink of an eye. "When I was a child, the way you looked at him was a bit off. Only I didn't think much of it at the time." Dean Gu's voice carried a few points of faint laughter in it. "Thinking that it would be difficult for you to have any more interactions in this life. I didn't expect that. In the end, you would still come together. However, this brat has a good character. If he dares to bully you, come to me and I'll teach him a lesson." Aunt Gu laughed. Hearing this, Zhao Ruoyi's face immediately bloomed into a smile like a flower. "Aunt Gu, don't worry, he can't bully me." Aunt Gu then nodded. "Honestly, this brat, for this disease of mine, how much did it cost?" Aunt Gu lowered her voice. "Carefully," he asked. Su Chen was the one who tricked her into coming here, saying that it wouldn't take much money and that the other party was also recruiting volunteers to do some medical experiments. However, after being here for so long, Aunt Gu wasn't stupid. She was still able to tell the difference in how the doctors and nurses treated her, plus the shiny as new hospital room. "You don't have to worry about the money. You don't worry about him. It's hard not to know my family's situation," Zhao Ruoyi said with a smile. Hearing this, Aunt Gu was able to let out a long breath. After smiling, "This body of mine, it feels like it's almost recovered. If I really can't, I'll just go back first. To be honest, I don't want to stay in this foreign country for even a minute." "That's not good. You still have to get completely well before you can go back," Zhao Ruoyi said helplessly. "If you don't think about yourself, you should also think about those children of Red Leaf. You're their backbone, and they're all looking forward to going back when you're better." Zhao Ruoyi spoke up and said, "If there's anything you want to eat, I'll go back and find a few people to come over here and serve you." Forget it, that would be too much trouble." Hearing this, Aunt Gu hurriedly waved her hand, slightly anxious. "You guys, one by one, you all disobeyed when you got older." Zhao Ruoyi was also a bit helpless. She could tell that Aunt Gu was a bit worried about those children in the country, and then continued, "Don't worry, the orphanage is quite good now. Shouting treats the children very seriously as well." As she spoke, Zhao Ruoyi said a little bit of what she knew. After Aunt Gu heard this, she also nodded with deep concern. Soon, Zhao Ruoyi walked out of the hospital room. Su Chen talked a lot more with Dean Gu. Now, the Red Leaf Orphanage, on the contrary, didn't need him much. He had, over the years, sent almost all the money he earned to the orphanage, and even when Dean Gu got sick, he spent all the money himself. The Red Leaf Orphanage has basically become the happiest orphanage now. The original red brick courtyard walls were knocked down and rebuilt, and each dormitory was equipped with air conditioning, and the food was radically improved. There's even a Red Leaf preschool springing up next door. All of this Su Chen also just provide funds, but the real landing or to Gudin to personally arrange, and even sometimes need to run relations. It was also because of the fact that everything was done personally that it was said that Dean Gu had fallen ill, left the hospital. Su Chen's mood was much better. Seeing Dean Gu's body getting better day by day, Su Chen felt as if the layer of haze hidden in his heart had been pushed away in this instant. "Thank you." Su Chen looked very seriously at Zhao Ruoyi who was on the side, and then opened his mouth. Zhao Ruoyi froze for a moment, raised her head, and glanced at the sky. "Between us, there's never a need to talk about this. Su Chen, do you know? Actually, Dean Gu is hoping that you can be yourself. It's like my dad told you before. You've been living for someone else, and next, you're going to have to find a way to live for yourself. Your ambition, I will help you realize it little by little. Your ideals will surely fall into reality in the end." "My ambition? My ideals?" Su Chen was a bit confused. What was that? Making $30 million? Right now, it seemed as if the matter of earning a $30 million wasn't particularly difficult. The box office for this movie could already be completed. But he owes a lot more now. "I came with you to the hospital. Why don't you come with me somewhere too?" Zhao Ruoyi, who was at this time, suddenly opened her mouth and said. Su Chen nodded. "Good." Zhao Ruoyi at this time, very naturally took Su Chen's arm. At that instant, Su Chen tensed his body, as if he was being wound up, stood there in one movement, with a few moments of incredulity in his eyes, and his entire body was trembling slightly. He let out a gurgle, swallowed a mouthful of water, and tried his best to stabilize his emotions and said, "What's wrong?" Zhou Ruo cocked her head. "Nothing, let's." "Where to?" Su Chen opened his mouth and said inquiringly. Zhao Ruoyi hemmed and hawed. "Just follow me, that's all." Soon after, Zhao Ruoyi took Su Chen and called a cab. After saying some words that Su Chen could not really understand, taking Su Chen to a university outside. "Here?" Su Chen looked at Zhao Ruoyi in a somewhat strange manner. Zhao Ruoyi smiled. "I went to college here, and I want to take you to visit my teachers too." "Who was your teacher?" "Brunswick." "Brunswick?" Su Chen always felt as if this name was somewhat familiar, but for a moment, he couldn't recall where he had heard it before, and was only able to nod his head in a somewhat bewildered manner, following Zhao Ruoyi into the campus. Finally, in a school building, Su Chen met this so-called Bruce Wei. Wakey? The moment Bruce Wei saw Zhao Ruoyi, A flash of surprise appeared in his eyes before he stepped forward. I haven't seen you for so many years. I heard that you're running an entertainment company in China? That's right, teacher. Zhao Ruoyi nodded. What made Su Chen feel surprised was that Bruce Wei was speaking Chinese. And it sounds very fluent. Tell me, what is it that you came to see me about? Brunswick straightened his books and smiled before continuing. Teacher, I was just passing this way and wanted to come see you. Zhou Ruoyi narrowed her eyes. Ha ha ha. Brunswick laughed out loud, followed by a helpless shake of his head. You're one of the slipperiest girls I've ever taught. If you didn't have something to come to me for help, you wouldn't have made a trip all the way from China, and you even happened to come to the school. Let's walk and talk. Brunswick didn't take it to heart. Zhao Ruoyi hemmed and hawed, and explained to Su Chen, my teacher is a Huaxia generalist, and he has a deep understanding of Huaxia's history, humanities, and myths, so I have a feeling that, between the two of you, there must be a lot of common ground. Yes? Su Chen was a bit embarrassed. Nice to meet you. Su Chen also extended his hand and said, hello. Brunswick is down to earth, and Zhao Ruoyi quickly introduced Su Chen. The three men found a cafe and sat down. This is Eagle Jam here, so if there's something you can just say it, Bruce Wei said with a smile. It's like this, teacher, our company has made a step movie in China, and now we want to release it in Eagle Sauce, but our company has only just been established, and we don't have any channels in this area, so we want you to help us, teacher. Zhao Ruoyi's voice had a few laughs in it. Su Chen, on the other hand, glanced at Zhao Ruoyi in a somewhat strange manner. What the hell? In theaters at Eagle Jam? He had never thought about it before. Generally speaking, only movies with high domestic box office could be purchased by foreign studios and then shown abroad. Only, this box office also needs to be divided. And there are actually not many that can return to the country. It's not that I'm not helping, but you should also know, Chinese movies, in Eagle Sauce, are not very popular, even if I help out. However, the revenue that you guys can gain shouldn't be much. There was a touch of difficulty in Brunswick's voice. The corner of Zhao Ruoyi's mouth hooked up into a few smiles. Teacher, this movie is different. There's a screening room in the school, so if you have time, we can enjoy the movie together, and I'm sure you definitely won't be disappointed. Besides, this movie should be better suited to the Eagle Jam side of the soil. Zhou Ruoyi's voice was soft. Bruce Wei's brow furrowed deeply. What kind of movie is this? A sci-fi movie. But, believe me, teacher, it's unlike any sci-fi movie you've ever seen. Zhao Ruoyi's voice was soft. It was only then that Su Chen realized. Zhao Ruoyi didn't just come out this time just to accompany herself. It was also to expand overseas channels. If that was really the case, although there was no way for the movie to make it to a worldwide release, however, the two most important box offices are basically guaranteed. Ha ha ha. After thinking slightly, Bruce Wei burst out laughing. Good. In that case, we'll go back to school after coffee later. I also want to see what kind of a movie it is that can make you, my student, so confident. Though I have known for a long time that you are a confident girl, this time is different. This time, there is a light in your eyes, Brunswick said very cheerfully. The three chatted briefly. Immediately after that, he returned to the school and found the screening room, and Zhao Ruoyi put in the original movie she had prepared. Bruce Wei was originally a Chinese American, and his Chinese was even more impressive, so there was no problem watching the original movie. And this one came a bit suddenly, and it was already a bit too late to find a voice actor on the fly. But, if it's going to be released on Eagle Jam, it's definitely going to need to go to a voice actor. The movie, it just started. Brunswick's gaze just died on the screen. He is a very serious person who takes everything seriously, no matter what time of day it is. Soon, he also realized that this movie was different. This movie really seemed to be as Zhao Ruoyi had said, very different from the usual sci-fi movies. Brunswick's brow furrowed deeply. For the first time, he felt the need to take in all the information that the movie had instilled in him with full force. And, to his surprise, he found himself set into the role of the movie, but there was actually no way to disprove it himself. He felt as if he was going crazy. He began to frantically go looking for all the holes in the movie, but, at the same time, trying to take in the many pieces of information that the movie had given him. At this moment, Bruce Wei's mind was spinning. He needed to search. He needed to keep making himself doubt, or make himself believe, but he found out, whether he doubted it or believed it, he was already deep in the shock the movie locks had given him. It's so hard. The movie is over. Brunswick's breathing was very ragged. Zhao Ruoyi glanced at this teacher of hers somewhat strangely. That, teacher, how are you feeling? Instead, this time Bruce Wei was staring at the computer screen with dead eyes, and then continued, play it again. Teacher you. Zhao Ruoyi saw Bruce Wei's appearance. At that moment some worry, opened his mouth and inquired, "Are you alright?" I said, "Play it again." There were even a few snarls in Brunswick's voice. This time, it did scare Zhao Ruoyi, and above Bruce Wei's forehead, veins had risen, to the point that the eyeballs seemed to be sunken. This was the first time Zhao Ruoyi had seen Bruce Wei like this. Still, obediently, he walked over and replayed it. This time, Bruce Wei watched it more seriously than anyone else. He studied all the scenes in it carefully, and even more so, he studied all the lines in it carefully. After a long time, it was only gradually relaxing in his gaze. It seems to be like figuring out a lot of things. So, yes, it's just a movie. However, this movie is one of the scariest movies I've ever seen. He plays with the human heart to the limit. If you don't know anything about what he tells in it, you might only think it's awesome. If you are able to understand those things told in it very clearly, you'll be able to stay awake as well. But what is most feared is the kind of person who knows more or less about what is told in it. But yet, not knowing much, Brunswick shook his head slightly before continuing. Because it will destroy their beliefs, destroy everything they know. But eventually, they'll find out that it's nothing more than a terrible movie. Bruce Wei, at this time, looked at Zhao Ruoyi. "Ruoyi, can I meet the screenwriter of this movie?" "Sure." Zhao Ruoyi saw that there was nothing wrong with Bruce Wei, which also let out a long breath, with a few faint smiles in her gaze, and then went on to say, "The screenwriter of this movie is the one beside me, Su Chen." Mr. Su. In a trance, Brunswick felt a little less real. Mr. Su. Returning to his senses, Bruce Wei very solemnly extended his hand to Su Chen. "You really are a terrifying person." Su Chen smiled somewhat awkwardly. Bruce Wei, on the other hand, took Su Chen's hand and started chatting very enthusiastically. "I'm actually very much in agreement with your articulation of the relationship between science and art in there. Artistic assumptions always precede scientific research, yet science always belittles art." Brunswick's voice was tinged with excitement. The whole thing had a light reddish tint to its eyes. Su Chen hurriedly nodded his head before briefly stating his opinion. As if he had found a confidant, Brunswick began to continue the story. Zhao Ruoyi, on the other hand, stood quietly on the side with a few moments of gravity in her gaze, listening attentively to the two men's conversation. "This movie, I will definitely find a way to help introduce Eagle Sauce." This time Bruce Wei spoke again. His eyes filled with shock. "I really find it a little hard to believe that such a movie would actually appear in China." "Thank you, teacher." Zhao Ruoyi hurriedly took a stand. There were a few hints of faint surprise in his voice. Things went a few moments smoother than expected. Brunswick is still relatively high up in the whole of Hollywood and is often seen in the cast. According to Joe Rowe, the professor is just his job. And many of the scripts written by Bruce Wei have been adapted into movies in the midst of Hollywood. By the end of the night, it was only with some reluctance that Brunswick left. "Dear Sue, when you have time in the future, you must come back to Eagle Jam again, and I'll be sure to treat you well. By the way, do you have any ideas for a follow-up to this movie?" "Follow-up?" Su Chen was confused by the question. He vaguely remembered that this Man from Earth did indeed have a second part. However, regarding this second part, Su Chen really didn't have much of an impression of it, and he hadn't read it. "Yeah, you still left a lot of suspense at the end. There should be a follow-up, right?" Bruce Wei looked at Su Chen with some longing. Looking at Bruce Wei's expectant gaze, Su Chen didn't know what to say for a moment, and after a moment's pause, only then continued, "That, I still have more things to do. The second part may not have the time, and as you know, I have an entertainment company, and next, there will be more things to do." Oh, so, and rightly so. Brunswick seems to be a little lost. Immediately after, as if he understood something, and then continued, "Then can you authorize the second part to me? I'll be in charge of script writing, then find a director for movie shooting, and finally release it worldwide." "Ha?" Su Chen's body trembled slightly. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. "For the license fee, I'll give you 3 million. There was a touch of gravity in Brunswick's voice. 3 million? Ha? Su Chen froze for a moment. This price was not too high. It was the price of one of his own songs. However, in the end, he still had to give some face to Ms. Zhao Ruoyi, and after seriously thinking about it, he only nodded slightly. "Okay, no problem. Don't you worry." Brunswick took a deep breath. Looking at Su Chen in front of him, "I will definitely not live up to this Man from Earth." Soon after, Brunswick went to prepare the contract. "You, a teacher, are you rich?" Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Chen began to sidestep Zhao Ruoyi and said in an inquiring manner. The corners of Zhao Ruoyi's mouth slightly revealed a few smiles before she continued. "My teacher doesn't have much money, but he knows quite a few people who are willing to spend money on him. As long as he has a script in his hands and is willing to film it, there will be countless families that are willing to take out money for him to spend." At no cost. Zhao Ruoyi mysteriously winked at Su Chen. Su Chen was a bit bewildered. Maybe this person was just more established? After all, it's also a professor at a university. And has its own connections in Hollywood. It's certainly no problem for such a person to come up with $3 million. Ready. At this time, Bruce Wei came running in a flurry, with a few moments of excitement in his gaze, and then continued. This is the contract. Su Chen nodded and took the contract over, but found that it was all in English. Somewhat bewildered, he looked up. There's a Chinese translation in the back, Brunswick cautioned. Only then did Su Chen nod, and after a slight pause, he continued. Let's see. Read the entire contract carefully. Su Chen's heart was more than a little shocked. Only after a long time did he raise his head and look at Brunswick in front of him. You were talking about dollars, weren't you? Ah, Brunswick nodded very seriously. This is Eagle Jam. Of course it's going to be in dollars. Su Chen was a little confused for a moment. What's the word? He had merely spent $1 million and made a movie. And nowadays, the box office was not so important. Selling the rights to the second installment has already sold $3 million, which works out to a little over $20 million. There. After seeing Su Chen sign the contract, Bruce Wei also let out a long breath. With a few moments of gravity in his gaze, I will definitely do my best. When my script is finished, I will definitely send it to you at the first time. Yes. Su Chen also hurriedly nodded his head. After negotiating a few more contractual aspects, it was only then that Su Chen and Zhao Ruoyi returned to the hotel where they were staying. After a day, Su Chen was already a little too tired to stand. Instead, it was Zhao Ruoyi who looked unusually relaxed. By the way, on the part of the domestic theaters, they've already started to increase their schedules for the movie. Zhao Ruoyi spoke up. Our movie's box office will also steadily increase. Right now no matter how much the scheduling is increased, our movie tickets are in a sold-out state. As long as they're released online, they'll be sold out immediately. Aha! Su Chen was a little embarrassed. He was really having some trouble believing it. It's amazing how popular this movie has become. Could it be that your own publicity is having an effect? But I don't seem to have any publicity myself. Do I? Just. In the country, the Little Broken station is on. All sorts of movie breakdowns have started to be put out. And many bloggers have watched the movie overnight, and then started to write copy and make videos out of it. No way. Nowadays, the movie is just too hot. As long as they are able to catch the wave, these video owners are able to have a very big boost in their fanbase. One of the first paraphrased videos about this man from Earth on the Little Busted station was posted by a guy named Big Old King Bar. It's called The Most Amazing and Head-Banging Movie of the Year. Video beginning. A man turned on the camera, followed by a sharp clap of his hand. Hello, everyone. I'm your old friend, the Big Old Bar. I'm back to reviewing highly rated movies with you all. Today, I'm here to review a movie that blew me away beyond belief. The domestic sci-fi flick, This Man from Earth. It may be a little unclear to those who haven't seen it. This is the first movie that Su Chen, the former teacher of the Morning Glory group, directed and shot after his transition. It's hard to imagine that a singer, in her first time directing a movie, could achieve such success. It's unbelievable. Big Old King Bar used a very exaggerated posture. Moreover, recently, the few songs that Mr. Su Chen has put out are also very good. The links I've already put in the comments section of the video. So if you're interested, you can go listen to them. Let's get back to the movie. The Big Old King Bar went on to say, before I saw the movie, I went to see it with the idea that it was a joke. As far as I know, the movie cost less than $1 million to make. That is to say, this is the least expensive sci-fi movie to shoot in the entire international history. I don't know how I should describe it in words anymore. So, before I saw it, I was always under the very subjective impression that this movie was a defense. A disgusting defense. But thankfully, I'm a video blogger and I need to watch it and I need to build up my material. That's why I didn't miss this movie. The next episode involves spoilers. For those who mind, you can turn off the video at this time. The Big Old King barred a few chuckles in his voice. All in all, this is one of those movies that you can't help but feel a tingle in your head when you watch it. You'll be very confused as to how a movie like this can exist. Throughout the movie, the storyline is simple. The scenes are Spartan. A few people's conversations are the main plot. And the inside and outside of a log cabin are all the scenes. The story opens with a history professor quitting his job and a couple of his best friends coming to help him move. But watch out, people. The hidden details in the middle of this movie are terrifying. For example, the painting in the car and some of the furniture. Also, there are a lot of metaphors interspersed throughout the movie. I feel that in the vast majority of movies, all are trying to imagine the future, or what happened in the past. There are lots of actors, big scenes, and lavish productions. As if that's the only way to attract enough viewers. But they seem to be forgetting, we're really just a bunch of story watchers. As long as the story is good enough, even if the story is just strung together by dialogue, we'll be able to be happy with it. It's no exaggeration to say that this movie has completely opened my mind. If I am next to someone who has survived for more than 14,000 years, how should he prove his existence to me? The big old king barred a few moments of doubt in his voice, while using some of the more iconic body movements. The entire movie is parsed and broken down with great precision and professionalism. It's safe to say that the big old king bar has really put in a lot of work, and the video quickly shot straight to the top of the front page. Countless people clicked along. Is it really that great? I urge you to go and have a good look at it. I had one feeling after I read it. My head itched and I felt like I was going to grow a brain. Be reasonable. When to see it, it's very average. The level of the first domestic sci-fi. The production cost is far worse compared to Blue Star Cannon. Blue Star Cannon? No way. This movie is actually still in theaters? I heard that this movie's first day box office was less than $10 million? With such a luxurious cast and so much money spent on the production, it just turned out to be that thing? To be reasonable, my epileptic second aunt's husband in my hometown can act better than Kai-Su. Okay, people, don't step on one or the other. Be sensible. Brother Sanity, you're here again? Many pop-ups flooded the videos page in a flash. Many people also went to see it at the first opportunity. And this time, Yi Chen's sitting in a screening room. He also wanted to see. Su Chen actually shot a how? Only, after watching it, Yi Chen did not leave the scene for a long time. His brows furrowed deeply. In fact, he had been trying to restore a bit of a relationship with Su Chen. At least on the surface the relationship still needed to be repaired. A number of his own songs were written by Su Chen. If Su Chen really wanted to file a lawsuit, although he might not necessarily lose, but it was still a troublesome matter after all. However, Yi Chen couldn't figure out how. How was Su Chen able to walk so smoothly after leaving himself? First writing songs and then making movies? Did you do something wrong? It was clear that Su Chen didn't listen to the company's arrangement and wasn't willing to cooperate to take some endorsements, commercials or whatever. That was why the company was disappointed in Su Chen and wanted to ostracize him. Did nothing on his own. And nothing is wrong. It took a few years down the road to completely reverse Su Chen's impression among the public. And Su Chen became a little transparent. And himself, a real team soul. Worked hard myself. One merely wants to succeed. You resent that endorsement as problematic. But the truth is, who endorses a product that doesn't have problems? Do you want to go after the manufacturer? Do you even want to expose the manufacturer? If the company does not deal with you coldly deal with who? It's good enough for you if they don't shut you down. Yi Chen let out a long breath. Gradually, too, he came back to his senses. Yes, I'm right. Why? What? My years of hard work can't hold a candle to your aura of talent? Yi Chen's heart was somewhat less than willing. Still, after a few moments, he unclenched his clenched fists and picked up his cell phone while tweeting. Congratulations on Big Brother Su's movie selling well. This movie is really good. The write-up was accompanied by a shot of himself and the movie ticket, and the screening room, forming a photo that was tweeted together. And Aitken. Su Chen on the other side of the ocean after seeing Yi Chen's aid on Weibo. Full of question marks. No, is he sick? Su Chen was a bit speechless. He was now not wanting to be involved with Yi Chen in the slightest. Regardless, his ploy worked. Online, he doesn't have that many bad reviews anymore. I have to say, Huang Yuo's ability is really strong. Zhao Ruoi opened her mouth. Also, how do you plan to fight back? This Yi Chen and Huang Yuo have been disgusting you for more than a day or two. It's finally come to this. And first of all, thanks to all of you who have supported it. Just as the same thing was said, this is the first urban entertainment book to come. Please also bear with me if I write badly. On March 1st, our little princess was born. And it's been 2 months since then. And it really feels like there's not enough time to go around. Sometimes it is possible to flesh out the rushed nature of the writing. Before I came here, I was kind of famous and made a hit. Just not in the urban gateway category. Now that I'm here at the start, naturally I want to write something else. What about the book's performance so far? Average. Not great, but definitely not bad either. On the contrary, I have been criticized by a number of people and I have never said anything. People are always improving through criticism. I'll finish this book. I just counted it. Recommendation 497. According to the shelves plus more rules. 500 recommendations plus more 1. Let me a little tangled. Forget it, it is also 500. Well, that's a guaranteed 10 plus 1. That is, 11 chapters. 4.30. 11 chapters delivered. We also hope that you can support us more. This is a salute. Can you stand it? Zhao Ruoi said with a smile. Su Chen laughed, with a few hints of faint helplessness in his eyes. To be honest, there was no doubt about Huang Yuhua's ability as a person. It was just that his methods were somewhat less than pleasing. Moreover, wanting to deal with Huang Yuhua is actually not that easy a thing. This person has some tax issues though. However, the overall problem is not too big, and it is said that this time around, Wang Yuhua paid a lot of money to pay back taxes. It at least sort of made Su Chen's heart feel better. However, Yi Chen he really didn't have anything too good to do. Report it to? Unlikely. Huang Yuhua was definitely able to think that Su Chen might have this operation, so there shouldn't be any problems with Yi Chen's tax registration at this time. At this moment, on the other hand, Zhao Ruoi seemed to have turned over something, handing his cell phone to Su Chen. Look at this. A house full of love? Su Chen looked at it. It was the official microblog of Love Full House. And, on top of that, it actually shouted out to Yi Chen, saying that Yi Chen was welcome to join. It seems that these guys originally planned to bring you two together and then take advantage of the heat from the disbanding of the group, plus your own heat, to create ratings for this romance variety. Zhao Ruoi also understood. Previously, this love synthesis had also come to find Su Chen, only at that time Su Chen did not agree to it. Most importantly, it was still Zhao Ruoi who played a role in it. Aha! Su Chen also nodded. Rather, he didn't think much about it. Originally he wasn't really interested in this so-called love synthesis. And after Zhao Ruoi finished talking about those flowers, Su Chen didn't have any further thoughts. And now, Su Chen was even more somewhat speechless. These guys really do anything for traffic. In fact, Yi Chen had already sent out a microblog before. Only that one microblog didn't aid Su Chen, so Su Chen didn't put much stock in it. However, if you want to be on this variety show, it's not impossible. At this time, Zhao Ruoi had a few faint smiles in her eyes. We can totally give them a downward spiral in the middle of this love synthesis. Or not. Su Chen waved his hand. Not interested in these things. Well, get some early rest then. You have a plane to catch tomorrow. Zhou Ruo's voice was soft. Su Chen nodded. Lying there, Su Chen fell asleep in a daze. The next morning, he was already woken up early by Zhao Ruoi. There's still more time. Do we need to go see Aunt Gu again? Zhao Ruoi opened her mouth and looked at Su Chen in front of her. If you want to go, we'll make a trip over there. Yes, Su Chen agreed. He was still a little worried. After all, this was a foreign country, and even though he had a chaperone, he was worried that Aunt Gu was a little uncomfortable. After a lifetime of worrying, it's hard to really let go. Arriving at the hospital, Aunt Gu was in a bit better shape than yesterday, and listening to Su Chen talk about some of the things that happened yesterday, Aunt Gu was also listening very attentively. After that, Su Chen inquired about the hospital. Aunt Gu's recovery status is still very good. Observe and watch again. If the status keeps on recovering like this, then we can soon arrange for the 4th stage of surgery. After the 4-stage procedure and a little more observation, you can basically be discharged from the hospital. Hearing this, Su Chen was only able to let out a long breath. He wasn't afraid to pay out the money, but he was really afraid that something would go wrong in the middle of the treatment. But now it seemed that everything was still moving in a good direction. This also put Su Chen at ease, and the doctor was instructed to use the best medication no matter what time it came. Not to worry about money, and to contact him if he didn't have enough. After getting on the plane, Zhao Ruoi looked at Su Chen with a smile. Are you relieved now? Nah. Su Chen seemed like the whole person was much more relaxed, with a few faint smiles in his gaze, and then continued. Since I was a child, Dean Gu has helped me a lot. In the earliest days, when I said that I wanted to go to the entertainment industry and go to school at the film academy, almost all of the people were against it. Su Chen paused for a moment, and then continued. But only Dean Gu was supportive. At that time, I worked many jobs, but the tuition was still not enough. In the end, it was also Aunt Gu, who somehow managed to scrape together enough money from somewhere, so that I could enroll and finish college. In fact, many people say I'm unfortunate, but I do feel lucky. So, in the beginning, I was still fighting. Drag queens have acted, and residencies have been done. Then, gradually, it got better. Su Chen lowered his head and quietly talked about what happened to him back then. After we formed the group, we also signed up with an agency. Only, Huang Yuhua was a very strong person and signed us up for endorsement contract after endorsement contract. Plus at that time, our songs were still relatively hot. So, in a year's time, we made a lot of money. I was also able to feed back something to the orphanage. Only, then I realized that so many of those endorsement contracts were questionable. For example, one of the endorsements called Fatma Foods, which I've since had tested by a special testing organization, has several of its ingredients over the limit. Of course, in the earliest days, these were minor problems. 2. It wasn't until later, with 9 Deer milk powder, that I realized something wasn't quite right. At that time, this brand gave us a sky-high endorsement contract. I also kept a watchful eye and purposely went to the testing organization. Who knows? It tested over the limit for harmful substances. I would have been adamantly opposed to it. And because of my opposition, the company lost the endorsement deal. I even tried to expose this, but it was firmly opposed by the company. Since then, I've been gradually realizing that something wasn't quite right, that I was being marginalized. The original posters for the group had me in the very center. Then my image became a very small figure, which initially didn't bother me. Then during rehearsals, the lyrics that originally belonged to me also became less and less, including some variety shows, circulars. As long as it was possible for Yi Chen to participate alone, it basically wouldn't have me. Yi Chen and I also talked a lot, originally thinking that we would be able to break away from that brokerage. However, Yi Chen also only promised on the surface and didn't actually do anything. And later, I didn't mention it again. After Su Chen finished speaking, a few helpless smiles appeared on his face. Actually, I've known that for a long time. None of this makes any sense. I'm not all that glamorous. So who am I to ask for anyone else? In life, who can be spotless? Zhao Ruoi smiled, and then continued. Just do well for yourself, and have a clear conscience. Well, ask your heart. Su Chen's eyes held a few faint moments of helplessness in them, and for a moment, he didn't know what he should say. The conversation between the two came to an abrupt end. Today, it's the day the third installment of The New Voice of China kicks off. Su Chang, at this moment, was also looking very carefully at the several large screens in front of him. The mind was more than a little nervous. With the host taking the stage, the presenter had a few faint smiles in his gaze and held his line cards in his hands. After just a quick glance, he started reading that familiar jingle. Okay, welcome to lock in the third installment of the competition scene of The New Voice of China. Because of Su Chen's personal relationship, therefore, absent from the next recording of the program, except that we have also invited a heavyweight guest, from the Hong Kong Island's love song Heavenly King, Zhang Shuiying. As he spoke, a handsomely dressed man walked onto the stage. A deep bow was given to all of them before they took their seats. All the viewers on the floor and in front of the TV set were abuzz at that moment. It had to be said that Su Chang still knew very well how to maintain the heat of the program. And this time, the whole texture of the program came up in that instant. All of them had to admit that the present-day mentor group was the strongest. Let's welcome Ms. Zhang Shuiying again. The host once again led all of them in applause, and then continued. Because Ms. Zhang Shuiying joined on a temporary basis, she has two preferential choices when it comes to the students. There was a touch of mystery in the host's voice. Start explaining this preference for all of them. The overall design of the rules is still relatively normal. It was just that Su Chang's brows were deeply furrowed there all the while. Zhang Shuiying's arrival did shock many people beyond belief. But the ratings of the program, instead of really translating out, have remained stable at around 3, occasionally dropping down and occasionally boosting up. This also caused a faint haze to hang over Su Chang's heart. He took a deep breath and tried his best to calm down. Now the editing is done. There's no use in going back to any of it. What Zhang Shuiying brought in was just that the ratings didn't drop, but there wasn't any significant increase either. Or rather, a certain balance was struck between a rise and a fall. And on the online platform, I have to say, Zhang Shuiying's song is indeed awesome and good enough to take on the role of this mentor. But why? I just feel as if it's not that exciting anymore. It does seem to be inferior to the first and second installments. There should be a lack of conflict and confrontation. The 4 tutors are all at peace with each other. Although there is scrambling, it just feels as if they are negotiating. For people who don't seem to want to offend anyone. But why don't you guys just plainly say that they can't bully anyone anymore? Think about it. When Su Chen was around, Su Chen saw a lot of trainees that were robbed. These tutors, especially that Xian Jingping and Yao Wanjun, were like wolves seeing meat. Only An Hong is still slightly better. An Hong is Su Chen's senior, so it's natural to give this face. It's not much fun. Just listen to the songs in peace. It's pretty good too. After less conflict there's only song to comfort me. Su Chang naturally paid attention to these pop-ups at all times. After seeing this, his brows furrowed deeply. Could it be that he had really done something wrong? But, wasn't Su Chen hated by all of you? You guys have also always said that Su Chen's strength is not enough to serve as a mentor, even to the extent that, himself and the program team, expended heavily efforts to invite Zhang Shuiying all the way from the Hong Kong Island side. It's not just money that can solve this, but also favors. People are, frankly, here to save the day. People have always been reluctant to participate in a variety of variety shows, which is the company's senior management, through a lot of ways and channels. I do not know how much effort, but also know that this is a more pure singing variety show. only to be considered reluctant to the King of the Sky to invite over. Now, on the contrary, it's similar to when Su Chen was there. As for making suggestions, let there be more conflict between them? Are you kidding me? Su Chang couldn't afford to offend any of these four people. It was at this point in time that Su Chang felt an inexplicable pang of distress. He had originally thought that by the end of the program, the ratings would at least be able to break 4, but now it seemed a bit difficult. Was the whole show great? Quite wonderful. Both the performance of the participants and the comments of the instructors were very exciting and professional. But, strangely enough, the ratings just never went up. This also made Su Chang feel a wave of madness. As for letting Su Chen come back, Su Chang would be even more afraid to do so. After taking a long breath, Su Chang only gently tapped his fingers. A few moments of gravity in his gaze. One still has to find a way to get the ratings up. The show is still great, but there's no need to watch it. I'll just turn on my computer now and play the program while doing something else on the side. I have to say that the songs of the participants are one after another, and the teacher's comments are very interesting. Upstairs, I'm in the same boat. I watch it on my cell phone and then put it aside and am in the shower at the moment. I don't believe you. Front, post a picture? Where does someone take a shower and watch a show? I'm a guy. Do you want me to send pictures too? Shit. I'm more excited. There are still quite a few pop-ups. The ratings haven't gone down either. It was just that Su Chang was not happy. His gaze held a deep concern, and he let out a long breath, looking at everyone in front of him, momentarily not knowing what he should say. After a few moments of silence, he clapped his hands. Okay, good job everyone. Prepare a report summarizing your work, turn it in tomorrow, and then everyone is off the clock. As the show ended, the ratings consistently stopped at about a 3.05, even as they dropped a bit. This made Su Chang's heart more than a little embarrassed. Well, Xuan Lingling, Wei Lai, if we can bring these two back, perhaps the ratings can still be raised a bit, and even the program can add Su Chen's label. Su Chang thought seriously. Changing tutors again is definitely not an option. It's okay to do this kind of thing once, but to do it again is excessive. Moreover, the 4 mentors now are not something you can just change at will. It's just that both of them quit with too much determination. On ringing the bell, it seemed that it was still necessary to find Su Chen to solve things in this regard. After pondering for a moment, Su Chang directly called Su Chen's phone. Only, Su Chen's phone was turned off. This made Su Chang lose his mind for a moment, and later, he found Chu Sihan's phone number through someone. Hello. Chu Sihan's voice was moving, and she said earnestly, I'm Su Chen's agent. Chu Sihan, may I ask what is your business? Hello? Su Chang paused for a moment. I'm the director of the New Voice of China, Su Chang. I want to talk to Su Chen. Oh, hello Director Su. I'm really a bit sorry. Su Chen has gone to the Eagle Sauce country. He's not in the country right now, and I'm afraid the phone can't get through. If you have anything, I'll have him contact you the first time after he returns. How about that? Going to Eagle Jam? Su Chang froze first, a little confused for a moment. Still, a long breath was let out, and then continued. Can you contact him? I have something very important I want to find him. I'm not sure. Chu Sihan let out a bitter smile and said, when I called, he was in a state of shutting down his phone. There are already quite a few people who are trying to find him today. Good. When he comes back, please ask him to contact me. Su Chang's voice was a bit huffy. After hanging up the phone, Chu Sihan skimmed her mouth, casually threw the phone to the sofa, and then continued. What the hell? Throw Su Chen directly out of the program, and now actually have the face to call over. It's really a bit shameless. After all was said and done, Chu Sihan gently bristled. The whole thing looked more or less relaxed. Watching everyone on Weibo, many people were talking about the new Chinese song. Chu Sihan's eyes also carried a few points of excitement. It seems that Su Chen's appeal is still okay, although you can't see how important the curiosity is when you really lose it. Many people still feel that the flavor of the show has changed more or less. She sat there beautifully. Just at this time, Wei Lai's phone call came through. Hello, Wei Lai? Because nowadays, brokers haven't recruited many, so Wei Lai is still in charge of Chu Sihan as well. Sister Chu, just now, I received a phone call from the New Voice of China program group, saying that they wanted me to return to the program and that they were willing to let Su Chen return to the program group as a behind-the-scenes mentor, mentoring both Xuan Lingling and I. Ha! Chu Sihan instantly froze there, as if she was somewhat unable to believe her ears. This is what Su Chang said. Right. Wei Lai nodded deeply before continuing. However, I have personally declined on my side, but I think that this matter still needs to be spoken to Big Brother Su. Aha! Chu Sihan's brows furrowed. Don't worry, I'll talk to Mr. Su. After hanging up the phone, Chu Sihan's face gradually became gloomy, tapped the table hard. This Su Chang was aware of Su Chen's soft underbelly. which was Wei Lai and Zhuang Lingling. It could be said that these two people were very important to Su Chen. Although Zhuang Lingling said that her strength was average. However, she and Su Chen were old classmates, plus Wei Lai was even more determined to choose Su Chen. According to Su Chen's character, he would definitely give the two a more distinct future. But now what? Getting two people's curiosity level up is actually pretty slow if you're just putting out new songs. You need a faster way to spread it. A debut is not really the same as a debut. Chu Sihan thought seriously for a long time. However, she couldn't find a relatively good solution. If we were to start from the level of benefits and advantages alone, Su Chen would definitely want these two people to return to New Song of China. But if we were to ask Su Chen to act as a behind-the-scenes guide, that's too disgusting. Chu Sihan felt like she couldn't accept it. However, it was at this time. Chu Sihan's phone rang once more. Hello? Chu Sihan saw that the caller ID was Su Chen and hurriedly picked it up. Already? Chu Sihan froze there, a little shocked for a moment, and only after a pause did she continue. I know. Well, Mr. Su, there's something on my side that I need to talk to you about. Between the words, Chu Sihan then told Su Chen about today's events one by one. Su Chen listened to it. The two of them, and Zhao Ruoi, looked at each other. I know, this matter will wait until we get back. Su Chen let out a long breath before hanging up the phone. Zhao Ruoi smiled. How is it? Doesn't it feel like the nausea is getting worse? Not really. Su Chen somewhat breathlessly held his forehead, and after a slight pause, he then continued. Actually, I am somewhat wanting Zhuang Lingling and Wei Lai to return to the new voice of Huaxia. Just as you said, the heat of this program right now is very hot, and although we've already started working on a variety show, the so-called masked singers, in a short period of time, will definitely not bring as much heat to the singers as the new voice of Huaxia. But, not to mention, there are many monster singers in here. Su Chen let out a long breath. They actually still lack a relatively good stage. I know. Zhao Ruoi paused for a moment before continuing. However, this Wei Lai also has some small thoughts of his own. This kind of thing, all the more reason for him to hide it and not say anything. It has nothing to do with that. Su Chen waved his hand, a few faint smiles appearing on his face. Whether he is intentional or unintentional, it's normal and understandable. After all, people signed up for our company, and it's normal for them to think a little for themselves. However, it's also time for us to pave the way for the future with Zhuang Lingling. Aha! Now, in the company, Chao Tian AI took the route of rock, and, nowadays, it has also made a name for itself on this route. There are even a lot of variety shows that have started to invite Chao Tian AI. In the future, there will be concerts of his own. These are already on the board. Panhai also has a drama waiting for him, which is also not a concern at all. Instead, it was Zhuang Lingling who was the first to follow her, but the arrangements for her had never fallen into place. And then there's Wei Lai. People are still very different from Zhuang Lingling. Strictly speaking, Wei Lai was a talent. No matter which entertainment company he went to, he would be valued. People came with determination, and Su Chen definitely had to give Wei Lai an explanation. So what do you think? Are you going to let them go back? Or are you going back with them? Zhao Ruoi's brows were also deeply furrowed. She was a little angry. There was also some heartache for the man in front of him. To put it bluntly, Su Chen had always thought about others, and there were very few times when he truly thought about himself. Previously for the Red Leaf Orphanage, and now for everyone in the company to have a relatively good future. Well, if it's really like what director Su Chang said, just go back. We should prepare for our program as well. Su Chen smiled. Only, it has to be faster. Has the list of guests been confirmed? Confirmed and already working on invitations. Zhao Ruoi opened her mouth. Su Chen also nodded with a deep thought. The secrecy must be done well. This is a very important selling point, to keep the audience guessing as to who exactly is singing on stage. That's why it's important to find people who might not sing on stage very often, or whose songs aren't as recognizable. But again, be strong. When Zhao Ruoi heard this, she couldn't help but smile. Alright, these things, you can just rest assured that absolutely nothing will go wrong. Between the words, Zhao Ruoi gently tidied up her wind-blown loose hair and paused for a moment before continuing. I'll give you a car. Giving me a car? Why? Su Chen froze there with a few faint doubts in his eyes before opening his mouth to inquire. Zhao Ruoi tilted her head. Don't you like it? Moreover, you do seem to like racing very much. When I was talking to Aunt Gu, she also said that since you were little, when you saw a car, you were a bit unable to walk, even several times. When dreaming, your hands are in the posture of holding the steering wheel, and it's also true that you were racing before, doing things for your dreams. But since the time of Aunt Gu's accident, you've sold all the cars in order to raise money, even borrowed a large amount. Zhao Ruoi's voice carried a few points of faint helplessness in it. and then continued. Nowadays, the company also has money, and Goo's side doesn't really need you to continue to support it. As for Red Leaf Orphanage's side, there isn't much that really needs you either. I feel like, you can go pay for your dreams. For a little bit. What kind of model do you like? Zhao Ruoyi once again opened her mouth and said inquiringly. Su Chen froze there for a moment, not knowing what he should say. With a few moments of bewilderment in his gaze, it was only after a very long time that he smiled and said, I'm still really a bit unclear. Zhao Ruoyi asked these words. It left him a bit bewildered, and to be honest, it did seem like his predecessor had a very strong obsession with racing. It seemed to boil down to the fact that the predecessor's life was so depressing that he needed to go find a way to release it, and speed, then, became a place for him to release his pressure. He seemed to really enjoy the feeling of pushing the gas pedal to the floor. Within that limited memory of Su Chen, own predecessor, always a pleasure to go for the gas without even having to fight with someone. He even increased his speed to 120 in the middle of a city road in the middle of the night, albeit for a brief moment. But as the car stopped at the intersection, the front body seemed to be crying on the steering wheel for a long time. This feeling, Su Chen didn't even remember it very well. In the final analysis, although he had inherited the memories of his predecessor, he hadn't inherited much in the area of hobbies and interests. But how should one refuse to look polite? That, or there's no need for it. A few awkward smiles appeared on Su Chen's face, and after a slight pause, he continued. I feel that what I'm doing right now is already very fulfilling. There's no need to waste all that money either. Aha! Zhao Ruoyi froze for a moment and nodded deeply. Indeed, the days are fuller now. However, Zhao Ruoyi was still in the belief that the reason why Su Chen didn't want to buy a car was still because of the money problem. After thinking seriously for a long time, only then said, then, when we have time, I'll take you to my family's garage to have a good look. Which one you like? We'll drive away. Anyway, so many cars. My dad can't finish. Su Chen was somewhat speechless, looking at Zhao Ruoyi in front of her. You can really be a good daughter to your father. Tell me more. Su Chen smiled awkwardly. Zhao Ruoyi nodded, then continued. However, this time, we can go back. However, it's important to go back with a high profile, otherwise, this Su Chang will still think that we're easy to bully. You drive. I'll make a call to Su Chang. Zhao Ruoyi's voice had a few hints of displeasure in it. Su Chen nodded. Driving back, Zhao Ruoyi made a direct call. Mr. Zhao. Su Chang's voice held a bit of embarrassment in it. What are you calling about? Introduce yourself. I, Zhao Ruoyi, the executive president of Star Entertainment. Zhao Ruoyi's voice carried a few points of gravity, and then went on to say, next, I need to discuss some details about your need for our company's artists, Su Chen, Xuan Lingling, and Wei Lai to participate in the new Voice of Huaxia. May I ask if you have the time? Ah, Mr. Zhao. Su Chang froze in place. All he knew was that Zhao Ruoyi was leaving Joaquin. However, how could he not expect that Zhao Ruoyi had actually gone to Star? Moreover, Star seemed to be a grassroots entertainment company, and nowadays, it didn't have any fame in the entire entertainment industry. This left Su Chang's mind more than a little bewildered. Ah, there's time. The corner of Su Chang's mouth twitched viciously before he continued. It's like this. We do, indeed, very much need the 3 artists from your company to participate in our variety program. That's right. Zhao Ruoyi's voice was very soft. Su Chen, as our company's ace artist, his appearance fee is for one program, 5 million. May I ask if you can accept it? Su Chang's entire body froze in an instant. Accepted? The old man accepts shit. What are you, Su Chen? $5 million a show for an appearance? Can you reach it? You know how much you spent on Zhang Shuiying? How dare you ask for $5 million a show? That, Mr. Zhao. Su Chang at this time felt very stifled. You say? Zhao Ruoyi's voice was calm, as if it was devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Su Chang took a deep breath before continuing. It's like this, Mr. Zhao. For Su Chen's appearance fee, the most we can give is 2 million in installment. If that's the case, then there's nothing to discuss. Zhao Ruoyi's voice was soft. I can't see Director Su's sincerity. Mr. Zhao, you were also in Huajin before. You should know how much has been invested in the new Voice of Huaxia. Nowadays, it's basically impossible to take out so much money to hire Su Chen. Su Chang took a deep breath. How much was Su Chen's appearance fee when he was a mentor before? And now you have the nerve to make a big deal out of it? Su Chang's words already had a few hints of mockery in them. I'm really sorry, Director Su. This is not something we need to consider. Zhao Ruoyi's voice was soft. Allow me to introduce you again. Our Su Chen, Mr. Su, is a director, screenwriter, singer, and creator. Almost every song he has written has made it onto the new song charts. The movie he directed, This Man from Earth, broke through the ceiling of China's sci-fi movie ratings. Even the box office records are reaching record highs. We're planning to launch a TV series and a second movie. Make no bones about it. Mr. Su has a full schedule and, indeed, he is worth the price. Zhao Ruoyi's voice carried a few points of gravity in it, and after a pause, if you think he's not worth it, it only means that it's hard for us to reach a consensus on this matter, so there's not much of a need to go on about it. Sorry, Director Su. After saying that, Zhao Ruoyi directly hung up the phone. Su Chen froze next to him. He had never thought that Zhao Ruoyi would actually directly ask for a price of $5 million for a period of time. Your price is a bit too outrageous. There's no way Su Chang will agree. Su Chen laughed. I know. Zhao Ruoyi's voice carried a few faint smiles in it before continuing. Moreover, he doesn't have that much money in his hands right now. Although the ratings of the new Voice of China are good nowadays, the initial investment is quite a lot, and we wanted to make it the singing variety show of the Chinese ceiling from the very beginning, so the resources are top-notch in every way. Suffice it to say, so far, trying to recoup costs has been impossible. Zhao Ruoyi smiled, plus he invited Zhang Shuiying, which means that his costs have broken through to the sky. Even inviting Zhang Shuiying still requires using quite a bit of Huajin's resources in other areas. Su Chen's eyes blinked, as if he understood something, and then continued. So, you never thought of letting me go to the new Voice of China from the very beginning? Of course not. Zhao Ruoyi once again said easily. If he agrees, why should I stand in the way? Ha! Su Chen froze in place. To put it bluntly, this Su Chang is really in a bit of a hurry, although I don't know why, but, come to think of it, it should be because the ratings of the variety show didn't meet expectations, and in that case, the company will most likely cut back on some of its expenses. Zhao Ruoyi continued. I just want to disgust him, but in the end, he'll agree. Zhou Ruo's voice was soft. Why? This Su Chen was a bit confused. Looking at Zhao Ruoyi in front of him, didn't he say that it has cost a lot of money, and that he shouldn't be able to get that much money nowadays? Because, pressure, stress? Su Chen drove while thinking about how he was somewhat unable to figure it out. Just leave these things to me. Zhao Ruoyi's voice was soft. I also need to go back and confirm my guess. If this guess is correct, we might be able to blackmail this Su Chang. Aha! Hearing this, Su Chen didn't continue to ask. Anyway, Zhao Ruoyi was in charge of all the big and small things in the company, and he was too lazy to pay attention to that much. A long breath came out. It was hard to get to the office. Zhao Ruoyi didn't stay idle, and returned to the middle of her office and began to get busy. Su Chen also found Zhuang Lingling and Wei Lai first. Both men stood there, looking more than a little nervous. Su Chen, you don't have to take it too much to heart. Zhuang Lingling at this time then said, since the two of us have signed up with the company, everything will be based on the company. Aha! Wei Lai also said with some embarrassment, I also feel that I shouldn't talk to the company about this matter, but, at that time, I felt that it wouldn't be good if I hid it from the company about Director Su contacting me. Aha! Su Chen nodded. It's good to communicate with one's agent in the first place if there's something going on. I don't mean to blame you guys either. The reason why I wanted to find you guys here is because I wanted to talk to you guys. And next, if said Su Chang looks for you guys again, you can just say that you'll do everything as the company arranges it. Mr. Zhao is dealing with Director Su over this matter. Whether the final result is good or bad, it's normal. At the same time, the company will find ways to pave the way for your future. The corner of Su Chen's mouth hooked up with a few faint smiles. I wonder, do you have any interest in acting? Acting? Zhuang Lingling froze for a moment at first. I'm not from a science class. Is that okay? I'm not really good at it either. Wei Lai's cheeks reddened in the blink of an eye, and then hurriedly said, but I want to learn, and I want to have an opportunity like this. Well, next, the company's side will prepare a step for a TV series with Pan Hai as the main character, and at that time, it will also all try to find a way to make a role for you guys in the show. But the company will look for an acting instructor for you guys before that. The premise of the company arranging roles for you is that your acting skills are good enough. Su Chen's voice gradually became serious at this time. If your acting doesn't work, then the company will take back the role. We, Star, will make fine products no matter what we do in the future. Got it? In an instant, the two of them, Wei Lai and Zhuang Lingling, were as if they had been hit with chicken blood, hastily assuring, understood. All right, I'll go down and get busy. Su Chen smiled. After all these things were instructed, the rest in turn was easy, and at this moment, Zhao Ruoyi finally figured out why Su Chang was in such a hurry. Su Chang at this moment, there was a bit of gravity in his gaze. He's thinking, think about how this should really go. The variety show, The New Voice of China, was something he was very keen on, and, when Zhang Shuiying was first invited, He had already stated that his guarantee was to raise the ratings to at least 4.0 by the end of the program. But, according to this trend today, it's basically impossible. Unless, late in the game, some other breakout point can be found. And through the later data comparison, he also realized that the traffic and heat brought by Su Chen was actually about the same as the Heavenly King. Although the Heavenly King had pulled in a lot of heat, because of Su Chen's withdrawal, many people weren't as interested in watching the program on TV. Instead, more streaming is done on cell phones and computers like this. It's more all just on live and off to do other things. This was a big blow to Su Chang. Therefore, pulling Su Chen back was one of the most important things. However, $5 million for an installment is too much. This is a completely impossible price for Su Chang to bear. As for reporting to the company, is he still alive? Just sideline Su Chen. And now you want to spend a bigger price to bring him back? Su Chang has no idea how to ask for this money. Gritting his teeth. It was only then that Su Chang picked up his cell phone once more and called Zhao Rui. Mr. Zhao. Su Chang's voice contained a few moments of frustration, and then continued. I'm very sorry to bother you again. However, you should be clear about the situation on the program team's side. It's unlikely that they will be able to come up with a price of $5 million to invite Su Chen. We are only able to offer up to $2 million. And as for Zhuang Lingling and Wei Lai, it's $500,000 per person per period. That price is a little too low. I know. Su Chang gritted his teeth, but this is equivalent to giving Su Chen $3 million. On our side, there's no trainee who can get such a high appearance fee. How you guys do the math is your business. What I really care about is what the contract says. Zhao Ruoi's fingertips gently tapped the table. Her voice was very calm, and then continued. You should understand that nowadays, Su Chen's worth is something that $2 million simply can't invite. Yes. Although Su Chang disagreed, he was forced to lower his head at this time. But we go way back. Zhao Ruoi at this time then said, Director Su, we have worked together many times before. This time, I can agree to your conditions. Yet there are some other conditions, so as long as you nod your head, we can continue to work together. If it doesn't work, then I'll just pretend that you never made this call. You say. Su Chang's heart understood. This time, one is planted. But there was no way. He had to bow down. As long as the other party's conditions were not very excessive, he had to agree. Otherwise, the betting agreement, one would have to lose money. Moreover, it would be a great loss to one's reputation. So, one must now find a way to make up for it all. Aha! Zhao Ruoi's voice carried a bit of gravity in it. First condition. We are an entertainment company. The price for Director Su to direct a drama or movie is around $5 million. We need Director Su to sign a contract with us for 10 TV series or movies at a price of $1 million per TV series. Zhao Ruoi's voice was very soft. As long as Director Su agrees to this condition, we can consider allowing Su Chen to bring Zhuang Lingling and Wei Lai to return to the stage of the new voice of China. Zhao Ruoi spelled out her conditions. Su Chang's body was trembling slightly at this moment. There was a touch of anger in his gaze. This condition, it's an abomination. $1 million a pop? In other words, you can only earn $10 million for 10 movies? You've lost at least $40 million? This condition, excessive. At this time, Su Chang, forcibly curbing the anger in his heart, paused slightly before continuing. Mr. Zhao, you should understand that I'm worth more than that. I know. Zhao Ruoi nodded. But this is the premise of our cooperation. Of course, Director Su can choose to reject it, and I definitely won't have second thoughts. Between Zhao Ruoi's words, the corners of her mouth even faintly revealed a few faint smiles. To be honest, Su Chang's strength was unquestionable. After all, he was a national director. And, no matter what, he was actually able to represent the officials. His productions, more often than not, represented quality. As long as he's willing to take a shot, then the ratings for this TV show are definitely not low. The movie is also guaranteed to do well at the box office. To be honest, $5 million was just Su Chang's price. But Su Chang also picked the scripts. If it was a poorer script, not to mention $5 million, if you offered $8 million, Su Chang might not even pay attention to you. How many people want Su Chang's help in filming? But in the end it just ends up being nothing. What about the second condition? Say it together. Su Chang took a deep breath. We'll start opening directors groups next, and we'll train some of the new generation of directors. Therefore, Director Su Chang will arrange for a portion of our trainees to enter the group every time we shoot a TV series or movie to learn from your filming experience. And we hope that you will be able to give us your advice. By this time Su Chang was out of his mind with rage. How could he not have thought that these conditions of Zhao Ruoi were one more outrageous than the other? If those previous conditions were a bit too much, then this condition was a bit too outrageous. This condition was basically equivalent to letting Su Chang help Star Entertainment bring in his apprentice for free. How can this man's calculations be so loud? Is there more? Su Chang said with a dark face as he continued to inquire. Well, those are the two conditions for now. Zhao Ruoi smiled, then continued, Director Su Chang, you're an old man in the circle. It's also time to bring in some newcomers, isn't it? You want me to use my own money to subsidize the show? Su Chang at this time took a deep breath and paused slightly before continuing. Do you know that 10 TV dramas or movies is equivalent to me losing $40 million? In other words, just at $5 million a show, I can invite Su Chen to the show for a full 8 shows. That's not how the score is settled. Zhao Ruoi smiled. Director Su, you don't even understand this, do you? Mr. Zhao. Su Chang at this time took a deep breath before continuing. There's no way I can agree to you on this condition. Then I'm really sorry. Zhao Ruoi laughed and didn't really take it to heart. And after a slight pause, she then spoke. I hope we have the next opportunity to work together. Su Chang was a little speechless for a moment. Nima, that's not how bargaining works, is it? Su Chang is really a little taught. The betting agreement. He is to lose money. Moreover, the value is far more than that $40 million. However, if one agrees now, it is really a bit painful. Thinking about this, Su Chang could almost be said to be in tears, with a few points of helplessness in his eyes. However, he was still ruthless before continuing. Mr. Zhao, can't we talk about it? 5 movies or TV shows. What do you think? At this point in time, Su Chang still wanted to bargain a bit. Zhao Ruoi shook her head slightly. I'm really sorry, Director Su. There are still a lot of things I need to do on my side. If there's nothing else, let's just leave it at that for now. We'll work together again sometime in the future. After saying that, Zhao Ruoi directly hung up the phone. For a moment, Su Chang looked at his cell phone, not knowing what he should say. He always felt as if he had thrown one punch after another, all of them hitting cotton. Most importantly, he felt that he was the most innocent one. Honestly, if you, Zhao Ruoi, had honestly stayed in Huajin, would there have been so many things? And who would be targeting Su Chen? There would be no need for himself to find a way to sideline Su Chen. And now, this would actually happen. Truly, the gates of the city are not the same as the fish in the pond. Su Chang organized himself slightly. In the end, rather helplessly, he once again put the phone to Zhao Ruoi. Zhao Ruoi's voice carried a few points of faint helplessness, and after a slight pause, she continued, Director Su, do you have anything else? Mr. Zhao, you actually knew what my bottom line was from the start, didn't you? Su Chang's voice carried endless bitterness in it. Zhao Ruoi smiled. I don't know what you mean by that, Director Su, but buying and selling is not a good thing. Since you think what I want is a bit high, we'll just work together again next time we have the chance. I promise. Su Chang gritted his teeth. At this point in time, it was no longer up to him not to agree. If he doesn't say yes, then he'll need to face what will likely be an expensive betting agreement. And himself, it is unlikely to have so much money to pay back the number in the betting agreement. This made him regret a little. If he had known, what would he have done with this one more thing? The festival was originally thought to be able to be good for the program. Now, and after hanging up the phone, Zhao Ruoi had a few faint smiles on her face. Hey, Su Chen, come in here, I have something to say to you. Zhao Ruoi's voice was soft. With a few moments of bewilderment, Su Chen arrived within Zhao Ruoi's office. It's already been taken care of. $2 million notice fee per issue. In addition, Zhuang Lingling and Wei Lai, 2 people, is $500,000 each. Zhao Ruoi's voice was soft. Su Chen nodded. This price is already very fair. More than that. At this time, Zhao Ruoi smiled, and after a slight pause, she continued. I also made a deal with Su Chang. In the future, he will participate in directing 10 of our dramas or movies for only $1 million each. Zhao Ruoi's voice was very soft. Su Chen's eyes blinked, seemingly finding it a bit unbelievable. He paused for a moment before continuing. If I'm not mistaken, this Su Chang is a national team, right? Yes, and a top director among the national team. If my memory is also correct, a director of this level participating in a shoot is basically starting at $5 million, right? Su Chen asked once again. He had been in the entertainment industry for such a long time, so he knew all about prices. In this case, he really felt a little crazy. Not bad. $5 million is Su Chang's lowest offer, and besides, he's very picky about the script. Zhou Ruo smiled, but he agreed to such outrageous conditions? Su Chen still felt a bit incredulous. He killed someone? You have evidence of his crime? Put. When Zhao Ruo heard Su Chen's words, she snorted and laughed out, and after a slight pause, she continued. Alright, don't guess so much. Moreover, there is a second condition. Zhao Ruoyi didn't hide it either. He told Su Chen both of the conditions that he and Su Chang had negotiated. Su Chen's eyes carried a deep blankness in them. He reached out his hand to touch his cigarette. He hadn't smoked in a long time, but now he suddenly felt he needed to think more calmly. So, what kind of leverage does he have on you? Ha? Su Chen's gaze carried a few points of faint surprise in it, and then said in a softly inquiring voice. Zhao Ruoyi was also a bit helpless, shaking his head. To be precise, he needs you right now, and badly, or rather, you can't even imagine how desperately he needs you right now. He signed a betting agreement with the top management of Joaquin. Between the words, Zhao Ruoyi told the whole story, and Su Chen's gaze held a few faint doubts. That is to say, do you all think that the appearance of Zhuang Lingling, Wei Lai, and I can reverse the ratings? That's a bit too far-fetched, isn't it? Su Chen bristled, and then continued, I don't have that strong of a calling either. It seems you know nothing of your calling. Zhao Ruoyi at this time also laughed helplessly before continuing. If you don't believe me, you can post a dynamic on your note short video to see how strong your call is. By the way, I don't think you've posted a short video since you signed up for the note, have you? Zhao Ruoyi suddenly opened her mouth and asked. Su Chen nodded. Yeah, I've been a bit too busy lately. Hearing this, Zhao Ruoyi slapped her forehead somewhat helplessly. Then the money spent on this soundtrack short video can really be a bit of a loss. Since you're in, you must find a way to run it well. You know? Zhao Ruoyi opened her mouth and said, this Chu Sihan is also really something. Such an important thing. But she didn't even remind you? Su Chen was a little embarrassed. How could he not have thought that this matter would actually be able to bring out Chu Sihan? There was a slight pause before continuing. Actually, it's me who doesn't know what I should be filming a bit. Just your daily segments will do. Or if you can't, you can upload some videos of yourself singing. Zhou Ruo's voice was soft. Su Chen nodded. And as if Zhao Ruoyi was also in the mood at this time, she stretched out her hand. Give me your cell phone. I'll record a short video for you right now and post it. Ha? Su Chen gave Zhao Ruoyi his cell phone. A little nervous. What are you filming? The guitar is right there. Really? You can just sing a couple songs. Zhao Ruoyi had a few moments of curiosity in her eyes. I have to say, your songs are still very good. Sing what? Southern held the guitar nervously. He said he had been to a concert, but still, he felt more or less shy when recording the short video. Well, whatever. A few short sentences will do. Zhao Ruoyi said very casually. Su Chen nodded. Think carefully in the middle of your mind. Taking the guitar, he strummed the strings gently, and then sang in earnest. Baby. A brief sound passes afterward. Zhao Ruoyi looked at Su Chen somewhat strangely. Is it ready? Can we start? Ha? It's already over. Ah. Su Chen looked at Zhao Ruoyi in front of him with some bewilderment, and there were a few moments of surprise in his voice. It's over already? What did you sing? Babe, ha? Su Chen looked very confidently at Zhao Ruoyi in front of him. You're the one who said that I should try to sing slightly simpler. Zhao Ruoyi didn't know what to say for a moment, because this request was really made by herself. In that instant, Zhao Ruoyi was a bit tearless, let out a long breath, looked at Su Chen in front of her, and then continued. Then it's not as bad as singing such a thing? You're, like, too confused. Ah. Su Chen hemmed and hawed. It seems like there's some fooling around, strumming the guitar softly. And yet, I don't know what to say or sing. In the back of his mind, on the other hand, was a somewhat skeptical voice. Who should one, now, go griping? If one day I become rich. Su Chen's voice was soft, with the easy and spontaneous melody of the guitar. Zhao Ruoyi froze there for a moment. What is this? Is that his new song? But why does it sound like it's being improvised somehow? A simple tune. And there were these more or less muddled lyrics. It sounded like it made Zhao Ruoyi's eyes show a few moments of faint bewilderment. My first choice is not to travel the world, lying in the biggest, softest couch in the world, eat and sleep, wake up and eat again for the rest of the year. Simple and light. And, it seems to be very casual. Zhao Ruoyi's eyes changed slightly in that moment. The song, although simple, was also very good. And, it looks as if it was really improvised by Su Chen. This Su Chen was also a bit too demonic. Right? Is it even possible to create a song this good with this kind of improvisation? If one day, become rich, I'll buy all the rare smiles. Let all the poor children stop being timid. All evil no longer holds the word. Accompanied by Su Chen's singing. The moment she heard this, Zhao Ruoyi's heart trembled violently. Buy all the rare smiles and make all the poor children less timid. Perhaps this is what he had in mind? Growing up in that orphanage, he must have seen a lot of inequality. Too many shy kids. In fact, the original Zhao Ruoyi also had some not quite understanding of Su Chen, because Su Chen was always thinking of himself. He didn't want these children to become timid. Didn't want these children to notice that they were different from others. But it's just different. They are the ones that need to be recognized here. However, the moment she heard this, Zhao Ruoyi seemed to understand that Su Chen was like guarding a candle flame, guarding the poor and fragile self-esteem of these children. That was why he didn't want to expose too much, nor did he want the outside world to pay too much attention to their. I guess there's a reason why you'd rather suffer yourself and leave money to support there. At this time, Zhao Ruoyi suddenly felt like she understood Su Chen. A long breath came out. There were a few faint moments of helplessness in his gaze. In his heart, he must have many sufferings, or else it would be impossible to sing such a song that was soon over. Zhao Ruoyi nodded, with a few smiles on her face, and then continued, "Look, it's already over then. That's good. This video doesn't even need to be edited. It can be sent out directly." Before you speak, Zhao Ruoyi very skillfully logged into Su Chen's note short video, clicked the plus sign, and then uploaded the video. "Here, it's already uploaded." Zhao Ruoyi laughed. "Your current call to arms is simply not comparable to anyone else's. Moreover, the official platform of Soundtrack Short Video is also going to help you push the stream." Zhao Ruoyi's voice was very soft, quietly looking at Su Chen in front of her, before saying very seriously. Su Chen nodded. Fruity, the official of Note Short Video. After seeing this short video of Su Chen, he didn't dare to have the slightest carelessness and hurriedly started pushing. For a moment, many of you swiped to this video. Shit, this Su Chen actually posted a video? I've been following him for such a long time, and he hasn't made any moves, but he actually sent out a video. It looks like it was recorded in an office, holding a guitar. That's singing? Su Chen's new song. Come listen everyone. I'll go in first. If you're going in, just go in. What's with the evil talk? Countless people started flocking to the video, and at the very beginning, seeing the beginning of the video, all of them tensed up. But, laugh me to death. This Su Chen will actually be so neat. Let you sing one line. You really only sing that one line? Aw? Babe. I'm afraid this is the shortest song in the world. All of them were a bit stunned in that moment. Haha laughed at the comments below, and the number of likes for this video was rising rapidly. Soon, the video was also rushed straight to the popularity of short videos, and many people, too, noticed the song Su Chen sang in the next. Crap. Bull. This song, it seems to be the original. This isn't some so-called original song. This is a so-called improvisation. You see, before, Su Chen didn't know what he should sing. If one day I become rich. At first it was still very simple and plain. But, as you sing, it's like it's maturing. Countless comments kept coming out enthusiastically in that moment. And Su Chen's fans, too, were rising rapidly. Note short video. Perhaps because of the special recommendation mechanism. So that is to say, the people who swiped to Su Chen, basically all know him, and have more or less some knowledge of his things. So, all of them also clicked follow at the first time. I can't. It's such a great song. But I listened to it. I don't think it's on Penguin Music. Zhao Ruoyi very quickly submitted the application for copyright registration. Nothing is necessary. Su Chen laughed, and then continued. There's no need for us to put this song in Penguin Music to make money. Just put it in the soundtrack short video and let people play it is also quite good. After brushing for a while, Su Chen really did like the short note video a little bit. He realized that there was really quite a lot of talent here. With a few faint smiles in his eyes, he watched a video of a donkey hoof repair with relish. What are you looking at? Zhao Ruoyi at this time also came over, looking at Su Chen's cell phone with some curiosity. After seeing what Su Chen was looking at, he froze there for a moment, and then continued. What are you looking at this for? Don't you feel that watching this thing is very stress-relieving? Su Chen cheerfully smiled and said. Soon had finished watching, followed by brushing to the second. More interested, actually is the wild camping. The man is called Xiao Shuai, and after being kicked out of his home by his wife, he came to the mountains alone. You go out and watch. Also, call Zhuang Lingling and Wei Lian. I have something to explain to them as well. Yes. Su Chen nodded and walked out while watching the video. After not too long, Zhuang Lingling and Wei Lai walked in. Zhao Ruoyi told them about the company's deal with Su Chang. Only the specific conditions were left unsaid. Zhuang Lingling froze there with a few moments of surprise in her gaze, and then proceeded to inquire. Mr. Zhao, the appearance fee for Wei Lai and I is fine. Both of us are nothing more than trainees. But isn't Su Chen's appearance fee a bit too low? Don't worry. Zhao Ruoyi smiled before continuing. If you guys really feel up to it, treat this one well. Don't let Su Chen down. Su Chen also chose to participate because of you guys. You guys should know how the new voice of China has affected and hurt Su Chen. Zhou Ruo's voice was soft. Wei Lai nodded and said somewhat tornly. Actually, there's no need for us to necessarily go back. Alright, The contracts have all been signed. There's not much need to talk about this now. Between words, Zhao Ruoyi let out a long breath. Next, you guys will have to work hard to get a good result amongst the program. And in addition, I've already discussed this carefully with Su Chen. Next, your participation songs are all original content customized by Su Chen for you. Zhao Ruoyi spoke. Don't let the company down. And don't let Su Chen down. Don't worry, Mr. Zhao. We will definitely not let Big Brother Su down, Wei Lai said hastily. At this moment, Yi Chen, on the other hand, was sitting in a car with a bag on his back. What are we going to now? Yi Chen's voice carried a few moments of doubt in it before he opened his mouth and said in an inquisitive manner, to an island in the easternmost part of China. This time, our shooting is taking place there. There is only 20,000 permanent residents there, and life has many inconveniences. Now, we have to rush to the pier, and then take a boat at the pier, sit for 2 hours, and then go to the island. The programmer was light. Yi Chen, I think this is the first time you've participated in a romance-type variety show, right? May I ask, do you have any visions and expectations for your significant other? The person from the program looked at Yi Chen with a smile on his face and aimed the microphone at him before opening his mouth and saying in an inquisitive manner, that's right. Yi Chen at this time smiled, and then continued, I'm a rather spontaneous person, so I hope that my other half can be a bit more spontaneous as well. Oh, the crew froze for a moment, followed by a few more questions. Yi Chen was not nervous. He had already faced the camera too many times. He knew exactly what to say and what not to say. In this case, the whole atmosphere of the show is still relatively simple and relaxed. That's right. At this time, the program team took out a card, and then continued. Here are the expectations and small wishes left for you by several female guests. You can take a serious look at them and choose one of them to fulfill. As he spoke, the programmer gently handed over a stack of small cards. The director in front of him gestured a 3 to Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled and after pretending to fumble there for a moment, he pulled out the third card among them. Great! Open it up at. When the program team saw how obedient Yi Chen was, they nodded with satisfaction. Yi Chen carefully opened that card. There was only one small line on it. Can you compose a song for me? When he saw this line, Yi Chen's entire body was a bit confused. Was this the little request Yang Shui had given herself? Alright, show the audience. Meanwhile, from here, to the island, there is less than 3 hours. You can choose to create a song during this 3-hour journey, the director said to Yi Chen. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth twitched viciously. For a moment I didn't know what to say. Compose a song? And only give yourself 3 hours? That's a little too tough, isn't it? You're not an original type of talent yourself, are you? Okay, no problem. Yi Chen smiled very reluctantly before agreeing. Taking out a pen and paper from among his own packages, he thought seriously. It's just that there are some things that can't be figured out just by thinking about them seriously. Yi Chen suddenly realized that it was okay to make himself sing, but it wasn't a difficult thing to make himself compose. Girl, I like the way you look. Girl, you approached my heart. Yi Chen wrote carefully. All the while, the melody was being carefully thought out in the back of his mind. As for Su Chen at this moment, he was seriously brushing the short video, and he suddenly found a good place to spend his time. Soon, though, Pan Hai's arrival interrupted Su Chen's tranquility. Mr. Su. Pan Hai stood there respectfully, with a few faint doubts in his gaze, before softly inquiring, you called me here. Is the script already written? Well nah, it's already been written and given to Mr. Zhao. You go find Mr. Zhao. Su Chen nodded. Yes, Pan Hai's mind was more than a little nervous. To be honest, he was having some trouble believing that he could star in a TV series so soon. And, he or she is still starring in it. With a bit of trepidation, Pan Hai arrived inside Zhao Ruoyi's office. See Pan Hai come in. Zhao Ruoyi smiled. It's this time of the day, and you've been called over. I've been resting at home for such a long time. I feel like my body is getting rusty. Mr. Zhao just came back from Eagle Sauce and is still in the middle of his vacation, so he's the first to put himself into work. I'm sure I can do the same, Pan Hai said with hasty assurance. Zhao Ruoyi was a bit helpless. Alright, there's no need to say these ass-kissing words. Mr. Su has already given me the entire script, and I've read it as a whole. It's very stunning. However, the script still requires a lot from the actor's acting skills. Between words, Zhao Ruoyi took out her printed script and placed it on the table, and then continued. Be prepared. Read the script too. Zhou Ruo's voice was soft. Yes. Pan Hai nodded thoughtfully. He knew that Su Chen's scripts, the contents of which were all very complicated, were like this Man from Earth, where the whole could basically be said to be held together based on the lines. Simple scenes, not any big scenes at all. Often, it was this kind that tested acting skills the most. Panhai is still very confident in his acting skills. Look at the script in front of you. The moment he had just flipped it open, Panhai let out a long breath, his eyes revealing a few moments of gravity. He also, at the first moment, felt the shock originating from the depths of his heart. What kind of person is this to be able to write such an amazing script? Looking at Panhai's somewhat shocked appearance, Zhao Ruoi's eyes held a few faint smiles in them. She had already expected Panhai's reaction. As a matter of fact, when Zhao Ruoi first saw the script, she was also stunned. This script, as long as it wasn't filmed too poorly, it must be very good looking. Zhao Ruoi at this time suddenly understood. The reason why Southern wants to build his own streaming platform now is because what Southern builds is basically a masterpiece. It would be a bit of a shame to put it on other video platforms. Such a huge amount of traffic, why can't you catch it yourself? So, it was only then that Zhao Ruoi thought of pulling Su Chang into her plan as well. Su Chang is a very capable director. Next, Zhao Ruoi had a few other targets, all of which were more talented people from all walks of life. A long time passed before Panhai put down the script he was holding. I'll be able to act. At this time, Panhai looked at Zhao Ruoi, and then gritted his teeth. I feel as if I was born for this script. Zhao Ruoi didn't know what to say for a moment. The corners of her mouth hooked up into a few faint smiles before she continued. To be honest, I really haven't heard much of such an interesting statement. This script was originally created for you, and I believe that when Su Chen was creating the script, he had also blended your character, image, and some of your past experiences into the script. But even so, you have to try to figure it out. Only in this way can we live up to Mr. Su Chen Su's expectations. Zhou Ruo's voice was soft, but every word is very heavy. Panhai could feel it and took a deep breath, a few faint glimmers in his eyes before he continued. Mr. Zhao, don't worry, I will definitely study the script properly. Well, the script is right here. You can take it back. However, you should know the company's confidentiality system. Zhao Ruoi looked at Panhai before continuing. No matter how good the relationship is, you can't reveal the contents of the script. If the company finds out that you revealed the contents of the script, don't worry, Mr. Zhao. I know the rules, Panhai said with a sharp nod. Okay, just go on back. Zhou Ruoi waved her hand. Panhai carefully picked up the script, and then very cautiously tucked it into his bag, hugging the bag to himself before leaving the company. It was only after all these things were done that Zhao Ruoi was able to let out a long breath. All this work is done. Zhao Ruoi's mood was relatively lighter as well. Standing up, he walked outside, realizing that Su Chen was actually still watching the carpet washing video there. He said somewhat breathlessly, "Are these videos that good? I'm suddenly regretting a bit now. I shouldn't have pulled you to the soundtrack short video. I pulled you over because I wanted you to expand your influence, not to let you get addicted to it." Ahem. Su Chen coughed twice with some embarrassment. With a few moments of embarrassment in his eyes, he subconsciously snapped his cell phone down. And I just don't have anything else to do right now, so I'm just watching the video. Come on. I'm not trying to blame you either. Zhao Ruoi shook her head helplessly and looked at Su Chen in front of her before continuing. It's not too early. Let's go out and eat something. Yes. Su Chen nodded. Seriously. And his stomach growled. The things that were eaten on the airplane were only barely enough to make a decent meal, and Su Chen was really embarrassed to call those things that were eaten on the airplane a meal. Right. At this time, Zhao Ruoi seemed to have thought of something and stopped, looking at Su Chen and said, "There's another matter that's more important to discuss with you, about the matter of the streaming media platform. I'm going to, take a loan from the bank." A loan? Su Chen froze. What's the loan for? The current Su Chen vaguely felt a headache when he heard those two words. He let out a long breath. Wait quietly. For our streaming platform, we need to buy a portion of the rights, especially the higher-rated TV series, movies, etc. It wasn't a particularly difficult thing to build our own platform, but we don't have much content to fill it with. I've seriously considered it. We don't even need exclusively licensed content. The amount of money it would take to license it exclusively is just too much, and our company doesn't have that kind of financial backing. Zhao Ruoi's voice was very soft, and she stated her thoughts one by one. After hearing these words from Zhao Ruoi, it was only then that Su Chen was slightly relieved. It doesn't take much to do that. So, roughly how much do we need? Su Chen spoke once more. Zhao Ruoi looked at Su Chen and coughed slightly before continuing. I can't give you an accurate answer right now. We need to go and organize our own resource library and film library, and then determine which some copyrights we need to buy, and then let the people below talk about it, and then summarize these things. Listening to Su Chen more or less gave him a headache. There was a slight pause before he continued. Sounds like quite a hassle. Just watch and get it. In Su Chen's opinion, these shouldn't cost much either. Aha! Zhao Ruoi nodded. With all the non-exclusives and our own exclusive content, it should be able to support a streaming platform. Eat what? Su Chen sidetracked the topic. In such an environment, talking about work is indeed a bit of a buzzkill. I kind of want to eat barbecue. Zhao Ruoyi at this time smiled and said, I know of a relatively good barbecue restaurant. Let's go. Let's go take a look. Yes. Su Chen also nodded. Zhao Ruoyi drove and Su Chen sat in the passenger seat, looking seriously out the window, dappled with light. Finally, the car stopped in front of a shopping mall. This place didn't look that lively, but the overall decoration looked very high class. Standing here, one could feel a burst of peace from the depths of the soul, and the surrounding buildings and plants, paired with each other, complemented each other. How was it? The environment is okay, right? Zhou Ruo's voice was soft. Aha! Su Chen nodded. It's pretty good. The flavor isn't bad either. Zhao Ruoyi continued. In the past, when I was by myself, I always liked to come here to eat barbecue. Su Chen looked at Zhao Ruoyi with some surprise. Opening his mouth, he seemed to be trying to ask something, but in the end, he didn't open his mouth either. What's wrong with you? Zhao Ruoyi looked at Su Chen and said with some strange inquiries. Su Chen shook his head somewhat helplessly. No, I just want to take a good look at you. You seem to be looking at me a lot these past 2 days. Zhao Ruoyi slightly organized herself. The old you always avoided my gaze. Why? Have I changed at all in the last 2 days? When Su Chen heard this, his cheeks slightly blushed for a few moments. Only after a slight pause did he say very seriously, Zhao Ruoyi, did we not, a long time ago, meet? However, I don't have any memory of it. But, it feels as if you and Dean Gu know each other as well. Are you an orphan too? Su Chen subconsciously inquired and said. Immediately afterward, as if sensing something, hurriedly, he shook his head. No, that's not right. If you are also an orphan, I should have an impression of you. Moreover, you have a family. You look like your mom and dad. You should be biological. Zhou Ruoyi was exasperated, viciously kicking Su Chen. I'm sure I'm pro-life. Then I'm a bit surprised. How do you know Dean Gu? And, by the looks of it, Dean Gu also seems to know you. Su Chen's eyes carried a deep blankness in them. He desperately wanted to recall himself, only, vaguely feeling that the Zhao Ruoyi in front of him he should have seen before. But, when was it that he had seen it? And where did he see it? He was not clear at all, nor did he know. And, as far as he could remember, there shouldn't be a girl named Zhao Ruoyi in the Red Leaf Orphanage either. This left Su Chen somewhat puzzled. Hey! Zhao Ruoyi looked at Su Chen in this manner and let out a laugh before continuing. Since you can't figure it out, there's no need to think about it anymore. Do your own thing properly. Perhaps in the future, there will be a day when the water will come out after all. Well, why couldn't you tell me? Su Chen bristled, a few moments of bewilderment in his eyes. After a slight pause, he said somewhat helplessly, I was really trying to remember something, but it's as if this memory doesn't even exist. Why should I tell you? Zhao Ruoyi smiled wryly. You've forgotten, so forget it. Whenever, if you can really recall it, I'll give you a gift. Ha! Su Chen froze for a moment and waved his hand. You've already helped me enough. There's little need to give me any more gifts. No. Su Chen once again turned his gaze to Zhao Ruoyi in front of him, and only after a very long time did he once again shake his head, with a few moments of gravity in his gaze. I should have seen you before, but just, where exactly have I seen you before? You tell me, okay? Su Chen asked once more. He now felt like he was going to freak out. At this time, Zhao Ruoyi looked at Su Chen's appearance and couldn't help but snort out a laugh. So, you've been feeling stressed today and you've been watching videos there to decompress because of this problem thought? Zhao Ruoyi inquired with some curiosity. Su Chen twisted his body in an unnatural manner, with a few moments of embarrassment in his gaze. That's not exactly true. That's right. Zhao Ruoyi's eyes blinked, and then continued. In fact, there's nothing so-called about telling you, except that if I tell you, what's in it for me? Su Chen was once again frozen in place. I don't know what to say. And I don't know what I can give you, much less what I have. Between words, Su Chen was a bit embarrassed. You helped me a lot. I opened a company. You yourself almost left everything you had to come to my company to help me. And I, from beginning to end, didn't help much. Sometimes, I feel quite useless. Su Chen embarrassedly opened his mouth and laughed. Zhao Ruoyi looked at Su Chen with a smile and didn't say a word, just quietly waiting for Su Chen to continue. Su Chen after a moment. I don't know why you've been following me around all this time, but I think that we must know each other, and moreover, we should be on good terms. That's the only company I have. Actually, this company isn't technically mine. You're the one helping me. I can give you more shares if you want. One can even just be a part-timer themselves. Sincerity filled Su Chen's voice. You think that I care about this company of yours? Zhao Ruoi heard this and in turn, relaxed. The man in front of me has never changed. Don't care. Su Chen at this time was suddenly a little frustrated. He realized that the only thing he possessed was also worthless to Zhao Ruoi. Do you remember? Chi? Zhao Ruoi suddenly opened her mouth and asked. Chi? Su Chen froze there, and immediately afterward, a memory surged within his mind. He stood up somewhat incredulously and looked at Zhao Ruoi in front of him, his body subconsciously retreating a step. You're Gigi? This can't be right? Su Chen was a little confused for a moment. Of course he was impressed by the name. I remember that I was on the street and met a little girl who told me that her name was Gigi. Later, when he saw that she seemed to be fatherless and motherless, and even pitiful, he took her to the orphanage. It was just a pity that behind that, Gigi suddenly disappeared, as if she had never appeared in his life. Aha! Zhao Ruoi nodded very seriously. At first, I was taken captive by my father's business rivals. However, I took advantage of the fact that no one was around to escape, but I don't know or recognize a single thing about my surroundings. That's when you saw me and brought me to the orphanage. Zhao Ruoi spoke, but she was also suddenly relaxed. Those 5 days were the easiest 5 days I've ever had in my life. No worries, no need to go to any tuition classes, just have fun every day. And of course, on top of that, being able to see you. Zhao Rui's eyes were serious. Su Chen froze for a moment. It was still a little hard for him to accept. However, after taking a serious look at Zhao Ruoi, he realized that Zhao Ruoi seemed to really resemble the Gigi he remembered. No wonder he had always felt as if he had seen Zhao Ruoi somewhere. What? Seeing the somewhat dazed Su Chen, Zhao Ruoi smiled and said, hard to believe? Aha! Su Chen nodded honestly. I thought that you were just a passerby in the middle of life. But how could I have not expected that you would actually show up again, and in such a way? Su Chen felt a bit incredulous. Yes, Zhao Ruoi shrugged. Soon after, I contacted my parents, and then they were also afraid that I would be exposed, and then they secretly picked me up, and as a matter of fact, after that, my dad and I have been keeping an eye on the Red Leaf Orphanage, and my dad also chooses to sponsor it from time to time. It's just, I didn't realize you were so stubborn. Zhao Ruoi shook her head helplessly. I grew up there, so I have a responsibility and an obligation to it. So, I can't leave it alone, Su Chen said very seriously. In fact, a lot of times, the so-called responsibilities and obligations are things you force on yourself. There are so many children who have gone out from the Red Leaf Orphanage, but the one who is as stupid as you are is still the first one. However, it seems like it's true that stupid people have stupid blessings, and you're the one who's mixed up the best in the entire Red Leaf. It's because I'm mixing it up so I have more responsibility. Su Chen laughed. At this moment in time, he was, in turn, gradually relaxing. The doubts in his mind were finally cleared. Well, surprised? Zhao Ruoi asked with a smile. Su Chen gave a helpless laugh. To be honest, up until now, I'm still a bit incredulous. It always feels as if it was a dream. For me, those 5 days in Red Leaf were indeed a dream. Zhao Ruoi spread her hands. The two ate while chatting earnestly about something from the past. Su Chen also said some interesting things that happened after Zhao Ruoi left Red Leaf, while Zhao Ruoi listened with great interest. Later, my parents sent me abroad to study in order to protect me. And there were bodyguards. It wasn't even easy for me to come back. Zhao Ruoi shook her head helplessly. There were many times that I wanted to go look for you, and I also wanted to return to Red Leaf for a visit. After the two men got the words out of their mouths. Instead, there was more to talk about. After dinner, two people walking along the river. The breeze blew by, and although he hadn't been drinking, Su Chen still felt a faint sense of intoxication. Perhaps it's the wind that's intoxicating? Su Chen thought as he did. In fact, I've always known something about you, and I've been to every one of your concerts. Zhao Ruoi laughed and took a relaxed step. So, at that time, I wanted to pull you to Huajin, but I actually don't like Yichen very much. It was hard to wait until your group broke up, and who knows, you even rejected me. Between words, Zhao Ruoi even skimmed her lips. Hey, if you had said you were Gigi at the time, I might have gone to Joaquin. After all, you can struggle for years less. Su Chen shrugged. You'd be even less likely to go if you knew I was Chi. Zhao Ruoi shook her fist at Su Chen. Don't think I don't know you. You're a bit like a stone in a latrine. Smelly and hard. Ahem. Su Chen dryly coughed a few times, but fate always gives the best arrangement. Zhao Ruoi raised her head, looked at the river, and smiled before saying, it's pretty good right now. Right. Su Chen turned back around and looked at Zhao Ruoi's messy tresses and asked, at that time, when I was kicked out of the group, it seemed like you were in trouble as well, and looking at you, you weren't very happy at that time either. Not really. Zhao Ruoi shook her head. It's just that some things in the company are a bit of a headache. As you know, the Huajin family is big, and the internal struggles are also very serious. Although my dad has a controlling interest, he is not in absolute control of the company. At that time, the company, and a movie, had also just lost some money. Zhao Ruoi laughed. It's normal to be unhappy, but after seeing you in concert, I'm in a much better mood. After all, you could be a lot worse off than me. Zhao Ruoi couldn't help but laugh out loud as she said this. Su Chen's head was full of black lines, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Can you even compare them like that? However, what Zhao Ruoi said also made sense. When you're down on your luck, just look at other people who are even more down on their luck, and you'll instantly be in a much better mood. Ha ha ha. The two men's laughter carried across the river. It seemed like it hadn't been this easy in a long time. That night, after returning to the company, Su Chen slept comfortably. The next morning, early in the morning, Zhao Ruoi gathered all the people for a meeting. In the middle of the conference room, Zhao Ruoi had a smile on her face as she looked at everyone. Alright, there's no need for everyone to be so serious. The reason why I called everyone here today is actually nothing more than wanting to talk to everyone about the box office situation of our movie. Beyond that, there are plans for the coming period. The company is gradually getting on track, and we've got a lot of things coming up. First of all, our company has bought a 5-story office building over in the new district, and it's currently under renovation. When the renovation is finished, our company will move to the new building. This place is just as a temporary transition. All of them were stunned at this point. Buying a 5-story office building and it's in a new neighborhood? Does the company have that much money nowadays? Let's start with how the movie did at the box office. Day 1 our box office was 6.5 million. Only that doesn't tell us anything. On day 1 our scheduling was the lowest. On day 2 our box office bucked the trend. Also thanks to the increase in movie theater scheduling for us. Zhou Ruoi recounted these things very carefully. A very simple number, but one that seemed to evoke excitement from everyone in the room. One had a smile on his face. Next, our scheduling will also increase even more. I expect that our overall box office will, most likely, reach around $300 million. Zhao Ruoi spoke up. This is a heavenly achievement for a movie that cost us only $1 million. So after my discussion with Mr. Su Chen Su, we decided to take out a portion of the money to pay dividends for all the workers involved in this movie. And the rest of you don't need to worry. The company will pay you a certain amount of dividends based on the achievements you've made in all areas. In short, everyone chose Star in the toughest of times, so Star will definitely not let everyone down. We aim for the stars, and we are. Now, on that great ship, next we talk about the future work program. Zhao Ruoi's voice had a few hints of relief in it. Everyone is the backbone patriarch of the company, so there's no need for me to hide it from everyone. Next the company will be preparing a drama, a movie, and a variety show. As for albums and concerts, it's not a great opportunity right now, so that may need to wait a little longer. Between words, Zhao Ruoi took out another set of data. All of them were still relatively convinced by what Zhao Ruoi had said. Su Chen also sat there quietly. Regarding the TV series, there are many roles that may be needed in it. I'll temporarily leave the selection of these roles to Su Chen, Zhao Ruoi said as she looked at Su Chen. Su Chen stood up. Because this drama of ours is a criminal investigation, so that means we need to invite some veteran actors to take part in it, and at the same time, we also need to boldly enable some newcomers, and these newcomers should preferably be able to sign up with a company. What I was thinking is that I could post an invitation online and see if anyone wants to audition for the movie. In the meantime, if you think there's someone suitable, you can also make recommendations. Su Chen's voice was soft. I will also choose a suitable role for everyone in the company. It's just that there are big and small roles, and sometimes it may be hard to avoid some unfairness, and I hope that none of you will mind. There will still be plenty of opportunities in the future. Aha! Zhao Ruoi nodded slightly. Rather, he didn't say much. As a matter of fact, the reason why she asked Su Chen to come and say this today, in fact, it was to build up Su Chen's prestige. All along, although Su Chen was very important to the company, but he himself didn't care about these things. So much so, he even had some small transparency in the company. Aside from some of the patriarchs, some of the others didn't even recognize Su Chen. But in fact, Su Chen was the real soul of the company. There, Zhao Ruoi at this time also nodded. Next, I'll talk about the rest of the program arrangements. This meeting was counted as the first real plenary meeting of the Star Company. After the conclusion of the meeting, Su Chen then began to have a headache. To be honest, the whole assigning roles thing isn't really that easy. The script itself is there, but there are some in here that aren't really actors, and there are definitely some trade-offs for themselves. Pan Hai as the lead actor is already set in stone. What about Chong Ling Ling? one still needs to examine her acting skills for herself. If possible, the role of Jo Shudong could be considered to be given to her. Su-chan recalled it carefully, and then carefully recorded it in his own book. As for Chang Wanli, on the other hand, it is also one of the more difficult ones to arrange, as his image is indeed a bit underwhelming. Previously, because of his personal reasons, Su-chan had also given him a lot of care. But now, in the new TV series, it was still difficult to find him a relatively suitable role that carried some weight. If there's a bright spot, it's that Chang Wangli's acting is really good. And just at this time, Su-chan's phone rang. Su-chan picked up his cell phone and found that it was Duan Yuming calling. There's something strange. After the connection, Duan Yuming's voice came out. Hello, is it Mr. Su? Yeah, it's me. For the name of Mr. Su, Su-chan was still more or less not accustomed to it. However, many people around him had already started to call it that, so Su-chan also defaulted down. Here's the thing. Our movie blew up. I'm giving you a call. The first thing is congratulations. The second thing is, if you have any new movies, TV shows, or whatever, you can be sure to consider me. Ha? Su-chan froze there. Your company should have arranged quite a few announcements for you, right? Can your time be arranged? Any other announcements can be put off, as long as you need it. Mr. Su, I'll be in place right away, Duan Yueming said with assurance. Version 03 updated. 1. Fix the problem with Zheng Tianai's name. Thanks for the reminder. And I really wasn't too sure that Zheng Tianai was actually still an actress name, in order to avoid suspicion. So Zheng Tianai from today onwards, renamed to Chao Tianai. 2. Fix typos within some chapters. 3. Adjust the subsequent update program. Subsequently, we will try to ensure 5 chapters of updates per day. Duan Yuming's words made Su-chan feel quite surprised. We do have a TV show in the works, but... Su-chan paused for a moment. No problem. I can. Duan Yuming hurriedly spoke. He saw hope in Su-chan. After all, it was possible to bring a box office poison like him back to life. A movie that cost only $1 million, but managed to bag hundreds of millions at the box office. Duan Yueming, on the other hand, cautiously said to Su-chan, the movie fee will be fine if you see fit to give it, as long as you can give it a chance. Su-chan was somewhat helpless. Watch the paycheck? There is no way to look at the give-off before because there really is no. And coupled with the fact that no one would use the Duan Yuming at that time, all the directors are avoided. In this case, he was able to invite himself at a low price. But now, Duan Yueming's curiosity is no longer the same. Even Chang Wangli has a ton of people looking for a movie. Not to mention Duan Yuming. After breaking the curse of box office poison, all people also saw Duan Yuming's strength. After all, the movie star was real. How can such a person's paycheck still be low? That. Su-chan let out a bitter smile. I'll send you an invitation for an audition. So come over and take a look then. Understood. After receiving a satisfactory reply, Duan Yueming was able to let out a long breath. When this man from Earth had just come out, Duan Yueming was almost certain that this movie was going to go down in movie history. However, he had never expected that this movie would actually be so popular, even to the extent that one has to go to a scalper sometimes when one wants to book a ticket. Of course, there are some people in there who are actually pouring in tickets. Anyway, these ticket sellers will dump whatever tickets make money. They are not going to let go of the slightest opportunity. It was also at this time that Duan Yuming realized that he had to hug Su-chan's thigh hard no matter what. As long as the other side is filming, you have to find a way to get involved yourself. Yang Shui sat in the car with seriousness. Hello, Yang Shui. Welcome to Love Full House. Hello, host. Yang Shui held the microphone in her hand. May I ask what you expect from your significant other? It takes a certain amount of talent, doesn't it? Yang Shui thought seriously, then continued. No matter when it comes to it, men with talent are the most handsome. May I ask, do you have a more favorable person in your circle? Not yet. Yang Shui smiled very coyly. So, I'm also very much looking forward to finding that heartfelt feeling in the middle of the program. Okay, let's welcome Yang Shui once again. Here are some small requests from the male guests for you. You can choose one of them and fulfill it. The host's tone was calm as he looked at Yang Shui and smiled. A few moments of surprise appeared in Yang Shui's eyes. I'm looking forward to it. Yang Shui quickly recovered her professionalism and nodded her head very seriously. Immediately after, Yang Shui drew out one of them and opened it carefully. It says, I wish I could have a dance. Pick the one I'm good at. Oh. Yang Shui shook the note in her hand. Along with the chatting between Yang Shui and the host, the two cars of Yang Shui and Yi Chen arrived at their destination, and the sound of the waves continued to rise and fall. It's easy for the mind to let go. That night, Yang Shui heard the song Yi Chen had composed for himself. Only, she seemed a little less than happy. Nevertheless, Yang Shui danced a peacock dance for all of them very seriously. Yi Chen was there, looking at Yang Shui's dance, and was also a little shocked. In the circle, there were many people who danced beautifully, but for some reason, this night, Yang Shui's dancing was extraordinarily moving. Perhaps because the wind was slightly intoxicated this night, or perhaps because of the drunkenness of the wine this night. Hello everyone. At this time, the host stepped forward near the end of the program, looking at all of them, and then continued. Today's journey, too, is coming to an end. I hope that all of you can have a good dream tonight, and our schedule for tomorrow is to follow the fishing boat and go out for sea fishing. For a moment, everyone crossed their fingers. Accustomed to being in the middle of a big city, they had never been exposed to anything like this, so it still feels relatively fresh at first. Tomorrow, we'll split into 3 groups. That means there will be 3 boats. On each boat, 2 men and 2 women will be assigned, along with an experienced sea fishing master. The host was very meticulous about the rules. Next, let's free team up. Pick your own companion for tomorrow. Gentlemen, please take a step forward and stand in front of your favorite female companion. Although the program is scripted and has a fixed pattern, some small conflicts and accidents are still arranged to ensure the ratings of the program, as long as the general direction is to follow the script. Yi Chen, on the other hand, did not hesitate to stand in front of Yang Shui. He knew that it was his female companion, and it was also mandated as far as the program was concerned. Only, to his surprise, there was actually another person who also came in front of Yang Shui. He looked up with a few moments of doubt in his gaze. Those childish eyes seemed to be full of questions. Why isn't this guy following the script? Alright, now please ask the female guest to speak. The female guest has the final decision. You can directly decide whether to team up with the male partner in front of you or, alternatively, you can pick another playmate. Those who are willing to follow, please take the initiative to choose. If not, we'll do a trivia game next and choose the remaining male guests in order of their trivia ranking. I have to say, the showrunners are still better at this. They picked one of the hottest ways to go about the program. However, at this moment, Yi Chen was full of confidence. In his opinion, no matter what, Yang Shui would choose herself. Just, Yang Shui ended up, instead, choosing the person who stood beside Yi Chen. Only Yang Shui smiled sweetly before speaking. I choose Gu Shunliang. Yi Chen was directly confused in place. What's the situation? Where's my date? How can I lose one of my beautiful and sexy chaperones just like that? And she chose another guy? I'm so sorry. Yang Shui bowed to Yi Chen before continuing. Thank you very much for choosing me. You are a very good person. It's okay, it's okay. A smile worse than tears appeared on Yi Chen's face. In the meantime, Su Chen, on the other hand, was seriously thinking about the script. The success of the first movie had allowed Su Chen to see the potential, and all he could think about now was how to pay off his debt as quickly as possible. And this movie, minus the theaters, minus the expenses in various areas, the company is able to land at least 100 million or more. In this case, Su Chen was also very elated. Movies definitely make more money than anything else if you get it right. Just what is the next movie to make on its own? Definitely shoot what will make money. But again, there are so many to choose from. So tired of thinking about it. Why don't we just brush up on the short note videos for a while? Su Chen said to himself. I can't figure it out anyway, so I might as well brush up on short videos for a while. Su Chen realized that the short video he had posted had made big waves online. There are also countless second creations pouring out. Even, a number of celebrities came down. Start singing, if one day I become rich. However, many people below are replying. Brother, why don't we forget about it? I feel like we're already rich enough. As for Su Chen, he didn't think too much about it. After the authorization of the song went out, it in turn brought him unprecedented heat, and the fans of the Note short video, surprisingly, directly exceeded the microblogging, directly reaching more than 6 million. This is one thing that was unimaginable before. Well, it seems that Zhao Ruoi still has some vision and insight. The potential of this Note short video is indeed stronger than Weibo. It was while Su Chen was relaxing there. Zhao Ruoi pushed open the door and walked in, glanced at Su Chen and said with a smile, You seem to be idle? Ahem. Even though he was the boss, he would blush when he was caught groping for fish. Just relaxing. What brings you here? Su Chen looked at Zhao Ruoi and inquired somewhat strangely. Zhao Ruoi sat very casually on the opposite side of Su Chen, and then continued, The company is gradually getting into the right track, and you talk about what you need to be responsible for next. The first thing is the casting of Daylight Murderer. This is very critical. This is very crucial. We need to finalize all the important roles inside. Also, director, assistant director, producer, photography. There's still a big difference between a TV show and a movie. Once all the information is finalized, we can just start shooting. Su Chen nodded. It's a top priority, and frankly, it's all about holding up Panhai. In fact, after the experience of this man from Earth, Panhai's paycheck has steadily increased. Instead, a number of people have sent invitations. Only, the agent gave it all a no, paving the way for this TV series for the company. If something goes wrong with this drama at this point in time, then I'm afraid I'll be a bit sorry for Panhai. The second thing, bring Zhuang Lingling and Wei Lai to participate in a new Chinese song. Zhao Ruoi smiled. After this time, it's unlikely that Su Chang will make things difficult for you again, and you'll have more chances to perform. And even, we can put the recording process into our company. Anyway, you showed up as a special guest instructor. Zhou Ruoi put her thoughts out there that it was no longer likely that a mentor would be added to the stage. The so-called special mentors were actually taking Wei Lai and Zhuan Lingling, who had already left, to fight against the other trainees of the Huaxia New Voice. Aha! Su Chen nodded. This matter was indeed very important as well. Also, you owe Zhou Sky Love a couple songs. You shouldn't have forgotten, right? Zhao Ruoi tilted her head and asked with a smile. Su Chen nodded. It's already prepared. But, on Xiao Tian AI's side, I feel that, instead, we can let him go to the middle of all kinds of variety shows to practice, to raise his popularity and the song's popularity. Well, that's pretty much what I thought. Zhao Ruoi nodded. I've already discussed it with him, and if there's a suitable one next, I'll let him go. Right. Zhao Ruoi at this time snapped to attention. Do you remember the variety show Love Full House? Well, remember, I was invited before. Zhao Ruoi picked up her coffee and took a sip before continuing. After you refused, they wanted to settle for the next best thing, inviting Xiao Tian AI, but I have a feeling that this isn't a good match for him. Su Chen was a bit puzzled. It's best to ask Xiao Tian AI what he thinks about this kind of thing, right? What if he really wants to find a date? But, Zhao Ruoi was amused by Su Chen's words, and couldn't help but look at Su Chen. Just stop it. This kind of program, all of them are scripted, and even more, your ambiguous objects are all assigned, and are required to follow the program team, and look for an object in it? Are you really not worried that Xiao Tian AI's old man will directly kill the company to find your trouble? That's a real estate big shot, Zhao Ruoi said as she spread her hands. Su Chen nodded. It's still true. He's someone who will be forced to go back and inherit billions of dollars if he doesn't work hard. Speaking of which, a few points of helplessness appeared in Su Chen's eyes. You too, Zhao Ruoi helplessly said. Still, it's not a big deal to go and have some fun, except that the notice fee given by this program isn't very high. So, it's one of those tasteless, discarded types. I still have the same suggestion. Ask Zhou Sky Love. Su Chen nodded. Yes. Immediately after that, notify Zhou Tai to come over. After sitting down, the two of them, Su Chen and Zhao Ruoi, explained their intentions. Now, we want to hear what you think. Go on. Why don't you go? Xiao Tian AI said with a straight face. Yi Chen has gone there. I'm going over to punch him in the face. I'm going over to punch him hard in the face. Humph. He actually did something like that in the first place. Su Chen was a bit speechless for a moment. You don't have to do anything about it. Su Chen reminded. We still have to maintain our image once in a while. That's not what you said when you asked me to report Huang Yuhua. Xiao Tian AI said with some contempt. Big brother Su. Don't worry, this breath. I'll help you out. Not to say much. 3 songs. Just 3 songs and I promise I'll give you a piece of my mind. Xiao Tian AI looked at Su Chen with a straight face. Su Chen was a bit speechless for a moment. You're robbing us while we're on fire, aren't you? Forget it. Let's not participate in this program. Su Chen burst into an evil sweat. Although he could write it, he felt that if he agreed, sooner or later, one day, he would be completely bald by Xiao Tian AI. No, one song will do. When Xiao Tian AI saw Su Chen's appearance, she hurriedly pleaded. Stop it. Su Chen immediately smiled bitterly. Su Chen didn't dare to promise Xiao Tian AI anything now. What about a company now? There are too many monks. Alright then, let's simply take it out on you for Big Brother. At this time, Xiao Tian AI said cheerfully. I'll go. Anyway, I've been looking at Yi Chun with displeasure for a long time. There's no need to go too far. Su Chen patted Xiao Tian AI's shoulder. Don't worry. I definitely won't treat you poorly in the future. Understood. Xiao Tian AI held out a hand. I have 5 ways to get him killed. 5. Just as Su Chen was planning to speak, his phone rang. Picking up his cell phone, he found that the one calling was actually An Hong. Hello? Sister Hong. Su Chen called out respectfully. Aha! Sister Hong smiled. I heard that you're coming back? It didn't occur to me that your temper could actually endure it. It seems that Su Cheng should have paid a small price. Hearing this, Su Chen said somewhat helplessly. You're joking, Sister Hong. Alright, looking for you isn't about chilling with you either. Next week, my national tour will officially begin, and I plan to invite you to be my guest. How about it? Ni Hong's voice carried a few moments of calmness in it. It can also give Zhuang Lingling, Wei Lai some opportunities to express themselves. Interested yet? Su Chen instantly froze there. If it was an invitation to himself, he might not really have much interest. However, now Ni Hong is directly pinpointed to his pain. Zhuang Lingling, Wei Lai, are his company's artists? He is also trying to find ways to give the two people looking for the opportunity to debut. But now, which opportunity to be better than this? This is Ni Hong's concert? I can give you up to $3 million for your appearance fee. But, Zhuang Lingling and Wei Lai, how about you just buy one and get two free? Sung. Su Chen nodded and agreed. Are you kidding me? Let's not talk about the $3 million appearance fee. Even if one needs to give $3 million backward, I am afraid that there will be countless people who are all willing to spend the money willingly. It can't be helped. That one song, Lady of Extravagant Fragrance. Apart from you, it seems like I can't find a better partner. Ni Hong spoke. Otherwise, I'm really a bit reluctant to let you kid earn my money like this. Hey, Sister Red. Thanks for the chance. Su Chen was no fool, and naturally knew that this was Ni Hong taking care of herself. A hasty expression of gratitude. After hanging up, Zhao Ruoi also couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, with a few moments of shock in her gaze, and then continued. What kind of relationship do you have with Sister Hong? Sister Hong is actually willing to help you like this? Sort of a senior. Took care of me before. Su Chen smiled and said, well, this is indeed a great opportunity. If it can be seized, I can't say for Zhuang Lingling, but Wei Lai is definitely a chance to soar. That's something to discuss with the two. And besides, we're going to need to record some demos. Small sample? Su Chen froze for a moment. Next, you're going to rejoin back into the program of The New Voice of China. As a special mentor, you are required to customize the songs for Zhuang Lingling and Wei Lai. Of course, you can also pick old songs, but I have a feeling that with your temperament, you should both create new songs for them. Aha! Su Chen nodded. Think hard about it. And Zhao Tian AI also retreated. Next will be in Zhuang Lingling and Wei Lai are called to the recording studio. Mr. Su, you're looking for us? Zhuang Lingling opened her mouth and said inquiringly. Su Chen let out a laugh. You all already know about our return to New Song of China. And today, I'm going to write songs for you that suit you. Zhuang Lingling, it's like what I said before. You're actually more suited for some sweeter vocals. So I've prepared such a song for you. Go try it. As he spoke, Su Chen handed an already written song to Zhuang Lingling. Zhuang Lingling froze for a moment and took it with some trembling. The eyes were filled with excitement. After reading it carefully, he inquired with some incredulity. This is for me? Yeah. Su Chen nodded. If it's not for you, who else could it be for? Zhuang Lingling immediately smiled with joy. I knew it. Hey, thank you Mr. Su. There was a little tongue out between words. She also saw that the relationship between Su Chen and Zhao Ruoi was extraordinary, and if she didn't know how to advance or retreat, then she was afraid that her future days in the company were going to be more and more difficult. Well, familiarize yourself with it and then go try it out. After saying that, Su Chen turned his gaze to Wei Lai who was next to him. What about you? What song are you going to sing next? Or do you plan to sing rock? Su Chen looked at Wei Lai and smiled first. Or do you plan to try something else? Mr. Su, Wei Lai stood there, looking more or less coy. I'm actually not much of a fan of rock. It's just that at that time on stage, the effect of rock was actually far greater than that of the other songs. That's why I chose rock. Aha! Su Chen nodded. So what do you like? Is there a more favored type? Or, you can go to the recording studio and sing your favorite songs, so I can have an idea. Su Chen's heart was more or less ashamed. He himself had lulled Wei Lai here for quite some time, but there hasn't really been any pointers given to him or any songs written for him. Always waiting for the opportunity though. But it was inevitable that Wei Lai's mind would think too much. I love love songs. Wei Lai nodded very seriously, and then continued. The more lyrical ones. Good. You can go ahead and sing more, and I'll familiarize myself with your voice and singing. Su Chen opened his mouth. If you suddenly sneeze, it must be me thinking of you. If I'm woken up in the middle of the night by my cell phone, it's because I care. Zhuang Lingling's sweet and lovely voice came out in the middle of the recording studio. Zhao Ruoi looked at Su Chen as if she was looking at a monster. Su Chen was able to create rock songs, lyrical songs, and even love songs, which she understood, but for him to actually be able to write songs that were so adorable and still sweet, this broke Zhao Ruoi's perception of Su Chen. Oh baby love talk more. Want me to look more? Show a little more so I can actually see. Accompanied by Zhuang Lingling's voice that kept coming out. Wei Lai also felt a pang of shock. Other than Su Chen, there was no one who understood Zhuang Lingling's level better than him. If anything, the original Zhuang Lingling's level of music, though, had a certain foundation, but it's just that little bit more basic. On the stage of The New Voice of China, someone like Zhuang Lingling was not the worst, but she was definitely not considered strong either. To be able to be turned around by both Su Chen and Ni Hong, there should also be a certain amount of friendship in it. But now, Wei Lai suddenly realized the horror of Su Chen. He was able to turn a bad situation into a good one. Zhuang Lingling's singing voice was actually not very suitable for other routes, but it was as if this song was specially prepared for Zhuang Lingling. It was played out almost perfectly by Zhuang Lingling. After singing, Zhuang Lingling walked out from the middle of the recording studio. Somewhat anxiously, he inquired, "How is it? How's it going?" "Not bad, not bad." Su Chen gave a thumbs up to Zhuang Lingling, with a few faint smiles in his gaze. "I have to say, you're still very suitable for this song. Go back and practice more. And when you're on stage, sing this one song." Yes, Zhuang Lingling was also able to sense that the song was tailor-made for her. The thought of it also made her instantly excited. Wei Lai, on the other hand, was even more expectant at this time. In the middle of the recording studio, Wei Lai sang a few songs that he was more familiar with, both rock and ballads. All in all, Wei Lai's vocal range was still relatively wide, and there were quite a few songs suitable for him to sing. Su Chen recoiled for a moment. The next step is what is known as the PK race, definitely a case of pulling out the stops. With Wei Lai's strength, there was no problem advancing, but one had to choose a song for him as well. A song that could be a hit. After thinking seriously for a while, he looked at Wei Lai and said, "The one I prepared for you should also be able to be considered a love song, but it might not be that lyrical. You should also know what kind of songs are more suitable for a stage like this. How about you take a look? If it doesn't work, let's try something else." After all was said and done, Su Chen began to brush on the paper. The color of his face was unprecedentedly grave. After a little less than 20 minutes, both the score and lyrics had been written down. First, he handed the sheet music to Chao Tian Ai to prepare the tune. Immediately after that, the lyrics were handed to Wei Lai as well. "Look." Wei Lai first glanced at the lyrics. A few moments of shock appeared in his eyes, and he had to say that the lyrics were really well written. "This song? Is it for me?" Wei Lai's eyes lit up. "Well, if you can handle it, then the song is yours." Just at this time, Chao Tian Ai walked out and said excitedly, "Brother Su, this song is really awesome. I love it." "Brother Wei Lai, if you don't like it, how about letting me have this song? You can open the price." "No." Wei Lai shook his head very seriously. "This is what Mr. Su gave me, and my first song." "Alright, stop teasing people." Su Chen glanced at Wei Lai breathlessly. "Hurry up and try." "Yes." Wei Lai also walked into the recording studio with a few moments of excitement. The amazement in Zhao Rui's heart was already a bit beyond words. She had never appreciated Su Chen's creation. However, from what she saw today, Su Chen's creation of a song was simply easy to the extreme, with the sound of a powerful music coming out. And at this time, Wei Lai's voice came out. "Shake the red wine glass, lips like stained blood, that uncommon beauty, that unpardonable sin." Wei Lai's voice came out, and all of them, with a few moments of surprise in their eyes. Wei Lai's performance was a few points better than anyone could have imagined. Only Su Chen's brows were deeply furrowed. Only after Wei Lai finished singing and walked out did he cautiously inquire, "Mr. Su, how do you feel? How do you say, not playing to your strength? You're going to be vocal. You're going to use all your strength." As he spoke, Su Chen stood up. "Watch this. I'll demonstrate it to you once." "Ha?" Wei Lai froze there. It wasn't until this moment that he suddenly realized, Su Chen is the so-hidden boss of this company. No matter it is singing, or creating scripts, or making movies, it will be so little. And, nowadays, the achievements are very high. With a few apprehensions, Wei Lai also wanted to know what the song under Su Chen's rendition looked like. And Su Chen walked into the middle of the recording studio and cleared his throat first. It had been a long time since he had smoked, so he was able to feel that his voice was recovering quite well. Before, because of the stress, smoking would be a bit more, and his voice was more or less out of order. Although the ordinary audience couldn't hear it, to the professional singers, Su Chen's form was slipping. Immediately after, Wei Lai froze, because the version performed by Su Chen could be said to be very different from the one he sang. Or rather, Su Chen's method of interpretation was better, more explosive, and more drenching. "The night is too beautiful, and despite the dangers, someone always stays up with a black eye. Love is too beautiful, though more dangerous. May it cost some overspent millennia of tears?" The same is too beautiful. And despite the humbleness, I would like to taste the taste of pulverized bones. You are too beautiful. Though there are no more words. How I would love to isolate the world with a stone pestle. My princess, I will dominate your beauty. Su Chen's voice seemed to be giving an extraordinary impact. An impact that was not just auditory, but more like visual. Go ahead and pound away at what you have with impunity. Zhao Ruoyi's eyes were a bit dull. She was even more confused about Su Chen. Even more so. Can he even make a song like that? After removing the ear returns and walking out of the recording studio, Su Chen said to Wei Lai, "Do you feel it? It's that explosive power just now. You have to completely explode your voice. Your emotions. Not that simple hissing." Aha! Wei Lai nodded with a grave expression on his face, and then continued, "I'm sorry, Mr. Su. I've failed to live up to your high expectations of me." At the very beginning, when Su Chen was about to go down for a demonstration, he was still more or less unconvinced, thinking that even Su Chen might not be able to interpret it better than himself. However, after hearing Su Chen's version, Wei Lai was completely convinced. It seemed that there was still a big gap between himself and Su Chen. Remember, you can be unlike me, or you can have your own method of interpretation, but that emotional outburst has to come out. Otherwise, the song won't have enough impact. Instead of blowing up the whole place. Yes. Hearing Su Chen's instruction, Wei Lai also nodded deeply. After calming his somewhat agitated mood, he returned to the studio. Didn't expect that. Ha! At this time, Zhao Ruoyi smiled and said, "For a person like you to be able to create this kind of somewhat crazy song, I seem to understand a little bit why you like racing." Su Chen was somewhat speechless for a moment. A sharp chill ran through his body. "Are you kidding me? You don't like racing at all, do you? Don't force yourself to race when the time comes. It's killing him, and he knows just enough about racing to know about the AE86, or the one that whispers and smokes. You can't beat my FCs unless you can get over this." Ahem. Let's just listen to the song first, Su Chen said with some embarrassment. Right? Su Chen froze there, a flash of shock appearing in his eyes. What if, for example, you made a racing movie yourself? Thinking about it, Su Chen felt some feasibility. But Heads Up seemed to have a mediocre box office performance in the first place. If you want to shoot it yourself, you definitely need to make some changes. Moreover, Su Chen also felt something odd. According to reason, this movie still looked very good, or at least it was the dream of many teenagers. But the strange thing was that after one movie was made, it was just gone, probably because the box office was too bad. I remember when I was a kid, Su Chen was always waiting for Zhou Dong to join the team after what happened, but it didn't wait at all. The movie was, by the end, reduced to a niche movie. No, this movie is just too dangerous to touch. Su Chen thought of this and let out a long breath. Moreover, there were quite a few scenes in this movie that still needed cars and professional drivers. In this case, the cost control was not that easy. Forget it. Su Chen shook his head and denied his thoughts. What's wrong? Zhao Ruoyi, who was at this time, opened her mouth and inquired. Su Chen shook his head. Nothing, it's just that a movie suddenly came to mind. But if it's made, it might lose money. You want to shoot? Zhao Ruoyi didn't ask anything more, but only looked at Su Chen in a somewhat strange manner. Su Chen was a bit surprised by Zhao Ruoyi's question, then smiled immediately afterward. Not really, it just suddenly came to me. We still have quite a few other good scripts. Aha! Something to do with racing? Zhao Ruoyi was like a roundworm in the middle of Su Chen's stomach as she asked with a smile. Su Chen turned back with some surprise, looking at Zhao Ruoyi who was standing there. How did you know? Guess so. But you can rest assured, Zhao Ruoyi said with a smile, if you really want to film it, it's unlikely to cost money instead. If it's really a racing movie, we can look for car dealers to negotiate for sponsorship. They are more generous than one another. Yeah? Su Chen was a bit puzzled. It seems that foreign countries do operate like this. Lots of cars crash there. It's all sponsored at the end of the day. If you take sponsorship from a garage, shoot their cars to be sturdier, crash resistant, and premium. But if it's not taken, it allows that one car to do a lot of rolling, falling apart, etc. that normal vehicles can't do. These are normal. So, there are still plenty of car dealers willing to stuff their pockets. It seems like it would be really possible to recoup the cost from the car dealers if that's really the case. Yeah, Zhao Ruoyi nodded with a straight face. Don't worry, if you really want to shoot, I'll contact the car dealers at that time. It just so happens that my dad has contact with several car dealers, and a lot of the cars in my garage are still from them. Su Chen became more embarrassed for a moment. Just wait a little longer. Zhao Ruoyi didn't say anything, putting the focus back on Violet's song. After Su Chen's guidance, Wei Lai's performance this time around could be said to be on a higher level compared to last time. This is truly a buildable talent. No wonder Su Chang wanted to pull him back. Xiao Tianai nodded in deep thought. Zhao Ruoi paused for a moment. A few moments of speechlessness in her gaze. Xiao Tianai seemed to have realized something as if he shrunk his neck and said, "Of course, only Big Brother Su is the strongest. Big Brother Su is a man of letters, a man of virtue, and a ruler of the Jiangsu. Cut the ass-kissing here." Su Chen raised his foot and kicked Xiao Tianai's ass. Zhou Tai wasn't angry either. Wei Lai walked out of the recording studio. "Mr. Su, how are you feeling?" "It's great." Su Chen nodded. "In these next few days, you also familiarize yourself with it more. Anyway, this recording studio is just for you and Zhuang Lingling, and it won't be open to the public for the next period of time, so you guys can totally practice your songs in this place." "Thank you, Mr. Su." Zhuang Lingling and Wei Lai hurriedly opened their mouths. Su Chen waved his hand, was planning to go back. Zhao Ruoi, however, pulled Su Chen out of the company, got into the car, and headed directly towards Zhao Ruoi's home. "Where are we? Where are we going?" Su Chen asked with some doubt. A few smiles appeared in Zhao Ruoi's eyes. "Surely it's to my dad's garage?" "Su Chen, do you know? The biggest significance of my appearing in Star is that I want to fulfill all of your ideas, no matter if the idea is a pie in the sky or not, or if the idea is a little less realistic. However, I want to help you realize it all. You don't need to think about anything else. You just need to come up with your ideas," Zhao Ruoi said as she drove. When Su Chen heard this, his entire body froze there, as if it was a little hard to believe his own ears. You, I'm so touched by your words. I don't know what I should do." Su Chen was speechless for a moment. There was even more or less an urge to cry. "But," Zhao Ruoi said somewhat breathlessly, "moreover, it's not like we don't have a way to make a profit on this thing. I feel that, as long as it's operated well, a racing movie, the audience is still very wide. The most important thing is that in China, there are basically no well-made racing movies." "A racing movie?" Su Chen at this time suddenly switched from Heads Up D to another movie. It's just that the first couple of parts of that movie didn't seem to draw as much money as Heads Up D. Still, it's possible to give it a shot when you get the chance. "Right," Zhao Ruoi nodded. "If you think it's okay, we can even cooperate with the car dealer to make a series of movies. We'll be able to get a lot of advertising money alone." "Aha!" Su Chen thought seriously. It can be considered. Racing movies, one really does have a similar idea, and originally thought it might lose money. After all, it's such a waste. But after carefully thinking about the words that Zhao Ruoi had said, it was still indeed very reasonable. If it makes money, and it makes a lot of money, why don't you shoot? Or even, if we could put the Head D story on the mainland? Suddenly, Su Chen thought of another possibility. Heads Up D, the first couple of movies, while not bad, were only moderately good. If one could adapt a portion of the plot from Heads Up D and then do some retconning of the story in Speed Racer. But then, it feels a little bit sorry for that anime that I love. This is not something one should be thinking about nowadays. The next movie won't be a racing movie, which Southern still understands. Even if Zhao Ruoi's words were as flowery as they were, but it's not like those car dealers are doing charity work. You think you can invest in you just because you make a movie? Then there are too many people making movies in this world. All of them, one by one, can be all man-eaters. They need to see a return even if they are investing. And, have your successes backed up. Nowadays, if you only have one successful movie, what makes them invest in you? Even if he had Zhou Ruoi come to his door, it wouldn't make much sense. Su Chen's heart was very clear about this matter. Only, this one might actually need a gem, or at least a money-making one. As for these, they can be put on the back burner for now. Soon, the car had arrived at the underground garage of Zhao Ruoi's house. Rows and rows of all sorts of vehicles were lined up. Coupes, off-roads, and even a couple of RVs that resembled big trucks. At the very beginning, it all shocked Su Chen to the core. This RV can actually fit in an underground garage? How did you drive in? There are even some down here that are limited edition cars. Well, Zhao Ruoi looked at Su Chen, and then opened her mouth and inquired, "Do you have a favorite? Pick your poison." Su Chen half smiled. To be honest, he was really a bit dazzled. The cars here, there are a lot of them or even the type that Su Chen has never seen before. But, there is no need to look at it at all. You know that the price of this car is very expensive. In fact, all of them drive very poorly. Don't look at these cars as if they look great, but then you really drive them and realize, some of them are not comfortable. In fact, it's more of a nanny car for you. Nanny car? Su Chen froze for a moment. Well, although our company is said to be equipped with a few of them, none of the specifications are very high. You can instead pick from here, and if any of them are suitable, we can pull them out and change them. You'll need to catch up with announcements all over the place in the future, and you'll definitely be very, Very tired. Between words, Zhao Ruoi arrived in front of a white Mercedes-Benz. This one is from the V series, which my dad does like. It's also a new model. Zhao Ruoi spoke up. The comfort level is also good. And if there's a drawback, it's that the space is a bit small. You can just drive away if you like. How is this good? There's nothing to be embarrassed about. The car is thrown here. My dad can't finish driving it. And after you finish driving it here for a few months, he may not even be able to perceive that there's a car missing in this garage. Zhao Ruoi covered her mouth and laughed. That's a bit of an overstatement. Su Chen would really have a bubble in his head if he believed it. Old Zhao might not be aware of it, but the people below him would tell him all about it in every detail. Only, Lao Zhao knew that it was his own precious daughter who brought Su Chen to drive, and he definitely wouldn't say anything is all. Say, what's the point of buying so many cars? I don't know. Maybe you men have this fetish. Zhao Ruoi skimmed her lips, a few faint hints of helplessness in her eyes. Su Chen didn't say much either. It's as if men have an inexplicable love affair with cars. Su Chen had heard that many married men, when they parked downstairs, would always calm down in the car for a long time before choosing to go home. Hey, forget it. Su Chen thought seriously. This is still a bit bad. That's right. Then this one. No more picking. Zhao Ruoi knew what Su Chen meant, but she still directly interrupted Su Chen's words and said directly on the board. Su Chen froze for a moment. Get in the car. Between words, Zhao Ruoi got into the car and familiarly started the vehicle. Not. Su Chen felt a little surprised. You all keep your car keys in the car? Yeah. Zhao Ruoi nodded. Basically not many people will steal it. It's not a small thing. It's not easy to deal with it if you steal it nowadays. There are cameras everywhere. The possibility of being caught is just too great. And you don't usually put anything valuable in the car. So the family puts the keys directly in the car. Abominable. Is this the rich? Su Chen felt like he didn't understand. Somewhat bewildered, he got into the car. Right. When she was in the car, Zhao Ruoi seemed to have thought of something, and said to Su Chen next, there's one more thing that may need to be reported to you. Good news or bad news? Su Chen subconsciously tensed up. Looking at Zhao Ruoi, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva before continuing. Zhao Ruoi was a bit speechless. Are you so timid? Aha! Su Chen nodded deeply. Sort of good news. Zhao Ruoi laughed, and then said very easily, Lu Xiaojun has tapped into a young man with pretty good potential, a graduate of the Shanghai Film Academy, who once starred in the school's youth movie, which still looks pretty good. The potential is okay too. I'm going to put some resources together for him properly in the next. Zhao Ruoi's voice was calm, as if everything was on a cloud. Well, those are up to you. Is it the creamy kind? Su Chen asked. Sort of, but not one of the more effeminate types. A very clean boy, not particularly good looking, but a durable one. We can consider him for the next movie. Aha! If we can get him to play opposite Chung Weinli, I feel like it should be a pretty big boost for him. What do you think? Zhao Ruoi opened her mouth and asked. Su Chen froze there. Can he catch it? Are you kidding me? Cheng Wangli is ridiculously strong alright. Someone who can act opposite a movie star. Although ugly, however, the overall strength is unquestionable. Let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, we'll get Duan Yuming back. The two aren't in the same category, are they? Su Chen felt a little strange. Almost. Zhao Ruoi laughed. Why else would I say this person has potential? Okay. Su Chen nodded. Rivalry play? Countless classics had flashed in Su Chen's mind. Only that it really wasn't very common to see ones that could fit the combination of a handsome and an ugly one. Aren't we going back to the office? Su Chen saw Zhao Ruoi drive off in a different direction. Well, the company has rented a villa for you near the office building in the new district. You are the company's major shareholder no matter what. You should live slightly better. Su Chen froze there. Me? Alone? Villa? Su Chen only felt a little crazy. What? Not used to it? Zhao Ruoi spared a glance at Su Chen. Su Chen also nodded very honestly. To be honest, I'm quite fine in the company. It's not much fun to live in a villa by myself, and it's a lot of work to clean such a big place. But, Zhao Ruoi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Don't worry, there are people cleaning the villa for you inside and out. You don't have to have any worries. The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched viciously. And hired a nanny? Besides, you don't always want to be all over the office when I want to find you sometimes, do you? The walls have ears. Zhao Ruoi laughed again. Looking for me for what? Su Chen was once again at a loss. Zhao Ruoi's body stiffened slightly and tried her best to stabilize herself. Talking about something? Whatever. In case it's something more secretive. What if the opposite party hears it? Or maybe a commercial spy within the company? Su Chen's eyes held a deep sense of disbelief. His own company had already begun to have commercial spies, hadn't it? However, on seeing Zhao Ruoi's words with conviction, He still nodded, and immediately afterward, came inside a villa. It's rather close to the new office. It could be seen that Zhao Ruoyi had still expended quite a bit of spirit in order to find a villa for Su Chen in this neighborhood. The overall isn't particularly large or luxurious. I should still know you better. This villa is still much worse than a real villa. It can only be counted as a garden house, and you'll be able to live comfortably. As she spoke, Zhao Ruoyi led Su Chen to the first floor. The place is overall more spacious, with a long horizontal hall that looks and feels exceptionally comfortable. This is the meeting area, so if you have any friends or anything, you can drag them here. Zhao Ruoyi brought Su Chen to every corner of the micro villa. Finally, it came to a room. This room is small, but artfully appointed. Here, it's actually 2 rooms that have been soundproofed after being opened up. There's a secret door here, and inside is a recording studio. Of course, compared to the company's, it's still slightly worse. However, there is no problem with recording songs normally. After all, the company's the one that Joe Skylove has instilled a lot of heart and soul into. Zhao Ruoyi spread her hands and laughed. Outside, there are computers, printers, bookcases, shredders, ink, paper and inkstones and whatnot. Everything is available. So if you're inspired by anything, you can create here too. This one wall, a whole freezer was punched in, and as soon as you open it up here, it's a customized cold drink area inside for all kinds of things. Su Chen looked at all this in front of him, and for a moment he didn't know what he should say less. After a very long time, only then did she look at Zhao Ruoyi with some confusion. If I remember correctly, what you said just now, this is what you rented, but you actually spent so much money on the renovation? Right, rented. Zhao Ruoyi spat out her tongue in some embarrassment, but it's renting my dad's. A few smiles appeared in Zhao Ruoyi's voice. Su Chen froze in place. At that instant, Su Chen was somewhat heartbroken for old Zhao. It is true that having such a daughter is a little less worrying. However, this place was just too good to be true, and Su Chen was a bit incredulous. Simply every room is decorated to Su Chen's aesthetic point. The most important thing is that, although it is said that the villa is not small, however, all the places are to be used for their own needs. It was obvious that Zhao Ruoyi had spent a lot of energy on decorating this room. Thank you. Su Chen nodded. A few points of helplessness appeared in his voice. It's just that, it's really a bit too extravagant. In fact, having a place to live and being in the company during office hours is quite good. That's not good. Zhao Ruoyi shook her head. In the future, you'll be the real pillar of our company. We must ensure your stability. Where's the exaggeration? The two chatted briefly. Alright, it's getting late. You take an early rest, and I'll go back first. Zhao Ruoyi's voice was very soft. Aha! Sent Zhao Ruoyi to the door. Su Chen was still a bit uncomfortable with this villa. Back in his workroom, he began to think seriously about what came next. It's a little hard, isn't it? This Zhao Ruoyi had really given herself a hard time. However, this is not very important. There is plenty of time. The next focus is still on the preparation of the TV series crew. Since I can't think clearly, I might as well let it go for a while. It's about time we wrote a couple of songs for Joe Skylove. During this time, Xiao Tian AI is really a bit idle. And, as he's going to participate in the Love Complex next, he should have at least a few songs sitting on his hands. Now that it's all gone rock and roll, let's keep on rockin'. Let's see. Which one's for you? Su Chen took a pen and wrote and drew on the paper with a few smiles in his eyes. While not being able to finish writing, he returned to his bedroom. Here, all the bedding had been prepared properly. Su Chen did not have any psychological burden at all, and directly fell there and huffed and puffed. Woke up the next morning. Su Chen realized that he was actually drooling in his sleep. And, by the looks of it, there were quite a few. A big wet puddle on his shirt. Shit, the internet says drooling in your sleep is because of kidney weakness? I don't know if it's true. Su Chen felt some palpitations, and he came last night, and did not prepare any change of clothes, cannot return to the company to change it? It wouldn't be good if someone else saw it. Thinking of this, Su Chen stood up and walked towards the closet. In the middle of the closet, rows and rows of them, all colors and styles of clothes, all new by the look of them, and all neatly organized. Su Chen was also stunned when he saw this scene. Is this, too, what Zhou Ruoyi prepared for herself? What should I do? I'm a little touched, aren't I? Su Chen tried to take one down and realized that it fit perfectly on him, and it looked like it should have been prepared for him. And, each set is already matched. Just take it off yourself and put it on. After getting dressed, walked downstairs. However, he found that a man in a suit was already standing there, and the first moment he saw Su Chen, he hurriedly gave Su Chen a bow and said somewhat apprehensively, "Hello Mr. Su, I'm your exclusive driver. May I ask if we'll be setting off to the company now?" Su Chen sat in the car somewhat bewildered. and in that moment, he felt a bit shameful. It's as if they'd been adopted. This kind of taste made Su Chen always feel as if something was not quite right. Obviously, he also had a company, right? Moreover, he was making quite a bit of money now. Moreover, Zhao Ruoi was still hired back by himself. But why? He always had a feeling as if he was being groomed? Think about it. Su Chen let out a long breath. Yes, to the company. Mr. Su, please get in the car. The driver hurriedly opened the car door for Su Chen. Sit there. Su Chen also always felt a little less comfortable. Arriving downstairs at the company, Su Chen very skillfully bought some xiaolong bao in a small store. Back at the office, seeing that Wei Lai was practicing his song there, while Chao Tianai was holding a thermos cup in her hand, doing some matching work beside her. That, Joe Tiny Love? Su Chen seemed to have suddenly thought of something. This goji berry of yours, where did it come from? Ningxia's. Chao Tianai shook the wolfberries in the middle of his water cup. Authentic Ningxia black wolfberries. This thing, bull. Want some? Chao Tianai looked at Su Chen with some doubt. Su Chen was a bit embarrassed. You're young for your age. Why do you need this? Chao Tianai at this moment, some embarrassed smile, looked at the surroundings, and then went on to say, that, Big Brother Su, rock and roll, it's normal and understandable, right? Ha? Su Chen's eyes widened, somewhat speechless. He looked at Chao Tianai in front of him. So, that's how you understand rock and roll. Ha? Ahem. Chao Tianai was a little embarrassed. However, Big Brother Su, don't worry, I've never been one for you and me. Moreover, I've never done that kind of thing where I'm bullying people. They all just love my talent. It's Zai Hua, right? Su Chen somewhat despised and raised a middle finger at Chao Tianai. Okay, cut the crap. Give me some of the goji berries. Okay. Chao Tianai continued. It's in the refrigerator in my room. Big Brother Su, go get it yourself. I'm a bit away right now. Yes. Su Chen also nodded. He came to Chao Tianai's room and pushed open the door, while then took all the remaining half packs of black wolfberries from among the refrigerator. Back within his office, he also followed Chao Tianai's example and made a cup of wolfberry water. Take a serious sip. Right about this time, there was a very polite knock at the door. Come in. Su Chen hurriedly opened his mouth. The door was pushed open and Lu Xiaojun stood there with a few moments of embarrassment in his eyes, glancing at Su Chen before continuing. Mr. Su, Mr. Zhao instructed me to bring Kong Fei over here for you to take a look. Comfy, come in. This is Mr. Su. As he spoke, Lu Xiaojun summoned in a boy who looked more or less childish, but clean looking. The boy bowed somewhat coyly to Su Chen. Mr. Su, there's no need. Su Chen stood up. Seihan, please pour them 2 cups of coffee. Sit down first. Su Chen turned to the 2 men and said very casually, comfy? Su Chen looked at Kong Fei and inquired doubtfully. Graduated from the Shanghai City Film Academy, right? Yes. Mr. Su, I've just heard that you're excellent, but I haven't seen any of your movie or television works before. Can you find them for me? Su Chen opened his mouth and asked. He also needs help to see that Comfy was in it before. No problem, Mr. Su, I've brought it. Between words, Kong Fei carefully took out a USB flash drive and handed it to Su Chen. All the movies I've acted in. Clips and whatnot. All of them are in here. Yes. Su Chen picked it up. Instead, he didn't hesitate to insert it into the computer. He hadn't participated much, but, just as Zhao Ruoi had said, this Kong Fei did indeed have a lot of potential. It's still better suited for idol dramas, and if you can dig a little deeper, you should have a good career as well. Only, thinking of this, Su Chen suddenly had a sense of helplessness. In fact, this kind of thing, before, was something that didn't require Zhao Ruoi to worry about at all. When Zhao Ruoi was in Huajin, she only needed to grasp the general direction and quality projects, but after coming to Star, she even needed to pay attention to one of Star's artists who had just arrived. That's an accumulation deficit. Maybe, Zhao Ruoi is tired too? This thought flashed out of Su Chen's mind for no reason. It's great. After Su Chen closed the playing interface, he raised his head and looked at Kong Fei in front of him and said, Kong Fei, perhaps you don't know Star very well, but there is one thing that I have to notify you in advance. That is, we, Star, may have very few of these idol youth type movies. There are times when you even need to make a fool of yourself, or push your acting limits. Su Chen said very seriously. It's still not too late for you to regret it. With your condition, no matter which entertainment company you go to, you'll be heavily utilized. Su Chen's voice was very soft. Not. Lu Xiaojun at this time was instantly bewildered. What's going on? This Comfy is his own performance. This boss actually wants to dissuade comfortably? Can't it be that the boss isn't happy with Comfy? Lu Xiaojun at this time was a bit anxious. Mr. Su, Kong Fei took a deep breath before continuing. Don't worry, I'm here to act, not to play an idle drama. As long as you are able to cast me, I am not afraid of even the most difficult challenges. What about letting you shave your head? Su Chen subconsciously asked. If acting requires it, I can do it right away. As he spoke, Comfy stood up. Don't you worry. Su Chen smiled when he saw Lu Xiaojun's appearance, and then continued. What should be yours will not be missing a single point. Thanks boss. Lu Xiaojun was a little embarrassed. Immediately after, looking at Kong Fei's appearance. Sit down first, there's no rush. I'm just asking first. Alright, I know. I will first look for a role for you amongst the next TV series. As for the movie, wait until this movie is released before we start the next one. Thanks, Mr. Su. Comfy nodded hastily. You go down first. Su Chen waved his hand. Lu Xiaojun, on the other hand, stayed there, and he was able to clearly hear that what Su Chen said just now was you go down first. Mr. Su, do you have any other orders? Lu Xiaojun opened his mouth to inquire. Su Chen nodded. You're in charge of Qiao Tian AI. Qiao Tian AI. This person looks a bit shy, but in fact, his character is still rather wild. If not, it's unlikely that he likes rap and rock so much. This time, when he participates in a variety show, you'll be responsible for pulling the strings a little bit, so that he doesn't get into a feud with someone else. Understood. Lu Xiaojun nodded very seriously. After Tian AI is done, have him come over. I have some things to talk to him about. Yes. Lu Xiaojun nodded again. Su Chen, who could not easily clear his mind, picked up his thermos cup and took a sip comfortably. He was about to get some shut-eye when the phone rang. When he picked up his cell phone, his brow was deeply furrowed. The caller was not a bystander. It's none other than Huang Yuhua. Su Chen paused and subconsciously turned the recording on, and then picked up the phone. Hello? Su Chen. Congratulations. Your career has been booming lately. Huang Yuhua's voice contained a few moments of laughter in it before he opened his mouth. Say what you have to say and fart what you have to say. Su Chen's voice was icy cold. Huang Yuhua couldn't help it somewhat. Still angry about what happened before? It's better to settle an enmity than to tie it up. What's more, you've already taken revenge on me. What other unresolvable hatred can there be between grown men? Su Chen didn't know what to say for a moment. To be honest, I've always been optimistic about you. Losing the shackles of the company, you alone will be able to revitalize even more. Huang Yuhua said again. You called me just to say that? Su Chen's voice contained a few moments of coldness in it. If that's the case, then you can hang up the phone now. I'm not at all interested in listening to you talking this nonsense to me here. Su Chen paused slightly before continuing. There isn't that good of a friendship between the two of us either. The reason I'm calling you is because I want to talk to you about a deal. There's no deep hatred between you and Yi Chen, is there? The entertainment circle is a very naked circle of interests. As long as you are able to have the qualifications to be utilized, you will be able to make a living in this circle. Huang Yuhua spoke again. You have now shown your value. So that means that there are a lot of people in the circle who will rush towards you. But this is not a good thing, because you have made too many enemies now. How much? Let me count the ways for you. Starting with a lot of the artists on hip-hop has me. Are they also called singers? Su Chen's voice contained a few hints of mockery in it. Maybe not really, but what about Su Chang? The man is a national team. Who told you there's a problem between me and Su Chang? Su Chen's voice carried a few hints of faint mockery in it. It doesn't matter if you deny it. I've already investigated everything about you. There's also Kai Su. This person's hatred for you has reached a peak. 3 times on Weibo. He belittles you, and he also has a group of fans with very good fighting strength. I have to say that you're quite a roadie, and it's because of that you were able to easily defuse the last crisis. But the fighting power of his fans is not comparable to that of a roadie star like you. These roadie fans of yours, they will eventually go back to their daily lives proper. They can't keep fighting for you. And Yi Chen, nowadays, since Yi Chen wants to repair this layer of relationship, there's no need for you to keep chasing after him, is there? Huang Yuo's voice carried a few faint smiles in it. As for me being nothing more than an agent, without that much energy, what you did last time to straighten me out, although I kept it in my mind, I knew that I wouldn't have any good ending if I made an enemy out of you. Isn't this also still calling you? Instead, why don't we sit down and talk about it? Su Chen's eyes narrowed gently. It seemed that these people were really enemies that he had erected, only that he didn't give them a second thought. By the way, I almost forgot to tell you that on Eagle Sauce's side, you've also made enemies. This time your movie did very well at the box office, but it also made them lose face. And it's always been the case that their movies can kill it in the Chinese market. Huang Yuhua reminded. So that means they're preparing to snipe your next movie. And then what? Su Chen's voice was calm. He understood in his heart that a person like Huang Yuhua was not the kind of person who could dissolve hatred with a few words. Such a person was motivated by points of interest. As if the circle of the entertainment industry he was talking about was centered around a circle of interest. The reason he is now a good businessman is nothing more than that he sees value in himself. It's very simple. I heard that you went back to participate in the New Voice of China. I need you to help do something for me in it. And after you've done that, $5 million in honorarium. I can offer it in one fell swoop. How? Not good enough. I'd advise you to keep your mind off of all this, and don't ever contact me again. $10 million. Huang Yuhua smiled and said, it's very simple for you, as long as you nod your head. This $10 million is yours. Aha! Su Chen let out a long breath. Sorry, I really don't have much interest. Goodbye. After the words fell, Su Chen directly hung up the phone. Then the audio from that recording was exported directly into the computer. However, it's best to be cautious about such things. It's best to keep your hand in until it matters. After Huang Yuhua hung up the phone, he looked at the recording inside his cell phone, and the corner of his mouth gently hooked up a smile. Little bastard. Fight with me? You're still tender. Huang Yuhua directly opened the computer's audio editing software, pulling the recording directly into the audio track. For the next few days, Su Chen had been rather busy. The news of the TV show's casting call was put out, and a lot of people came over to audition. There are even some people in the circle. Duan Yuanming come as the fastest. Only, Duan Yuanming come just when the traffic jam. So say miserable row to the back. It seems that this so-called box office poisoner body has a layer of very heavy bad luck. Come to the set of the audition. Duan Yuanming looked at Su Chen with some embarrassment. Mr. Su, I'm really sorry. I'm really unlucky today. You just can't believe it. I went out at 8 o'clock in the morning, going down the Yellow River Road. I ended up having a vehicle tailgate directly in front of me and got stuck there. Later, I managed to go down the side road, intended to take another road, but found that the road was under emergency repair. Then it got elevated and I thought it would be slightly better. After all, the roads coming through have never been very congested. Between words, Duan Yuanming said with a bitter smile, who knows? On the elevation, a cargo lala had a rollover. It collapsed directly there. There's been another series of car accidents back there. I feel like I'm really not up to going out today, but luckily, I left the house early enough to catch it. Su Chen glanced at it. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Somewhat speechless, he said to Duan Yuanming, Alright, let's get started. Here's the line book. Read it, see what role you want, and then pick one of the clips to audition for. Su Chen was still very cognizant of Duan Yuanming's acting skills. It didn't dwell on it too much and just let him pick his role. Who knows? Duan Yuanming, after reading the character script, the whole person froze there, rubbing his hands somewhat embarrassedly. Mr. Su, it may be more or less presumptuous to say, I still like the role of Guan Hongfeng very much, but, Pan Hai, who was there drinking water and was planning to watch the show after seeing this scene, instantly somewhat speechless, he looked at Duan Yuanming in front of him. Old Duan, you're being a bit unkind. Everyone knows that this is my role. Hey, it's just that my contract hasn't expired yet. Otherwise, I'd go to Star 2. I just don't believe that this role can still fall to you. Duan Yuanming seems to be very frustrated. With just a shallow glance, he had already felt a deep shock towards Guan Hongfeng. Guan Hongyu, the twin brothers. What kind of a script is this? Su Chen looked at Duan Yuanming, knowing that the two were also joking. Somewhat helplessly, he said, Alright, you'd better hurry up. I choose the role of Joe Patrol. Duan Yuanming at this time took a deep breath and picked a role that was relatively more suitable for him. Immediately afterward he gently closed his eyes, as if trying to get himself into the mood faster. After a few moments, his eyes gently opened, and there was a slight hint of melancholy in his gaze. The whole person transformed as if they were a different person in that instant. Su Chen gave a thumbs up to Duan Yuanming in front of him. A movie star deserves to be a movie star. Actually able to be this expressive. 01. Yes, January 27th, 01. A little after 10 o'clock at night. I was riding my motorcycle past the east exit of Fengzhuang Road, where most of the stores were closed and three pedestrians were rushing home for the new year. Not far ahead at that fork in the road, that's where I first met you. Back then I was still working as an agent on the regional team, fresh out of the police academy, very uncomfortable dealing with the curmudgeons and the shameless. Whenever there's something to be done, it's done by force. My highest record was wounding a roving rapist on the same day. The rapist brought in a lawyer. The lawyer brought in a false witness, and an agent of the Western Force. In those days I had cloudy whites of my eyes, rough skin, and probably bad breath. I loathe everything except smoking and drinking, including myself. I only sleep 4 hours a day, and when I fall into bed late at night and don't drink myself completely unconscious, I find the world particularly desperate and want to cry. By this time, a few helpless little expressions appeared on Duan Yuming's face, and immediately afterward, he tossed his hair. Alright, Su Chen at this time gently nodded, and then continued, we've seen your performance, so you can go back and wait for the news. Holy shit, don't play like that? Duan Yuming hurried forward. If there's anything wrong with my performance, you can testify more. I really like this character too much. Other than the main actor in this drama, this is my favorite character. Su Chen was a bit speechless for a moment. It's not like I said you've been eliminated, but there are really a lot of people auditioning for this role. To put it bluntly, it's because the role is heavier and the character is more distinctive. Under these circumstances, it is natural that many people want to move to higher ground. Okay, Duan Yuming shook his head helplessly, and immediately afterwards seemed to have thought of something. That can I try out for other roles? You should know. I'm not picky about my work at all. As long as it's your script, as long as I'm allowed to have a small role in it, I'm already very happy. Holy shit. At this time, Pan Hai gave a deep thumbs up to Duan Yuming. If I say shameless, it's you. I can't even say such words. Don't you dare to sell yourself short here. Don't forget who introduced you to this job. And you don't know. Give me a few good words in front of Director Su. Duan Yuming said viciously. Wait until the end of the day. I'll make sure to swindle you for a few bottles of good wine. Okay, no problem. Look at anything you're interested in trying. Seeing that there weren't that many people outside, Su Chen nodded slightly. After all, it was already noon. There weren't a lot of people auditioning for the movie, and a lot of them went out to dinner. The big deal is that the schedule will be slightly faster by then. Su Chen still didn't have much of a problem with Duan Yuming playing Joe Patrol. It's just that there's always something weird about it. The crux of the matter is that it's really hard to pay for the movie. Give more than you need, and you'll hurt yourself. It's not very generous to give less. Okay, thanks Director Su. At this time, Duan Yuming's name calling all changed. Su Chen shook his head helplessly. Turning to Duan Yuming, he said, alright, go and get busy first. Okay. Duan Yuming also knew that there was no point in dwelling on it himself. He still couldn't believe that with all the people coming here, there could be someone better than his own rendition. Zhao Ruoi, on the other hand, was very calm and took quite a lot of photos and videos, which existed as material for short videos. This also made Zhao Ruoi feel more or less like a headache. Although Su Chen liked to swipe short videos, he seemed to be the one who didn't have much interest in shooting short videos. He's been advised to shoot it before, but he doesn't even seem to have taken it to heart either. Shouldn't we find him an account to run? This was what Zhao Ruoi's mind was thinking. Following Su Chen around, if Su Chen had any better moments, they could be captured and used as material for editing. Except, again, that felt more or less disrespectful. Ah, what a tangle. Zhao Ruoi's heart was a bit frantic. You can't just follow him around all the time, can you? And news of Southern's search for an actor soon reached the internet. What many felt at first was surprise. What? Su Chen actually made a movie? That's a bit of a big step, isn't it? That's right. That's what I got too. Although it's true that his movie is not bad, but, I have to say, this movie he is taking a trick. A lot of things that the movie should have he actually didn't shoot. He just used a very clever kernel to put the whole story in a specific framework. Even his next movie I'm not really a fan of. How is this even going to be a TV show? You know, filming for a TV show is a lot harder than filming for a movie, right? Especially if you also have to bridge the story. A lot of which is not so easy to nail down. It's smashed. Su Chen has smashed the game. Nah, are you people suffering from some kind of major disease? How many times has Su Chen punched you in the face? Do you remember? You've all forgotten, haven't you? Su Chen has always been one who is known for his creativity. Moreover, he now has his own entertainment company. To put it bluntly, as long as there's a good script, and then find a better director, and invite a few better actors, even if it's slightly crappy, there'll be a whole lot of people who'll take it. What's more, now that Su Chen's stuff hasn't been released, why are you all starting to sing the praises one by one? Upstairs, are you so confident in Su Chen? I'll put my words here. If this drama of Su Chen's can look good, I'll shit upside down live. Crap. Bull. The discussion of Su Chen's new TV series is still very enthusiastic. Only, for most people, it wasn't very favorable, especially after knowing that Su Chen's new drama was of the criminal investigation genre. Many have also made statements of disappointment. Honestly, I believe in Su Chen's talent, but the domestic criminal investigation, now it has been shot badly, and of all kinds of TV dramas, criminal investigation is the most difficult and unappealing to shoot. I think so. What makes Su Chen think he can shoot this well? Su Chen, you have a great imagination. Why don't you try to move into the midst of sci-fi movies? If your next movie is still sci-fi, We'll definitely be there to support it. For all of this, Su Chen knew nothing about it. At this moment in time, still they're watching a wide variety of actors, large and small, perform. Some of them Su Chen still appreciates, but there were some, and Su Chen was very helpless. There were always so many actresses, as if they were drunk, frantically suggesting to Su Chen that they could go to the hotel at night to pair up the scripts, and also wanting to ask for advice on characterization. Is that your attempt at characterization? Su Chen was somewhat helpless, looking at Zhao Ruoyi next to him. Who knew? Zhao Ruoyi turned her head aside violently as if she was angry. Su Chen let out a bitter laugh helplessly. Well, the day passed quickly. It's finally over. I'm so tired. Didn't several actresses slip you room cards? You can go and get them to give you a massage. Have a nice relaxing time. Zhao Ruoyi's eyes narrowed as she looked toward Su Chen. Su Chen shivered violently and looked at Zhao Ruoyi. If he didn't know that Zhao Ruoyi was angry at this time, then he would be too nervous. Not much interest, Su Chen said with some trepidation. Shit, what the hell is this Zhao Ruoyi trying to do? How can you put these things on yourself when you clearly didn't do anything? Su Chen let out a long breath and looked at Zhao Ruoyi in front of him, smiling awkwardly. I didn't leave any of their contact information or anything. Aha! Zhao Ruoyi's heart certainly knew what kind of person Su Chen was. That's a straight man of steel. A little sultry, but overall a very likable straight man. It was a bit difficult to take him down himself, not to mention the actors who just have a touch of class. Okay, just kidding. Zhao Ruoyi shook her head helplessly. Since you're tired, take a good rest at night. Aha! When Su Chen saw Zhao Ruoyi in this state, he also nodded. The nanny car sent Su Chen back to the villa. Su Chen looked at this driver of his and wanted to open his mouth to say something about the trouble. That driver then opened his mouth and said to Su Chen, Director Su, am I able to take a picture with you and ask for your autograph? I love watching the movies you make. Excuse me, will there be a part 2? The driver's voice was soft. There will be a second one. Only I didn't shoot the second one. Su Chen smiled and agreed to take pictures and sign autographs with the driver. You didn't shoot it? The driver froze. Is it someone else from your company? Of course not. It was Eagle Jam's side that purchased the opportunity to film the sequel from me. I thought that I hadn't thought of making a second movie myself anyway. So instead I might as well let them have the opportunity. So you were definitely able to see it on the big screen, Su Chen said with certainty. But, this is the hope of our Chinese movie. You just sold the sequel like that? The driver's gaze held a few moments of confusion, as if his worldview had been destroyed. Su Chen laughed, looking at the somewhat confused look on the driver's face, and helplessly said, Believe me, this is definitely not the hope of Chinese movies. What do you mean? The driver was completely confused, somewhat bewildered. He looked at Su Chen in front of him and asked. Su Chen smiled coyly. It's simple, because in the future, Chinese movies will climb to the top again and again. But, this is a science fiction movie? Huaxia is actually lacking such a good story. China is never short of such good stories. Su Chen retorted once again. What China lacks is just people who can tell good stories. We have many stories. It's just that, because our movie industry developed relatively late, so to speak, there aren't a lot of people who are able to tell a story in front of the camera in its entirety. I merely stood on the shoulders of giants and barely managed to tell one of the stories. In the future, more people than just me will step up and tell story after story. Su Chen's voice carried a bit of certainty in it as he looked at the driver in front of him. The driver's entire body froze. And you, would you like to contribute to the movies of China? Su Chen opened his mouth and said inquiringly. What power? The driver stammered. And the whole thing seemed to be very excited. Su Chen looked up and down at the driver in front of him, and pondered for a moment before continuing. The block on you is still good. Were you a soldier before? Although the man in front of him was wearing a suit, he still looked vaguely large. It was obvious that he was still very strong. Aha! Been a soldier, but not a dangerous one, just an automobile soldier. A strange light appeared in Su Chen's eyes. I may be planning to make a movie next. However, this movie may require you to shave your head. Will you be willing to do so? Su Chen looked up and down at the driver in front of him, always feeling as if there was something not quite right. It was only later that I realized that the man's hair was just a little too thick. That's why it looks so honest. Yes, of course. Is it your next movie? The driver was instantly excited at this point. No, but what I can tell you is that this will be the first series of movies that I have in my hands. You'll be playing the lead in it. But, again, you'll need to sign a contract with us for at least 5 movies. Ensure that our series of movies can run smoothly. And, the liquidated damages could be frighteningly high. Su Chen's heart was still very wary. You know, the biggest fear of the series is actually that the actors are not in control. That It won't affect my daily life, will it? The driver, in turn, was more than a little nervous at this time. Su Chen nodded. It shouldn't affect your daily life, but on the condition that you don't do anything detrimental to your image, such as breaking the law, such as moral degradation, or anything like that. That I understand. The driver thought seriously at this point. I still do. Alright, you can call Zhao Ruoyi later and ask her to prepare a contract for you. Huh? Really? That driver couldn't believe that this heavenly pie had actually fallen on his body. And it really did fall hard. I never tell a lie. I'll make it right with Wakey. Su Chen nodded, then entered the villa. After entering the villa, Su Chen looked back with some bewilderment. By the way, it seemed like he just wanted to say thank you to him, but not knowing at what angle. The jolt of feeling that the man's image actually still fits perfectly. However, this day today was really too tiring, so without any hesitation, Su Chen directly collapsed onto the bed. A long yawn escaped. The bed, soft, it's so cozy. Su Chen was about to close his eyes. A phone was ringing directly instead. Picking it up, he realized it was Zhao Ruoyi's phone. Hello? Zhao Ruoyi's voice seemed to be more than a little displeased. Are you unhappy with my arrangement? No? Su Chen froze there. Where is this coming from? Did he say he wasn't satisfied? Why is it that when I get you a driver, you actually want him to make a movie? It fits. Su Chen said rightfully. I might actually make a series of racing-type movies in the future. His image is very suitable. Moreover, he is still working as an automobile soldier among the army. This kind of person is simply hard to find. But I'll tell you what, the movie fee can be raised slightly higher, and you can even set an agreement on the increase of the movie fee for him. For example, after making one movie, the pay will increase by more or less. But at least sign up for 5 movies. Su Chen's voice carried a few moments of solemnity in it, and Zhao Ruoyi was able to hear that Su Chen was serious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken in such a tone. There was a pause before continuing. Just how many do you want to make? It's not clear yet. At least 8 parts. Su Chen was also a little less certain. But Zhao Ruoyi somewhat couldn't help but laugh out, and after a pause said, I can see that you really like racing. It seems that you shouldn't have been allowed to choose a nanny car. Ahem. It's not that. Su Chen was a bit speechless for a moment. How did you really like racing yourself? However, Zhao Ruoyi didn't continue to dwell on this issue. Alright, I know. Don't worry. I'll keep the people in the company, so when you want to use them, you can always say so. Yes. Su Chen nodded. Ready for bed? Zhao Ruoyi opened her mouth and asked. Well, plan on sleeping. Su Chen answered honestly. Don't go to sleep yet. Wait about 10 minutes. After Zhao Ruoyi finished speaking, she didn't even wait for Su Chen to ask a why before she directly hung up the phone. After less than 8 minutes, there was a knock at the door. Su Chen froze for a moment, and threw the doorbell, but he saw a man standing there with great concentration. Hello? Su Chen pushed open the door and glanced at the person in front of him somewhat strangely. May I ask who you're looking for? Excuse me, is this Mr. Su Chen? I'm Dr. Jean from the Rehabilitation Department of the Third People's Hospital. Your friend knows that you're overworked today, so he said that he wants me to come over and do a full-body rehabilitation massage treatment for you. May I ask if you have time now? The man inquired very politely. Ah, there's time. Su Chen let the person in somewhat bewildered. That, Dr. Jean? Su Chen subconsciously asked. Did General Manager Zhao send you here? Right. Dr. Kim glanced at the large bed. Mr. Su, please lie down first. Oh, good. Su Chen honestly lay there. To be honest, lying on the bed, facing a man, is Su Chen's more or less a little less adaptable. However, Dr. Jin's technique was really fantastic, so Su Chen was only slightly entangled for a moment before falling asleep in a daze. I don't know how much time has passed. He just woke up in a cold sweat. Nima, I can't believe I fell asleep. Turning his head, he saw that Dr. Kim wasn't here. Looking at the security logs at my door, 2 hours after falling asleep himself, Dr. Kim chose to leave. However, it had to be said that Dr. Jin's craftsmanship was quite okay, and in just such a small amount of time, Su Chen felt as if he had been replaced with new parts all over his body, which was very comfortable and cozy. A 5-kilometer run in one breath shouldn't even be too much of a problem. Even the feeling of being trapped in the body had pretty much disappeared. Early the next morning, the driver was already standing there waiting. Do we have anything important to do today? Su Chen opened his mouth and said inquiringly. Good day, Mr. Su. Mr. Zhao has instructed me to send you to the company first, pick up Zhuang Lingling and Wei Lai, as well as your manager, Ms. Chu, and then go to the recording of the new Voice of China. Oh, Su Chen scratched his head. He had somewhat forgotten about it. Today is the recording time for the new Voice of China. Yes, Su Chen nodded. Originally, I thought that I would be able to discuss the casting of White Knight Chaser with Xiao Rui at the company today. Now it seems to be a little difficult to fear. Back at the company, Zhuan Lingling and the others were already waiting there. After getting in the car, it was straight towards the recording site. After arriving at the recording, Su Chang looked more or less embarrassed as he stepped forward and said, "Su Chen, I'm really sorry. You should also understand, I do indeed have some opinions about you, but it's only a suggestion. All orders are given from the top. I just want to make the show perform better too." Su Chang's voice was awkward, yet it was still quite frank. It's okay. Su Chen nodded. "This is my manager, Xu Sihan. You should have already talked. As for these two, you should already recognize them as well. Director, I wonder, how should we cooperate with the performance next?" "That's right." Su Chang's voice held a bit of embarrassment in it. "We are trying to make you the mysterious mentor of the program. We've changed the rules slightly. You have two special rules as a mystic mentor. The first rule is, choose a mentee and duel with them. You now have two trainees, and if you feel that one of the trainees is not strong enough, you can choose to forcefully intervene and face off with the trainee in the form of a PK. But this actually has two outcomes. One is that you win, and the other is that you lose the match. If victorious, no matter how popular this cadet is, he will be eliminated outright." Hear this. Su Chen couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. "Nima, what is this? This is a motherfucking imperial sword. See who is not in the eye, directly chopped over it can be. Of course, if your trainee loses the match, you will also lose a point. We, the program team, will give you 5 points in the initial state. 5 points, which proves that you have 5 chances to choose a challenge. If 5 points are consumed, I'm sorry, you will also have to leave the stage of the new Voice of China again." Su Chen let out a long breath and looked at Su Chang in front of him. 5 chances, 5 points, which is basically a messy kill. First of all, Wei Lai himself was already very strong. Coupled with the addition of his own song, Su Chen simply couldn't imagine why he would lose. How could he lose? What's more, one has 5 more chances. This setting should also have been added by Su Chang because he was worried about messing around. What about the second one? Su Chen came to be interested at this time. This was getting more and more fun. He also sort of realized that this time Su Chang had called himself back just to make himself a shit stirrer. Su Chang's idea was simple. "Su Chen, aren't you strong? If you're capable, you go in PK with the other mentor's chosen ones. The second, on the other hand, is that you can force an interception." "Forced interception? What do you mean?" "It means that if you fancy a certain cadet, you don't have the means to get directly involved though. However, it is possible to force an interception. However, if you want to force an interception, you need to step onto the stage and PK with the mentor. Likewise, you are only able to have 4 trainees, which means that you can forcibly cut off 2 trainees. And this one is the same. You need to consume your own points. And this one will consume your points whether you succeed in the challenge or not." Su Chen carefully digested the rules in his mind. Only then did he nod slightly, looking at Su Chang in front of him, and then continued, "I see. And correspondingly, am I not limited in various ways?" Su Chen said with a few moments of doubt in his voice, inquiring curiously. "Of course." Su Chang was very serious. "The restrictions for you are also mainly reflected in 2 aspects. The first aspect is that there is no way for you to directly participate in the selection of trainees. Or rather, there is only the opportunity for you to select trainees, and no opportunity for trainees to select you. You're not involved in the overall fight, and you have to understand that. After all, this program of ours is still mainly focused on the 4 mentors." "Well, understand." Su Chen also nodded deeply. "Being able to be recalled myself is actually considered a great compromise. According to reason, the program team should be walking on one path. If Su Chang didn't have the so-called betting agreement, there was a high probability that he himself wouldn't be able to come back." Su Chang summoned himself back, also for the sake of ratings. "The second aspect is that you do not participate in the final competition for the strongest mentor." Su Chang's voice held a few faint smiles within it. "What I've said should already be clear, right?" "Aha!" Su Chen nodded. "At a glance, my appearance is equivalent to a boss." Su Chen's mouth was tinged with a smile, and to be honest, he still quite liked this setting. Only, the challenge is also strong. Su Chen could sense that Su Chang still had a great deal of resentment towards himself. Or rather, this dissatisfaction is a lack of confidence in one's own strength. These so-called rules were actually better like telling Su Chen, "Don't you have the power? If you have the ability, you can use it. You mustn't be so formal. If you don't have the strength, then I'm sorry. It only proves that I was right before. You just can't. You're just not very useful. You're just a piece of trash." So, Su Chen's heart also understood that this time, he had to find a way to prove himself no matter what. or else he was afraid that he would really be nailed to the pillar of shame. When that happens, the whole country can just take it all in. There was no point in trying to do anything yourself, even if you wanted to. This is where Su Chang is really smart. Instead of continuing to antagonize Su Chen, he gave him a chance to prove himself. It's just that it's up to you whether or not you're capable of it. Ha ha ha, that's a very interesting understanding. Good. You're a boss set up by the program and a roadblock. After figuring out your rules, Zhuang Lingling gently came to Su Chen's side and whispered, "The visitor is not good. To be precise, we're the ones who came." Wei Lai at this time, but the corners of his mouth revealed a few glimmers of excitement. What's wrong with that? I still feel quite good about it. This way, we'll be able to challenge more people, and basically when we see a slightly stronger one, we can find a way to take him out. Su Chen looked Wei Lai up and down. That's a dangerous idea, isn't it? How come I didn't feel it before? That you have such a crazy idea in your heart? Am I wrong? When Wei Lai saw Su Chen looking at himself, a few moments of bewilderment appeared in his eyes. Taking a long breath, he then continued, "I do feel that since we've come back, we definitely need to have a good time. Otherwise, wouldn't we have come back for nothing?" And rightly so. Su Chen raised his eyebrows, his eyes filled with laughter. If he didn't make good use of such an interesting rule, it would be a waste of Su Chang's hard work. The taping of the show started soon after. The host remained on stage as normal, and smiled after reading the jingle. "Actually, I know what you're waiting for, Su Chen." At this time a man on the stage shouted violently, "Not bad, Mr. Su Chen's movie has already finished filming, and, following that, he has pushed off many roadshows, and has returned to our show again. Only, I'm sorry to say that our mentor is full. In this case, we added mystery mentor. Next, let me introduce the detailed rules for all of you viewers." With the rules screen gradually emerging on the big screen, everyone also digested and understood the rule at first. The rules are actually quite simple. It was impossible to add more mentors, but it was as if Su Chen was an unexpected factor. However, after introducing the rules, Chen Jingping retorted, if. At this time, Chen Jingping's voice carried a few hints of disdain in it, and then continued, "What about me wanting to challenge Su Chen? We can't just let Su Chen challenge us old guys while we old guys can't challenge him, right?" Su Chang's brows furrowed deeply. He hadn't expected that Chen Jingping, this prick, would actually speak up and retort. Su Chang gently raised his hand, and all the recording ended at this time. That's actually the beauty of recording. If something really troublesome comes up, you can go ahead and fix it in the first place. Su Chang looked at Su Chen before opening his mouth and inquiring, "Su Chen, as the person that the program group invited back, what do you think of this suggestion from Chen Jingping?" "I feel very right." Su Chen also nodded his head with a deep thought. "Only being able to I challenge others, but others not being able to challenge me. This is indeed unfair. See, I told you." Su Chang's voice revealed a few moments of surprise as he quietly looked at Su Chen in front of him, pausing for a moment before continuing, "I think the opinion I put forward is still pertinent." Of course. Su Chen also nodded deeply. Everyone thought Su Chen was good at talking. However, only Su Chang gradually realized that something was not quite right. Su Chen is definitely not such a good talker. Inside this man's hinterland, it's shady as hell. Can he honestly take this dark loss? Although Su Chang does not quite understand Su Chen, but also more or less heard the wind. Everyone said, Su Chen's company is preparing to prepare a new music variety show. The front foot just left, the back foot to follow in their footsteps. This can be said to be a coincidence? This is simply coming at you. But, right at this time, Su Chen's words took a steep turn. There were a few faint smiles in his voice, and then he continued, "This matter, it can't just be left alone. I failed the challenge. There is a punishment. Then if they fail the challenge, shouldn't they also have a punishment?" "I knew it." Su Chang howled a few times inwardly. "Su Chen, what kind of punishment do you want?" Su Chang at this time threw this opportunity to Su Chen. He also wanted to know just what choice Su Chen would make. "It's simple. If they succeed in their challenge, they can deduct one of my points. This rule remains unchanged. However, if they fail in their challenge, they also need to pick someone amongst their own team and eliminate them." "How?" The corners of Su Chen's mouth curled into a few smiles. "Nima, is this a murderer's death?" It would have been very hard to fail the challenge. However, that wasn't enough. There was still a need to choose someone amongst their own team to eliminate. Those who were able to be chosen by the mentors were surely the cream of the crop. Also, the quality of the latter may not be very high. In this case, the loss of a great general is not just the loss of a cadet, but also the loss of such a long time of hard work and training. Therefore, Su Chen's proposal could simply be said to be treacherous to the extreme. This is so unfair. Qian Jingping wasn't stupid, and his brows furrowed deeply, and then continued. Why is it that you have 5 points and we need to eliminate our own trainees? Because I'm not the resident mentor. Su Chen spread his hands and said plainly. There were still a few moments of helplessness in his gaze. If you don't agree, then forget it. Pretend I didn't say it. And at this time, Qian Jingping's eyes lit up. Wimpy, that's definitely wimpy. Qian Jingping's mind thought as such. Light flowed within his eyes. I agree. Su Chen froze there. He hadn't expected that Qian Jingping would actually agree. Good. Recording resumes. Su Chang at this time also nodded. It was only best for him if the mentors were in conflict. If the mentors aren't even remotely conflicted, then what place to go for excitement? Where to look for something to watch? Conflict is where it all started. The host also nodded knowingly. Then began to record the program. Qian Jingping now wanna back out is already too late. So many pairs of eyes. So many pairs of ears. Afraid that it will not take much time. This thing will be spread to the entertainment circle large and small corners. Regret yourself at this point in time. I'm afraid I'll lose my old face. Su Chen reseated himself. He was in a hut-like place that would have a more remote shot. Coupled with the lighting, the overall Su Chen really looked as if he was a boss hiding in the shadows. The showrunners do understand camera sense. Su Chen, on the other hand, looked at Zhuang Lingling and Wei Lai on the side and smiled before continuing. How are you two prepared? Don't worry. I've practiced the song and know it well enough, Wei Lai said with a packed voice. Of course there's no problem. Zhuang Lingling acted very proudly, with a few moments of excitement in her gaze. I'm telling you, I feel like I'm strong as hell right now. If you don't like who you see, you can just have me come up on stage and finish him off. Who gave you the courage? Su Chen looked at Zhuang Lingling somewhat speechlessly. Is it Fish Liang? Who's Liang Jingju? Zhuang Lingling said in a somewhat surprised inquiry. The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched viciously. Realizing that there was no such thing as the so-called Liang Jingru in this world, he shook his head slightly and didn't speak again. And it was at this time, a man who looked a little older walked onto the stage. The man's got a solid stage presence. It made Su Chen feel a little strange. This person definitely wasn't a newcomer anymore, but he shouldn't have any fame in the circle either. Should be a singer or something. It just never caught fire. This man, seeing the doubt in Su Chen's gaze, Zhuang Lingling smiled and said, it's your old rival. From Qian Jingping's company. It should also be arranged to come to the program team. A relation. Similar to me. In the end, the odds should be that it will go to Qian Jingping's team. It looks like their company is planning to promote him. It's kind of a keeper. Zhuang Lingling nodded slightly. By the way, what's this person's name? Seems to be called Zhou Chuan. When Su Chen heard this name, he also vaguely felt some familiarity. Looking at Zhou on the stage, Su Chen also nodded slightly. How about going up and fucking him later? Su Chen laughed, and then opened his mouth. You intend to directly open fire with Qian Jingping? Wei Lai glanced at Su Chen with some surprise, and then rubbed his fists. Of course there's no problem. Isn't it easy to take out a Zhou? Honestly, I feel like I don't even need to take out a new song. He won't have much of a chance of winning. It's a waste to use the new song on him. How about, Mr. Su, I sing your City of Shepherds. How about that? Yes. Su Chen nodded slightly. Is it harnessed? Su Chen looked towards Wei Lai. In his impression, Wei Lai seemed to rarely choose this kind of song. No problem, let's see how he does first. If it really doesn't work, just change the song. Wei Lai's voice was very soft. Aha, good. Southern also decided to add some atmosphere to the program. Since he had invited himself back as the boss, he must be trying to find a way to bully the people in here. Then Zhou sang If Time Suspended by the famous singer Wei Wei Huang. The man's strength is there, just not very strong. As expected, at the end of the day, only Qian Jingping tapped the light. However, this is no excuse. As Zhuang Lingling said, who is not a relationship? Just when it seemed like it was all going to end. Drop. On the field, a piercing sound rang out. The host was stunned, followed by ecstasy on his face, before shouting in a low voice. Audience, our mysterious mentor, Su Chen, has exercised his power. Excuse me, Tutor Su Chen, do you wish to select a challenge cadet? Or do you wish to intercept the cadet? The host's voice was soft. Challenge the cadets. Are you kidding me? What's the need to cut off such a person? Great. The host was instantly excited, and then continued. Cadet Zhou, next, please go to the rest area to rest for a few moments. And we have Cadet Su Chen, appearing on the stage to challenge. Su Chen looked towards Zhuang Lingling. You, go ahead. Finish him off. Mainly, Su Chen felt that it would be a bit too bullying if he went on Wei Lai. The audience may not buy it then either. Ha, me? Zhuang Lingling froze in place and said with a bit of a squirm. Then I might have to expose the new song. Otherwise I really don't have any particular confidence. Zhuang Lingling still had a relatively clear perception of her own strength. Some of them gave Su Chen a pitying look. Su Chen waved his hand. It's fine. There are plenty of songs. Su Chen did not forget that the most important thing he came to the new voice of China was actually to push Zhuang Lingling out. Wei Lai had enough strength to want to debut is very easy. Good. I'm on then. The host holds up his headset, listening intently for a moment before nodding deeply. Friends of the audience, Tutor Su Chen's chosen student is Zhuang Lingling. Below, please welcome Zhuang Lingling to bring us her new song, Love You. After all was said and done, the host took a deep bow while stepping back from the stage. Immediately after, Zhuang Lingling made her entrance. The lyrics have been given to the live band. Lyrics are also dropped onto the big screen. There's no music video. However, there will be subtitles in that horizontal and vertical font. It's also an impromptu response to what the singing program has to do when faced with a new song. Although Su Cheng's program is a recording, he also wants to do his best to be in pursuit of better results. So, strive for everything to be relatively true. And that's exactly why it's said that the show has captured countless viewers. Lingling Chuang took the stage. A white dress, just standing there like a white blooming flower. Her long hair flowed and the corners of her mouth turned upwards, tracing a charming arc. The lip color is a light rosy red. There's just something about just standing on stage that says dainty and cute. It's like the sweet girl next door. It's a bit of a big deal. At this time, Wei Lai, with a few faint smiles in his eyes, paused slightly before continuing. In fact, even if Zhuang Lingling picks a song properly, she should be able to win. Never mind. Su Chen smiled. Are you kidding me? One lacks everything, but the only thing one doesn't lack is songs. One is able to write a song whenever one wants to. That. At this time, Wei Lai was more or less embarrassed, and after a slight pause, he coyly said, Mr. Su, I have something that I want to discuss with you. Tell me about it. Su Chen was a bit more talkative. Wei Lai rubbed his hands together somewhat nervously, a few moments of longing in his gaze. If there's a chance, I want to personally challenge Qian Jingping. Su Chen's entire body froze in place. For a moment I didn't know what to say. Shit, are you kidding me? You're going to challenge Qian Jingping? Let's not talk about who's higher or lower than the two of you. What kind of status does he have in the music industry? How many fans does he have? Although you can't see Qian Jingping's fans on the internet nowadays, his concerts are still full. After all, there's such a thing as rock and roll, and it never goes out of style. All of them, there are times when they get dry. That, just wanted a challenge. Nothing more. Wei Lai looked at Su Chen somewhat nervously, not knowing if Su Chen would agree. Not for now. Wait for later. If there's a chance, I'll let you take the shot. However, if you want to challenge Qian Jingping, with that one song of yours it's not too good. I'm afraid it needs to be better. Su Chen's voice carried a bit of gravity in it. Although it was said that he and Qian Jingping were more or less not dealing with each other, but the strength of Qian Jingping's family was placed there. No matter what it comes to, you have to give a thumbs up to say you're convinced. This is one of the groups of people who broke ground for the Chinese music scene. Yes, Wei Lai hemmed and hawed, and then continued to focus on the stage. At this moment, Qian Jingping's face was hard to see. How could he not have thought that this Su Chen had sent someone out at this time in order to make his plans fall through? To make Zhou Yin step down. To put it bluntly, this was all aimed at himself. As a result, he was afraid that his prestige among the company would be greatly reduced. The PK isn't over yet though. However, Qian Jingping was almost certain that this time around, Zhou Yin didn't even have the slightest chance, because the song that Su Chen had picked was just too powerful. Or rather, this song was no longer something that an unusual person could match. Most importantly, for so long, Zhuang Lingling's singing has also improved, and although she says she is still a bit rusty in places, she has distanced herself from many others. There must be a master teacher behind this. It looks like it should be Su Chen. Although it was said that there was some disagreement with Su Chen, it had to be recognized that this Su Chen did indeed have two brushes. When he thought of this, Qian Jingping took a deep breath. Let yourself be stabilized. It's just one chuan, isn't it? If you lose it, you lose it. Su Chen, you wait for me. When Zhuang Lingling finishes singing, I will directly challenge you. Damn it, actually dare to trip me up on stage? Qian Jingping's heart could be said to be angry to the extreme. Zhou Yin's gaze held a few faint hints of helplessness. He had anticipated where he was going to be next. His contract is also about to expire. This was the last chance the company intended to give him. If he wasn't able to advance this time, there would be no need for him to hang around in this circle anymore. Think about it. Zhou Yin was suddenly more than a little relieved. As for hating Su Chen, Zhou Yin didn't have such thoughts. He knew his own strength, and he also knew that he wasn't meant to eat this bowl of rice. If it wasn't for his nearly 5'9" height, coupled with his somewhat handsome appearance, he wouldn't have been signed. Originally, the company was going to make him a movie. However, Jo Yin's sense of camera is just too poor, or it could just be called a facepalm. In this case, he also appeared in a few TV dramas, but all of them flopped, and the characters he played were also rated for their face value and their acting skills. Plus he doesn't have a lot of fans himself, so the TV show won't get made. There was no way to turn to singing. After all that hard work, there wasn't much to show for it. There was no way around it. Jo Yin really wasn't cut out for this. He learned to be a chef at a technical school. Who knew it would actually get mixed up in the entertainment industry? At this time, Jo Yin, the corners of his mouth instead curled up into a few faint smiles, watching Chuang Lingling, who was standing on the stage, finish singing. Suddenly and very elegantly, she raised her hand and applauded for Zhuang Lingling, and within the entire hall, all the men seemed to be going crazy. All the love songs nowadays were just for the sake of giving new words, but when it came to Zhuang Lingling, she was like a mischievous and cute little elf, plus that disorienting appearance. It made all the hearts of the people who couldn't help but love her. This kind of girl like a sister next door is actually preferred by many men instead. If you really look too beautiful, many men will be far away from you, because most of them also have self-awareness. Also know that this life basically will not produce any intersection with you. Thank you. Thank you so much to Ling Lingchong for singing perfectly for us. At this time, the host came on stage, a very sweet song. Next, it's time to vote. For those of you in the audience, on your seats, there are two buttons, a red one and a blue one. If you press the red button, you will cast a vote for Jo Yin, while if you press the blue button, you will cast a vote for Zhuang Lingling. Here, let's time it. Start. Su Chen suddenly said to Wei Lai, I suddenly feel that this Jo Yin doesn't seem to be as weak as you say. At the very least, the image is still relatively good. If he can be tempered a bit, he should still be salvageable as well. Well, that song he just sang shouldn't really suit him either. He's not really suited to songs with a higher vocal pitch, Wei Lai echoed after a moment of serious thought. In fact, when you think about it seriously, he'd be a much better fit for your shepherd city than I would be. If I ever became rich, with a song like that. Wei Lai nodded slightly and spoke. However, these kinds of songs are often the hardest to write as well. Although it may not seem like the lyrics are that flashy, every line has to be written to one's heart. Simple, plain, but the feelings are the most passionate. And that's exactly why. Let's just say, these two songs have been able to get so many hits on the internet. Wei Lai shook his head slightly. There are fewer people who can write such a song. Or rather, those who can write such a song wouldn't give their song to such a chuan. Wei Lai's voice was soft. Aha! Su Chen also nodded deeply. Not surprisingly, Jo Yin was eliminated. He stood quietly on the stage and looked out to the audience on the field. And suddenly a small smile appeared on his face, followed by a deep bow, and a somewhat apologetic smile to all of them. Thank you all. Bye. He was, after all, going to have to say goodbye to the circle. There are times when, even if you squeeze in, you are ultimately an outsider. Jo Yin tried, but he really wasn't cut out for this kind of food. At this time, he was very relaxed. If he went back, he could go to open a restaurant. In turn, he could work harder, without having to work so hard every day, to do so many things that he did not like to do, just to be able to make more money. And the truth is, he hasn't made much money in the last couple of years. In the entertainment industry, the hierarchy is very serious. If you were a tier 1, you were able to earn wealth that many people had never been able to imagine in their entire lives. However, if you are a 4th or 5th tier, you may just be able to barely keep your head above water. In which case Jo Yin has really worked hard. Though, he was still more than a little attached. But that would be just staying in your past, right? Phew. Chen Jingping took a deep breath. Lousy guy. I can't believe I can't even compete with a little girl like this. It was obvious that Chen Jingping's resentment was still very deep. After just a moment's pause, he said to the stage, Can I challenge Su Chen now? Everyone on the field was able to see that Chen Jingping was already furious at this time. Su Chen froze in place, somewhat surprised. He glanced at Chen Jingping, and the host at this time glanced at Su Chen. Tutor Su Chen. Tutor Chen Jingping would like to challenge you. May I ask, do you meet the battle? If you do not meet the battle, 1 point of your points will be directly deducted. If you meet the battle, step up to the stage. Su Chen smiled, and then said to Zhuang Lingling, who came down, and Wei Lai, who was beside him, wait for me. Allow me to go and show a wave of sainthood in front of people. Between the words, Su Chen walked directly to the stage. Both of you. Now, we will use coin guessing to decide which of you two sings first. The host took out a coin as he spoke. Toss the coin high in the air and immediately after, the coin falls. The moderator's hand is outstretched and flat there. I choose the word. Chen Jingping at this time was the first to shout. Since old senior has chosen, then I'll just choose the rest. Su Chen nodded very bashfully, with a few moments of calmness in his gaze, with the host's hand open, coins lettered face up. Very well, then our tutor, Chen Jingping, will give us a wonderful performance. After the host finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Su Chen. Tutor Su Chen, next, we also ask you to come off the stage and rest for a while. Mr. Chen, may I ask which song you are going to sing? The moderator opened his mouth and asked. Chen Jingping glanced at the band and paused before continuing. Perform my song hissing. Good, band teacher ready. The song Chen Jingping chose will have a higher element of showmanship. To put it bluntly, the song was staccato and had a lot of transitions, and had shaken Su Chen up once while listening to the song. It sounded as if there was really a person there who couldn't stop hissing and complaining about the injustice of fate. It was precisely because of this that Chen Jingping chose this song. This song has won awards both at home and abroad, and even once reached the #1 spot on the bestseller list. It's not easy enough. Chen Jingping took a deep breath. Although he was angry, he also knew that he needed to face this challenge with his best condition. If not, there was a real possibility that he would lose this. A very, very heavy sound, as if a stone had been dropped hard on the ground. Everyone on the field felt a numbness in their scalp at that instant, and Su Chen also frowned deeply. This Chen Jingping's toughness was a few points more powerful than he had imagined. Not bad for the older generation. Just this kind of accent on a single word is something that many people try to learn, and I'm afraid they can't. All the spectators in the arena boiled over in that moment as well. Nima, even though it's only one word, I feel goosebumps all over my body. Every time I hear this song, I feel a little hard to hold myself. The same way I feel. The music was getting lower and lower, but yet, it was also getting more urgent. It's as if it's urging something, being forced to surrender to life. Chen Jingping utilizes 3 transitions in one short line of lyrics, but what's scary is that every turn of phrase is so smooth and natural. And I Hong sat there and also nodded deeply. It could be seen that this Chen Jingping's strength was indeed frighteningly strong. Su Chen's gaze carried a bit of gravity in it. Starting to think seriously, what kind of song should he choose next to outsmart Chen Jingping? He was originally going to sing Once Upon a Time, but the song, Alone, is a bit difficult to perform on stage, I'm afraid, especially when faced with this song hissing by Chen Jingping. It wasn't that the quality of the song would be poor, but this song was used in the middle of a competition. Su Chen would definitely lose. This Chen Jingping is simply going further and further down the road of showing off his skills. Another heavy bass. The stone that smashed down seemed to hit the heart of every person. It made all of them couldn't help but choke on it. Forced to bow to fate. Looks like it's time to zoom out. Su Chen took out a USB flash drive from among his own pockets. Luckily, I'm skilled. At this time, Ni Hong, on the other hand, glanced at Su Chen's side with some worry. In her opinion, although Su Chen said he had strength, however, the preparation may not be sufficient. To put it bluntly, Chen Jingping's masterpieces are as many as they are, but Su Chen doesn't have a few masterpieces. In this case, Chen Jingping took out hissing. Then, among the song that Su Chen created before, he wants to beat Chen Jingping, and he is afraid that it is a little difficult. He'll have to come up with a more bombastic one. However, this requires advanced preparation. However, Ni Hong suddenly realized that Su Chen had taken out a USB flash drive, which in turn caused a few moments of surprise to appear in his eyes, and he was a bit bewildered. Not how clear. What exactly did this Su Chen want to do? And it was at this time. Su Chen gave this flash drive to the band's teacher. Immediately afterward, had them copy an audio file from it, and then the lyrics were given to the stage center master. Had them enter the lyrics into the system. It was only then that he sat there again in peace. Soon, Chen Jingping had finished singing. All the people in the entire studio began to applaud and express deep shock. Great show. At this time, the host takes the stage, looking at all of them, and then continued. Just now, we also got a message from Tutor Su Chen. He said that, sensing the power of teacher Chen Jingping, he must go all out as well. So the only way to bring out his new song, is to bring it out on our stage. Next, let's invite Tutor Su Chen, to sing for us, his new song, Pompous. Su Chen took the stage. Stand still. The lights slowly dimmed in that moment. Su Chen just stood there like that, with the intro playing. All of them quieted down and listened in silence. People are still interested in Su Chen's new song. This was also because of the fact that all of the songs that Su Chen had created, even including when he was in the group before, all of the songs, the quality was somewhat guaranteed. Only, after he had gone solo, the quality was rather higher. I will speak when asked, but no one comes to. Su Chen's voice was low. It's like telling a commonplace story. Just that all of them were a bit surprised, because, it's actually a Cantonese song. Some people had once said that for some reason, Cantonese songs were inherently a bit better than Chinese ones, and this was actually not without reason. There were times when it was clear that both versions were available, but the Cantonese ones would be a bit more flavorful instead. I expect to be helpless and have something to say that won't get loaded. Su Chen's hands covered the microphone as he stood there quietly, and Chen Jingping, who had sat back in his mentor's position, in turn relaxed slightly in his heart after hearing Su Chen's song. In his opinion, as far as the two lines that Su Chen was singing now were concerned, although they were very good, it was certain that the quality of the song was also absolutely terrifying. However, if it came to stage effects, it should be inferior to his own. So he was relieved. I feel like a bottle cap waiting to be lifted, and the mouth is raising moss. Within the crowd, the more civilized you are, the more you become unheeded. Make an accident yourself. When Su Chen sang here, his voice tone suddenly raised. It was as if a voice that had been suppressed for a long time was suddenly about to explode in this instant. It was as if a volcano that had been dusty for a long time, in this instant, suddenly tumbled with hot magma, directly about to erupt, like a sudden high note. Anywhere is also like opening a four-sided table, dressing up in the flashiest of shirts and playing very emotional. Remember to stick your pockets in when someone comes to take a picture. There is a process to this release, although it's slightly less difficult than Xian Jingping's kind of in transition. However, the emotions are much fuller. It's an emotional release. It's as if countless people see themselves as they once were in this song. You consider me pompous, exaggerated only because I'm scared. Like wood, like stone if it gets attention? In fact, afraid of being forgotten. To zoom to play it. Su Chen at this moment has completely entered into the state. His own strength is not bad, so long-time stage foundation also let him, although in Xian Jingping have a certain gap. However, this kind of emotionally fuller song was directly occupying everyone's heart in a blink of an eye. That one moment, the entire audience, all of them, were silent. It can be said to be very different from when Xian Jingping sang before. The audience at this time, as if dumbfounded, as if completely stunned, all stood there in bewilderment. It seems to be the sight of an innocent clown standing above the stage, used all his strength just to make some impression on the stage. That 18th year school dance, standing like a minion. That's when I tearfully swore, folks, you have to see me. The simplicity of the lyrics seems to pull all of us right into that past self. The overwhelmed, standing around in the middle of school dances, parties, as if a stranger, unable to fit in. There were even a couple of people who, while listening, had involuntary tears in their eyes. Su Chen's gaze carried an unprecedented depth within it. On top of the stage, only Su Chen's silhouette was left alone, coupled with the somewhat dim lights, and the beam of light that struck Su Chen's body. All the people, all the emotions, released in that moment. There aren't many lucky ones, and if you haven't been one you know why I am. With 10 times the painstaking effort. To highlight one. Is normal enough for me to be argumentative? A simple query. It's as if it's hitting every single person over and over again. And the stage screen set had the lyrics paired very appropriately with the vocals. A visual and auditory double whammy that left all of them standing there dumbfounded. Su Chen let out a long breath. He originally wanted to take the song to his own musical variety show, but now it seems that one cannot wait for that time. He knew that he had to win. Or, at least, can't lose. Su Chang, who was standing at the bottom of the stage, looked at this scene, and a few moments of shock appeared in his eyes. He had long known that Su Chen was very strong, but how could he not have thought that Su Chen would actually be able to be strong enough to reach such an almost outrageous level? It was simply hard to press Xian Jingping. How old is he? How is this possible? If I'd known you were so strong, why would I have gotten so worked up? Why else would you be thrown out? You have that kind of power. Why didn't you bring it out when you were in your combo? It can't be that after you quit the group, you suddenly got the hang of it, can it? Su Chang couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. And just about that time, the singing was over. Su Chen had a few faint smiles in his gaze as he looked at everyone on the stage. A long breath came out. To be honest, even after taking out this song, Su Chen didn't dare to guarantee that he could win steadily, because Xian Jingping is indeed very powerful. And anyway, Xian Jingping has a huge amount of fans. And also, the showmanship component of that song is just too serious. The presenter at this time also walked onto the stage in a bit of a trance. Thank you very much, Tutor Su Chen, for the wonderful performance. The host took the microphone and still seemed to be struggling to calm the emotions that had been stirred up. If Xian Jingping was there to show off his skills, then the method that Su Chen was using was an overwhelming spiritual attack. It was an emotional hook that made you unable to help but follow the song and enter into the world that the song was singing about. Is there any mentor that would like to comment on the two of you? The host at this time looked to the other three mentors on the mentor stage. Ni Hong picks up the microphone. With a few doting smiles in his eyes, he looked towards Su Chen, and then continued, "To be honest, I always knew before that little Su was a person of great strength, but how could I have never imagined that his strength would actually be able to be strong to such an extent? It's hard for me to imagine that this song actually came from him, and that he sang it himself. There are times when I'm jealous that such talent could be in such a young man's body." Between words, An looked at Su Chen on the stage, and then continued, "I hope that in the future, you'll always be able to bring good works to everyone. Thanks a lot." "Thanks, Sister Hong." Su Chen hurriedly bowed and said. As for Qian Jingping, An laughed and said somewhat helplessly, "All I can say is that your play is as steady as ever. Age seems to be the one thing that hasn't brought you a single bit of harm. There are times when I sing songs from my own youth and I feel a little out of my depth, but you seem to be worrying about that at all." And at this time, Chen Jingping also nodded his head hastily. Although he was also older, no one in here could compare to An when it came to qualifications. After An critique, the other two shook their heads, saying that they had no way to critique it. There's not much that can be done about it, no matter what. An was a senior, and a critique was in order, and although their strength was good and their curiosity had gone up, they were still juniors in front of Qian Jingping as well. So that said, try to still be polite. As for Su Chen, they didn't have too much to say. Yes, seeing this scene, the host also more or less understood, with a few smiles in his gaze. Then next, we'll leave their fate in the hands of the audience on the spot. And viewers, there are 2 buttons on your seats, one red, one blue. Red stands for supporting tutor Qian Jingping. The blue delegates support tutor Su Chen. And now, the polls are open. The host stood there, somewhat excited. To be honest, if the host were to choose, he would choose Su Chen without hesitation, because Qian Jingping's showmanship was actually showmanship for the people in the circle. Although ordinary people would feel shocked, but that was all. It doesn't feel like such a big deal. They have no idea how hard it really is to sing this one song like this. But then again, they hold the votes. And at this time, the hearts of the 3 tutors were all more or less thankful because they didn't have to vote. So that meant that they didn't have to worry about offending these 2 people. Now, no one wants to offend them. First is Qian Jingping, a senior in the circle and a big brother-like figure. If you offend such a person, you are afraid that you will be subject to a lot of ups and downs when you hang out in the circle. As for Su Chen, the talent he was showing right now was so amazing that quite a few people were chasing after his ass to get a song. If Su Chen was willing to sell, there were definitely quite a few singers who were willing to take out money and wait at Su Chen's door. Southern's songs are now a symbol of quality. He's written so many songs that basically every single one of them, they've been on the bestseller list. This was unbelievable, knowing that any creator had bottlenecks in times when their inspiration ran out. But Su Chen seemed like he didn't have this worry at all. The good songs are one after another. Most importantly, whether it's for someone else or for yourself, the quality hasn't slipped since. They are also singers and may also beg for Su Chen one day. So the last people in this circle to be offended are these talented creators. Moreover, people who are generally more talented are also more vindictive. If you offend them, when the time comes, I'm afraid that you can't even beg if you want to. 2 people with votes, you're catching up. All of them were there waiting in silence. The host also felt as if his breath had stopped. Standing above the stage with excitement in his gaze, look at the votes on the big screen. Gradually it stopped. Great. The host took a deep breath. Now, it's up to me to announce the answer. The winner this time is Su Chen, with 569 votes. Su Chen is ahead of tutor Qian Jingping's 432 votes. Let's congratulate Su Chen. With that said, the room cheered in a split second, and Su Chen also let out a long breath as he proved himself on this stage. Qian Jingping, on the other hand, stood there in a bit of a daze, seemingly in disbelief. He had guessed that there was a possibility that he would lose, because this song of Su Chen's was indeed very strong. But how could he not have thought that he would actually lose so completely? The 2 were actually more than 100 votes apart. The gap was a little hard for Qian Jingping to accept. Meanwhile, we have bad news. According to the rules of the program, our mentor, Qian Jingping, needs to pick one of his ments and kick out his team. At this time, the host's voice suddenly lowered. In the entire studio, everyone's eyes looked toward Qian Jingping. Qian Jingping's face was ironic. Pick up the microphone, wanting to say something. There were a few moments of resignation in his eyes. After a few moments, he gritted his teeth and said, "Xin Sheji, come out." Teachers. At this time, a man walked out with some apprehension, awkwardly glancing at Qian Jingping, his heart as if he was dead. In his mind he realized that he was going to be left behind. But there's no way around it. He's just a regular guy. After showing his strength on the program, it was so hard to get to this point. Who knows? Nowadays he was actually forced to leave the program directly, which made his heart more or less bitter. And his heart couldn't help but hate Su Chen a little more. If not for him, how could he have gotten himself on this path? You leave first, and in the future, when there's a chance for cooperation, I'll look for you. Qian Jingping took a deep breath and said, yes, teacher. Xin Shiji also knew that it was too late to say anything now. Listening to the arrangement was the most important thing. The program group could not change the rules because of himself. And Qian Jingping could not change his mind because of himself. One is already destined to be the one sacrificed. At this time, Su Chen was also suddenly silent. He felt that Xin Shiji was still a bit pathetic, clearly an innocent man, clearly one who has done nothing. Because of the battle of wills between himself and Qian Jingping, perhaps the best opportunity was lost. And also missing out on the opportunity was Zhou Yin. A few moments of confusion appeared in his eyes. However, he was still a bit helpless as well. He understood in his heart that the reason why the program group designed such a rule was actually to add some confrontation between the mentors. Since the four of you are in peace and harmony, I'll find some other confrontation for you. That's what the audience is happy to see. Even more, this can increase some of the discussion. The showrunners can also use these for hype, although it may be more or less despicable. But, nowadays, it's just such a society. Xuan Lingling, don't you think that it's a bit cruel? The two of us, it's actually very difficult for us to truly suffer any harm. At most, we'll just be burdened with some curses. But Zhou Yin and this Xin Shiji will most likely lose the only chance they'll ever have in the middle of their lives. There is some cruelty, but isn't that the way it's always been in show business? What you actually seize, that's called an opportunity. What you don't grab is never an opportunity. Even a duck in the mouth can just fly away. At first, I had a role as the second female lead, and I was originally all set to sign the contract, thinking it was a nail in the coffin. As a result, an actress went to the director at night, knocked on the door, and my role flew away. Zhuan Lingling laughed somewhat indifferently. Am I not innocent me? Isn't this cruel to me? But the chance isn't yours until it's in your hands. Zhuan Lingling shrugged her shoulders in a very relaxed manner. So, I've also come to see that, no matter what time it comes to, one thing to understand is that, when it comes to things, you can't complain. Complaining is already half the battle lost. So I've been looking for programs everywhere. As long as there are places that want them, I'll go. I've been to rap. I've been to a bar residency. And even to an art troupe down in the countryside. Does Heart to Heart know that? Aha! Su Chen nodded. There are big stars, small stars, and unknowns like me. I've been to one show, and I didn't even have time for one song, just to go up and sing a harmony for one of the big stars. I've been to all of them. It's pretty good too. Su Chen was a little embarrassed. This actually pours out quite a bit and has been seen in circles. In fact, Heart to Heart was very hot in earlier years, but in recent years, people's living standards are higher, and there are more ways of entertainment, so that the existence of this kind of art troupe has been reduced. Although occasionally go, but really big stars go less. The so-called big stars are the ones that are about to go out of fashion. Aha! Xuan Lingling laughed. It is quite good. So, you don't have to have any mental pressure. To put it bluntly, there may be a reason for their cruelty, but it's definitely not entirely because of you. Xuan Lingling spoke. Su Chen smiled. Instead, it didn't go on. Next to him, Wei Lai stood there with his hands clasped in front of his chest, and did not speak either, as if he was thinking about something. The host also announced that Xin Shiji had left the stage at this very moment, and with a few moments of reluctance and unwillingness, Xin Shiji turned around and went down the stage. The next taping of the show went smoothly. Having experienced a failure, Qian Jingping did not continue to provoke, but once would have been very nice. Wait until after the program. Su Chen met Zhou Yin backstage. Zhou Yin, Su Chen subconsciously called out. Zhou Yin looked up. Mr. Su, are you calling me? Aha! Su Chen glanced at Zhou Yin in front of him and smiled before saying, you're Rong's contracted artist, right? Ah, yes. Zhou Yin scratched his head somewhat coyly, but not anytime soon. If I don't succeed in advancing this time, I guess I'll have to terminate my contract with the company, but it doesn't matter much. I've saved up some money over the years, and I'm planning to return to my hometown and open a small restaurant or something, and I don't have to throw my weight around all day. It's nice. Zhou Yin's face was filled with a few moments of longing and hope for the future as he spoke. Not going to be in show business? Su Chen felt a little surprised. Aha! Zhou Yin nodded deeply. I'm not suitable. My singing can only be described as okay. And my acting is not even the slightest bit of acting skill. Mr. Su, in fact, you don't have to feel too guilty. I know that you are not targeting me. Perhaps, this is also a good choice for me. If you plan to continue in the entertainment industry, Wait until after your contract is terminated. You can go to Star and ask, and I might be able to give you a pretty good contract. Su Chen looked at Jo-in very seriously. Chuan froze in place. The moment he heard those words, his body trembled slightly. You're really willing to give me a chance? Jo-in was a bit nervous, and when he first opened his mouth, there were a few stutters in his speech. Not really an opportunity. You were originally meant to advance. Su Chen smiled. However, just as you said, if you have other things that you want to go do, there's no need to force yourself. I just feel that there is still potential in you that hasn't been tapped out. Ha! Chuan froze in place, a little confused for a moment. Do you have that? However, it was at this time. Xin Shiji came over, with a bit of longing in his eyes, and then hurriedly said, that, Mr. Su, can I go to your company? Actually, I've always been a great admirer of yours. Xin Shiji's voice held a few hints of urgency in it. Of course there's no problem. Su Chen nodded slightly, finalizing this matter straight away. There wasn't much hesitation. To be clear, as long as there is no company, those who were eliminated because of themselves, Su Chen is more or less guilty. So that, no matter when, can pull a hand. Pull a hand. That's fine for yourself. Just a little bit of songwriting and then a movie or something when the time comes. It's up to them as to whether or not they're red and hot. Anyway, one certainly won't skimp on the resources one should give his all. Well, thank you teacher. Thank you teacher. Xin Shiji was like grabbing his last straw, and it was at this time that Qian Jingping, who had come down from the stage, saw this scene, cold grunts, then turns to leave. Xin Shiji seems to be a little embarrassed. Su Chen, on the other hand, said to Xin Shiji, alright, don't be embarrassed. You go back and rest and relax first, then just go to Star and sign the contract. Yes. Xin Shiji nodded sharply. Immediately afterward, Su Chen said to Jo-in, you're in a bit of trouble to wait until the termination of the contract. Otherwise, it's a breach of contract. It's fine. There's less than half a month left anyway. Jo-in was very coy. Moreover, I also have to think hard about whether to leave or continue to stay in the entertainment industry. To be honest, I'm still really a bit disheartened after all these years down the middle. Well, there's no rush. And since you haven't thought it through, think about it more. After saying that, Su Chen also turned around and left. In the next few days, Su Chen also started to get busy. The first step was to finalize the casting for White Knight Chase, with the exception of Pan Hai, which was to be finalized gradually. Among them, the one that made Su Chen feel the most difficult was actually Duan Yueming, who had to admit that Duan Yueming was very solid, no matter whether it was his acting skills or his line work. Otherwise, how could he get a movie star? Only, how much pay should he give him this time? What's wrong? What's the obsession? Zhao Ruoi at this time walked in, looking at Su Chen's somewhat difficult appearance. I was thinking about the two people, Pan Hai and Duan Yueming. How much would be more appropriate to pay them for the movie? For a moment, Su Chen was really a bit uncertain. What are you doing dwelling on such questions? Zhao Ruoi at this time bristled, and then continued. Our company has a value evaluation department, so just leave it to them. If they don't like the low pay, they can choose not to act. Su Chen was a bit bewildered. When did you have it? How come I don't know? Otherwise, what do you think I've been busy with in the company? If every actor's paycheck in the future is something you need to worry about on your own, then wouldn't you be exhausted? By then, the people below will do all the work that needs to be done, and all we need to do is sign on it. Zhao Ruoi's voice contained a few points of helplessness. I can see that you really don't have any experience in opening an entertainment company. Ahem. Su Chen coughed twice. He more or less knew the value assessment department. However, it was not known that Zhao Ruoi was actually able to build the framework so quickly. Nowadays, people come and go in the company, and there is not enough space. Star Entertainment is growing at a very bizarre rate. Most importantly, it was because Zhao Ruoi just knew too much. Such a professional manager, in the eyes of outsiders, cannot be dug up for fear of an annual salary of $10 million. Right. At this time Zhao Ruoi seemed to have thought of something, took out her cell phone, gently flipped it over, clicked on the short video, and then handed it to Su Chen. Today, Huang Yuhua broke the news. Explosive? Su Chen froze in place. Taking his cell phone, he began to watch the video of Huang Yuhua. Only, this video was not sent by Huang Yuhua, but another person. Moreover, in it, Huang Yuhua's voice was also tuned a lot, so it was impossible to hear who it was. Instead, it was Su Chen's voice, the original one. This is a recorded phone call. Huang Yuhua wanted to get in the middle of the new Chinese new song crew and found Su Chen. And Su Chen readily agreed. This kind of audio, which isn't terribly difficult to edit, is, however, killer. Su Chen looked at the audio made into a video in front of him, with a few faint smiles in his eyes. After a slight pause, before continuing, "This is still well done. It can be seen that the person who edited this audio still has a few skills. Can't hear anything too big. It's at this point, and you actually have the heart to joke?" Zhao Ruoi's voice contained a few moments of helplessness. "Tonight, the new Voice of China is going to start broadcasting. Do you know how much of a negative impact this will have on you?" "Right." Su Chen smiled. "For so many days now, I've been busy with the TV series, and I haven't reported to you about the variety arts, so it's just as well that I'm taking this opportunity to report to you." "Ha?" Zhao Ruoi froze there. "Report what? Didn't I tell you to go back as a mentor? What? Problems again?" "That's not true. It's just that the rules have changed a bit." As he spoke, Su Chen gently shrugged his shoulders, with a few hints of faint helplessness in his gaze, and then proceeded to talk to Zhao Ruoi about what he had done on the program set. Zhao Ruoi froze in place. She really didn't put much stock in the new Voice of China, because the company is in a phase of steady growth. During this time, there are just too many things that need to go on, so that will be neglected. That is to say, you don't have a way to choose a trainee at all? Only able to fight the other tutors with the two of them, Chuan Lingling and Wei Lai? After hearing this, Zhao Ruoi couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This Su Chang, he still has a few brushes. With rules like this designed, the conflict is instead even stronger. There's a feeling of turning waste into treasure, Zhao Ruoi said with some surprise. Hey. Su Chen immediately said with some dissatisfaction. "What do you mean by this? Am I hardly that wasted?"